The roots of the modern American empire either know or care to admit. In most cases, however, even the extreme 9 X ists are launching their own fear on the wings of wild rhetoric in the desperate hope that it will be shot down. For the truth of the matter is that not even the young extremists want to have to make every mistake over again. What they want is some relevant history. It is a fair question. It is a reasonable demand. And it is a very clear need. I am not at all sure that this book fully meets the demand, or wholly satisfies the need. But I am confident that it speaks to the question. There are several themes in the argument that a knowledge of history is at best incidental to our contemporary crises. Many of them are advanced by people who defend, rather than criticize, the status quo. This is particularly true of the assertion that nothing can be done about what happened in the past, and that no useful purpose is served by discussing those aspects of the matter. It doesn't make any difference how we got into the difficulty, runs that refrain. We can't do anything about that, and we have to see it through. The underlying nature of that argument is very similar to the one made by the critics. It doesn't make any difference how we got into the mess we're in, the opposition says, except maybe to blame the right people, because we can't do anything about that. The important thing is to change it all. The one approach ignores the distinct probability that seeing through the predicament without understanding it will do nothing but sustain and compound the inherent difficulties of the problem. The other misses the similar probability that the effort to change the situation without comprehending it will merely recreate it in a different form. A more sophisticated version of the argument that the past is largely irrelevant takes the form of pointing out the great differences between the contemporary scene and American society during the 18th or 19th centuries. Those who advocate that approach grant the possibility of learning by example, but hold that the illustration has to be comparable in all fundamental respects. Thus they maintain that it is impossible for a highly centralized industrial political economy, governed by an elite from the upper class, to learn anything significant or actionable from a society that was largely agricultural, that was still operating on the assumptions of the classical free marketplace, and that, in social and political matters, was freer and more open. Cast in that form, the assertion that history is irrelevant becomes more plausible. One has to penetrate deeper into the issues, for exam. 11. Pi. To establish the value of a modern corporation executive knowing anything about 19th century agriculture in Minnesota and the Dakotas. Yet even there the case for irrelevancy is by no means as obvious as appearances seem to suggest. One of the striking problems confronting the modern executive, for example, is created by the way the organization and the operation of the corporation destroy the old social and economic ecology without creating a new balance based on a community of association, interest, and mutual responsibility. That was precisely what happened, however, when consolidated capital from outside the region moved into the Red River Valley and created the huge bonanza grain farms of the late 1870s and early 1880s. The approach ultimately failed because its economies of scale proved insufficiently rewarding over a period of time, because it provoked serious political opposition, and because it failed to generate the development of a society. Those are the very troubles that confront the modern corporation as it moves through the second half of the 20th century, and those difficulties have been intensified and extended because the leaders of the corporation economy have failed to anticipate or recognize them. Knowledge of the past might not have produced prompt and perfect solutions, but it would have alerted the latter-day executives to the unfavorable probabilities. And such awareness could have provided them, in the person of James Jerome Hill of the Great Northern Railroad, with the example of a corporation leader who did learn from the weaknesses and the failure of the bonanza farms, and who applied that lesson for the benefit of his own corporation and for the rest of the people in the region. Hill did not become a utopian, or even a reformer in the usual sense of that term, but he did recognize and act on the necessity of dealing with the needs of the agricultural society in which he operated. He realized that all corporations would go the way of the bonanza farms unless they became more relevant and responsive to the requirements of the rest of society. Hill's performance makes the additional point that people are more likely to learn from the past, and to act creatively on that knowledge, if they assume that history is relevant. The attitude that history is incidental reinforces the propensity that we humans seem to have against learning in any other way than being burned. Hill did believe he could learn from the experience of other people, and the experience of other people, after all, is the essence of history. The relevance of history becomes particularly strong in connection with attitudes, ideas, and patterns of behavior with social consciousness and its consequences. In certain respects, at least, those phenomena evolve in a way that is similar to the cycle of metamorphosis in insects. Not only do attitudes and ideas go through various stages of development in which they appear as distinct things, but 12. The later forms are apt to appear so different from the earlier ones that it is quite possible to conclude that they have no relationship with each other. Such confusion often leads people to believe they are acting on quite different assumptions, and following a wholly different logic, than is actually the case. When their expectations are not fulfilled, therefore, they are prone to explain the discrepancy by pointing to other factors, including other individuals and nations, instead of re-examining their own outlook. It is often difficult to change one's attitude and behavior even when the need for such action is understood, and hence the failure to do so when one lacks that understanding should not be considered strange or incomprehensible. 2. Historians, being human, have been known to overlook the particular relevancy of a certain part of history. In a very real sense, moreover, this book is a product of my own discovery that I had made just that mistake. I was very slow in realizing that the ideas and actions of Americans between 1860 and 1893 played a primary part in the development and acceptance of the foreign policy that the United States followed after 1893. One was slow, furthermore, not only in the sense that it took me a considerable amount of time to grasp the precise nature of the connection, but I was slow in recognizing the insights and other indicators that I saw but whose full meaning I initially failed to grasp. Anyone who studies American history in a serious way quickly realizes that the United States has a record of sustained expansion beyond the limits that it occupied at any given moment in time. As often happens in such cases, however, that central theme in the nation's history has often been taken for granted and therefore slighted. No major historian placed expansion at the center of his explanation and interpretation of American history until 1893, when Frederick Jackson Turner argued that expansion was the key factor in accounting for America's past prosperity, democracy, and general well-being. Turner richly deserved the fame and influence that his synthesis brought him, but it is fascinating, as well as important, to realize that very little of the acclaim was based upon the recognition and acceptance of the primary importance of expansion in his argument. Instead of talking about expansion, the vast majority of historians, along with other academics and non-academic intellectuals, used the term frontier in discussing and debating Turner's analysis. And his argument quickly became known as the frontier thesis. The term frontier, however, is static rather than dynamic, and that characteristic of the word provides an accurate indicator of the way. 13. Historians responded to Turner's idea. There was very little study of the expansionist thrust that acquired the sequence of frontiers. Most of the research and the arguments were focused on the question of whether or not a specific frontier situation actually produced political and social democracy, or on the issue of how much economic benefit accrued from a particular frontier. The subject of expansion was vaporized in the heat of those quarrels. Those relatively narrow limits imposed upon the debate about Turner's thesis also reinforced two general tendencies that restricted the discussion of his argument to the past. Since he was a historian, and had offered his idea as an explanation of the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, most people thought of it within that framework. That propensity was strengthened, moreover, by the closing out of continental expansion. There was no obvious spur to apply Turner's thesis to 20th century American history because the United States did not acquire another huge territorial slice of the Western Hemisphere. There was hardly any thought, for that matter, of testing Turner's hypothesis by examining it in the light of a long period without such territorial expansion. That approach might have been suggested by the increasing consolidation and centralization of economic and political power, and by the question of whether or not those developments were primarily due to the inherent nature of the process of industrialization. Instead, the reaction was to dismiss the relevance of Turner's thesis because of the seemingly obvious vast differences between an agrarian and an industrial society. And the problems of writing the history of even the major episodes of 20th century American development rapidly became so broad and complex that historians working in that area concentrated their attention and energy on the immediate and specific issues that attracted their curiosity and interest. The historians who came into professional maturity during and after World War II were inclined to be concerned with questions involving wars, post-war eras, and the crises connected with the Cold War and the place of the Negro in American society. That was certainly my own orientation, and it prompted me to undertake a study of American policy toward the Bolshevik Revolution and the Soviet Union. I was operating on an avowed argument that the study of history was relevant to our own time. One of my criteria for relevance, however, was limited, and limiting, in important respects. I was thinking in terms of a very short period of time. The powerful minds of teachers like Fred Harvey Harrington and Paul Farmer, and the confrontation with human reality that comes from sustained research in primary source materials, quickly disabused me of the idea that American-Russian relations could be understood in terms of the 30 years between 1917 and 1947. As 14. A result, I extended my research and tried to place the Cold War in the perspective of the long sweep of Russian-American involvement. That additional work indirectly led me to an initial insight into the broader significance of Turner's analysis and interpretation of American history. For, in doing research into American-Russian relations at the turn of the 20th century, I discovered that important Americans had given very serious attention to the expansionist theme in Turner's thesis. The most dramatic instances involved major intellectual and political leaders such as Brooks Adams, Theodore Roosevelt, and Woodrow Wilson. Adams independently developed his own, and even broader, version of the frontier expansionist thesis, and probably did so before Turner. Roosevelt responded to the work of both men, while Wilson was more directly influenced by Turner's formulation of the idea. It quickly became apparent, moreover, that Adams, Roosevelt, and Wilson applied the frontier expansionist thesis to the problems of late 19th and 20th century American diplomacy. They thought about American relations with the rest of the world in terms of the continuing need to expand in order to sustain the dynamic relationship between expansion, prosperity, democracy, and domestic well-being, and they acted on that conception of the world. In their view, the new frontiers would be supplied by the continued overseas expansion of the American marketplace, and they formulated their foreign policies in order to create and maintain the momentum required to achieve that broad objective. They dealt with the more narrow and specific political and strategic aspects of foreign policy within the framework created by that underlying evaluation of the American political economy. It also became clear, however, that such intellectual and political leaders approached economic problems with an explicit awareness and acceptance of the classical marketplace outlook and attitudes. So did the businessmen, particularly those who controlled large firms, and those who involved themselves actively in making economic policy for an entire industry or for the integrated economic system. The record of their thought and policy recommendations made it apparent that they operated on a conviction, created by practical experience, received wisdom, and continuing analysis, that the system of entrepreneurial capitalism could function successfully only if the marketplace constantly expanded. 15. At that point, during the winter of 1952 to 1953, I saw four options for further research and study. I could investigate the sources, and the developing nature, of the idea that capitalism could not sustain itself without an expanding marketplace. That would ultimately lead, I realized, to the question of what marketplace expansion meant directly and indirectly in terms of foreign policy and relations with other societies. And, probably sooner rather than later, that would bring me to the problem of the relationship between the frontier thesis and the theory of marketplace expansion under capitalism. Those three alternatives, I concluded, were interrelated regardless of which one was chosen as a starting point. On the other hand, I could proceed along a different route by trying to discover whether or not the frontier thesis and the theory of capitalist expansion exercised any influence on American foreign relations prior to 1893, the year in which Adams and Turner published their explicit statements of the frontier thesis. If I had taken that road, I would have explicitly begun work on a book dealing with the period covered in this volume. That strategy of intellectual inquiry struck me, however, as being too frontal and crude. I sensed that I might well march right up the hill and right back down again without realizing that I had merely taken a swim in the moat instead of capturing the castle. That skepticism was well founded, even though I was not particularly articulate about it at the time. When I finally began to ask that question, I discovered that the answers were hard to come by, and I realized that I would very probably have missed a good part of the story at that stage in my efforts as a historian. For one thing, I would have concentrated far too much on urban businessmen, and on politicians and others with a formal intellectual conception of the frontier and marketplace theses. At that point in my work, in any event, it made more sense to ask the question about influence in connection with the period after the frontier expansionist thesis had become known as an explicit, well-formulated idea. And, as I admitted to myself in my stronger moments, that decision was no doubt influenced by my great excitement in discovering that important leaders had seen and acted on the expansionist theme in Turner's interpretation. As a result, I chose to approach the larger questions by studying the role of the frontier thesis in the making of 20th-century foreign policy. Once again, however, I pushed open another intellectual door more or less by accident. I was fortunate enough to be teaching in a school with an enrollment small enough to make it possible to carry on a more or less open discussion as an integral part of undergraduate lecture courses. I began, in order to facilitate and focus that kind of dialogue, to reproduce and distribute documents that were not generally available in published form. Some of the Stu. 16. Dents caught the spirit of that approach, and a kind of competition developed in reading the standard documents with more care and penetration, as well as in finding data that had not been used in connection with foreign relations. I gradually realized, in the course of that sustained intellectual inquiry, and in conversations with my colleague Ord S. Pinkney, that many Americans had thought in terms of, and had acted on, the central ideas of Turner's frontier thesis long before Turner had been born. And they had used such supposedly 20th-century concepts and phrases as the safety valve in discussing the usefulness or necessity of expansion in solving America's problems. At the same time, I learned much about early capitalist thought and policy from that dialogue, and from my colleague Robert Campbell, an unusually intelligent economist who is also a great teacher and a warm and generous human being. That process gave me a growing appreciation of the nature and significance of mercantilism as the precursor of laissez-faire capitalism. Looking back, I can see that my excitement and enthusiasm probably carried me along too fast. The inherently interrelated and reinforcing activities of research, solitary reflection, debate, and argument with student and faculty colleagues, and writing, became a chain reaction. And the momentum increased when I moved to the University of Wisconsin and re-entered the high-energy intellectual atmosphere created by colleagues like William Best Hesseltine, Merrill Jensen, George Moss, Merle Curti, and Harvey Goldberg, and by the students in my classes and seminars. The articles and books that I produced during those years could usefully have been less cryptic and more polished. I realize now that I was writing, at least unconsciously, for and to a group of people that formed a vital part of my intellectual life as the data and the ideas were integrated into analyses and interpretations. They were, in effect though not in intent, the primary audience for such works as The Frontier Thesis and American Foreign Policy, The Age of Mercantilism, An Interpretation of the American Political Economy, 1763-1825, The Tragedy of American Diplomacy, and The Contours of American History. 4. As I carried on that research and writing, and as I discussed and thought about the information I gathered, I increasingly comprehended the relationships between the period before 1893 and the years of the 20th century. J came to see that the expansionist outlook that was n. 17. Terrained and acted upon by metropolitan American leaders during and after the 1890s was actually a crystallization in industrial form of an outlook that had been developed in agricultural terms by the agrarian majority of the country between 1860 and 1893. As I gradually understood that connection, and outlined and developed it in various lectures, articles, and books, I gained a full appreciation of my debt to Nancy O'Connor, an intelligent, insightful, and personable young woman who had taken an active part in my courses and seminar at the University of Oregon. She had chosen, in defining the subject of her master's thesis, to take the intellectual option of asking the direct question about the pre-1893 influence of the idea that capitalism required continuous market expansion. In confronting that issue, she saw and outlined some aspects of the agricultural influence on foreign policy. Her thesis, operating in my mind after 1955 as an unobtrusive tutor, unquestionably helped me recognize the significance and meaning of the data that I thereafter found in my research. Other students made contributions to my education after I moved to the University of Wisconsin and began to deal directly with the role of agriculture in the evolution of modern American foreign policy. Some of the assistance, as with that provided by Henry Berger, Lloyd Gardner, Walter Lafever, Tom McCormick, and Marty Sklar, consisted of ideas offered in freewheeling discussions of the subject, and of information they found in the course of their independent and often unrelated research. Other help was more specific and formal, and grew out of the interest and excitement that the subject generated among a number of younger graduate students at Wisconsin. I had never organized my seminar around my own research projects, or around a narrow idea or theme. I recognized the advantages and rewards of that approach, but decided against it on the grounds that it cramped the curiosity and the imagination of the students, that it over-personalized the intellectual process around the professor, and that it inhibited my own functioning as a writer because of the ethical problems connected with the authorship of books written on the basis of group research. In the beginning, moreover, my seminar was wholly concerned with 20th century history. But two students, James McHale and Mrs. Brady Hughes, insisted on exploring the influence of agriculture on American foreign policy after 1933. One reluctantly acquiesced, caught as I was between millstones of my own choosing. Their research not only made it clear that the agriculturalists continued to influence policy after the political economy had become thoroughly industrialized, but it provoked a number of other students to persevere in their preference for working on various aspects of the question in the 19th century. 18. Their assault came at a time when I was ready to surrender. I was intellectually sated as a historian, at least for the time, with the problems of the 20th century, and I was weary from the years of hard labor involved in directing a graduate seminar that often carried more than 30 students, meaning it had to be taught in 2 or 3 sections. The upshot was that the seminar was oriented to the 19th century, and that I gained much from the research and thought of the students. In particular, I was educated in important ways by Edward Crapola, James L. Orlenborn, Patrick J. Hurden, Gerald Markowitz, Gary Penn, Stanley Remsburg, Michael Rowe, John Rollins, Howard Schunberger, and Tom Terrell. They extended my factual knowledge of the foreign policy activities of the livestock raisers and the meat processors, the flour millers, the railroad managers, the agricultural implement manufacturers, the cotton textile manufacturers, and various political leaders and other government officials of the period. More importantly, they applied their active minds to the problem and gave generously of their ideas. Many students in my undergraduate and graduate lecture courses also contributed to my fund of facts and ideas. They often discovered significant documents, and their generally unfettered minds often caught aspects of the problem that the rest of us overlooked in concentrating too narrowly on a particular theme. David Allmendinger was particularly helpful and stimulating during the first year that I suggested the topic to my lecture courses as a subject they might care to explore in their research papers. A good part of my own research was carried on in the extensive resources of the Wisconsin State Historical Society, and I thereby increased my already extensive debt to Ruth Davis and Josephine Harper. They are unique in their abilities to save time and effort in finding materials already known, and in suggesting other sources that might be missed without their knowledge and insight. Their friendly remarks, which usually opened with a disarming "what about?" or "have you thought of?" or "did you look at?" of 10 made me feel the fool, but usually left me much better informed. And I owe special appreciation to Emory M. Pittenger, who gave me unrestricted freedom to roam the extensive and rewarding periodical and document sections of the Agricultural Library, to Mrs. Lucille Keller, who helped me find the relevant materials in the huge McCormick collection, and to Esther Nelson, who guided my foraging in the Historical Society's magnificent collection of newspapers. 19. Other knowledgeable and generous men and women helped me wherever I worked throughout the country. Helen Finneran, for example, led me expertly into and through the confusing records of the Department of Agriculture deposited in the National Archives. Her colleague Buford Rowland, the archivist of the records of the Congress, helped me find some of the most stimulating and rewarding documents that I read during the entire 7 years of my research on this subject. And, as has been my experience with all men trained by William Heseltine, he extended my understanding of those documents by giving me the benefit of his own knowledge and thought. Halfway across the continent, the staffs of the historical societies in such places as Chicago, Minnesota, Iowa, and Nebraska offered their own special contributions. I am especially grateful to the members of the staff in Nebraska. They first granted me access to, and then gave me tips on using, the collections that were withdrawn from general use at the time I arrived. And when I reached the Library of Western History at the University of Wyoming, Gene M. Gressy graciously permitted me to wander at will through the vitally important materials he has found and assembled. He made my stay in Laramie particularly fruitful and enjoyable. At the end of the long trek, in the new and unusually attractive building of the Oregon Historical Society, my old friend Thomas Vaughn likewise pointed me toward collections that proved unexpectedly rewarding. Very little of that extensive research would have been possible if I had been required to operate within the limits of my normal resources. No historian can teach to earn his regular salary and at the same time carry through a major research project. He must find some source of funds which enable him to purchase free time. I had 5 benefactors. Victor Rabinovitz and the board of directors of the Louis M. Rabinovitz Foundation gave me rare support, and I take a special pleasure in thanking them publicly for their confidence, patience, and generosity. They not only helped me, but also extended grants to several students in my seminars. I also received assistance from the Social Science Research Council, the American Philosophical Society, and the American Council of Learned Societies. Those organizations were especially kind in defraying the high cost of traveling back and forth, and up and down, across the vast reaches of the United States. And the Research Committee of the Graduate School of the University of Wisconsin extended indirect financial aid. My greatest obligation is to the men and women who helped and encouraged me as I labored to make sense of all the data I assembled. I feel particularly indebted to several colleagues and friends. Lloyd Gardner and Warren Sussman gave me a boost at the outset, when the XX task seemed almost insurmountable. Mort Rothstein gave generously of his extensive knowledge of the 19th century marketplace. And Lee Benson and Al Bogue offered stimulating comments based on their own work in the period. I offer special thanks to a scholar whom I saw only a few times. A good many years ago, as I was just beginning to explore the effects and influences of the frontier thesis, James C. Mallon of the University of Kansas gave freely to me from the vast resources of his unconventional and unusually fertile mind. It was an act of human generosity and kindness that I gratefully treasure, and the kind of incitement to intellectual exploration that can keep a young historian going for the rest of his career. Several other men helped me in connection with specific aspects of this project. Henry Borzo of Drake University opened my eyes to the way the search for overseas markets led the agrarians to initiate the risky strategy of combining business with humanitarian aid that became so characteristic of 20th century American foreign policy. Lewis Gould of the University of Texas forced me to think more incisively about the relationship between the federal government and its dependent and subject territories. And Hans Ulrich Weller of Germany kept me digging for more information about the European reaction to American exports, and offered me imaginative suggestions about the relationship between the thoughts of the farmers and the ideas of urban leaders. 6. Perhaps I owe my greatest obligation, however, to the dirt farmers whom I have known as members of my family, or as close friends and teachers. While I was neither born nor reared on a farm, there was always a farm on one or both sides of my family from the time that southwestern Iowa was settled during and after the Civil War until the end of World War II. Many of my close childhood friends came from families that lived on farms, or that derived their income directly from the land or from industries closely associated with agriculture. And the cities that I had come to know and like by the time I was finishing high school, Omaha, Des Moines, and Chicago, were centers of interpenetration between agriculture and industrialism. As a result, and indirectly as well as directly, I learned a considerable amount about the history and the life of the farmer, and about his relationships with the rest of society, long before I had the slightest intention of being a historian. One of the standard stories told in my family, for example, concerned a shrewd bargain that the farmers XXI of the area had driven in negotiations with the Rock Island Railroad. The company had been undecided whether to run its mainline tracks through Atlantic, or through a town named Lewis about 6 miles to the south. At that time, shortly after the Civil War, both settlements were about the same size, and a strong case was made that the surveys indicated a lower grade with fewer curves along the route through Lewis. That was later proved correct, and perhaps the men of Atlantic knew it was true at the time. But the farmers and other businessmen who had created the settlement in Atlantic overcame science with an appeal to avarice. The land they had claimed and cropped was unusually fertile, even then its reputation was widely known, and in subsequent years the soil and produce from the region always ranked at or near the top in international competitions. Even without such formal confirmation, the farmers of Atlantic knew their land was a powerful instrument of progress as they defined that elusive phenomenon. They offered the railroad a substantial number of acres of the rich soil in return for an agreement to lay the main line through Atlantic. And then, in a low key, almost as supplicants, they asked the Rock Island to designate Atlantic as a mandatory stop for every train passenger as well as freight that used the line through the town. And when the directors agreed, the settlers drew the contract so well and tightly that the Supreme Court repeatedly upheld it when the corporation tried to break the provisions. Having obtained their railroad, the founders of Atlantic plotted the town by plowing a furrow straight south from the spot they selected for the depot. They named that trace Chestnut Street, and then ran several parallel channels exactly 300 feet on both sides of it. Finally, they crossed those with similarly spaced furrows running east and west. In such fashion, the farmers scratched their town into the land. And, given their hard bargain with the Rock Island, the combination of the fecundity of the soil and their energy gradually transformed those intersecting furrows into the major agricultural and merchandising center between Des Moines and Omaha. For many years, even during the Great Depression of the 1930s, Atlantic boasted the highest rate of turnover in retail goods in the United States. But anyone who grew up in Iowa during the Depression learned very quickly about the deep and direct relationship between the fluctuations of the business cycle and the conditions of life for the farmer. Hence it came as no staggering surprise to me that many of the erstwhile Republicans in the area voted for Franklin Delano Roosevelt in 1932, or that one of my grandfathers had been an early Democrat. Nor was there any great difficulty in understanding why there had been an Atlantic chapter of both the Grange and the Northern Farmers Alliance during the latter half of the 19th century. The father of one of my close friends put the matter very simply in lecturing us about the campaign of 1936, "Politics is as necessary to us farmers as markets, fertilizer, and rain." One also came to know the life of the farmer. Sometimes it was from a distant relative who had been driven off the land by the economic whip of the marketplace, and who, when he came to stay a while, searched for the will to move on in reminiscences about how much harder it had been growing up as a child in a sod house on the frontier. Many times it was from seeing the 100 differences between one's own home in town and the home of one's close relative on the farm. And, finally, as one grew a bit older, the lesson was learned through a full day's work in the field, and then, afterward, in seeing, through the wild shadows flung across the barnyard by a swinging, hand-carried kerosene lamp, the desperate fear and fatigue in the very soul of an uncle as he scuffed his field shoes clean with a worn corn cob. And, sometimes, to see his deep frustration at not having the corn to feed the pigs, erupt in an angry outburst during a conversation with his wife or children or myself. One likewise observed that, weary as they were, the farmers read newspapers and magazines and books, and then talked about what they had learned. And the talking led to explanations, and the explanations on to different policies, and the policies to action. It also became clear that the marketplace could thwart the best efforts of such men. As when the town's corn canning factory, long the largest in the world, went bankrupt and never reopened. Or when the fertilizer plant managed to survive only through the desperate, almost fanatic, will of its founder and the dedication of his employees. Finally, one learned early and at first hand how the farm was tied into the world marketplace. The connection was made through exports. As in the case of my grandfather, who exported his beloved and prize-winning hunting dogs to England and France, and to Germany and even Russia, until the Great Depression destroyed his market and nearly destroyed him. Or as with the fathers of two good friends, brothers who built a great name and a vast business breeding magnificent draft horses and beautiful Angus cattle for the farmers of the world. Many men have written of the thrill of watching and helping a circus train unload as the first light of the coming day gradually dimmed the torches and lamps. And a joy it was. But that exhilaration was no greater than the headiness that came from being part of a crew that moved those great work horses and shining cattle into the stock cars that stood poised to carry them on their way to Australia, Latin America, or Europe. Particularly when one knew that he could ride at least as XXIII. far as Omaha or Kansas City or Chicago in return for feeding and watering the precious cargo. 7. That kind of export-dominated relationship with the world political economy has produced several different responses by the American farmer. One such posture has been associated with those few and short interludes when the capitalist system has functioned with some meaningful approximation to the forecasts of its innovators and the promises of its advocates. During those delightful moments of history, the American farmer manifested a relaxed acceptance of the rest of the world and a willingness to live and let live. He revealed an understanding of the inherent, as well as the explicit, limits on any effort by the United States to control or change the rest of mankind. Having learned the danger, as well as the futility, of assaulting nature in that sense, he applied the wisdom he had learned in dealing with his land and his animals to his relationships with other peoples. That outlook has provided the basis for the farmer's reaction against various efforts by the United States to reform, remake, or control large portions of the globe. His opposition to such attempts to manipulate nature have prompted him to concentrate on riding his own fence line while trying to restore impersonal, or at any rate unpersonalized, marketplace relations with other nations. That was largely the case, for example, between 1903 and 1914, and between 1920 and 1939. And, during the Korean War, many farmers in Iowa became particularly militant opponents of the American decision to cross the 38th parallel in an effort to unify Korea as an American ward. But there have also been times when the farmer's export-dominated relationship with the world marketplace led him to develop and advocate a vigorously assertive and expansionist foreign policy, or to support such a policy formulated by others. And, since he actively and causally related his freedom in the marketplace with his personal political and social freedom, the farmer was strongly inclined to defend and justify such expansionism on the grounds that it extended the freedom of all men. Opening the foreigner's marketplace, he often argued, would open the foreigner's society for the foreigner. American farmers evolved and agitated just such a militantly expansionist foreign policy between 1860 and 1893. That policy played a major causal role in the advent of American imperialism after 1893, and continued to exert a pervasive influence on American thinking about foreign affairs throughout the 20th century. So we return to the relevance of history. American farmers, acting XXIV. At a time when they composed the great majority of the nation's population, were crucial actors in developing an outlook that has carried our contemporary industrialized system to a major crisis in foreign affairs. If we can understand that history as a prelude to accepting it, and accept it as a prelude to changing those ideas and policies, then we non-agrarians who compose the great majority of today's America can give the other peoples of the world a chance to make their own history by acting on our own responsibility to make our own history. If that be isolationism, then the time has come to make the most of it. Contents. Notes on the relevance of history, and for an autobiography of this book 9. Introduction. A survey of the territory for 1. The tradition of expansion undergoes a mutation 49. 2. Progress, depression, and competitive bidding create a coalition for the expansion of the marketplace 69. 3. The belief in the necessity of expanding the marketplace and the coming of the Civil War 86. 4. Recent enemies share a similar fate and in rising anger confront the metropolis 107. 5. Economic troubles intensify existing difficulties and generate a rising demand for larger markets and cheaper transportation 132. 6. While the country concentrates on markets and transportation, the metropolis manipulates the monetary system 158. 7. A massive depression intensifies and extends the movement for overseas market expansion 175. 8. An export bonanza turns America toward imperialism 206. 9. The redefinition of the American marketplace and the American security perimeter 236. 10. The closing of the continental frontier, like the closing of the European markets, turns America toward imperialism. 11. Persistent economic troubles and unresponsive metropolitan leadership arouse the farmers and consolidate the consensus on overseas economic expansion. 12. Metropolitan Republicans commit themselves to market expansion to hold the Western farm businessmen and sustain the system. 13. Metropolitan Democrats lose control of their party to the agricultural businessmen. 14. The climactic debate over silver or reciprocity as the best method of expanding the American marketplace. 15. Onward to war for the free American marketplace. Conclusion. Through the open door to empire. Postlude. From empire to community. Bibliography. Notes. Index. Introduction. Our people are decided in the opinion that it is necessary for us to take a share in the occupation of the ocean, and their established habits induce them to require that the sea be kept open to them, and that line of policy be pursued which will render the use of that element as great as possible to them. But what will be the consequence? Frequent wars without a doubt. Our commerce on the ocean and in other countries must be paid for by frequent war. Thomas Jefferson to John Jay, August 23, 1785. Acquiescence in the practice and pretensions of the British government is forbidden by every view that can be taken of the subject. It would recolonize our commerce by subjecting it to a foreign authority. President James Madison, January 8, 1812. Illinois wants a market for her agricultural productions, she wants the market of the world. 10 counties of that state could supply all the home market. We want a foreign market for our produce, which is now rotting in our granaries. Senator Sidney Breese, July 21, 1846. Ask every citizen in the Great Basin between the Rocky Mountains and the Alleghenies to tell me whether he is ever willing to sanction a line of policy that may isolate us from the markets of the world, and make us dependent provinces upon the powers that thus choose to isolate us? Senator Stephen A. Douglas, 1861. We believe that this country has been run quite long enough under the direction of New England. We fetch and carry, and bark, and roll over, and fight other dogs precisely as and when we are bitten by our New England master. Chicago Times, November 16, 1865. Cheap transportation is vital to our prosperity. The West must remain an exporting and an importing country to an enormous and increasing extent. We today are sold, soul and body, in bonds to Europe, and if not there to our cities. Remarks of Illinois farmers in convention assembled, March 1872. It is clear that much the most important factor in maintaining the commercial prosperity of the United States during the recent past has been its agricultural industry. It is further clear that if the commercial prosperity of the country is to be maintained in the future, it must continue to find abroad a market for its surplus agricultural products. Editorial in Bradstreet's, January 19, 1884. The prosperity of the nation depends upon the prosperity of the agricultural people, and, further, the prosperity of the farmers depends upon their ability to sell their surplus to foreign nations. Therefore we demand that your honorable bodies remove as many as possible of the barriers of commerce. High rates of internal freight. Petition from the farmers of Minnehaha County, Minnesota, to the Congress, March 1890. A silver standard, too, would make us the trading center of all the silver-using countries of the world, and these countries contain far more than one-half of the world's population. Why not reverse the proposition and say that Europe must resume the use of silver in order to trade with us? Are we an English colony or an independent people? William Jennings Bryan, 1893. Believe, gentlemen, that the time has come for the United States as a great nation to take its place as one of the great commercial nations of the world. Populist leader Jerry Simpson, 1894. The most striking fact about the whole thing is that the number of our people today wholly dependent on foreign markets is larger than the number of those employed in the protected industries. Populist Tom Watson, in People's Party Campaign Book, 1894// we had the principal trade of India, China, Japan, and South America, which we would have with silver remonetized. Our virtual monopoly of the trade of those countries that now supply Europe with many articles would put these articles under the control of our traders, and we would fix the price to Europe. William Coin Harvey, 1895. We need these points of departure such as the Philippines in every ocean and as outposts for the protection of our commerce. The commerce of America must be extended. Our duty requires us to stand for liberty everywhere. We will take a hand in the correction of the evil. Editorial in the Western Rural, 1898. A. Survey of the Territory. The expansionist, imperial foreign policy adopted by the United States at the end of the 19th century was largely formulated in industrial terms by men who were leaders and spokesmen of that part of the political economy. They were primarily concerned with obtaining markets for surplus manufactured goods and venture capital, and with acquiring reliable access to cheap raw materials needed by the American industrial system. That industrial orientation of American foreign policy became increasingly clear during the 20th century as American leaders struggled to build and maintain an international system that would satisfy the interrelated economic, ideological, and security needs and desires of the United States as they defined those objectives. When the policy was crystallized in the latter years of the 1890s, and to an increasing degree in subsequent decades, the dynamics of the policy-making process centered in a relatively small group of economic, political, and intellectual leaders who characterized American interests and needs in those industrial financial terms. Part of that centralization of power and authority was due to the inherent nature of government, particularly in a social system as large and as geographically extended as American society. Part of it was explained by the additionally inside, quasi-secret, and administrative character of foreign policy decisions in any government. Neither the majority itself nor a legislative assembly can handle policy matters on a routine basis. 5. In the underlying sense, however, it was the result of the consolidation and centralization that accompanied the maturation of modern industrial capitalism in the United States, and which provided the industrial financial leaders with their power base. All of those factors have led historians to emphasize the industrial nature of the policy, and to stress the role of the small group of top policy makers. And, because of their power, authority, and influence in the political economy, those men have enjoyed and exercised a significant degree of sustained, unchallenged initiative. They have, of course, been subjected to pressures from various organized interest groups, and they have encountered resistance from other branches of the government, and from occasional upwellings of public feeling and opinion. Those forces have caused delays and shifts of emphasis in implementing the broad policy adopted at the turn of the century, but they have not produced major changes in the nature of the policy or a serious weakening of the power wielded by the leadership elite. In a great majority of instances, moreover, the more general opposition to one or another aspect of the policy developed around a dissident faction of the leaders. Such was the case, for example, in connection with the defeat of President Woodrow Wilson's effort to establish the League of Nations on the basis of America's policy and power. Much later, the opposition to the Vietnam War manifested some characteristics which suggested that movement might develop as an exception to the general pattern of criticism of American foreign relations in the 20th century. It is possible that the resolution of the war could involve, or lead into, a re-evaluation and change of the imperial policy first codified during the 1890s. Even if that possibility becomes reality, however, it is apparent that the origins of the opposition to the war involved members of the policy-making elite as well as outside critics. But it would also be clear under such circumstances that widespread support had developed for a more far-reaching shift in outlook and policy. Whatever may happen in connection with the Vietnam War, the historical evidence makes it apparent that precisely such an involvement of the majority of the adult population played a vital part in the evolution and adoption of the imperial policy at the end of the 19th century. American imperialism was not forced on the majority by a domestic elite, any more than it was imposed on the country by outside forces or foreign nations. That presents what appears to be a paradox. For, on the one hand, the majority of the American people from 1865 to 1900 was associated with the agricultural part of the political economy. Yet, on the other hand, the policy itself was formulated in industrial terms by leaders of that section of the system. The paradox is apparent rather than real. The resolution begins with a knowledge of the 17th century colonists who produced a surplus of tobacco and exported it to Great Britain and other European nations, and, more particularly, with an understanding of their marketplace orientation and their marketplace conception of the world. The marketplace difficulties encountered after 1740 by the heirs of those early settlers define the substance of the quarrel between the American colonies and the British metropolis. And the independence and freedom the American colonials felt they needed to solve their economic problems were the same freedom and independence they desired in their personal and social affairs, and which they worshipped in the abstract. The essence of political freedom manifested itself in the colonial assemblies as the lack of it materialized in the marketplace. The continued commitment to that outlook that tied freedom for individual men to the existence of a free marketplace exerted a steadily increasing influence on American foreign policy in the years after independence had been secured. Many men who feared a strong national government because of its power to restrict or control their activities nevertheless supported the Constitution on the grounds that the new, more centralized system would enable the United States to win advantages and prevent losses in the international marketplace. Such men also looked to a strong government to acquire more land needed to produce the surpluses they wanted to sell on the world market. Whether in terms of the drive to possess more land, or in their pressure to protect and expand their position in the marketplace, the northern as well as the southern members of the agrarian majority exerted a strong and persistent influence on American foreign policy down through the War of 1812. In the direct sense, they demanded the defeat and expulsion westward of the Indians, they agitated the seizure of Florida, the Trans-Mississippi region, and all or part of Canada, and they insisted that the government act to overturn the French and British restrictions that limited or closed their foreign markets. Their indirect influence was equally important. They created the products that in turn involved the processors, merchants, financiers, and shippers in the export trade. And they generated the assertive ideological argument that justified expansion as a policy that carried freedom to other men as well as being necessary for their own freedom and material well-being. They were first the harbingers, and then the militant advocates, of America's manifest destiny to lead and reform the world. From the outset, moreover, the agricultural majority became increasingly conscious of the vital part that its surpluses played in the prosperity and growth of the entire American economy. Not only did they supply the food and fiber for the urban population that was thereby freed for other activities, but their exports paid for much of the foreign capital that went into manufacturing, banking, mercantile operations, and other non-agricultural enterprises. Neither the Southerners who chopped the cotton and harvested the tobacco, nor the Northerners and Westerners who cropped the grains and raised the livestock, had to wait for 20th-century economists to conclude that they were the engine of American progress. For more than a generation after the War of 1812 the Southerners carried the bulk of the international payments load, and the brunt of the battle to secure the kind of policies most appropriate to commercial, exporting agriculture. The farmers of the North and West were not inactive during that period, but most of their surplus was absorbed by the Southerners and by the increasing urban population at home, and they were preoccupied with developing a commercial agriculture west of the Appalachians. Beginning in the 1840s, however, the northern grain and livestock farmers again became more directly involved with foreign policy. They had begun to produce a surplus beyond the needs of the home market when the Panic of 1837 and the ensuing depression intensified that economic pressure to enlarge their overseas markets. Those difficulties also turned them toward the acquisition of virgin land at a time when the ecstatic reports about Oregon and California were reaching a crescendo. The epidemic of Oregon fever, for example, erupted first in Iowa and Missouri, from whence it spread quickly back across the Mississippi into Illinois, Michigan, Indiana, and Ohio. And some of those Northerners who wanted a chance to start over, or a place to send their grown children, came to share the increasing interest of Southerners in acquiring the vast plains of Texas. Some leaders of the eastern metropolitan part of the political economy, such as William H. Seward, a key Whig politician of New York, read the Panic of 1837 to mean that the economy had reached the point where it needed an expanding foreign market to avoid further and even more serious depressions. And one group of urban entrepreneurs, which included flour millers and meat packers, were exporters intimately involved with the agricultural part of the economy. Their rising concern with overseas markets not only influenced metropolitan politicians on foreign policy matters, but helped increase the export consciousness of the farmers. From the time of the Depression of the late 1830s and early 1840s, therefore, leaders like Seward labored to build a political alliance between northeastern businessmen and agriculturalists by offering related benefits to both groups. The Democrats were more immediately successful in the political arena, however, because they promised more land to the farmers of all sections of the country. The analysis underlying that strategy had first been propounded as an integrated argument by James Madison as early as 1786 to 1787, when he formulated his theory that Republican government could be sustained only by enlarging the sphere. That outlook provided the foundation upon which Madison formulated foreign policy, just as it did for Thomas Jefferson, James Monroe I, and Andrew Jackson. President John Tyler and Secretary of the Navy Abel P. Upshur then applied it directly to the political situation created in the early 1840s by the expansionist demands to acquire Texas and all of the Oregon Territory. Tyler offered Texas to Southerners and Oregon to Northerners in a vain effort to control the Democratic Party during the presidential campaign of 1844 and thereby remain in the White House. Tyler failed, but the strategy was effectively used against him, and the Whigs, by James K. Polk. Along with other Democratic Party expansionists like Senators Robert J. Walker of Mississippi and Stephen A. Douglas of Illinois, Polk aroused the party and the country with the imperial rallying cry of the reoccupation of Texas and the reannexation of Oregon. The political success of their expansionist outlook and platform was due to the way it integrated several distinct themes into a coherent and dynamic whole. Most obviously, it was a straightforward promise to provide enough land, at least for the immediate future, for all Northerners and Southerners. But it was also, particularly in the minds of men like Polk, Douglas, and some Easterners, a manifestation of the concern and determination to acquire the harbors on the Gulf and Pacific coasts that were crucial to America's overseas economic expansion. Madison himself had clearly understood that foreign markets were part of the sphere that had to be enlarged to ensure the continuation of Republican institutions and of prosperity, and his successors had not forgotten the lesson. The pressures for land and markets were complementary and reinforcing economic engines of expansion that were directly integrated, moreover, with the philosophical and ideological arguments that the expansion of the free marketplace was necessary for the preservation and the extension of political and social freedom. Polk was only voicing an outlook and a tradition that reached back into the 18th century, but he gave them classic form in his pronouncement that American expansion was justified because it involved the expansion of free principles. That kind of evangelical righteousness not only homogenized the 9. economic and the philosophical forces that generate empires, but it created a powerful psychological drive that was quickly characterized by the protagonists themselves as America's manifest destiny to lead and reform if not rule the world. Already justified because it was necessary and fruitful, expansion became inevitable because it was the expression of a divine logic. The concept of the city on a hill thus became the empire of the globe. The growing conviction that the United States possessed irresistible power, and was the chosen instrument of an unsullied destiny, continued to be an important ingredient in the American imperial thrust long after the war against Mexico. And, however it was adapted by other non-agricultural groups, it evolved out of the ancient faith that men who worked the land were the bearers of primary virtue. In the short run, however, that righteous confidence was muted by the internal struggle for control of the empire that was acquired by force from Mexico and through the threat of force from Great Britain, and by the shifting outlook of the northern agrarians. Both of those factors became apparent during the war with Mexico, the first in connection with the drive to go beyond the boundaries of Texas and take more territory in northern Mexico, and the second during the debates over the tariff in 1845 and 1846. As they continued to increase their production of grain, cattle, and swine, northern farmers grew more intensely concerned with foreign markets. Those American developments coincided with the agitation in Great Britain to repeal the legislation that protected British agriculture against foreign competition. The Manchester Anti-Corn Law Association was organized in 1838, and the Anti-Corn Law League followed in 1839. Agricultural leaders in the Northeast, as well as in the South and West, immediately recognized the favorable implications of such action for American farmers. The promise of the British market led some of them to moderate their militant demands for taking all the Oregon Territory north to 54 degrees 40 minutes north latitude, and prompted even more to support modifications in the American tariff. The argument that a lower tariff would promote American exports to Great Britain gained strength among Western agrarians as it became clear that the corn laws were going to be repealed. That turning point in British economic policy came on June 6, 1846. A short 2 months later, on July 30, 1846, the Walker Tariff reversed the upward turn in American rates that had appeared in 1842. The coalition of Southern and Northern farmers that carried through that decision proved incapable, however, of resolving their differences over the disposition of the Trans-Mississippi Empire or of agreeing on new imperial ventures. Both groups wanted to control the western half of the continent, and the northern agrarians became increasingly anti-slavery as they faced the prospect of competing against a forced labor system. But favoring free soil did not mean agitating to free the black man. The majority of Western farmers were not abolitionists. They viewed the Negro as another rival for the bounty of the West. Their objective was to exclude both the white planter and the black man from the Trans-Mississippi marketplace. That goal, and the attitude which produced it, gave Abraham Lincoln his victory over the abolitionist element in the newly rising Republican Party, as well as his final triumph over Stephen Douglas. For Lincoln's policy of containing the slave labor system within its existing boundaries, without undertaking any direct action to free the black man, won him important support among Northwestern agrarians. And that strength was sufficient to check the abolitionists and simultaneously force the Easterners to promise free land to the farmers. Douglas failed in his bid to unite and lead the country because none of his major policies spoke to either the immediate needs or the more underlying fears of the Northwestern agrarians. His argument that free labor would triumph over slave labor in the Trans-Mississippi Territory under the doctrine of popular sovereignty was rejected because it left too much open to too much doubt. The farmer wanted a sure thing, not the mere probability of ultimate victory after an arduous struggle. Douglas encountered similar resistance when he talked of the future rewards of expansion into areas like Cuba, or of the coming triumph of American exports in the markets of the world. Northern farmers not only concluded that most of the immediate gains of taking Cuba would go either to Eastern businessmen or to the planters, but they had not reached the point in the commercialization of their agriculture at which export markets were regularly more important to them than the control of the free land across the Mississippi. They were businessmen, but businessmen oriented primarily to the domestic market. It is very probably true, as some modern economic historians have argued, that the northern grain economy was committed to production for the foreign market by the end of the 1850s, but the northern farmer did not think in those terms at that time. For that reason, Douglas never reaped the strategic political victory he had anticipated in 1851 when he obtained the first federal land grant subsidy for building the Illinois Central Railroad. Douglas conceived of the line not only as a way to tighten the bonds between the northwestern farmer and his southern customers, but as a method. 11. Of projecting northern surpluses out into the markets of the world as a major element in America's future economic supremacy. Douglas might well have been elected president on that program in the 1870s or the 1880s, but during the 1850s it was too much of an abstraction to be effective. There was a surge of involvement and interest in overseas markets during the latter half of the 1850s, and particularly during the Crimean War and the Panic of 1857. Wheat exports, for example, jumped from 8.15 million bushels in 1856 to 14.57 million bushels in 1857. But the sporadic rise in such sales was not enough to turn the northern farmer outward away from his deadly confrontation with the planter. In an ironic way, however, Douglas' loyalty to his vision of America astride the commerce of the world carried him to the side of Lincoln and into the camp of the Northerners who had earlier rejected him. For the secession of the South threatened the entire Trans-Appalachian Northwest with the loss of egress to the open sea and thereby its access to the world marketplace. Faced with that prospect, Douglas supported Lincoln and the Union. Lincoln himself was quick to use the Douglas argument, moreover, when the outbreak of the Civil War dramatized the changes that had been taking place in the market patterns of the Northwestern farmers. Wheat and flour had begun to move directly eastward before the war, but large amounts of corn and pork were still consumed in the South. And Southerners also handled major quantities of the produce that was exported to Europe. The eruption of hostilities soon disrupted both of those activities, and the dislocation intensified the general derangement caused by the war. The president feared the Northwest might respond to the crisis by considering a settlement with the Confederacy. He countered that possibility with the argument that the great productivity of the agrarians had created a situation in which overseas markets had become essential. Compromise with the Confederacy was therefore impossible. The issue had to be settled unequivocally and for all time. 4. Southern secession hit the northern farmer severely and dramatically. At a time when he was becoming an increasingly efficient commercial producer, he lost a traditional and still significant domestic market and was simultaneously denied the use of the Mississippi for the cheap shipment of his surpluses to the East Coast and to foreign markets. The outbreak of the war also upset the economy of the Union. 12. Created a sharp depression, and thereby further decreased the market for agricultural goods. Those painful events served to unveil the full significance of the structural changes in northern agriculture that had been taking place during the 1850s. The grain economy had become involved in the export of a steadily rising surplus, and a similar pattern was emerging in flour and wheat. The northern agricultural businessmen did not recover until the combination of war orders and expanded exports to Britain created a boom. Then they improved their position despite the serious wartime inflation. They paid their debts, added new buildings and equipment, and bought more land. They also continued to expand their production, even though the overall rate of growth of the northern economy decreased during the war. Compared with the southern farmer, who turned to raising corn in order to feed himself and his army as his cotton rotted on the wharves, the northern farmer reaped great gains from the war. But in consolidating his new market orientation at the same time it increased his efficiency and surpluses, the war also created significant problems for the northern farmer. As his commodities and produce went eastward for distribution to the domestic market, or transshipment to Europe, the Western farmer confronted the vital issues of transportation and control of the marketplace. He also became more concerned about the way the high American tariff rates, one of the prices he paid for the Homestead Act, which was supposed to give him cheap land, influenced the size of his foreign market. And the more agriculture became integrated and organized as a commercial system, the more the farmer was affected by the actions of his fellow agrarians and other groups in the political economy, by technological innovations, and by diseases and other natural phenomena that influenced his production. The farm businessman very quickly focused much of his concern and agitation on the railroad system. He knew he needed reliable, fast, and cheap transportation to move his surpluses to market. For that reason, he generally urged and supported the construction of major east-west trunk lines and related feeder spurs, and directly or indirectly supplied many of the subsidies that speeded the work. Such action was a continuation of his traditional willingness to use the government for such broad economic purposes. But the agriculturalist also wanted an equitable return on his investment as a citizen, as well as reasonable treatment as an entrepreneur in the marketplace, from a transportation system that he viewed as a method of improving his competitive position. He supplied, as taxpayer, a large part of the cost of any and all internal improvements. He was not being given something for nothing by other segments of the population. The experiences of the war and post-war years, moreover, intensified the farmer's ear. 13. Liar awareness that the price he received for his surpluses was set on the Liverpool and London exchanges. Such businessmen quickly and accurately recognized that the cost of transportation was one of the major overhead charges that affected their profits. It was also one of the factors of production that the farmer could reach and deal with directly. He naturally wanted low freight rates, but he also wanted rates that did not discriminate against him and rates that did not fluctuate arbitrarily and unfavorably with the time of the year and the market situation. The farmer's concern with transportation costs, which arose directly out of his routine business involvement with the foreign market, was the primary cause of his increasingly vigorous attack on the railroads. To effect the changes he sought, the farmer assaulted the rails on the grounds that the subsidies they had taken from local and national governments defined them as quasi-public institutions, and that their arbitrary and selfish behavior posed a threat to the integrity of representative government. And he advanced the more general economic argument, taken from Adam Smith, that the railroad system, like the monetary system, was part of the structure of the marketplace itself, rather than merely another business operating in the marketplace. On that basis, the farmer maintained that the rails were subject to basic controls and regulations designed to guarantee the effective and equitable functioning of the marketplace for all entrepreneurs. Such businessmen saw nothing radical, unreasonable, or illogical in turning to the government for aid in dealing with the transportation problem. Nor was there, despite the arguments advanced by contemporary critics and later observers in an effort to prove that the farmers were dangerous subversives, harbingers of socialism, or men incapable of accepting and adapting to the inevitable triumph of industrialism. The agriculturalist was acting wholly within the theories and traditions of marketplace capitalism when he demanded action to regulate rates and to provide competitive transportation alternatives by improving and extending the system of canals and navigable rivers. Such immediate and fundamental concerns increasingly turned the northern farmers away from the issues of Reconstruction after the Civil War. Whatever the individual exception, they had never as a group been actively concerned with freeing the slave, and they did not provide any sustained positive support for the efforts of the radical Republicans to extend large-scale assistance to the free black men. They were interested in blocking the resurgence of planter power in the national government, but that attitude was progressively weakened as they sought political allies against northeastern urban leadership. For that reason, the Democratic Party enjoyed a significant resurgence in the North by the end of the 1860s. 14. The Southern white farmer was initially preoccupied with the severe difficulties he faced as a defeated enemy in restoring production and re-entering the marketplace as an effective operator. He found it necessary to combat many of the policies of the state governments that came into being under national Republican leadership. He had to struggle to maintain his position against the white business interests that took control of the cotton economy and pushed him into the role of a sharecropper. And he had to come to terms with the freed black man. He was thus more directly engaged in the politics of Reconstruction than his northern counterpart. But the Southerner also steadily shifted his attention and effort to the issues that directly affected his position as a farmer in the marketplace. The pre-war alliance between Northern and Southern agricultural businessmen was revived on the basis of a common concern to check the power of the metropolitan businessman and to obtain internal improvements that would help all farmers. As they became ever more involved in trying to deal effectively with the railroads, the farmers grew more intensely conscious that they composed a majority of the population that nevertheless regularly exercised significantly less power than a metropolitan minority composed of commercial, industrial, and financial groups centered in the northeastern part of the country. The agricultural sector of the American political economy accounted for the majority of the population prior to the Civil War, and it continued to do so throughout the 19th century. The distribution of urban and rural population in 1870 was 9.9 million urban and 28.17 million rural, in 1900 it was 30.2 million urban and 45.8 million rural. And the true differential between the metropolis and the country was greater than indicated by those figures because not all of the urban centers were part of the metropolitan sector of the political economy. Many cities, even some as large as 100,000, were structurally and psychologically part of the country. The farmers confronted the additional difficulty that both major parties emerged from the war dominated by metropolitan leaders. That was particularly clear in connection with the Republican Party, but it was also true of the Democrats. And those farmers, Northern as well as Southern, who identified with and supported the Democratic Party were denied substantial national representation and influence from 1860 until after the Panic of 1873. The agricultural majority of the country was thus effectively ruled by a metropolitan minority long years before the American political economy became industrialized. The accelerating commercialization of agriculture intensified the farmer's awareness and understanding of his inferior position. The resulting consciousness of his predicament deepened his concern to 15. Win a greater share of economic, political, and social rewards. Whatever his more favorable view of the laws when they had been passed, he concluded well before the Panic of 1873 that the legislation voted by the wartime Union Congress had in practice balanced out in favor of non-agrarian interests and groups. His anger over that outcome was increased by the way many metropolitan spokesmen talked about the primary importance of the agricultural sector of the economy, and by the way many of their policies were predicated upon using the truth of that analysis for their own purposes. The theory about the primacy of agriculture was not simply a self-centered myth created and propagated by the farmer. Eastern financiers and other leaders spoke increasingly after 1870 of how the economy in general, as well as their particular operations, were dependent upon agriculture. Such interpretations and arguments reinforced the agricultural businessman's traditional acceptance of and reliance upon the gospel of political economy according to Adam Smith. American farmers had been responsive as early as the end of the 18th century to all the main lines of argument advanced by Smith in The Wealth of Nations. They had taken his insistence that a free marketplace economy was essential to political and social freedom, and integrated it with the individualistic side of John Locke's philosophy. That produced an equation that causally linked the free marketplace with freedom per se. The true entrepreneur was a free producer who created plenty for all by operating freely in a free marketplace. Smith likewise provided a solid critique of monopolies, and of the misuse of the government by special code rise of metropolitan interests. The farm businessmen were also aware that Smith offered careful and even sophisticated justification for government actions, such as those concerned with improving transportation or checking monopolies, that were designed to strengthen the structure and guarantee the freedom of the marketplace itself. And their own experience, particularly after the 1840s, steadily reinforced their understanding and acceptance of Smith's great stress on the necessity of the sustained expansion of the market as the dynamic engine of continued progress and freedom. The farmers also extended their traditional appreciation of Smith's explanation of how the economy was inherently divided into a town and a country sector, and of his blunt judgment that the town or metropolitan sector enjoyed an inherent structural economic advantage over the country or agricultural sector. Given their internalized acceptance of the Smith-Lockean marketplace conception of the world and how it worked, the farmers' war and post-war experiences generated a steadily more intense consciousness of themselves as members of a country majority caught in an inferior, neo-colonial relationship with the metropolitan minority. 16. The reinforcing interaction between that consciousness and the rising sense of urgency he felt as a commercial farmer to act effectively to improve his position turned the agriculturalist toward militant organization and action. Farmers had come together in various associations and clubs even before the American Revolution, but the spirit as well as the extent of such movements began to change during the 1840s. The shift became particularly significant during the Civil War, when farmers demanded government assistance against diseases that threatened their livestock, and opened a long campaign to win institutionalized recognition and influence for themselves in a federal department of government with representation in the cabinet. Then as the post-war boom began to dissipate at a time when they were encountering serious troubles with the railroads, the market system, and metropolitan political leaders, the agricultural businessmen began to issue tough manifestos and declarations of independence. The movement became institutionalized on a national scale with the founding the Patrons of Husbandry in 1867, and the ensuing rapid growth of the Grange and similar organizations during the next 5 years. Acting independently, as well as with other disgruntled businessmen like the merchants, the farmers moved to control the railroads, and to obtain other government action calculated to improve their position. By the time of the Panic of 1873 and the ensuing Depression, therefore, the farmers were becoming a highly self-conscious, articulate, and increasingly militant majority of the United States. The severe and baleful depression of the 1870s subjected the farmers to great adversity and suffering. Their response developed as a combination of several major alternatives. One of them, to hang on and somehow subsist and survive through individual courage and willpower, and through mutual aid, was of necessity practiced by the great majority. However wrenching and painful it was, most farmers felt that course of action was more practical as well as preferable to the option of leaving the land. The travail of abandoning a personal business in which oneself and one's family had invested much psychological strength, as well as economic and physical resources, was compounded by the hardships involved in re-establishing oneself and one's family in the towns or larger urban centers that were plagued by unemployment and poverty. The farmers revealed a similar disinterest in dealing with the depression and its consequences by making structural changes in the 17. Capitalist system. They did not respond to that choice as it was outlined and advocated by socialist and other radical workers and intellectuals in the cities, and they did not evolve a similar or related approach among themselves. Their commitment to marketplace capitalism as defined and developed by Adam Smith, and to the philosophical system grounding political and social freedom in such a free marketplace economy, proved impervious and resilient enough to resist the impact of the worst depression that Americans had yet experienced. One of the major sources of that strength was the conviction that the depression could be dealt with effectively by honoring the first principles of a free marketplace economy. Many farmers consequently embraced the alternative of reforming the system so that it could and would function as they thought and believed it should. Such efforts involved the agricultural businessmen in many organizations at the local and state level, as well as in the nationwide Grange. They offered a great number of proposals, but their principal approaches can be grouped under a few main headings. One such reform program concerned the land question. That issue was dramatized by the failure of the Homestead Act to provide a large number of people with good land at low prices, and some of the farmers concentrated on trying to revise and extend that legislation in order to accomplish the original intention. Others came to emphasize and attack what they considered the economically baneful and politically dangerous effects of the centralized ownership of vast acreages, and of speculative practices that denied anyone the use of the land. Those approaches had the effect, directly or indirectly, of focusing more and more attention on the traditional assumption that American democracy and economic welfare were directly related to a surplus of fertile free land. Men had talked specifically about what they called the safety valve provided by the Western lands very early in the 18th century, and the discussion was revived during the Depression of the 1870s. As a result, the famous frontier thesis began to be formulated at the grassroots level by various agricultural spokesmen almost 20 years before it was stated by such intellectuals as Frederick Jackson Turner and Brooks Adams. Implicitly, if not overtly, that explanation of democracy and prosperity pointed toward the necessity of finding a new frontier. And that kind of reasoning, coupled with the impact of the Depression, instilled the first sense of impending crisis, and even doom, that became steadily more intense and general through the 1880s into the 1890s. All those results of the concern with land policy required time to mature, however, and in the meantime many farm businessmen were attracted to the idea of improving their competitive position in the existing marketplace. One such proposal, which appealed to South 18 earners as well as Northerners, advocated the organization of cooperatives to handle merchandising, and even some producing and marketing operations. The Depression also intensified the existing concern to reform and regulate the railroads, to improve the system of water transportation, and to organize direct trade relationships between American farmers and various European markets. The reformers also attacked the monetary system. They fought hard, and with temporary success, to block the policy of contracting the currency supply by withdrawing the Civil War greenbacks and resuming specie payments. They simultaneously opposed the centralization of power over the money supply among a few large financiers. And they opened what became a sustained and highly emotional effort to reverse the demonetization of silver that had occurred in February 1873, shortly before the first signs of the Panic and Depression. The silver mining interest was of course a principal element in the coalition that agitated the remonetization of silver. And a significant number of metropolitan businessmen likewise supported the reform. But farm businessmen supplied the great strength of the movement. They gravitated to the issue and the campaign for several reasons. They felt that the act of demonetization provided a particularly gross example of the dangerous and selfish way the financiers used their vast power to control the political process as well as the marketplace, and thereby also illustrated the corruption of metropolitan politics. And, in truth, the farmers cut close to the bone when they made those charges. For the men who planned and carried through the demonetization of silver did engage in collusion over a number of years to ensure the success of their efforts to place the United States on the gold standard. The farmers advanced two principal arguments to support their demand for remonetization. One of them concerned the domestic marketplace. It asserted with considerable persuasiveness that the larger money supply created by coining silver was necessary to handle the business of a growing economy, and that the inflationary aspects of the move would help raise the standard of living for all Americans including the farmers. The other argument for remonetization was directly related to the farmers' concern with overseas markets. The agricultural businessmen maintained first that the purely economic results of remonetization would expand their sales. That would occur because the nations and individuals that sent silver bullion to America to have it coined into American dollars would have to spend the money on agricultural products, and on other goods and services. Even if remonetization did lower prices, as the gold advocates asserted it would, that effect would also operate to raise exports. Finally, the farmers pointed out that remonetiza 19. Han would make it possible for them to penetrate new markets in Latin America and Asian countries that based their monetary systems on silver. In and of itself, the farmers continued, that effect of remonetization would serve to undercut the extensive power that Great Britain exercised in and over the world marketplace. That in turn would bring the metropolis and the country sectors of the world economy into a more balanced and equitable relationship, directly in connection with the English, and indirectly because weakening London was a way of weakening the New York money power that dominated the country sector of the American economy. The agrarians further maintained that remonetization would directly and significantly improve their position in the Liverpool and London commodity markets for grain and cotton. As long as silver was demonetized in the United States, they argued, British operators could and did buy the bullion cheaply in order to have it coined into Indian rupees. The profit on that operation enabled them to buy Indian wheat and cotton and undersell the American markets, or to improve Indian production and accomplish the same objective by cutting American sales in that fashion. That multifaceted argument for the remonetization of silver on the grounds that it would enlarge the overseas market and at the same time improve the terms of trade quickly became an integral part of the farmer's case for recovering from the Depression by expanding the overseas market for his surplus production. Such an export drive was a major alternative open to the agricultural businessmen, and they rapidly came to stress that solution above all others. As that happened, moreover, they increasingly related their attacks on the railroads to the drive for foreign markets. The anti-monopoly campaign was effected in a similar, if also more complicated, manner. Some farmers stressed the argument that the big operators and trusts, by maintaining artificially high prices, prevented overseas market expansion. But others concluded that the meat processors and flour millers actually enlarged the market through their exports, and that analysis had the effect directly or indirectly of weakening the assault on the big operators. And, ultimately, the farmers moderated their antagonism toward established metropolitan political leaders as those men responded to the agrarian demand for larger foreign markets. Several factors explain the consensus that developed in support of the export solution to the problems confronted by American farmers. Their deep and positive commitment to the political economy developed by Smith and Locke made them unwilling to undertake radical changes, and that attitude reinforced the inherently expansionist logic of Smith and Locke. Their economic theory and beliefs. 20. Turned them toward the overseas market. The pre-Civil War traditions of American agriculture further strengthened the appeal of that way out of the crisis, as did the direct experiences of the war and the post-war years. But still another factor was crucial because it served to verify the theory, the beliefs, the tradition, and the past experiences in an intensely dramatic fashion. For with the fiscal year beginning July 1, 1877, rising agricultural exports rapidly improved the condition of the farmer and at the same time played a vital role in pulling the entire American economy out of the Depression. The export of crude foodstuffs began to increase during fiscal 1876, moving from $79 million for fiscal 1875 to $94 million. Then they jumped to $155 million for fiscal 1877, $266 million by 1880, and remained at $242 million for fiscal 1881. Overseas sales of manufactured foodstuffs rose from $110 million for fiscal 1875 to $150 million in 1877, and then spurted to $193 million for 1880 and $226 million for fiscal 1881. The primary cause of the boom was a 5-year period of miserable weather, and widespread diseases affecting crops and animals, that drastically reduced the output of European agriculture. The secondary cause was the ability of the American farmer, and the related groups in the economy, to produce and deliver the food that was needed. The immediate economic results were threefold: Europe was fed, the American economy generated increasingly strong forces producing recovery from the Depression, and the balance of trade position of the United States shifted to the positive side of the ledger. It is worth emphasizing, if only because it deeply affected the thinking of American leaders of that time, that the agricultural businessmen, rather than the metropolitan industrialists, were responsible for the famous turn of the trade balance. As some economists later pointed out, there were signs that the American economy had begun a slow revival from the bottom of the Depression before the boom in agricultural exports, but the overseas market bonanza clearly played a crucial role in strengthening and sustaining the return to prosperity. American leaders of those years, moreover, were far less impressed with the role of non-agricultural factors in the recovery than they were with the importance of the exports of grain and meat. The effect on all American thinking, therefore, was to extend and deepen the orientation toward overseas markets as a crucial element in the nation's well-being. That was particularly true of the farmers, naturally enough, but other groups in the political economy manifested the same kind of response. Such was clearly apparent, for example, among the producers intimately connected with the commodity crop farmers and the stockmen. Thus the meat processors and the flour millers extended their own efforts to penetrate and then enlarge their position in foreign markets. But the middlemen who handled the sales of the crops, 21. And the meat, and the railroad executives who moved the foodstuffs to the ports, revealed the same increased concern with overseas markets. So did the manufacturers of agricultural implements. They not only interpreted the boom in agricultural exports as the key to increased sales of their equipment in the domestic market, but they intensified their own overseas marketing campaigns. And, finally, the southern manufacturers of rough cotton textiles, who in many cases had a particularly close relationship with the cotton farmers, formulated their strategy of growth in terms of the export market. The impact of the boom in agricultural exports was not limited, however, to the farmer and other businessmen whose operations tied them directly to the agricultural sector of the economy. Metropolitan leaders responded to the export bonanza by increasing their emphasis on the general importance of agriculture, by beginning to transfer the significance of the export market to their own particular situation, and by thinking more of the importance of the overseas market in the functioning of the entire economic system. In a similar fashion, key politicians of both major parties became export-oriented to a far greater degree, and on a far more permanent basis, than they had been before the Depression. And some of them, like James Gillespie Blaine, reacted by making overseas economic expansion a central element in their basic program for the nation. Those men, along with some industrial and financial leaders, began to think less in terms of special interest groups and more in terms of all such groups as interrelated parts of an integrated system that would come to depend more and more on exports. Secretary of State William Seward had of course formulated his policies on that kind of analysis, and his ideas continued to be felt through men like Commodore Robert W. Sheffield of the Navy. Sheffield was no doubt concerned with increasing the influence and improving the condition of the Navy, and with fulfilling his personal ambitions. But his strategy for achieving those objectives was based upon strengthening the Navy as the advance agent and defender of a vastly larger strategic perimeter. Sheffield pointed to the central importance of agricultural exports in the general economy as proof that America was becoming irrevocably involved and committed in the world marketplace, and argued that the Navy was the only military instrument capable of dealing with the new situation. A similar though more sophisticated economic analysis was offered by civilian intellectuals. David A. Wells, who had edited the Pennsylvania Farm Journal in the 1850s before becoming a government economist, was one such figure. Another was Edward Atkinson, who was particularly knowledgeable about cotton textiles. They were steadily effective in promoting a growing awareness and acceptance of the 22 the roofs of the export orientation among metropolitan leaders. Directly and indirectly, therefore, the agricultural businessmen played a central part in redefining the strategic boundaries of the United States from an essentially defensive concept based on the continental limits to a far more dynamic and activist conception tied to the actual and desired position of the economy in the world marketplace. In some respects, at any rate, that was the most subtle yet far-reaching influence the farmers exercised on American foreign policy. The great surge in exports also had the important effect of generating a growing certainty about the strength and power of the American economy. That was especially noticeable among the farmers and their spokesmen, who interpreted the boom as proof of their ability to control the markets of the world, as well as convincing evidence of their major role in the American economy. But a number of other businessmen also read the bonanza to mean that the United States was rapidly becoming the most powerful nation on earth. They agreed with the agriculturalists that the nation could begin to use that strength to control more markets, and to achieve other objectives of a political and ideological nature. That conviction was particularly significant in determining the response of the farmers to the end of the boom and the related decline of their economic welfare. 6. The recovery of European agriculture was the primary cause of the end of the bonanza export market. The cycle of bad weather came to an end, the crop and livestock diseases ran their course or were brought under control, and production revived. There were other factors in the change, however, and they contributed to the continuing challenge to American farmers. One of those was the rising competition provided by the return of Russia to the international commodity markets, and by the increasing grain production in India. Another involved the anti-American restrictive policies devised and adopted by almost all European nations in response to the flood of American exports. The overseas market boom of the late 1870s created the paradoxical situation in which the American farm businessmen, who were in a quasi-colonial position inside their own national economy, functioned as economic imperialists whose exports shook the political economies of European nations. The vast surpluses of cheap American food seriously disturbed the agricultural, and hence the political and social, organization of Germany, Austria, France, and Great Britain. The American farmer, rather than the American manufacturer or financier, alerted the rest of the world to the power and the dangerous challenge of the American economy. The specter of an Americanization 23. Of the world, as it came to be called in the 1890s, was initially created by the sodbuster, the swineherd, the cattleman, and the cotton-chopping sharecropper. The immediate European response of fear and anger was swiftly translated into various measures designed to prevent the American giant from overwhelming and controlling their economies. One countermeasure involved encouraging alternate sources of supply in Argentina, as well as in Russia and India. Another emphasized efforts to improve the productivity of European agriculture. Russia, for example, soon began to provide government assistance in storing and transporting the wheat crop. And a third consisted of various restrictions calculated to decrease or halt the importation of American agricultural products. The policies that raised barriers against American pork and beef were carefully explained and defended on the ground that American livestock, and the related meats, were extensively diseased. The argument had some substance. The prevalence of pleuropneumonia among cattle, and the extent of cholera and trichinosis among swine, were significant. And there is no reason to doubt that some European officials had a sincere regard for the public health of their countries. But it is highly questionable whether American meat was more diseased than the European product, and there is no question that the habits of food preparation and use in Europe contributed extensively to the amount of sickness and death. The evidence is clear, moreover, that much of the action against American exports was generated by very powerful and effective pressure from deeply interested economic groups that had no desire to be driven out of business. That opposition remained highly effective long after the health argument had been met by a vast improvement in the condition of American livestock. The result was a rising bitterness among American agriculturalists that contributed very greatly to defining major European nations as a direct threat to the national necessities and hence vital interests of the United States. The American response to the end of the boom in agricultural exports had an extensive effect on the nation's attitudes toward foreign policy. That was the case not only because the downturn involved the fundamental assumptions, analyses, and beliefs of the great majority of the people of the United States, but because those people undertook a sustained and increasingly militant campaign to solve their problems through the recovery and expansion of the overseas markets for their surpluses. Their battle for markets was not predestined to evolve into imperialism, but their ideas, beliefs, and practices did carry them to the point where they confronted a choice between embracing imperialism or changing their domestic political economy in fundamental respects. They resolved that dilemma in favor of imperial expansion because their marketplace philosophy, traditions, 24. and actions all combined to persuade them that such an imperial policy was the only workable solution, and that it was likewise the only approach that would sustain and even enlarge the area of freedom. The end of the boom initially shocked American farm businessmen with the realization that their problems had not been solved for all time. It likewise reminded them forcefully that Adam Smith's free marketplace economy did not function automatically. All the old problems reappeared once the boom ended. The railroads were still powerful and still controlled by metropolitan leaders, and the system of water transportation was still unable to provide a satisfactory and competitive alternative. The money system remained under the control of metropolitan gold contractionists, and the anger over that situation was intensified by the realization that farm exports had underwritten the resumption of specie payments on a gold standard. And the flour millers and meat processors, along with the merchants and other middlemen, were more firmly entrenched at crucial crossroads of the agricultural economy. Each of those aspects of economic reality reinforced farm awareness of metropolitan power over the country. So did the political parties. The Democratic victory in the congressional elections of 1874, which had raised hopes that a restoration of two-party politics would bring significant benefits to the farmers, did not produce such results. The leadership of both major parties continued to deal with the problems of the nation from the point of view of the metropolis, and on such issues as the money question identified the interests of the American metropolis with those of Great Britain and other Western European countries. The long-standing resentment against that attitude and its practical consequences was further intensified because the end of the boom coincided with three developments that extended and deepened the earlier challenge to the traditional assumptions about a surplus of easily available land. The question, as many historians and economists later pointed out, was not whether the continent was literally full of people, or even whether all the non-marginal land had been turned to cultivation. Neither of those conditions existed. But the great majority of Americans did not approach the issue in those terms between 1876 and 1896. They viewed the problem from within the tradition that defined a surplus of easily available and productive land a necessary condition for American prosperity and freedom. And they interpreted the situation that existed after 1880 as one that threatened that classical foundation of American progress and liberty. They first pointed out that while such land was not wholly occupied, it was nevertheless clear that the reservoir of cheap, good land was being rapidly depleted. Then they argued that another significant acreage was held by relatively few large domestic or foreign owners, and was thus effectively withdrawn from use by American homestead. 25. ERS. And, finally, they correctly noted that profitable cultivation of much of the remaining open land required more capital than was available to the average American. That analysis produced many proposals calculated to sustain the reality of the tradition that linked American welfare to a surplus of good land. One group continued to approach the problem largely or wholly within a domestic context, and was concerned either to return some of the best land held by large American operators to the public domain, or to help Americans sustain themselves on the land that was difficult to farm. But another response was directly related to the evolution of foreign policy attitudes and proposals. There was first of all the militant anti-foreign feeling and agitation that arose among farmers of all sections against Europeans who controlled vast acreages from Texas northward to the Canadian border. That produced an anti-colonialist movement of major proportions that was directed against American metropolitan leaders who were associated indirectly as well as directly with the foreign owners, as well as against the aliens themselves. The practical result was a movement for the nationalization of such land in order to make it available to American farmers. The alien land issue reinforced the existing agrarian anger against the British and other Europeans over the demonetization of silver, and the restrictions raised against American agricultural exports. Those reactions were in turn generalized as well as intensified by the explicit and implicit conclusions drawn from the confrontation with the tradition that linked American well-being with a continuing surplus of land. For what happened during the late 1870s and early 1880s can only be understood as a broad grassroots formulation and acceptance of the frontier thesis explanation of American history. That analysis carried the farmers into an even greater emphasis on the necessity of overseas markets. Such markets appeared as the only frontier that could sustain prosperity and freedom. The agricultural businessmen ultimately came to argue that they had to defeat the European metropolitan centers of power not only to win those markets, but also in order to realize their rightful majority rights and influence against the power of the American metropolis. The farmers who were quasi-colonials in the domestic economy thus became anti-colonial imperialists in foreign affairs as a strategy of becoming equals at home. 7. The expansionist-oriented outlook that the farm businessmen developed by the end of the export boom produced several consequences. 26. That progressively affected their actions during the decade of the 1880s. It led them to become steadily more skeptical and angry toward the majority of metropolitan leaders who responded indifferently or slowly to agricultural alternatives and pressures. That in turn extended and strengthened the development of farm leaders and organizations. Finally, the farmers concentrated ever more specifically and militantly on programs and policies calculated to regain the position they had enjoyed during the export boom, and to penetrate and hopefully dominate new markets in Latin America and Asia. Cattlemen concentrated their efforts on reopening and enlarging the European market. They first demanded retaliation by the government against the British regulation that required the slaughter of all live cattle imports within 10 days of arrival. In general, however, metropolitan leaders opposed that strategy. An important group of the cattle raisers then began advocating a program of inspection and control to eradicate pleuropneumonia. That caused conflicts with the meat processors who resisted such regulation, and led to intensified demands for antitrust legislation. Still other cattlemen turned to the remonetization of silver, or to exporting live cattle through Canada, as a way of counteracting the British refusal to remove their restrictions. The swine feeders composed a larger group because many grain farmers began to raise hogs as a way of obtaining more profits from their corn surpluses. They tended to be more persistent about retaliation against European restrictions on pork, and continued to press for barriers against French and German exports even after they began supporting a meat inspection program. Their troubles in the hog market affected their corn problems, furthermore, and they soon agitated for government activity to enlarge the exports of that commodity. Some of the hog producers, along with one group of cattlemen, were less militant critics of the meat processors. They argued that the big firms Armour, Swift, and Morris made great efforts to enlarge their exports of preserved and refrigerated meat, and expressed great skepticism that smaller companies created by antitrust action could do as well in the ruthless international competition. On balance, however, and largely because conditions did not improve in any sustained way, the drive for foreign markets during the 1880s strengthened the campaign for an antitrust law just as it continued to augment the push for federal regulation of the railroads. The battle for overseas markets had the ironic result, moreover, of improving the meat eaten by Americans. The campaigns to reopen European markets increasingly converged with, and reinforced, the general economic nationalism manifested by the farm businessmen. The attack on foreign landowners and speculators was broadened to include British and other investors in cattle raising, meat processing, flour milling, and railroads. The Argu. 27. Ments for the remonetization of silver steadily won more adherents in the South, as well as in the North and the West. And Southerners developed an analysis that quickly produced a proposal to store surplus commodities like tobacco, rice, and cotton in government warehouses. One of the objectives of that sub-treasury plan, and the one that most historians have stressed, was to obtain short-run credit advances for the surpluses while they were held off the market. But the farmers based their argument for the program on the proposition that holding the surpluses, or controlling and manipulating the supply, would enable the American agricultural businessmen to dominate the commodity marketplace of the world and, more specifically, to break the economic power of Great Britain. The entire approach was a product of the export orientation of the farmers. The failure of metropolitan leaders to respond to such proposals for reopening the European markets produced several results. Farmers became increasingly angry and militant, particularly as the depression of the 1880s intensified and extended their difficulties. Some turned back toward their earlier effort to cut their losses in the existing marketplace, and to win a larger share of those rewards, by reforming the system. Their inability to win any quick or dramatically productive victories, however, reinforced the feeling that the domestic American metropolis operated as part of an international metropolis that controlled their markets and kept them in an inferior position. Such an analysis strengthened their already assertive economic nationalism and pointed them once again toward the export solution. And that extended the pressure to find and open new markets. One element of metropolitan leadership centered in the Republican Party had tried ever since the 1860s to deal with the overseas market orientation of the farm businessmen by defining the home market that would be produced by industrialization behind high tariff walls as a new and better export market. Beginning in the 1870s, and continuing with growing vigor during the 1880s, those Republican leaders sought to counter the anti-metropolitan feeling among farmers by depicting men who advocated low tariffs or free trade as un-American agents of the British who wanted to dominate the American economy. Their propaganda, which ranged from wild and crude accusations of conspiracy to sophisticated and clever syllogisms, had the related objective of sustaining the Civil War image of the Democratic Party as a hothouse of sedition and treason. The Republican tariff argument was thus a strategy of continuing to wave the bloody shirt to retain political power. Three factors progressively undercut that attempt during the 1880s. One was the increasing number of metropolitan leaders who adopted and adapted the traditional export orientation of the agricultural businessmen. Various elements of the industrial part of the economy, in 28. Eluding relatively small hardware factories as well as giants like Standard Oil and the largest agricultural implement manufacturers, produced increasing surpluses. They had to be exported if they were to be sold at all. The hard times of the 1880s not only dramatized that truth to those companies, but turned other metropolitan entrepreneurs toward the foreign markets. As a result, Republican leaders began to modify and then to change their position on the tariff. The second factor involved the way the Democrats increasingly emphasized the export argument in behalf of low tariffs. Southerners had stressed that point before the Civil War, but it gained new attention as political leaders such as Representative Roger Q. Mills of Texas began to employ it after it had been reformulated by intellectuals like David Wells. They also added a clever argument developed by standing the Republican high tariff logic on its head. Low tariffs would not only enlarge the market for agricultural surpluses, the Democrats asserted, but by expanding the market for manufactured goods they would create a big home market for the farmer. In adopting that approach, Grover Cleveland stressed the benefits to metropolitan interests, but his vigorous advocacy nevertheless attracted farm businessmen away from the Republican high tariff position. The Democratic agitation of their new thesis on low tariffs reinforced the general agricultural drive for new markets, which in itself was the third element that weakened the Republicans. The convergence of those themes was at first particularly apparent in the South, where the traditional concern over markets for raw cotton was extended during the 1880s by the expansion of a rough cotton textile industry geared to production for foreign markets. The Southern campaign was especially vigorous because it was a manifestation of a militant desire by a section that had been defeated in war to overthrow Northern domination, as well as the product of a close relationship between many of the cotton producers and the textile mills. 8. The Southern push for new markets came to be symbolized by Senator John T. Morgan of Alabama, who waged a ceaseless struggle to penetrate Africa, Latin America, and Asia. His battles in behalf of an Isthmian canal, and to enlarge the Navy, generated growing support among farm businessmen throughout the country, and were a significant part of the dynamic process by which they increasingly defined America's strategic perimeter in terms of the world marketplace. Morgan's arguments also strengthened anti-British feeling, and contributed to the agitation for the remonetization of silver. The 29. Southerners also exerted an important influence on Northern metropolitan leaders. Part of that effect grew out of the challenge that the region's textile mills presented to the New England firms. The latter first responded by supporting the South's bid for the export market in rough cottons, and then gradually turned in the same direction as the economy failed to generate sustained prosperity after the Depression of the 1880s. Some railroad leaders, most notably James J. Hill of the Great Northern, also came to view cotton exports to Asia as an important part of a strategy to create a continuous flow pattern of transcontinental freight traffic designed to increase profits on a regular basis. Southern concern with overseas markets also affected Northern Republican leaders like Blaine, who had not abandoned the hope of building a viable political movement in that section. Along with a few others, Blaine realized early in the 1880s that the export approach offered a promising way of holding the Western farmers while adding Southern support. Such men were aware that the meat and wheat producers of the vast Trans-Appalachian region had become increasingly concerned with new markets in Latin America, and that they were beginning to talk about Asia as still another place to sell their surpluses. The flour millers of the West, along with the meat packers, had first turned to those markets during the downturn of the late 1860s. Their interest intensified during the Depression of the 1870s. Then railroad men like Hill and Stuyvesant Fish of the Illinois Central added their pressure. By the mid-1880s, all elements of Western agriculture were becoming increasingly vigorous in demanding government action to open and control alternate markets. More and more farmers, for example, wanted the remonetization of silver to facilitate the direct penetration of Latin American and Asian economies, and to weaken Great Britain's position in those markets. The farm businessmen also accepted the need for a larger navy and for an Isthmian canal. Agricultural attitudes on those issues have often been misunderstood because their critique of specific proposals has been misread as unequivocal opposition to the programs. In the case of the canal, for example, they concentrated their efforts on influencing the plans for financing the operation. They wanted it built by the government in order to avoid a repetition of the subsidies given to the railroads, to involve the government in extending the marketplace, and to ensure that they would be able, through the Congress, to influence future decisions. Their approach to enlarging the Navy was even more subtle and complex. They were primarily determined to establish the program on the cornerstones of an advanced American technology and effective government control. They were secondarily concerned to make a sound decision about the composition of the 30. New fleet, and at various times did disagree among themselves as well as with metropolitan leaders over the relative weight to be assigned to cruisers and battleships. Those attitudes and positions had the effect of delaying somewhat the construction of a large battleship navy. But the Navy Department's own plan for growth called for phased development of a battle line, and the effect of the agricultural critique can easily be exaggerated. Furthermore, the policy of the farmers unquestionably contributed to the building of a better navy, and they clearly supported its deployment and use in behalf of American economic expansion. The agricultural pressure for markets advanced rapidly toward a climax after 1886 as continued economic difficulties interacted with the slowness and ineffectiveness of metropolitan leadership. While President Cleveland's belated emphasis on low tariffs as a way of enlarging exports added to the pressure for foreign markets, for example, his purist laissez-faire attitude prevented him from acting quickly and effectively on that proposal. That increased the impatience of the farm businessmen. Their organizations, including the Northern and Southern Alliance movements as well as the reviving Grange, persistently stressed the need to find new and larger markets. One of the more revealing indications of the progressive integration of all the expansionist themes and policies appeared in connection with the long-standing campaign to improve the Department of Agriculture and raise it to cabinet status. One indirect tactic employed by the agriculturalists involved attacks on the Department of State as a refuge for incompetent and aristocratic metropolitan leaders, and assaults on the appropriations for the department as a way of forcing it to use personnel to expand exports. The direct strategy called for unrelenting pressure for markets to create a cabinet spokesman to defend and advance their interest overseas as well as at home. When that objective was finally gained in 1889, moreover, the farmers merely redirected their pressure for markets to the new official. In a similar way, the long struggle by Western agriculturalists to win statehood for the territories became intimately involved with the rising demand for more vigorous market diplomacy. Their inability to obtain satisfaction from metropolitan leaders deepened their consciousness and resentment concerning their own inferior and quasi-colonial position as the country sector of the political economy. The farmers not only sought more home rule in their own areas, but they wanted additional votes in the Congress and the related influence in the councils of the major parties where the basic alternatives were so often formulated. Their attitudes and activities made it apparent by 1887, 1888, moreover, that they might well organize their own political party if exist. 31. Republican and Democratic leadership continued to be unresponsive and ineffective. Some metropolitan Democrats were by that time beginning to fear, with reason, that they were losing control of the party to the farmers headed by such fast-rising militants as William Jennings Bryan of Nebraska. And the more perceptive Republican leaders recognized that their party could be reduced to a metropolitan minority by the defection of angry agricultural businessmen to such a reoriented Democratic organization or to a new party. 9. The Republicans reacted to the challenge more quickly and with greater success than the Democrats. They did so largely because Blaine understood the seriousness of the danger, and together with a few other metropolitan leaders, devised a strategy that ultimately retained the loyalty of the Western farmers. Blaine also hoped to win enough support among Southern cotton interests to extend the party's power base in that region. That effort failed, but his attempt nevertheless had the effect of strengthening the general consensus on economic expansion. It was clear by the end of the first Cleveland administration in 1888 that the agrarians had two major options. They could exploit Cleveland's weaknesses and try to take control of the Democratic Party, or they could unite to form their own organization. The farmers are often blamed, and during those years attacked each other, for falling between those two stools. That judgment overlooks two crucial factors. First, they were at the very least as much concerned with a foreign policy solution to their problems as they were involved with domestic answers to their difficulties. Secondly, and in that context, Blaine was one of the few people in those years to enjoy and exploit an understanding of that overseas market emphasis among the farm businessmen. Blaine's astute appeal to the farmers on that basis thus accounted for much of what has been termed their indecision or blind loyalty to party. In a real sense, Blaine defined the issue as a choice between alternate methods of market expansion and persuaded a determining group of farmers that his policy would be more effective. Benjamin Harrison shared Blaine's insight into the crisis and rapidly committed the Republicans to an expansionist strategy in foreign affairs after he defeated Cleveland in the presidential election of 1888. He did so on the broad grounds that the entire economy required foreign markets, and because they offered a way to hold on to a crucial block of agrarian votes. In that respect, Harrison was acting for specific metropolitan interests that had accepted the export thesis and for the 32. Intellectuals who had generalized that analysis to the entire political economy. And in many ways he was himself an intellectual, even though he was not an academic or a New England man of letters. Thus to conclude that Blaine and Harrison were actuated by a political motive is to miss the crucial part of the story. Since politics is defined by the acquisition and retention of power, there is no doubt at all that Harrison and Blaine were politically motivated. Once over that twig in the analytical path, it is possible to deal with the more significant obstacles of determining the outlook that guides various men in attempting to secure the power, and defines the purposes they intend and try to achieve. Blaine and Harrison did not want the power for its own sake, or to fulfill a psychotic need to control other people. They sought it in order to act upon a broad policy of overseas economic expansion that they considered necessary and desirable for the entire political economy, as well as for specific interests within it, and they concluded they could win the power by offering that program to the agricultural businessmen who had done so much since 1866 to generate both the idea itself and the pressure to act upon the idea. Thus Harrison not only overrode his political and personal reservations to appoint Blaine as Secretary of State, but he carefully chose an expansionist to fill the newly created post of Secretary of Agriculture. Jeremiah M. Rusk of Wisconsin was an enthusiastic and untiring advocate of overseas markets for dairy farmers, livestock raisers, wheat growers, and corn producers. Harrison's other close associates, like Whitelaw Reid, shared that outlook. The widening and deepening of the agricultural unrest that occurred between the election and Harrison's inauguration only intensified their commitment to an expansionist program. The convergence of many Southern and Western farmers into the Alliance and populist movements made it clear that the Republicans would have to act very quickly if they were to survive as anything more than a local and regional force. Harrison and Blaine were so concerned that they accepted the grave risk of splitting an already weakened party in order to save it by embracing overseas economic expansion. The showdown came early in 1890 when Blaine openly challenged the protectionists led by Representative William McKinley of Ohio for control of tariff policy. McKinley had long been a champion of high tariffs, and regularly used the continuing industrialization of Ohio as proof of the way that protection created a home market for a diversified agriculture. He had realized from an early date, however, that foreign markets would become important when a mature industrial system had been created. In that sense, subtle but fundamental, the fight between McKinley and Blaine was over timing rather than principle. And since McKinley was intelligent, sensitive, and shrewd as well as politically ambitious, he ultimately concluded that Blaine was correct about the crucial issue. 33. Blaine's strategy was a theoretical and practical work of art. Sometime during the 1870s, and perhaps a bit earlier, he had realized that the principle and practice of reciprocity offered the best of protection and free trade. He no doubt also understood, since the Grange and other farm groups had discussed and supported the policy during the mid-1870s, that reciprocity appealed to agricultural businessmen as a way of enlarging their foreign markets. And he had done much to keep the issue alive during the 1880s. Reciprocity was a policy based on an honest marketplace exchange. The United States, as in Blaine's approach, lowers tariffs on products that it needs in return for a reduction of tariffs by another country on surplus goods that Americans want to sell. In order to open markets for Western and Southern farmers, and for metropolitan manufacturers, Blaine confronted McKinley with a demand to revise the staunchly protectionist bill that McKinley had produced by 1890. The ensuing battle was bitter and bloody, but Blaine won. His victory was primarily due to Western support for a strategy that promised to open new foreign markets and at the same time lower the cost of sugar. For Blaine argued powerfully that a reduction of the American tariff on sugar would not only break the barriers against flour and meat in Latin America, but that it would open the German market for American pork. And, once adopted as policy, the principle could be used to reopen and enlarge the markets of France, Great Britain, and other European nations. Secretary of Agriculture Rusk was not idle while Blaine fought McKinley. Rusk was a Union veteran who believed in direct action, and the domestic battle for reciprocity absorbed but a part of his energy. Anticipating victory there, he pressured Germany and France to arrange final surrender terms on pork, and simultaneously nagged the British to admit live cattle from the United States. In the third ring, he campaigned to expand corn exports. That effort, supported in particular by agricultural businessmen in Iowa and Minnesota, produced a major attempt to combine altruism and overseas market expansion in a private and official program of foreign aid. The strategy was to donate corn to Russia in order to relieve that nation's famine and demonstrate America's humanitarianism, to illustrate the superiority of the American free market system, and to create a new market by changing Russian eating habits. The classic objectives of expanding markets and the area of freedom would thus be achieved. Blaine's reciprocity program and Rusk's corn to Russia aid proposal established approaches that became institutionalized as central features of American foreign policy in the 20th century. Both plans were also effective in the short run. The Harrison administration's vigorous expansionist efforts generated a growing overseas 34. The roofs of the interest in corn reopened the German market for pork, and cleared the way for rising agricultural exports to Cuba and other Latin American economies. The widespread support for those actions made it clear, moreover, that the growing farm pressure for overseas markets was creating an increasingly deep and persuasive consensus in favor of such expansion. The movement had generated a momentum that was becoming ever more powerful. Nothing demonstrated that more effectively than the congressional elections of 1890. On the surface, of course, it appeared that the overseas market strategy of Harrison, Blaine, and Rusk was a colossal failure. Angry farmers returned a congressional majority composed of Democrats, populists, and dissident Republicans. But those new men were in truth at least as expansionist as the office holders they replaced, and very probably more so. Party labels quickly proved a poor guide to foreign policy attitudes. The populists provided the most dramatic evidence of that truth. Nebraska Senator William V. Allen bluntly told his colleagues, for example, that his supporters wanted more militant action in behalf of expansion, and promised to give them what they asked. Senators William A. Peffer of Kansas and James H. Kyle of South Dakota verified Allen's reading of the foreign policy attitudes of the dissenting farmers. And Representative Jeremiah Simpson of Kansas, crying out that we are driven from the markets of the world, launched a campaign for overseas markets that ended several years later in a wrenching confrontation with imperialism. Secretary of State Blaine and President Harrison were of course deeply distressed by the Republican defeat in 1890. But they had two insights into the situation that proved to be correct, and in acting on those perceptions they laid the foundation for a strategic Republican victory based on a foreign policy of overseas economic expansion. Harrison and Blaine realized that the 1890 defeat was due to three factors. Given the onrushing anger of the farmers, the Republicans lost because their expansionist program had not been put into operation quickly enough to produce tangible results, and the fight between Blaine and McKinley had divided the party and weakened the campaign effort. They also understood, finally, that much of the populist program derived from agriculture's long emphasis on foreign markets. The mounting fury for the remonetization of silver, the agitation for a sub-treasury system of storing surplus commodities to control the market, the continuing demands for railroad regulation, and the sustained pressure for more improvements in the network of water transportation, all evolved out of the farmers' practical and intellectual commitment to the overseas market. 35. On the basis of that analysis, Blaine and Harrison sustained their effort to pull the agricultural businessmen back into the Republican Party by stressing just such expansion. The president's cross-country tour in 1891, for example, was a succession of speeches that explained his actions to enlarge foreign markets, and pleaded for support to sustain and extend such activities. In the narrow sense, and in the short run, the Harrison-Blaine approach appeared to fail in 1892 just as it had in 1890. The Democrats elected Grover Cleveland and maintained control of the House of Representatives. Those appearances proved to be misleading, however, because the consensus on expansion that had been so largely created by the agriculturalists proved to be more consequential in determining American foreign policy than the differences between the parties. 9 events that occurred between the elections of 1892 and 1896 deepened, extended, and consolidated the expansionist outlook that the agrarian majority of the nation had evolved prior to 1892. The two that opened the sequence, the Hawaiian Revolution of January 1893, and the racking depression of the 1890s that began with a panic in the spring of 1893, also exerted a particularly significant influence on the final integration of all the themes in that imperial Weltanschauung, and on the broad policy formulations that it produced. The Hawaiian Revolution was the culmination of a century of American economic and ideological expansion into and throughout the life of the islands. The resulting power and influence excited the jealousy of other nations, and engendered persistent native resistance. The island opposition threatened to become more than merely troublesome after it won a narrow victory in the Hawaiian elections of 1890, and it was further strengthened when Queen Liliuokalani ascended the throne in January 1891. She immediately acted in ways to give meaning to her belief that Hawaiians ought to control Hawaii, and the depressing effect of the reciprocity provisions of the American Tariff Law of 1890, which handicapped island sugar exports to the United States, deepened her determination to implement her conviction. Secretary of State Blaine attempted to counter the economic difficulties between 1890 and 1892 by making Hawaii a protectorate, but anti-American groups blocked the proposal. He then encouraged the pro-American interests that staged a successful coup against the Queen in January 1893 with the aid of American naval forces and a contingent of Marines. President Harrison promptly collaborated with the new rulers in an effort to annex the islands before he left of 36. Vice. Many farmers agreed with the president on the necessity and desirability of annexation, but enough opposed the move in the spring of 1893 to prevent action. That group favored de facto American control of the islands to facilitate marketplace expansion across the Pacific into Asia, but they were also concerned to honor the axiom of self-determination that was part of the free marketplace philosophy. Their confidence in the power of an American presence in the islands was the crucial factor that allowed them to formulate a policy that seemed to uphold ideological virtue at the same time it promised economic success. That same attitude provoked their great and sustained anger, however, when President Cleveland proposed to return Queen Liliuokalani to her throne. The majority of farm businessmen interpreted that recommendation as involving an even more flagrant violation of the principles and practices of freedom and self-determination than was contained in the proposal for annexation. The result was a coalition of metropolitan and agricultural expansionists, symbolized by Republican Senator Henry Cabot Lodge of Massachusetts and populist Senator Allen of Nebraska, that demanded the deployment of the Navy to maintain the kind of true freedom that the pro-American coup had ostensibly established in the islands and to ensure effective American domination of those stepping stones to the markets of Asia. Cleveland's policy also had the result of further stimulating agricultural anger against him as a particularly short-sighted and selfish metropolitan leader. The farmers were not merely insisting that the freedom defined by the free marketplace political economy was true freedom. They were also asserting that the right of self-determination had to be judged in that light, at least in cases where the issue involved the expansion of America's free marketplace system. That was a momentous and far-reaching resolution of the contradiction between commitment to the freedom of self-determination and an equally strong commitment to the necessity of expansion in order to ensure one's freedom and prosperity. It was the last step in transforming the long and urgent agricultural pressure for expanded exports into imperialism. The farmers stopped short of embracing a policy of colonial annexation, but they revealed an implacable determination to dominate and set limits on the Hawaiian political economy, and to define the islands as an element in their own expansionist program. The grave depression that began in 1893 reinforced that response to the Hawaiian Revolution. Pervasive and continued economic difficulties heightened the farmers' already great concern for overseas markets and increased their militance in fighting for that objective and in battling metropolitan leaders who were slow to accept or act on that policy. The resulting upsurge in unrest, reinforced by a sim. 37. Isler dissatisfaction among workers in the cities, was a major factor in completing the acceptance by metropolitan leaders of the overseas market approach that the farmers had been pushing for a generation. The other element was the direct economic pressure of the Depression. Manufacturers and financial giants rapidly concluded that the industrial sector of the economy needed foreign markets at least as badly as the agriculturalists. That ever-widening metropolitan concern for economic expansion led within 5 years to the general and final acceptance of the traditional agricultural outlook. That rapidly developing consensus did not prevent the eruption of serious and embittered arguments, however, over the best methods of expansion, or over which groups should formulate and execute the policy. Just such a fight, indeed, was the third important event of the period between the elections of 1892 and 1896. The issue concerned which monetary system, gold or silver, provided the best basis for economic development and expansion. Cleveland and other determined defenders of gold monometallism launched an aggressive campaign to repeal the Sherman Silver Purchase Act of 1890 immediately after the Panic of 1893. The case they advanced for gold rested largely on the necessity of maintaining the gold reserves of the Treasury in order to preserve America's international credit standing, and on the argument that gold monometallism was the standard of the world marketplace, and for that reason the United States had to operate on that basis if it wanted to expand exports. Agrarian and other silver advocates exploded in opposition. They vigorously pressed their powerful theory that the full remonetization of silver would produce a vast expansion of American exports, industrial as well as agricultural, and asserted that result would in and of itself generate recovery and guarantee permanent prosperity. They also claimed that remonetization would accelerate and extend domestic capital formation, and thereby further strengthen the forces of economic revival at the same time it created more equity and balance in the marketplace. The agricultural businessmen lost the battle. Treasury purchases of silver were stopped at the end of 1893. The defeat sustained the fury that the fight aroused, however, and the Silverites wholly committed themselves to reversing the decision. The struggle also greatly intensified the existing economic nationalism of the farmers and focused it even more sharply against Great Britain and American metropolitan leaders who supported British policies. Similar though less highly charged conflicts shortly developed over the merits of reciprocity as against low tariffs, over the most effective kind of navy, and over the priorities of expansion. The men who became the major protagonists in the evolving struggle. 38. GLE actually formulated their positions long before 1896. William Jennings Bryan argued as early as 1893 that the combination of silver and low tariffs, reinforced by the power created by the productivity of the American farmer, would give the United States supremacy in the world marketplace and the opportunity to spread freedom around the globe. William McKinley took his stand on a program that combined Blaine's argument for reciprocity with a call for an international agreement to use both gold and silver. He became so persuasive in behalf of that expansionist strategy that the Southern and Northern delegates to the founding convention of the National Association of Manufacturers gave him an ovation in 1895. Long before that date, however, some Democrats had recognized the appeal and effectiveness of Blaine's reciprocity approach, and had begun to respond to the support that it generated. But the man who was probably the key figure in that development, Walter Quinton Gresham of Indiana, was a Republican who supported Cleveland in the election of 1892 on the tariff issue. Gresham was deeply concerned about the agricultural and urban unrest throughout the country, and won the support of many farmers because of his sympathy with their predicament. He concluded that the Depression had created a potentially revolutionary situation, and argued that overseas economic expansion offered a way of resolving the crisis. After he took office as Secretary of State under Cleveland in 1893, Gresham became a central actor in the fourth and fifth events that helped crystallize the agrarian and metropolitan consensus on market expansion. One of those episodes involved American diplomatic and naval intervention in 1893, 1894 against a Brazilian revolt whose leaders opposed the nation's recently negotiated reciprocity treaty with the United States. They feared it would make Brazil an American vassal. Metropolitan business interests exerted the most direct pressure on Gresham and Cleveland to deploy the Navy against the rebellion, but that in itself revealed how rapidly the urban groups were adopting the outlook of the farm businessmen. And the agriculturalists generally supported the militant display of force on the grounds that it weakened the British, and because it might improve access to markets throughout Latin America. The farmers were more positively engaged when Gresham next moved against the British in Nicaragua during 1894. Much of that approval grew out of Senator Morgan's long agitation for an Isthmian canal routed through that country, and his specific proposal in 1893 to involve the United States government in constructing the waterway. Gresham's tough and shrewd diplomacy, which significantly reduced Great Britain's influence in Nicaragua, won applause from populists as well as from more conservative farmers and metropoli. 39. 10 Interests. It also strengthened the existing confidence among the agriculturalists that the United States was powerful enough to achieve its marketplace objectives without having to fight any wars. That sense of certainty exercised an increasing psychological influence on the farmers after 1894. It deepened their anger against metropolitan leaders like Cleveland who appeared cautious or timid in situations like the Nicaraguan confrontation, and it generated a momentum that carried them into making demands that ultimately provoked a war with Spain. At that point, not too surprisingly, the confidence was merely transferred to the problem of winning the war and became self-reinforcing and therefore even more persuasive and consequential. That process was accelerated by other events during 1894 to 1895. Those incidents involved the tariff bill finally produced by the Democrats in 1894, and the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1895. Whatever the intentions and hopes of some Democrats, the Wilson-Gorham tariff of 1894 had two negative effects on overseas market expansion. By restoring sugar to the duty list, it abrogated the reciprocity treaties concluded by Blaine after 1890, and made it impossible to renegotiate such pacts. The schedule did provide free entry for a few raw materials, but even Cleveland recognized that those exceptions would not produce any significant rise in exports. The most telling impact of the Wilson-Gorham measure came in the upper Midwest because it destroyed the basis for the deal with Germany permitting the import of American pork products, and because it demolished the great and growing Cuban market that the flour millers and meat processors had created for those surpluses. The reaction was swift, negative, intense, and cumulative. Astute members of both parties realized, particularly after the Republicans scored a massive victory in the congressional elections of 1894, that the upper Mississippi Valley had become the pivotal region for the presidential campaign of 1896. And by that time the Wilson-Gorham tariff had served as the catalyst that touched off a revolution in Cuba that became the focus of agrarian pressure for a militant foreign policy. Finally, the Wilson-Gorham measure also created support for the export program advocated by David Lubin of California. Lubin was a wealthy merchant who became a wealthy farmer, but he discovered in the process of that transition that the unrest and anger of agricultural businessmen were based on real rather than imagined difficulties. He proposed to meet the crisis by using government funds to pay the farmers a bounty on their exports. The California Grange was the first group to endorse his scheme, and he slowly won more backing across the nation. Lubin's greatest influence came later, however, after World War I, when the pressure for an export debenture plan based on his idea reached a climax. 40. The Sino-Japanese War produced no such dramatic consequences in the development of American foreign policy. But while its effects were more indirect and subtle, they were nonetheless extensive. Most importantly, it extended the concern that various groups of agriculturalists had already manifested in the Asian market, and had a similar, and probably greater, effect on the attitude of metropolitan leaders. The integration of Latin America and Asia in American thinking about overseas market expansion, a synthesis that became progressively more general during 1896 and 1897, was a quietly portentous result of the war. The conflict also moved the farmers further along in their acceptance of the need for a powerful battleship navy. Most political leaders recognized during 1894 that the expansionist outlook of the agriculturalists, which so explicitly combined the economic and ideological themes of the free marketplace philosophy, had become a major factor in the political situation. The continuing severity of the Depression accentuated that impact, and simultaneously created more urban support for the same program. All those elements, metropolitan and agrarian, economic, and political, affected Cleveland's decision in 1894 to take a militant stand against Great Britain's effort to acquire more Venezuelan territory. The resulting crisis, the eighth event of the years 1892 to 1896, sustained the movement of the farmers toward imperialism. Once again, the crucial effects came indirectly through the reinforcement and deepening of an existing attitude. First of all, the idea of using foreign policy action to satisfy or distract the agriculturalists was publicly as well as privately recommended by a significant number of leaders. That of course enhanced the expansionist orientation, as well as sharpening its focus. The approach was so openly discussed, for that matter, that many farmers became highly skeptical that Cleveland would translate his tough rhetoric into action. They interpreted the bombast as a desperate political maneuver. But that in itself produced a second vital effect. The farmers concluded that even more pressure would have to be exerted before the agricultural majority would obtain its rightful influence in making policy decisions and thereby realize its objectives. And finally, the ultimate retreat by Britain again heightened agricultural confidence in America's ability to win its victories without war. In that respect, the outcome of the Venezuelan crisis significantly extended the feeling that the unilateral remonetization of silver would give the United States effective control of the world marketplace. The final event of those momentous 4 years was the Cuban Revolution that erupted in February 1895. In an ironic and perhaps even poetic way, moreover, the outbreak of the revolution was directly connected with a measure conceived to further such expansion. For the shock. 41. To the Cuban economy caused by the dramatic disruption of American-Cuban trade when the Wilson-Gorham tariff law ended, Blaine's reciprocity jolted the Cubans into rebellion. In an eerie preview of a pattern that would become commonplace during the 20th century, the farm drive for export markets had established a superior-inferior relationship with another political economy that created all the classic problems of imperialism. At the same time, moreover, that relationship generated the final and self-sustaining convergence of interests and ideas that produced the overt decision for imperialism. The central elements of that dynamic process had become wholly apparent and deeply consequential before the opening of the conventions called to nominate presidential candidates for the election of 1896. The economic impact of the Depression, and its effect in producing a real fear of extensive social unrest or even revolution, had completed the long and gradual acceptance by metropolitan leaders of the traditional farm emphasis on overseas market expansion as the strategic solution to the nation's economic and social problems. And the agricultural campaign for the extension of freedom and global enlargement of export markets reached its own crescendo in a demand for the election of a president and a Congress that would use American power to remonetize silver, to free Cuba, and to reform the world by applying the principles of the free marketplace political economy. That mighty surge of farm businessmen captured control of the Democratic Party and handed its presidential nomination to William Jennings Bryan. The direct and indirect influence the agriculturalists exerted on the Republicans was less dramatic, perhaps, but it was no less extensive. Encouraged by strong pressure from Midwestern leaders as well as metropolitan spokesmen, William McKinley made the restoration of reciprocity a major element in his program to revive prosperity. He likewise promised to support Cuban freedom. And despite his formal commitment to the gold standard, he carefully and extensively presented himself as a man who would use American power in an effort to win agreement from Britain and other European nations to create an international monetary system based on silver as well as gold. 11. To an extensive degree, indeed, the presidential campaign of 1896 was waged within the framework of analysis, policy, and national psychology that had been created after 1860 by the agricultural Ma. 42. Majority of the country. That was largely the case in connection with domestic affairs, and it was wholly true in the realm of foreign policy. In that pervasive sense, the farm businessmen emerged triumphant even though their candidate was defeated by a leader who transposed the agricultural outlook into industrial terms and gave it a metropolitan emphasis. the domestic victory of the farmers did not become fully apparent or effective until the progressive movement flowered after the turn of the century. The result in foreign affairs, however, was clear even during the campaign, for the confrontation between McKinley and Bryan involved primarily a dispute over which methods of market expansion would most promptly and permanently restore prosperity and thereby resolve the social and political crisis. Three factors swung the battle to McKinley. His stress on reciprocity treaties and the remonetization of silver through international agreement proved effective against Bryan's heavy-handed emphasis on the unilateral remonetization of silver to carry crucial Midwestern states. Second, McKinley used a combination of arguments for the protective tariff and for reciprocity treaties with great skill to hold labor as well as business groups in the eastern metropolis. And, finally, the jump in wheat exports that occurred late in the summer seriously weakened Bryan's argument that the Depression could not be overcome without the remonetization of silver. Western farmers reacted to that traditional index of economic activity just as they had since the early Civil War depression. The farm businessmen and their role in the economy had transformed what was originally an analysis into a pattern of response that affected the nation's politics as well as marketplace expectations and behavior. As a result, a significant number of them became sufficiently optimistic to turn away from Bryan and vote for McKinley. Those expectations, which were shared by many metropolitan businessmen, were not promptly fulfilled. Recovery from the Depression had in truth begun by the time McKinley was inaugurated in March 1897, but the gains remained diffused and uneven. The resulting disappointment first produced grumbling and impatience among the farmers and uneasiness in the metropolis, and then generated a rising pressure for action in Cuba and a growing concern to implement a program of overseas economic expansion. McKinley thus confronted a gathering storm even as he moved into the White House. Agricultural interests clamored for action to reopen the Cuban market, and metropolitan interests demanded protection for their property and investments in the island. Other spokesmen who analyzed the problem in terms of the economy as an interrelated system argued that the Cuban crisis had to be resolved so that the government and all businessmen, including farmers, could proceed with general market ex. 43. Pension. Metropolitan leaders particularly stressed that approach, but a significant number of agriculturalists offered the same recommendation. Populists and other militant farmers took the lead in demanding that McKinley intervene to free the Cubans. Their action had the effect of renewing and intensifying the traditional integration of the economic and ideological themes in their expansionist thought and argument. Firm intervention to force Spain to retreat in Cuba, they cried with growing anger and impatience, would reopen the markets they needed, extend freedom for the Cubans, and strike a resounding psychological blow against Great Britain and other European nations in all the markets of the world. That assault on McKinley created a political crisis involving a challenge to metropolitan authority in general, as well as to the position of the Republican Party in particular. McKinley had recognized the potentially dangerous results of such dissatisfaction even before he was inaugurated, and clearly hoped that Cleveland could terminate the Cuban crisis before he left office. Cleveland publicly warned the Spanish in December 1896 that the United States would move more forcefully if the rebellion was not handled promptly and effectively, but the problem was simply beyond the abilities or the power of the government in Madrid. Some metropolitan businessmen began at least as early as May 1897 to encourage McKinley to act more vigorously to restore peace on American terms, and the president moved to increase direct American pressure on the Spanish in June. Neither metropolitan nor farm businessmen wanted war at that time. For one thing, they were not bloodthirsty. But a more important factor was their vast confidence that America was strong enough to free Cuba without having to go to war. And that assumption was very largely a product of the long campaign of argument and assertion by the agriculturalists that had been reinforced and seemingly proved by American victories in European markets, in controlling Hawaii, and in weakening Britain's position in Latin America. McKinley himself shared that happy belief in the efficacy of American power. That confidence was significantly challenged, however, by two developments during the latter half of 1897. One was the increasing evidence that Spain was not going to buckle under American demands and pressure to deal with Cuba in the way specified by McKinley. The second was the growing indication that Japan and the European powers were going to preempt and then divide the great market frontier of China. The interrelated implications of those two events were immediately recognized and discussed by farm leaders, as well as by key metropolitan decision-makers. The flour millers, meat packers, and cotton exporters promptly called for government action to protect their existing and anticipated market. Farm spokesmen talked seriously of changing the diet of the Chinese, as well as of clothing them in American cotton. In a similar way, railroad men like Hill and other industrial leaders mounted their own campaign to avoid being excluded from what came to be discussed as the next bonanza market for American surpluses. The China crisis was the decisive factor in shifting the locus of power in formulating foreign policy from agricultural businessmen to the metropolitan leaders. Not only were urban groups more directly and intensely concerned about Asia, but the metropolis had produced an intellectually powerful and politically influential group of leaders who enjoyed direct access to McKinley. The farmers did not lack all leverage, for Secretary of Agriculture James Wilson of Iowa was a militant expansionist who enjoyed a deepening personal friendship with the president. And the growing possibility that the agricultural spokesman in the Congress might wrench the initiative from McKinley provided them with indirect but powerful influence. In one major respect, of course, that pressure for action in Cuba was the force that finally pushed McKinley and key metropolitan businessmen into an acceptance of war. But a war to extend classic marketplace freedoms to Cuba was neither logically nor inherently a war to accomplish that objective and at the same time project American economic power into a free Asian marketplace. Yet the Second War was the war that the United States fought in 1898 to 1899. The agriculturalists ultimately accepted that Second War, and embraced the policy evolved to harvest its rewards, but they were not directly responsible for defining the conflict in those terms. Metropolitan intellectuals, businessmen, and politicians were the principal authors of that strategy. Congressmen and cabinet members were talking with McKinley at least as early as September 1897, for example, about controlling the Philippines as a springboard into Asia if it became necessary to go to war against Spain to end the Cuban mess. The government had developed its own military plans for such a two-front war. Moreover, before Assistant Secretary of the Navy Theodore Roosevelt put his similar ideas into operation one afternoon after his superior had left the office early. Roosevelt was given a mild rebuke, but his basic orders were not revoked. They were improved. Agricultural influence was not absent even from that episode, however, for Roosevelt and other metropolitan leaders were acting upon the frontier expansionist thesis of American prosperity and welfare. It is highly unlikely that President McKinley was affected directly by the version of the frontier thesis developed by intellectuals like Frederick Jackson Turner and Brooks Adams. But those men did influence metropolitan leaders like Roosevelt, to whom McKinley Reg. 45. Ullerly exposed himself. And the president continued to discuss the problem with other men who argued the wisdom of fighting a war against Spain over Cuba, if it proved necessary, in a way that would provide a base for American economic and military power in Asia. He was also subjected to ever more insistent pressure from his political advisers to act against Spain over Cuba before the angry farmers took control of the country. That became an increasingly real threat after January 1898 because Spain remained adamant in response to American pressure. The campaign led by key populists became so directly challenging by March that it convinced reluctant metropolitan leaders that war was necessary to preserve the proper organization of the American political economy. At that point, if not before, McKinley opted for war. In all fundamental respects, therefore, historical as well as immediate, the war against Spain was a war of the majority of the American people. The agriculturalists also supplied a classic moment of truth when populist Jerry Simpson looked boldly into the implications and the consequences of the long campaign by farm businessmen to expand the free marketplace. He recognized the harsh validity of Thomas Jefferson's earlier warning that a commitment to ever-expanding export markets would lead first to war and then to war again. Simpson concluded that imperial wars were more destructive of freedom than the failure to capture more export markets. He also sensed, if indeed he did not fully comprehend, that everything after the decision to go to war to extend the free marketplace to Cuba would be an ultimately unsuccessful rearguard action to prevent those unhappy consequences. So it proved. The farmers fought hard to make certain that American expansion was not institutionalized in the form of traditional colonialism. For one thing, neither the Northerners nor the Southerners wanted to become involved in more problems with black men. Nor did they relish the moral and practical difficulties involved in ruling and training people who had yet to understand and accept the truths of a modern marketplace political economy. In the fundamental sense, of course, their victory against colonialism was due to their long fight in behalf of free marketplace expansion. They had created a consensus in support of an overseas economic expansion that attacked colonialism in the name of self-determination and freedom. But they also effectively opposed those Americans who flirted with orthodox colonialism between 1897 and 1900. They ensured that Cuba was not annexed, and committed the United States to freeing the Philippines even as those islands were taken to provide a base for the penetration of the China market. On all counts, therefore, the long battle of the agricultural business. 46. Men for overseas marketplace expansion played the principal role in the development and adoption of an imperial outlook and policy. The occupation of the Philippines was viewed and accepted as a regrettably necessary and temporary means to the realization of an ultimately just and progressive end. Once past that unfortunate exception, the way lay open for the application of the classic marketplace philosophy. The open door notes of 1899 and 1900, which committed the power and the prestige of the United States to the principles of self-determination and the open marketplace, were the formal expression of an outlook and a policy that the agricultural majority had advocated since before the Civil War. But the policy of expanding the free marketplace led unfortunately to wars, wars to apply the principles, and wars to defend the freedom and the prosperity that the expansion of the principles had ostensibly produced for Americans. Finally, after long years, it became clear that the expansion of the free marketplace had failed to bring freedom and prosperity to all Americans, let alone to all the people of the world. Yet at that moment the difficulty was compounded in a truly tragic way because the view of the world that had produced the crisis was an outlook that had been created and accepted by the majority. There was thus no elite or other scapegoat to blame and replace. There are only ourselves to confront and change. If we can understand how we became an imperial metropolis in the name of the freedom and prosperity of the country, then perhaps we can free our minds and our wills to achieve freedom and prosperity without being an imperial society. 1. The chief end of trade is riches and power which beget each other. Riches consist in plenty of movables, that will yield a price to foreigners, and are not likely to be consumed at home. John Locke, 1674. All the imaginable ways of increasing money in any country are these two, either dig it in mines of our own, or to get it from our neighbors. Riches do not consist in having more gold and silver, but in having more in proportion than the rest of the world, or than our neighbors, whereby we are enabled to procure ourselves a greater plenty of the conveniences of life than comes within the reach of neighboring kingdoms and states. John Locke, 1691. The question is, whether small or extensive republics are more favorable to the election of proper guardians of the public will, and it is clearly decided in favor of the latter. James Madison, 1787. The true question is the right of exporting the production of our own soil and industry to foreign markets. Representative Felix Grundy, 1811. The expansion of our union over a vast territory cannot operate unfavorably to the states individually. On the contrary, it is believed that the greater the expansion, within practicable limits, and it is not easy to say what are not so, the greater the advantage. President James Monroe, 1822. The greatest improvement in the productive powers seem to have been the effects of the division of labor. This division of labor is the necessary consequence of a certain propensity to truck, barter, and exchange one thing for another. This division of labor must always be limited by the extent of the market. The surplus must be sent abroad. It is only by means of such exportation that the surplus can acquire a value sufficient to compensate the labor and expense of producing it. Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations, 1776. The great and chief end, therefore, of men uniting into commonwealths, and putting themselves under government, is the preservation of their property. John Locke, 1689. He that encloses land and has a greater plenty of the conveniences of life from 10 acres, than he could have from 100 left to nature, may truly be said, to give 90 acres to mankind. John Locke, 1713. The tradition of expansion undergoes a mutation. T.J.L.H.L. He American farmer has never glorified the ideal or accepted the condition of self-sufficiency. He has always seen himself as a creature of the marketplace, and hence as a capitalist whose wealth and welfare depended upon the profitable sale of his surplus production. He supplied himself with non-agricultural needs when and as he found that necessary, but traded for them as soon as and whenever he could. That commercial outlook, and its related behavior, were inherent in the theory and the practice of British mercantilism that guided the founding and development of the colonies, and emerged in all their glory as that system of political economy gave way to the laissez-faire marketplace capitalism of Adam Smith. The mercantilists constantly stressed the necessity of economic expansion in generating material growth and development, as well as in creating the conditions for maximum political and social well-being. They also argued that economic liberty and success had a direct and causal part in defining freedom per se, and in realizing such freedom. The mercantilist conception of freedom, to be sure, was cast far more in terms of membership in an organic national community than the freedom defined by Smith and later political economists. It was likewise circumscribed more extensively by ideas and ideals of obligation, responsibility, and duty, and by the conviction that conscious effort and control were required to produce the general welfare. Within the limits established by those ideas and ideals, however, men were considered free to pursue their economic desires and preferences. Much of the struggle within British mercantilism Devil 49. 50. Op-ed out of the efforts to recover, preserve, or extend the liberty to advance such interests inside the boundaries of the system. By the early part of the 18th century, at any rate, the British mercantilist gauged his freedom to a very significant degree by the extent of his ability to enter upon various kinds of economic activity, and by the opportunities for expansion within that sphere. The drive for such economic liberty became a major dynamic force in the ultimately successful assault on the mercantilist system. And economic freedom was placed at the heart of the alternate conception of political economy developed by Smith and others after 1730. Since the campaign for economic independence and expansion, and the related liberties, was a central element in the American Revolution, it has often been assumed or asserted that the colonials were rebelling against mercantilism as well as against Great Britain's mercantilist system. Yet in truth, and whatever their wartime euphoria about the freedom to be achieved through independence, Americans generally acted within the framework of advanced mercantilist thought until after the War of 1812. The agricultural majority of the country played a major role in sustaining and maturing that American mercantilism. The farmers, individually and collectively, and large and small, generated pressure for economic expansion in the form of demands for more land to sustain and advance their commercial agriculture, and for the enlargement of overseas markets to absorb the surpluses they produced. They also developed and agitated the pivotal mercantilist idea that such economic expansion was essential to the preservation and extension of political and social freedom. The first great conflict in American politics, furthermore, arose out of clashing ideas about the most effective and appropriate means to realize those mercantilist axioms. That confrontation, between those who argued that the individual states could best discharge the obligation and others who insisted upon the need for a coordinated, collective effort, produced the Constitution of 1787. And it was James Madison, one of the key leaders of the Southern export-dominated agricultural economy, who formulated the most sweeping and persuasive argument for expansion in the name of present freedom, and in order to guarantee future freedom. Madison advanced one central idea in his conversations, correspondence, and public agitation during 1786 and 1787. That theory maintained that the expansion of the area of central political authority, the creation of a national government with powers over all subdivisions, would provide the best security for republican government. Extend the sphere, he explained, and you make it less probable that a majority of the whole will have a common motive to invade the rights of other citizens for the immediate application of that axiom required. 51. The creation of what Madison called one great, respectable, and flourishing empire. 5. But the dynamic thrust of the principle itself was expansionist and imperial in the fundamental sense of tying republican government to an ever-expanding system. Such was the case not only in the narrow sense of assigning the primary responsibility for realizing the basic needs of the people to the central government, but also in the general meaning of defining expansion as the best and most effective method for preserving republicanism in the face of an indefinitely rising population. As Thomas Jefferson realized, Madison had blatantly reversed the traditional analysis of the causal relationship between size and freedom. British and other European mercantilists initiated that philosophical revolution, but Madison was its chief American protagonist. Along with others, including many small farmers not fully integrated into the marketplace, Jefferson was at first reluctant to accept the new equation tying freedom to empire. He feared, as did his fellow Southerner John Taylor of Caroline County, Virginia, that the expansionist means would subvert the end of freedom. But the strength of Madison's logic, powerfully augmented by the need and desire for more land and markets, persuaded enough of the skeptical farmers to make it possible to create the constitutional imperium. Once that decision was made, moreover, the agriculturalists took the lead in integrating the principle and practice of expansion with the axioms of natural law and freedom. In the year after the adoption of the Constitution, for example, the militant delegates to the Convention of Kentucky asserted the natural right of the inhabitants of this country to navigate the Mississippi, and called upon the new national government to ensure their right to export their surpluses by that route. 6 Perhaps Jefferson himself revealed most clearly the enthusiasm of the convert. The acquisition of Louisiana, and the accompanying suppression of people in the territory who preferred another overlord, were justified on the grounds that they promoted a widespread for the blessings of freedom and equal laws. Jefferson also argued that adding Canada and Cuba would be legitimate steps in creating America's empire for liberty. 7. But Northerners also manifested the spirit of expansion in the name of prosperity and liberty. We have in general, explained a New York editor, the right of doing whatever is necessary to the discharge of our duties, and carefully added that actions required for American perfection and happiness were included among the obligations of such duty. 8 Other Americans, particularly those of the agricultural majority, drew upon the physiocrats and John Locke in adapting Madison's 52. expansionist argument to their own interests and philosophical temperaments. They were naturally receptive to, as well as flattered by, François Quesnay's judgment that agriculture was the foundation of all progress and well-being, and wholly agreed with his maxim that an agricultural nation should facilitate an active external trade in raw produce. 9. They were equally happy with Locke's basic axiom that government existed for the procuring, preserving, and advancing of men's civil interests, which centered on the possession of outward things and the acquisition of what they further want. 10. What the agricultural majority wanted, it quickly became apparent, was effective action to facilitate their possession of good land and access to overseas markets. The production of surpluses of grain and livestock led rapidly during the 1780s and 1790s to a booming export trade in wheat, flour, pork, and salted beef. Vermont's export of flour to Quebec, for example, was significant enough to prompt the British to consider using that economic relationship as a way of winning the political allegiance of the population. More generally, Agricultural exports accounted for about 12% of farm income by 1800.11. Small as it might seem, that figure was important in three respects. Much of the total was supplied by southern exports of cotton and tobacco. The overseas sale of those commodities was crucial to the entire region. That concentration created a powerful political impetus for acquiring the land necessary for maintaining and expanding production, and for sustaining the area's position in the export market. Secondly, the operations of the producers of other surplus commodities were not necessarily limited by the figure of 12%. Some of those farmers knew that most or all of their produce went into the overseas market. Others were not as surely informed, or as deeply involved, but they were nevertheless concerned with that outlet because of their uncertainty and their hopes for better markets. Finally, the knowledge that export markets helped make agriculture profitable exerted a direct and indirect influence on agrarian attitudes and analyses. The profitability itself attracted men into farming, and that increased the physical and political pressure for territorial expansion. And when the overseas markets were threatened, or actually closed, those crises underscored their importance. That reaction was particularly strong when such troubles coincided with domestic depressions. That kind of effect first became apparent in the 1790s, during the early phase of the Napoleonic Wars, when both France and Great Britain interrupted, limited, or closed the export market for agricultural surpluses in the West Indies and European nations. Presidents George Washington and John Adams drew upon all their political skill and personal courage to avoid being pushed into wars against Great Britain and France, and those struggles over foreign policy did 53. Much to create and consolidate the first political parties in the United States. Still more powerful pressure arose after 1806, moreover, when American farmers increasingly demanded strong action against British maritime regulations that threatened their exports, and more land to ease their general difficulties. Those campaigns for territory and markets, often waged by the same individuals and groups, constituted one of the three major factors that produced the American declaration of war against Great Britain in 1812. The other two were directly related to the way that economic expansion had been tied to domestic freedom by the mercantilists and the philosophers of natural law. As Jefferson had foreseen as early as 1785, American liberty, rights, and honor became involved through the agricultural commitment to overseas markets. In the opinion of the farm businessmen, as well as of Madison and other leaders, the exports were an essential ingredient of American development and an inherent aspect of American freedom. They held the view that free access to overseas markets was necessary in order to avoid having the American economy recolonized by the British. The most sustained push for war against England came from commercial farmers in the West and South. The Westerners began to feel an economic pinch in 1806 and 1807, when their surpluses encountered full markets and profits consequently declined. Then the Depression of 1808 dropped wholesale prices at New Orleans by as much as 20%. The agricultural businessmen responded with an assault against the British regulations that effectively closed Caribbean and European markets. The dispute between us and the belligerents is not about the carrying trade, explained Senator John Pope of Kentucky in 1808, but whether we shall be permitted to carry our surplus produce to foreign markets. The necessity of resisting the British orders and forcing our way into those markets where there is a demand for the article, must be evident to everyone who will consider the subject. 12. That theme was expounded and elaborated with rising urgency during the next 4 years as the farmers elected more and more spokesmen of their persuasion. Representative William Lowndes, a lawyer and planter from South Carolina, stated the proposition most succinctly. The interests of agriculture and commerce are inseparable. Congressman Felix Grundy of Tennessee agreed, the true question is the right of exporting the production of our own soil and industry to foreign markets. Representative Henry Clay of Kentucky, who became the leader of the growing group of war hawks, argued that economics and freedom were inexorably entwined. Indeed, the one seemed largely to define the other. We are asserting our claim, he cried, to the direct trade the right to export our cotton, tobacco, and other domestic produce to market. The pressure became so great. 54. By the end of 1811 that the editors of the Lexington Reporter felt able to relax. It appears likely that our government will at last make war, to produce a market for our tobacco, flour, and cotton. And, coupled with the related drive to obtain more land in the South and Northwest, the demands to reopen and expand the overseas market did produce the War of 1812. The formal declaration came in June, but President Madison had all but forecast the decision in his letter of January 8, 1812, to the South Carolina House of Representatives. Continued acquiescence was forbidden, he warned, because it would recolonize our commerce by subjecting it to a foreign authority. And that, he explained in the idiom of the expansionist theory he had first propounded in 1786, 1787, would damage and unsettle all the interests of the country and thereby create general unrest. Representative John Caldwell Calhoun, the brilliant young planter lawyer from South Carolina who began to assert his leadership in the South even before he was elected to the Congress as a war hawk in 1810, echoed and enlarged upon that analysis. Southern agrarians know well, Calhoun announced, that without the market to the continent, the deep and steady current of supply will glut that of Great Britain. They are not prepared for the colonial state to which again that power is endeavoring to reduce us. But neither Calhoun nor other farm businessmen considered Britain the only power capable of recolonizing American agriculture. All farmers, as soon as they became involved in surplus-producing commercial agriculture, recognized their dependence upon middlemen and other traders who handled the disposal of the surplus. That was why Senator Pope and Representative Grundy carefully pointed out that they were not going to war for the carrying trade. Along with Lowndes, they understood that agriculture needed commerce, but they were deeply concerned to avoid being forced into a condition of domestic colonialism by the metropolitan powers that controlled the monetary, merchandising, and shipping elements of the marketplace. That fear and determination increased as it became apparent that the War of 1812 accelerated the economic growth, and reinforced the political influence, of urban commercial, financial, and manufacturing interests that had begun fitfully after the first limitations of American trade in 1806. The post-war boom temporarily checked such uneasiness because the farmers shared in the prosperity. Then came the devastating panic of 1818 to 1819, and the Depression of 1819 to 1820. Jefferson's blunt comment to John Adams, "The paper bubble is then burst," caught the impact of the crash even if it oversimplified the causes of the collapse. 13 Cotton prices fell from 32 cents per pound in 1818 to 17 cents in 1820. The decline continued on into 1821, when Cincinnati quotations were 10 cents per bushel for corn and 25 cents for wheat. Whiskey was also cheap, 15 cents. 55. A gallon, but the awareness of the basic problem returned along with the hangover. The recovery of European agriculture after the Napoleonic Wars was a major cause of the plight of the farmers. Exports climbed sharply from $52.5 million in 1815 to $93.3 million in 1818, but they dropped even more rapidly. Foreign sales remained larger than they had been prior to 1812, but that neither impressed nor helped the agricultural businessmen. The general decline in the value of exports lasted more than a decade, though some groups of farmers fared better than others. Some local wheat growers benefited from the continued flour exports by such eastern milling centers as Baltimore, Richmond, and Rochester, and to a lesser extent from similar activities in Cincinnati. Such developments created a short-lived movement to build a regional industrial base in the Ohio Valley. Elisha Mills did establish Cincinnati as a meatpacking center after 1818, but the broad objective was not realized until much later. Eastern grain farmers also gained some benefits from the efforts of New York exporters such as Ogden, Ferguson, and Company to market wheat and flour surpluses in Europe. 14 And a few California cattlemen, particularly Thomas O. Larkin of Monterey, grew rich from the export trade in hides that was developed by Boston merchants like Bryant and Sturgis. Their operations also provided Richard Henry Dana with superb material for his career as an author, as he revealed in 2 Years Before the Mast, but the business did not ease the unhappy condition of the great majority of American farmers. As they would again after the crashes of 1837 and 1857, the agriculturalists had to endure severe difficulties during and following the Panic and Depression of 1818 to 1821. Maryland farmers were among the first to complain, reacting to a downturn during the late months of 1818. They announced at the end of a conference in January 1819 that prompt action was mandatory in order to remedy the extremely defective condition of agriculture. The situation deteriorated rapidly in 1819, and by October the editors of the American Farmer spoke routinely and candidly of the present gloomy state of affairs. That remained a generally accurate description of agricultural conditions for more than a decade. James M. Garnett, president of the Agricultural Society of Fredericksburg, Virginia, warned in 1821 that evil times have fallen upon us. His remedy was to entreat, remonstrate, and protest against the campaign to raise the tariff. The proper policy was to lower the rates because that would expand exports and relieve the crisis. Thomas Law of the Maryland Agricultural Society thought it obvious that we are all impoverished, but, while he agreed that it was vitally important to expand exports, he was appalled that a significant number of farmers were hoping for a foreign war to ease their troubles. In 56. Other farmer manifested the disenchantment with overseas markets that turned some toward the home market theory. He argued in September 1821 that the war boom was itself responsible for the difficulties we have been going rapidly retrograde for the last 6 years and concluded that foreign trade has become a very hazardous lottery. In the broader sense, the period was characterized by wholesale foreclosures and a serious shortage of capital. The editors of the New England Farmer were close enough to the truth to make their exaggeration effective. The farmer, they sighed, passes his life continually pinched for the want of a little money. 15. As that observation suggests, the response of the agricultural businessmen to the continuing time of troubles included an insistent attack on metropolitan control of the monetary system as manifested and symbolized in the Bank of the United States. In a more general way, the attempt to cope with the problems produced a complex and contradictory set of reactions that played a major role in the demise of the American mercantilist system that James Monroe and John Quincy Adams tried to consolidate and project into the indefinite future. That fragmentation was revealed very clearly in the sharply different conclusions that were drawn from the price decline, and from the inability of the European market to sustain agricultural prosperity. One group of farmers, centered almost exclusively in the West and North, argued that American agriculture would never prosper until it had a large home market. That turned them into supporters of Henry Clay and his American system based on a reasonable protective tariff. It also, ironically, put them in the position of giving aid and comfort to the manufacturers, a group they otherwise castigated as part of the anti-agrarian metropolis. That approach to the tariff largely dominated the thinking and action of the Committee on Agriculture established in 1820 by the House of Representatives in response to pressure from farm businessmen of all sections. The committee's report and recommendation on the tariff bill of 1824, for example, almost slavishly followed the protectionist line. The farmer, the members admitted, looks to a market for the surplus products of his industry, but then they pronounced the judgment that the home market is at all times to be preferred to the foreign market. 16. Some Northerners and Westerners, however, and almost all Southerners, developed a drastically different analysis and policy. They pointed first to the example of cotton and argued that expanded production of a few primary crops offered higher rewards than controlled planting or diversification. They maintained secondly that high tariffs hurt the farm businessman in 2 ways. A protectionist schedule not only antagonized foreigners and thereby increased the difficulty of penetrating overseas markets, but it forced the farmer to pay higher prices for all the items he needed but could not produce for him. 57. Self. It was not coincidental that the Senate, where Southerners were strongly represented, created its own Committee on Agriculture in 1825, the year after the tariff was again raised. Neither congressional committee was noticeably creative or influential in dealing with policy matters during the 1820s. They were nevertheless important because they established the precedent of specific representation for agriculture. And the farmers steadily, if at first slowly, increased the pressure to institutionalize their role in the decision-making process in a more effective manner. In truth, of course, the agriculturalists already enjoyed leverage of that kind through the committee's public lands. And their efforts to deal with their continuing difficulties by changing land policy were somewhat more rewarding than the battle against tariff increases. The Panic of 1818 to 1819 played a catalytic role in transforming the popular agitation for a new basic land law into congressional action. The Act of April 2, 1820, abolished the credit system of payment, which had rewarded the speculator more than it helped the farmer, and made it possible to buy as little as 80 acres at $1.25 per acre. That capital outlay remained too much for many farmers, however, and the manipulators and money lenders continued to reap good harvests. The farm businessmen immediately launched new efforts to win a law that made land cheap enough to buy, and to legalize squatters' rights through the policy of preemption. The opposition to preemption was too strong to overcome during the 1820s, but the first Relief Act for settlers who found themselves unable to hold onto their land under the Law of 1820 was passed in 1821. 10 more acts were adopted in the following decade. Another approach was offered in 1824 by Senator Thomas Hart Benton of Missouri. His strategy, which called for making the land available for less than $1.25 if it was not taken at that price during a specified period, won extensive support. It was not, however, written into law for many years. The agricultural businessmen, and particularly the Westerners, suffered a similar defeat in their campaign to have the federal government finance and administer a broad national program of internal improvements. Once they entered the commercial marketplace, farmers became ever stronger advocates of improved transportation. They understood that lower costs in that part of their operation meant a greater chance to penetrate and hold foreign markets, and at the same time left more of the selling price in their pockets as profit. The same considerations held true within the domestic marketplace. Better transportation also offered the prospect of lower costs for the goods that the farmer purchased from the metropolis. Jefferson advocated such improvements during his terms as president, and such American mercantilists as Albert Gallatin of Pennsylvania and John Quincy Adams developed elaborate plans for the kind. 58. Of national transportation network that George Washington had envisioned as early as the 1770s. But the first major effort to transform such proposals into law and an integrated communications system, led by Calhoun in 1816, 1817, encountered the obstacles that ultimately defeated the attempt. The key to the failure was the disagreement among agricultural businessmen. Some farmers in all sections were so involved with the practical problems of establishing themselves as commercial operators that they did not become active supporters of the campaign. Others were generally opposed because of the required increase in taxes. And another group, particularly in the flush period after the War of 1812, were satisfied with the increasing number of individual projects that the Congress approved. Such projects met their immediate needs, and they did not join the push for a national program. The vital differences over an integrated program of improvements involved two broader issues. Many Westerners, and a substantial majority of Southerners, desired the improvements but feared that the more highly organized commercial and financial interests in the metropolis would reap most of the benefits. And a good many farmers, again including many who wanted such action, were seriously concerned about the constitutionality of the program. They worried that establishing the precedent of stretching the Constitution would open the way to all kinds of action by the central government against their interests, and even against their principles. Despite those powerful kinds of opposition, Calhoun managed to maneuver an internal improvements bill through the House and the Senate by March 1, 1817. President Madison vetoed it as unconstitutional and on the grounds that approval could only be given on the basis of an inadmissible latitude of construction 17. But Madison made it clear that he supported the general objective, and urged his successor, President James Monroe, to use his influence to win support for an amendment to the Constitution that would clear the way for such legislation and action. Monroe did precisely that, basing his argument and appeal on the same marketplace and expansionist logic that Madison advanced so powerfully in the fight for the Constitution. Such improvements would facilitate the transportation of the whole of the rich productions of our country to market. That would alone more than amply compensate for all the labor and expense. But there was another consideration of still more vital importance. That was the argument that expansion provided the key to prosperity and republican government. The expansion of our Union over a vast territory cannot operate unfavorably to the states individually. On the contrary, it is believed that the greater the expansion, within practicable limits, and it is not easy to say what are not so, the greater the advantage. The only limit, Monroe explained, involved the existence of effective 59. Transportation and communications. If that problem could be solved, then expansion may be carried to very great extent, and with perfect safety 18. Hence the need for a constitutional amendment to clear the way. Westerners had grown steadily more united in support of internal improvements after 1819, but they could not win enough allies in the South and the Northeast to bend Monroe's constitutional scruples or to force a showdown on the proposed amendment. The reality of that failure reinforced their growing opposition to the existing leadership of the country, and that antagonism became ever stronger after John Quincy Adams was elected president in 1824 amid angry charges that his victory over the favorites of the South and West, William H. Crawford of Georgia and Andrew Jackson of Tennessee, was won through disgraceful bargains. The agriculturalists bitterly assaulted Adams, and those who supported him, as men who favored the metropolis over the country, and who had created an aristocracy that threatened democracy as well as economic progress. Many Southerners shared that estimate, moreover, despite their differences with the Westerners over specific issues such as internal improvements and the tariff. The Westerners lost some of their enthusiasm for the tariff, moreover, as the rates continued to be raised and as it failed to produce a home market capable of absorbing their surpluses. Their attacks grew more general and intense as the metropolitan leaders failed to satisfy the demand for further expansion of the marketplace. The continual restless agitation by increasingly self-conscious farmers for more land and markets, and for other measures to satisfy their particular needs, dramatized the breakdown of the mercantilist ideal and psychology of an organic society guided from the center by leaders with an inclusive outlook. The mercantilist habit of mind that had evolved during the colonial era had been reinforced by the experiences of the Revolution, and had in many respects been institutionalized during the years when the Constitution had been written and put into operation. Presidents George Washington and John Adams had then sustained it through the crises over British and French interference with American trade. Jefferson had effected a final consolidation through his recognition of the need to foster all interests of the political economy, and through the Louisiana Purchase that provided a vast reserve of resources and satisfied the agricultural majority of the country. Yet Jefferson's noble effort, through a policy of economic self-restraint and military non-intervention, to avoid being drawn into the Napoleonic Wars placed too great a strain on the ideological and emotional cement that mercantilism relied upon to unite contending interest groups into an organic whole. Thus the factional conflicts that Madison had worried. 60. About in 1786, 1787 began after 1806 to erode the sense of common purpose and mutual need that fed the spirit of compromise. Each interest group fought ever more vigorously to win the sanction of the national government for its essentially private programs and objectives. The War of 1812 and the related economic boom gave American mercantilism the push that extended its life into the 1820s. But the very economic development and emotional involvement that provided short-term sustenance for mercantilism also strengthened the self-consciousness, importance, and strength of each interest group. The implications of that development became dramatically apparent in 1817 when the state of New York, impatient over the failure of the federal government to act on internal improvements, initiated construction of the Erie Canal. The inability of mercantilist leaders to resolve the very real dilemmas involved in undertaking such projects as part of a broad, integrated national program ended any possibility that mercantilism would emerge from the War of 1812 as a fully restored and viable Weltanschauung. Its momentum did carry it on through the 1820s, when its protagonists produced some of their best intellectual achievements. But the post-war panic and depression, coupled with the example of the Erie Canal, triggered a multifaceted revolt against the very concept of a mercantilist commonwealth, and against the men who symbolized that ideal. The intellectual foundations of that rebellion had been solidly prepared by Adam Smith in his Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, first published in 1776. His American followers read that grand synthesis and statement of the principles of the political economy of laissez-faire capitalism as both their Book of Common Prayer and as an operator's manual for the new system. Smith himself became America's new philosopher king, and even the displaced mercantilist leaders were reinterpreted as early heroes according to the new gospel. As Karl Marx was later to do with Smith himself, Smith used a very great deal of mercantilism in constructing his own system of laissez-faire. Whatever the differences between them, and some were far-reaching, Smith and the mercantilists shared two important characteristics. The first was a reliance on the principle that the expansion of the marketplace was necessary for economic, political, and social well-being. The second was the axiom that economic liberty and success had a direct and causal part in both the definition of freedom per se, and in the realization of such freedom. The drive for such economic liberty, moreover, became the dynamic element in the assault upon the mature mercantilist system. As developed by Smith, that theme was transformed into an alternate conception of reality that defined man primarily in terms of his unique and inherent propensity to truck, barter, and exchange one thing. 61. For another in the marketplace. 19 Smith measured man's freedom in those terms, and argued that the free marketplace system of organizing relationships between men would create prosperity and social peace without coercion. In that vital respect, Smith's creative synthesis of earlier thinking supplied by the physiocrats and John Locke marked a clear break with the mercantilist outlook. For the latter had insisted that prosperity and social well-being could be achieved only through conscious and sustained thought and action. Because there is a persistent misunderstanding of the point, it is worth emphasizing that it was Smith, and not his critics, or the critics of the system created in his name, who defined man so very largely in economic terms. He built his system on the propensity to truck, barter, and exchange, and upon the individual's self-love, rather than upon any urge or propensity to realize the ideals of benevolence or freedom. The consideration of his own profit is the sole motive which determines the owner of any capital to employ it. The ability to make such decisions in perfect freedom, moreover, realized the simple system of natural liberty. 20. In Smith's system, therefore, and directly as well as indirectly, freedom per se was unalterably entwined with the liberty to truck, barter, and exchange. There was no natural liberty if men were not free to act upon their own considerations of their own economic profit. The individual's economic drive, moreover, created the division of labor that Smith credited with being a vital element in producing economic growth. 21 But he immediately pointed out that the division of labor, in turn, must always be limited, by the extent of the market. 22. That point was so central to the functioning of his system that he once used the same phrase, the surplus must be sent abroad, twice within 4 sentences in the same paragraph and then again in the next paragraph. 23 And he explicitly related the principle of exporting surplus production to agriculture in discussing the growth of the United States. 24 It is apparent, therefore, that Smith did not abandon the stress on economic expansion that was so much a part of mercantilism. He instead made it the dynamic factor in the proper functioning and success of his own system. According to Smith's logic, therefore, market expansion was the necessary condition for the realization of individual freedom and liberty. He merely substituted a new kind of imperialism for the mercantilist variety in order to gain freedom for the individual. There is no difficulty in understanding why American agricultural businessmen were so attracted to that crucial part of Smith's system. They read him as a man who was telling the world what they knew to be the truth. Foreign markets were essential to agricultural, and hence everyone's, prosperity. They likewise took him to their minds. 62 The roots of the od and hearts for his blunt judgment that the town may very properly be said to gain its whole wealth and subsistence from the country. The cultivation and improvement of the country, which affords subsistence, must, necessarily, be prior to the increase of the town. It is the surplus produce of the country only that constitutes the subsistence of the town. 25. The land, he emphasized, this time repeating the phrase in 2 consecutive sentences, was by far the greatest, the most important, and the durable part of the wealth of any extensive country. 26 There was more, much more, of the same. The art of the farmer, Smith pointed out, requires more skill and experience than the greater part of mechanic trades. Any man who knew his marketplace understood how much the lower ranks of people in the country are really superior to those in the town. 27. And then, most explosively of all, after swilling the farmer's pride almost to the point of foundering, Smith told him that he was all but trapped in an inequitable position. The revenue of a trading and manufacturing country, Smith began quietly, and almost casually, must, other things being equal, always be much greater than that of one without trade or manufacturing. Then the mule kick. What a town always is with regard to the country in its neighborhood, one independent state or country may frequently be with regard to other independent states or countries. 28. The reason, Smith explained, was that a small quantity of manufactured produce purchases a great quantity of rude produce. A trading and manufacturing country, therefore, naturally purchases with a small part of its manufactured produce a great part of the rude produce of other countries, while, on the contrary, a country without trade and manufactures is generally obliged to purchase, at the expense of a great part of its rude produce, a very small part of the manufactured produce of other countries. 29. But since that possible relationship between two countries was based upon a structural imbalance that always existed between the town and the country sectors of one national economy, Smith had created a political economy that posited an internal imperialism as well as an external imperialism. The farmer had but 2 ways of escaping his inferior position. He could move to the metropolis. Or he could stay on the farm and work harder, cut his costs, exploit his advantage during good times, expand his markets, and attempt to manipulate the supply to his profit. It would be extremely difficult to construct a system that through the operation of its own principles would generate a more powerful and sustained force for overseas market expansion, and for measures designed to return higher profits from such expansion. The farmer did not relish being told he was caught on a virtual tread. 63. But he found Smith's explanation of the situation meaningful and broadly accurate. There should be no surprise, therefore, that he looked to Smith for support and guidance in agitating for market expansion, or that he did so in the name of freedom. He ripped the dying mercantilist system apart to assert and realize the superiority of his own interest at home, and to use that power to enlarge his exports. John Quincy Adams no doubt sensed in 1824 that he would never have a second chance to become president. If not, he learned it very quickly after his narrow victory. Agricultural impatience and anger thrived on his tough integrity as a mercantilist and blossomed in the warmth of his failures. Adams had in truth pursued a vigorously expansionist policy throughout most of his public career prior to being elected president. He supported the Louisiana Purchase, backed a firm stand against British violations of American trade prior to the War of 1812, opened the way through Spanish claims for an American reach to the Pacific coast in 1819, and applied steady pressure on the British to win more territory in the West and to break their power over markets in the Caribbean and Latin America. And he was the major protagonist in formulating the Monroe Doctrine, that militant manifesto asserting American dominance in the Western Hemisphere. It was a strong, consistent performance. But past triumphs proved insufficient in response either to the general and aggressive expansionism of the farm businessmen or to their specific demands. Seen through agrarian eyes, Adams manifested several inexcusable weaknesses that created solid reasons for unyielding opposition. The first was simply that he was the very personification of the metropolis that had created the mercantilism that had become uncertain and inefficient as well as repressive, and of the metropolis that enjoyed an entrenched position of power that threatened to keep the farmer in an inferior condition even after that system had been demolished. Adams was talented and confident, proud and demanding, and more than a little cranky and difficult. To many agricultural disciples of Adam Smith, at any rate, he must have appeared as the devil incarnate. That impression was reinforced as Adams developed reservations about continuing a militantly expansionist policy, and revealed a noticeable lack of enthusiasm for either the idea or the practice of using American power to intervene actively around the world in the name of supporting or extending American-style freedom. The farmers were far more attracted to men like Henry Clay, who spoke often and boldly in behalf of such an adventurous policy. They gave Adams a cool reception as early as 1821, for example, when he forcefully opposed that kind of expansion. 64. America goes not abroad in search of monsters to destroy / he warned in a 4th of July oration. She well knows that by once enlisting under other banners than her own, were they even the banners of foreign independence, she would involve herself, beyond the power of extrication, in all the wars of interest and intrigue, of individual avarice, envy, and ambition, which assume the colors and usurp the standard of freedom. She might become the dictatress of the world, Adams concluded. She would no longer be the ruler of her own spirit. 30. The agricultural businessmen much preferred Smith's expansion of the marketplace for economic profit and liberty. They responded enthusiastically when Clay, and other Southern and Western leaders like Andrew Jackson and Thomas Hart Benton, wrapped Smith's somewhat dry and harsh logic in the more noble and comforting rhetoric that John Locke used to defend individualism and property rights in the name of man's natural freedom. 31 And they particularly liked the kind of argument advanced by Representative George Frost Strother of Virginia: the western frontier is that portion of the world where the race of man is most progressive. 32. The first significant grumbling about Adams' foreign policy arose even as he was winning a frontier on the Pacific coast in 1819. Some Southerners and Westerners were sure that he could have acquired Texas if he had not been indifferent or opposed to their interests. The truth was that Adams wanted Texas. But he felt the evidence favored Spain's claim, and he was unwilling to go to war. He had the same reservations against thrashing about in the Pacific Northwest in order to drive the British out of the Oregon country. The farmers, and especially the Westerners, favored Senator Benton's approach. He demanded military action with the cry that there is the East, there lies the road to India. 33. Adams had actually begun to stress the very kind of market expansion that Smith emphasized so heavily. But the farmers were correct in judging that Adams was more interested in markets for the metropolis than for agricultural surpluses. And his failure after 1825 to regain free access to the British West Indies convinced them that he most certainly was not their man. The editors of the Richmond Enquirer spoke for most of them in denouncing his clumsy and mischievous diplomacy that had lost the benefits of the colonial trade. 34. Adam Smith and John Locke were the absentee strategists of the agricultural assault on Adams and American mercantilism. Their battlefield commander in the southern states was John Taylor of Caroline, who exhorted the farmers to fight for the defense of life, liberty, and property. And a remonstrance of the Virginia Agricultural Society read as though it had been copied from The Wealth of Nations: national industry is best promoted by leaving every member of society 65. Free to apply his labor and his knowledge according to his own choice, exempt from all restraints. 35. Farmers in Massachusetts cited Smith explicitly. Roger Sullivan of the Massachusetts Agricultural Society did so, for example, when he explained the despondence of the farmer over the difficulty of obtaining a vent for his produce. Other agrarians in Adams' home state, such as John Lowell of the Massachusetts Society for Promoting Agriculture, questioned the value of the tariff. The farmer is, according to the new tariff or tax, like a candle lighted at both ends. His revenue or income will be lessened while his expenses will be increased. Just in proportion as the foreign article is excluded by extravagant duties in favor of the home manufacture, in the same ratio are our exports diminished, and the price of our own products reduced. 36. As they increased the tempo of their campaign for the West Indies trade, however, the Southerners also quoted Smith. The report and petition of the United Agricultural Societies of Virginia referred to him as a man who clearly understood the need to export surplus rude produce. We cannot possibly sell commodities to another country, the delegates argued, without buying to an equal amount. Hence the proper policy was to reduce the tariff. By that action new markets would be opened, and the existing demand increased. 37. The agrarians of the South and West needed no urging, in 1828, to send John Quincy Adams back to his ancestral home in Massachusetts. And in choosing Andrew Jackson to be their president, they picked a man ready and eager to complete the destruction of mercantilism at home, and to expand the American marketplace across the continent and the seven seas. For he was the son of a poor farmer who had left poverty behind as he became a planter by acting precisely as Adam Smith said a man should act. 2. F. The time must come when our rapidly increasing numbers shall fill up our widespread territory. When the great safety valve of the West will be closed. When these things shall come. First comes disorganization and legislative plunder, then the struggle of factions and civil war. Thomas R. Dew of Virginia, 1836. We have just commenced exporting, yet the home market is even now completely glutted in many articles. We shall be compelled to diminish our production unless a foreign market can be found. Prairie Farmer, April 1843. Seat the United States firmly in Oregon and the commercial enterprise and the wealth of the world will centralize within our limits. Representative Charles Jared Ingersoll of Pennsylvania, 1845. We have surrendered our territory by negotiation in the Southwest and in the West. In the Northeast, and in the North. And, sir, I want to see no more surrendered. The right of the United States to the whole of Oregon, as far north as the Russian boundary, is as clear as the noonday sun. Senator James Semple of Illinois, 1844. Oregon is a mere extension of our acknowledged boundaries. Secretary of State Abel P. Upshur of Virginia, 1843. Texas is essential to the security of the South, the defense of the West, and highly conducive to the welfare and perpetuity of the whole Union. Senator Robert J. Walker of Mississippi, 1844. Regard annexation to be a vital question. If lost now, it will be forever lost, and, if that, the South will be lost. Secretary of State John C. Calhoun of South Carolina, 1844. Our title to the whole of the territory of Oregon is clear and unquestionable. The reoccupation of Oregon and the reannexation of Texas at the earliest practicable period are great American measures. Democratic Party Platform, 1844. Progress / Depression, and competitive bidding. Create a coalition for the expansion of the marketplace. Jail rowdy pursuit of self-interest at the White House reception following the inauguration of President Andrew Jackson typified the spirit of the free marketplace philosophy that Americans had embraced during the latter half of the 1820s. The episode might even be interpreted as providing proof, as long as the marketplace was big enough, that competition did produce a certain kind of general welfare. After the revelry, in any event, it quickly became apparent that Americans had committed themselves to that strategy of achieving prosperity and social welfare. The agricultural businessmen had two general objectives. They wanted to reduce the inequities between the metropolis and the country within the American marketplace as it existed at any given time. They also sought to enlarge the marketplace by acquiring more and cheaper resources in the form of land, and by increasing the profitable demand for their surpluses. Farmers of all regions had generally viewed territorial expansion, and liberal land policies, as methods of improving their position within the system. And, periodically, some Northerners and Westerners had placed the same kind of emphasis on overseas markets that was a traditional part of the Southern outlook. Beginning in the mid-1830s, moreover, increasing numbers of Northerners came to stress the importance of exports in determining their relative and absolute welfare. That provided a base for an effective coalition among all agricultural businessmen against the metropolis. Such an alliance, initially based on an understanding to expand territorially. 69. 70. In ways that would provide more land for everyone, did develop in the mid-1840s. It lasted long enough, moreover, to lower the tariff. But it soon collapsed, ripped asunder by a conflict over the division of the empire that had been won. 30 years before that crisis, which led on to the Civil War, the Southerners made a bold attack on the inequities of the domestic marketplace and threatened similar independent action. They launched that fight against the tariff of 1828, which raised rates to a new high. Part of the intensity of their anger was due to the decline of British prices for cotton, as the result of a financial panic, to 12 cents per pound in 1826 and on down to 8.8 cents in 1827. They faced the most unhappy prospect of paying more for their purchases while earning less for their principal surplus. That tariff price squeeze dramatized the kind of Southern opposition to the metropolis that men like John Taylor had been preaching with increasing vigor and effectiveness since 1800. Such views gained added strength from the support of Thomas Cooper, an English intellectual who became a staunch Southerner after joining the faculty of South Carolina College in 1820. "We of the South," he cried in 1827, "hold our plantations, as the serfs and operatives of the North, subject to the orders, and laboring for the benefit of the masterminds of Massachusetts." 1. Cooper and Taylor were significant propagandists, but Calhoun was the political leader of the Southern fight against the metropolis. He opened the assault with the South Carolina Exposition and Protest of December 1828, in which he damned the tariff as unconstitutional, unequal, and oppressive. It reduced Southerners to the serfs of the system, out of whose labor is raised, not only the money paid into the treasury, but the funds out of which are drawn the rich rewards of the manufacturer and his associates in interest. No system, he concluded, can be more efficient to rear up a moneyed aristocracy. Its tendency is, to make the poor poorer, and the rich richer too. It needed no saying that the Southern agricultural businessmen were the poor becoming poorer. Calhoun and other Southerners began preparing themselves, after 1828, to declare the high tariff system illegal and hence null and void if they could not win relief any other way. In the meantime, however, and as a more desirable and effective solution, they sought an alliance with the Western farm businessmen. Since the Westerners were divided over the tariff, the strongest group still attracted by the argument that the protective system would create an expanding home market, the coalition was rooted in the idea of a classic marketplace bargain between the two sections. The compromise, most openly advocated by Senators Robert Young Hayne of South Carolina and Thomas Hart Benton of Missouri, called for Southern support for the Western drive for cheap land in return for Western votes to lower the tariff. 71. The metropolis breathed first life into the strategy when Senator Samuel Augustus Foote of Connecticut offered a resolution on December 29, 1829, directing the Committee on Public Lands to inquire into the expediency of limiting for a certain period the sales of public lands. 3. Senator Benton immediately denounced the maneuver. He castigated it as a metropolitan attempt to check emigration to the West in order to preserve its reservoir of cheap labor and thereby maintain its economic advantage over the agrarians. The idea, he charged, was to make poor people do the work for small wages. And Senator Elias Kent Kane of Illinois accused Foote of sacrificing the immediate and pressing interests of the new states for the remote and speculative interests of some of the old four. Senator Hayne then supported Benton's charge that the metropolis was attempting to limit Western prosperity and development, and that assault developed into his classic debate with Senator Daniel Webster of Massachusetts. Webster slyly slipped by the central issue of the relationship between the metropolis and the country as it had been raised in the form of land policy. He instead discussed the question of federal power versus states' rights, a strategy that produced a vigorous argument about the nullification proposals being agitated by Calhoun and other Southerners. As defined and handled by Webster, therefore, the confrontation served less to resolve the fundamental conflict than to harden opinion on both sides. Webster undoubtedly stiffened Southern determination to forge an effective alliance with the Western farmers. Enough of them supported Benton's graduation bill to push it through the Senate in May 1830. The proposal lost in the House, but the coalition was strong enough to pass a modified preemption law on May 29, 1830. It allowed settlers who had cultivated public land in 1829 to claim as much as 160 acres at the minimum price of $1.25 per acre. And the agricultural businessmen won several more important victories in the spring of 1830. The Congress adopted the long-desired policy of pushing the Indians westward out of the way of the advancing settlers, and then authorized President Jackson to bargain with the British over access to the West Indies market. 5 And though he vetoed a measure appropriating $150,000 for a road in Kentucky, the President approved the Cumberland Road Bill that promised to improve the market position of the Western farmers. That gain was followed, moreover, by the announcement on October 5, 1830, that the British had agreed to reopen the West Indian market to American exports. Then Jackson agreed to a compromise on the tariff that satisfied enough Southerners to undercut Calhoun. The tariff bill of 1832 reduced rates to the general level of the law of 1824, and Southern congressmen voted for it by a margin of 45 to 30. A South Carolina convention nullified the law. 72. But no other Southern state supported the action. Calhoun stood alone against Jackson, who bluntly threatened to lead an army into the redoubt of his own vice president. Calhoun resigned from that office on December 28, 1831, after Jackson called for further reductions in the tariff to sweeten his request for military preparations. The president won both appeals on March 2, 1832. One law authorized the use of force to uphold the revenue laws, and another provided for the gradual reduction, by 1841, of all rates in the 1828 bill that were higher than 20%. Those cuts were to be followed by others to lower all rates to that level by July 1, 1842. The challenge of disunion was thus effectively blunted by a combination of counter-threats and compromises. Even more significantly, the Southern agriculturalists had been unable to consolidate an agreement with Western and Northern farmers on the best way to improve the position of agriculture in the domestic marketplace, or on the emphasis to be placed on expanding the overseas market. A good part of that failure was due to the general prosperity that the country enjoyed from the end of 1829 into 1833. Commerce and manufacturing increased their rate of growth, and that aided the food-producing farmers. Those agricultural businessmen also benefited from the developing boom in canals and railroads that improved transportation to the growing northeastern metropolitan markets. 6 In the main, therefore, the northern and western farmers found it possible to dispose of much of their surpluses in the domestic marketplace, or through the existing export outlets. Southerners, on the other hand, were buying food from the West and merchandise from the North while exporting 82% of their cotton in 1831, and at the same time trying to regain their position in the world tobacco market. Given that contrast in the general position of the regions, it is particularly illuminating that the flour millers turned to the government for assistance in the export market even before the tobacco men. The millers wanted help against Spanish restrictions that threatened to cut their exports to Cuba and Latin America. Representative Henry Lawrence Pinckney of South Carolina responded in June 1834 with a bill to lay higher charges on Spanish ships entering American ports. 7 The government then moved in 1835 to retaliate against the proposed Spanish policy. The threat was effective, and opened the way for a sustained rise in flour exports over the next 30 years. Those sales, which averaged $73.3 million during the period 1833 to 1843, rose to $198.6 million for 1843 to 1853, and to $512.4 million for 1853 to 1863. Grain farmers in the South, particularly in Virginia and Maryland, initially benefited from that boom, but the rewards increasingly went to wheat growers in New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, Illinois, and Wisconsin. Michigan, for example, began to produce 73 of the cultivators stated the guiding principle of the movement with refreshing candor: agriculture should be patronized by the government. 12. One man, one event, and one development played central roles in that sustained drive for direct leverage within the government. The man was Henry L. Ellsworth, who was appointed Commissioner of the Patent Office in 1836. He had done extensive experimental work on a farm in Indiana, and immediately began to use his office to promote agriculture. One of his actions, for example, involved using American consuls around the world to gather information on crops and markets, and to push farm surpluses in those markets. He also won a special appropriation in 1839 to enlarge and regularize the collection of statistics. Perhaps the best indication of his interest and energy was provided by his last annual report, in which he used 428 of 520 pages to discuss problems of the farmer. 13 The long and severe economic depression touched off by the Panic of 1837 was the event that served to extend and deepen the agricultural campaign for greater influence and assistance. Cotton prices fell almost 50% during March at New Orleans. That shock was followed by the suspension of specie movements by New York banks on May 10, and the gradual extension of the depression among other farm businessmen. Westerners did not feel the full impact of the downturn until 1839, but then they were staggered. Farm prices dropped more than the prices of manufactured goods. And public land sales dived from 20 million acres in 1836 to 3.5 million acres in 1838. At the same time, agricultural production continued to rise. As a result, the matter of foreign markets for surplus agricultural produce, especially breadstuffs, assumed a new importance. 14. So also did the thrust for virgin land and an opportunity to re-enter the marketplace under hopefully more fortunate circumstances. And, challenged by the depressing reality that past expansion had not solved all the problems of the marketplace, or provided meaningful freedom for everyone, it is not surprising that Americans began to reassert the validity of their belief that liberty and prosperity required still more expansion. Or that politicians began to offer such expansion as the program that would advance and ensure their particular self-interest. The demand for easier and cheaper ownership of land increased dramatically after the Panic of 1837. President Martin Van Buren responded promptly in his annual message of 1837, throwing his support behind Senator Benton's graduation plan and asking for a preemption law to help squatters not protected by earlier measures. The graduation bill was defeated in the House of Representatives, but preemption was extended in 1838 and again in 1840. Finally, on September 75. 1841, a permanent preemption law was passed. That legislation, enthusiastically and optimistically called the Log Cabin Bill by Benton, was not at all generous or advanced, particularly in the context of the Depression. It authorized squatters on the public domain to claim as much as 160 acres when the land went the block, and guaranteed their right to buy it without competitive bidding at $1.25 per acre. They could follow the same procedure on land granted to canal and railroad companies if they were able and willing to pay $2.50 per acre. 15 The law was a long-sought victory for the agriculturalists, but it did not solve their difficulties or quiet their demands for more assistance. As far as land policy was concerned, for example, Westerners in particular were beginning to respond to the campaign for free land that had gained strength among labor spokesmen in the metropolis. Thomas Skidmore of New York was one of the first to develop a line of thought that ultimately revived Madison's earlier argument for expansion to guarantee prosperity and freedom. Skidmore called for free land to preserve democracy and to ensure the benefits of Smith's free marketplace, and initially proposed to divide the estates of the dead among the living as they reached legal maturity. Gradually, by the end of the 1820s, he combined Locke's emphasis on property and freedom with Smith's stress on the expanding marketplace to produce a rudimentary political economy of equality. Skidmore's ideas were initially attacked by many reformers, but one of his early opponents, George Henry Evans, ultimately adapted and refined the argument. He produced an early version of the frontier thesis stated in terms of the Smithian political economy. That change occurred during the Depression, which continued into 1843, and produced a program as well as a theory. Evans maintained that a policy of giving an inalienable homestead to any and all settlers would enable poor or unemployed wage earners to enter the marketplace as agricultural businessmen. That shift in the distribution of labor, he concluded, would improve the position of the workers who stayed in the metropolis. 16 By the time Evans organized the National Reform Association in 1844, and began to agitate for his plan in his Working Man's Advocate, the reality of expansion into Oregon and Texas had created a large audience for his ideas. Those drives to the southwest and northwest also extended and intensified the argument that freedom and prosperity were the natural benefits of expansion. Edward Everett, a Whig writer and politician from Massachusetts, declared that expansion was the principle of our institutions and called for the enlargement of the field of action to preserve opportunity and freedom. 17 As had been the case across the turn of the 19th century, that kind of talk from the metropolis sounded very similar to the rhetoric of the 76 agricultural South and West. Andrew Jackson underscored that point in 1843, when he announced that he favored extending the area of freedom into Texas. 18 American penetration of that northeastern province of Mexico began in force during the Depression of the early 1820s after Moses Austin secured the first colonizing charter on January 17, 1821. His son Stephen F. Austin continued the project, and Texas became part of a Mexican state generally open to immigration during 1824 to 1825. Americans moved in so rapidly, and established themselves so effectively, that Mexican authorities belatedly tried to reverse their policy in April 1830. The decision to prohibit slavery and close Texas to further colonization by Americans provoked so much opposition, however, including a separatist movement, that the area was reopened in 1833. That led only to a new boom in immigration and further tension and conflict. The first military confrontation occurred at Anahuac on June 29, 1835, and fighting erupted at Gonzales on October 2. Texas declared its independence in March 1836 and adopted a constitution authorizing slavery. The victory of Sam Houston over Santa Anna at San Jacinto on April 21, 1836, roiled expansionist sentiment in the United States, and the Congress responded early in July with annexationist resolutions. President Jackson wanted to acquire Texas, but he hesitated to act because of opposition in the United States, and because of the doubt that Texas could maintain its existence as an independent nation against a Mexican counterattack. He reluctantly contented himself with diplomatic recognition. That policy was sustained by President Martin Van Buren. He rejected a formal Texas petition for annexation in August 1837 without even submitting the question to the Congress. Texas leaders thereupon withdrew the request, and many of them turned away from the United States to concentrate on a program of expansion south along the Gulf of Mexico and westward to the Pacific. The spectacular growth of the region's agriculture, with the attendant rise in surpluses for external markets, had earlier led some Texans to advocate staying within the Mexican system on the grounds that they could ultimately exercise predominant influence in Mexican affairs. That economic power made them confident after independence had been won that they could develop their own empire. Annexationists in the United States kept the issue alive, however, during the Depression years, when the agitation for free land gathered strength, and as Americans contracted Oregon fever. That contagion became increasingly widespread after 1838, when significant numbers of pioneers began to struggle westward across the prairie and over the mountains to claim farmland in the Willamette Valley. At the outset of the 1840s, moreover, the momentum for expansion era. 77. Aided by those factors was strengthened by several new and dynamic elements in the political economy. The most important one involved the rising surpluses of foodstuffs produced by established commercial farmers in the West. The Depression drove home the necessity of finding a market at a time when no political group or coalition proved able to formulate and implement a program capable of restoring and maintaining prosperity. One group of Westerners, following the lead offered by Senator Lewis Fields Lynn of Missouri at the end of the 1830s, called for the acquisition of Oregon and the penetration of the Asian market as the best solution. Expansion into Oregon had been pushed hard by Hall Jackson Kelly of Massachusetts as early as 1828 to 1831, and he attracted support from others like Nathaniel J. Wyeth for the idea of founding a new town on the Pacific coast. President Jackson then gave the movement a major boost by sending an agent to inspect the region. The ensuing report generated significant interest among a number of congressmen and provided the background for Lynn's activity. Lynn called upon the Congress as early as 1839 to create a territorial government for all the Oregon country, including the part settled by the British, and announced that he was prepared for war. He admitted a bit later, in discussing the problem of winning the Asia market, that the English controlled the seas. But he reassured his supporters that the day would arrive when we might call the sea ours. 19. He then proposed, in December 1841, to begin the Grand Conquest by militarizing the overland route to Oregon and providing free land to all pioneers over 18 years of age. Missionaries, propagandists, promoters, and pioneers steadily extended the national interest in Oregon. And the Oregonians themselves dramatized the issue by adopting a provisional constitution in mid-1843. The expansionist fervor that had started in Missouri and Iowa had by that time moved eastward across the Mississippi, and in July 1843 it produced an Oregon Convention in Cincinnati, Ohio. The militancy of the delegates found expression in a resolution asserting that a surrender of any part of Oregon was dangerous to peace and a repudiation of Monroe's doctrine. Then they voted to set the boundary at 54 degrees 40 minutes north latitude. That served, at least in their minds, to disallow any British claims based on preemption or actual colonization. 20 The Cincinnati expansionists were worried lest the acquisition of California be given priority in response to the pressure from two groups in the metropolis that had become seriously interested in that part of the coastline. Merchants and shippers, working through Massachusetts. 78. Set's leader Daniel Webster, were maneuvering to claim a strip of land extending south to latitude 36 degrees. They wanted the harbors at Monterey and San Francisco. Another group was courting the commercial farmers of the West as allies against the South. One segment of that coalition was composed of abolitionists like Henry B. Stanton and Joshua Leavitt, who realized that their religious and moral crusade against slavery was not gaining the strength required to destroy the evil institution. Stanton shrewdly concluded as early as 1839 that the West was the key to winning national political power. The bumper wheat crop of 1842, which was harvested for falling prices, attracted considerable support for the argument that the abolitionists could win the West by promising to find and open foreign markets. 21 Westerners offered their own version of that program, however, and thereby attracted a larger number of metropolitans who were concerned to check the political power of the South. "We have but just commenced exporting," warned the editors of the Prairie Farmer in April 1843. "The home market is even now completely glutted in many articles. We shall be compelled to diminish our production unless a foreign market can be found." But Southerners had been trying for years to consolidate an alliance with the West against the Northeast, and they were not disposed to lose the battle to the metropolis. They promptly raised the ante. First they pointed to the tariff of 1842, which increased rates to an average of between 23 and 35%, as an example of how the metropolis pried more money out of the farmer's pocketbook even as it further restricted the chance of raising farm income by expanding exports. Next, they warned from long experience about the additional tribute extracted by the metropolis through transportation costs, interest on necessary capital, speculative profits on land, and exorbitant charges for commercial services. Finally, beginning in mid-1843, President John Tyler and Secretary of State Abel P. Upshur opened a bid to keep Tyler in the White House by building a personal party composed of Western and Southern expansionists. Tyler had become president only because William Henry Harrison died of pneumonia a month after his inauguration in March 1841. Tyler had no significant following or power base in either the Whig or Democratic Party, and relied almost wholly on a small group of fellow Virginians like Henry A. Wise and Upshur for advice on how to be nominated and elected in his own right. All three were vigorous Southern expansionists who wanted to annex Texas. That policy won Tyler some short-run encouragement from men like Senator Robert James Walker of Mississippi, who also wanted Texas, but who had no intention of backing him for the presidency. 79. Someone in the inner Tyler circle, probably Wise or Upshur if not the president himself, devised the strategy of offering Oregon to the North and West and promising Texas to the Southerners. Upshur made the first move, probably in response to the Oregon Convention in Cincinnati. The entire American settlement in Oregon was below the Columbia River, but Upshur announced in October 1843 that he favored moving the boundary north to the 49th parallel. 2 months later, in his annual message to the Congress, Tyler pushed it onto the Cincinnati line of 54 degrees 40 minutes. During the same months, moreover, they had been busy maneuvering to acquire Texas. Upshur finally convinced the Texans that he had the support of the necessary 2/3 of the Senate and on that basis negotiated a treaty early in 1844. Then Upshur was killed in an explosion aboard a naval vessel on February 28, 1844. Tyler appointed Calhoun, who was convinced that he could simultaneously serve the nation and satisfy his urge to be president by uniting the South and the West with the epoxy of expansion. Given the considerable effectiveness with which that strategy was employed by other men over the succeeding few years, it is conceivable that Calhoun could have accomplished his objective if he had been more confident in the viability of the Southern society he was trying to preserve and improve. But he felt that Texas had to be acquired immediately if the South was to sustain its economy and society based on black slave labor producing a cotton crop that dominated the world market. That analysis, so deeply rooted in the theory of the necessity to expand the marketplace, had been discussed by Southerners for many years before Calhoun made it the polar star of his diplomacy in 1844. Most Americans accepted it as valid. And some, like Senator Walker, even maintained that expansion would ultimately bring an end to slavery. Other Americans continued, however, to argue about the accuracy of the analysis as applied to the South between 1840 and 1861 long after Calhoun's decision. 22 Regardless of the different conclusions that have been reached in those debates, the operative historical truth is clear and unequivocal. Calhoun and other Southerners accepted the theory of the necessity of expansion as an accurate picture of reality and acted on that view of the world. But so also did Northern and Western agricultural businessmen, and they made the same kind of argument about Oregon and foreign markets. Given his image of the world and how it worked, Calhoun concluded that British policy toward Texas posed a mortal threat to Southern prosperity, welfare, and security. He viewed English anti-slavery agitation in Texas as the opening move in a vast plan to create a free trade republic that would provide a great market for British manufactures and a source of cotton that would break the South's position in the world commodity market. He also feared the British would launch 80. An attack on slavery in the South and complete the destruction of the region's entire political economy. And there was enough evidence in support of that interpretation, a good bit of it supplied by the British themselves, to give it substance. President Tyler mentioned those dangers when he submitted to the Senate the treaty to annex Texas, but he stressed the advantages to all sections. Calhoun, by contrast, boldly presented his candid analysis and added a positive defense of slavery as a necessary instrument in extending Western civilization to the Afro-Americans. He then argued that British maneuvers in Texas posed a grave danger to the entire country because they threatened to surround the United States, and concluded by raising the specter of a Southern decision to leave the Union. The immediately negative response to Calhoun's action made it clear that he had made three major mistakes. He underestimated the anti-Southern and anti-slavery feeling and fear in the northern part of the country. As a result, he created an intense flurry of opposition among many who were neither abolitionists nor friends of the black slave. Secondly, Calhoun overestimated the active fear of the British, and the degree of general militancy, throughout the rest of the country. The majority was not ready in 1844 even to fight a war with Mexico to acquire Texas, let alone a far more severe conflict with England. Finally, Calhoun misestimated the effect of his threat of disunion. That split the Democrats despite Andrew Jackson's intervention on the side of annexation. The combined effect of those mistakes created an opposition that crushed the Treaty of Annexation in the Senate. But the vote against the treaty was not a vote against expansion, as was shortly demonstrated by the nomination and election of James Knox Polk. Aided by men from the Northeast, as well as by Southerners and Westerners, Polk put the Democratic Party back together again with the expansionist glue first tried by Tyler, Upshur, and Calhoun. The platform of 1844 called bluntly for the reoccupation of Oregon and the reannexation of Texas at the earliest practicable period, and the momentum for expansion created during the convention grew ever greater during the campaign. "War," cried one typical Westerner, "I say war is the individual who would give the first foot, the first outside shadow of a foot of the great Oregon. Some people talk as though they were afeard of England. Havn't we licked her twice, and can't we lick her again?" 23. Many Easterners joined the clamor. "Make way, I say," warned a New Jersey expansionist, "for the young American buffalo he has not yet got land enough. We will give him Oregon for his summer shade and the region of Texas as his winter pasture." 24. Henry Clay, the Whig candidate, tried to respond to such sentiment, but his awkward fence straddling cost him votes among anti-slavery Northerners. 81. Even as it failed to win support from Westerners committed to Polk. Coupled with the rising appeal of the low-tariff argument to Westerners who had come to argue the necessity of foreign markets, the expansionist thrust carried Polk to victory in Michigan, Indiana, Illinois, and Missouri. Those states, or Pennsylvania, where local Democratic leaders like James Buchanan stressed expansion, would have given the election to Clay. In the final count, however, Polk won 15 of the 25 states. Ironically, the expansionist surge denied Polk the chance to annex Texas even though it won him a lease on the White House. Tyler claimed that victory by pushing a joint resolution through the Congress just before he left office. On the first vote, the House passed the measure 120 to 98. The Senate made a change and adopted its version by the tiny margin of 2 votes, 27 to 25. Almost half the nays in the Senate came from the 7 northeastern states of Maine, Vermont, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Jersey, and Delaware. Even so, that section split its vote, recording 4 ayes for annexation. Far more significantly, only 4 of the 12 senators from north of the Ohio and west of New England voted against the resolution. Some of the Southern nays, moreover, seem clearly to have been cast as rocks at Tyler or as gestures to ease Northern anxiety about Southern predominance in the government. And when the House considered the revised version, the vote of 132 to 76 revealed an increase in expansionist support. 25 Tyler signed the joint resolution on March 1, 1845, 3 days before Polk took the oath as president. President Polk initially seemed to succeed in using the theory of expanding the marketplace as a guide to action to revive and strengthen the American political economy. But the enthusiasm for fighting Mexico in order to keep Texas, and to add California, was rapidly eroded by the anger of Northerners and Westerners. Led by the Westerners, who had been promised and expected all of Oregon, Those groups soon became determined to prevent the Southerners from moving in on all of the Trans-Mississippi Empire. The Western agricultural businessmen were Smithian to the core, and they defined their self-interest as hard-working, individualistic white farmers who needed land and markets. That conception of Smith's free marketplace as a fair field with no favor ultimately prompted them to fight to preserve and enlarge that kind of a marketplace. 3. Foreign powers do not seem to appreciate the true character of our government. To enlarge its limits, is to extend the dominions of peace over additional territories, and increasing millions. President James Knox Polk, March 4, 1845. Can there be a home market for all our produce? In very truth, when enough have been driven into manufacturing to make a home market for all our produce, they would be numerous enough to manufacture 2 or 3 times as much as this country could consume, and the surplus would have to find a foreign market. Can that system be American which shackles trade and denies to us the markets of the world? No, there is nothing about it which partakes of the freedom which we associate with the name of America. New York Farmer, 1845. / We reduce our tariff. The party opposed to the Corn Laws of England would soon prevail, and admit all our agricultural products at all times freely. The home market is wholly inadequate. Farmers must have the foreign market, or a large surplus accompanied by Great Depression in prices, must be the result. Secretary of the Treasury Robert James Walker, December 3, 1845. Personal liberty is incompatible with a crowded population. The spirit of enterprise that is overspreading the West and the South has the love of liberty for its means, liberty itself for its reward. Representative Alexander Duncan of Ohio, 1846. Oregon is the inch of ground upon which we can place a fulcrum, giving us the lever by which to overturn the world of British commerce. We now hold in possession the means of subsistence of the whole human family. Representative Andrew Kennedy of Indiana, 1846. It is said, that if manufacturers are protected, they will protect the farmers. God forbid that co should ever be left to such protectors. Agriculture needs protection, if any interest needs it. How is agriculture to be protected? Give them but a fair field in the markets of the world. Representative John Francis Collin of New York, 1846. We in the West want the world's wide market. Representative William Watson Wick of Indiana, 1846. Illinois wants a market for her agricultural production, she wants the market of the world. Senator Sidney Breese of Illinois, 1846. / Breadstuffs keep up, the United States will be fountainhead of wealth instead of England. John Murray Forbes, October 31, 1847. We can never acknowledge the right of a state to secede and cut us off from the ocean and the world, without our consent. Senator Stephen Arnold Douglas of Illinois, 1860. It is enough to say that the Valley of the Mississippi must be under one government, cost what it may. There is no alternative. Cincinnati Daily Gazette, June 21, 1861. Separate our common country into 2 nations, and every man of this great interior region is thereby cut off from some one or more of these outlets to the sea. These outlets are indispensable to the well-being of the people inhabiting and to inhabit this vast interior region. President Abraham Lincoln, December 1, 1862. The belief in the necessity of expanding the marketplace and the coming of the Civil War. P. Jailers resident James Polk attempted from the outset to assert control of the widening expansionist movement, and to use it as an instrument for securing domestic peace and prosperity, and external advantage. And in the short run he was to some extent successful. The enthusiasm for territory and markets did produce a majority strong enough to lower the tariff and wage the war that erupted over Texas and the Mexican provinces stretching to the Pacific coast. From the outset, however, Polk found it difficult to balance the different sets of expansionist priorities advanced by Northerners, Westerners, and Southerners. He managed to weather those cyclonic forces largely because the Mexicans accepted defeat in time to prevent the triumph of a rising movement to acquire at least the northern half of their country. Polk might very well have attempted to ride the crest of that storm, moreover, if his representative in Mexico, Nicholas P. Trist, had not disobeyed his instructions and stayed on to negotiate a peace treaty with the increasingly worried Mexicans. But that brave act could not and did not resolve the internal American rivalry for the empire that had been acquired, or satisfy those who felt that Polk had favored the South in acting on the expansionist imperative. Those conflicts and resentments grew stronger even as Polk was leaving office, and at the end of another decade they had destroyed the ancient dream among agricultural businessmen of an alliance against the metropolis. Instead, the Western and Southern farmers were preparing to assault one another. 86. 87. The election campaign of 1844 further reinforced the traditional equation between liberty and expansion, as well as the theory tying prosperity to expansion, and Polk emphasized that connection in his inaugural address. Foreign powers do not seem to appreciate the true character of our government, he charged, also aiming his remarks at domestic critics of annexing Texas. To enlarge its limits, is to extend the dominions of peace over additional territories, and additional millions. He added pointedly that the acquisition of Texas promised to open new and ever-increasing markets for the Western farmers. The president might better have spoken to the southern wing of his coalition about the need to continue supporting the northern and western drive to acquire all of Oregon, for many Southerners, confident that Texas was theirs, had begun to lose interest in Oregon. Senator George McDuffie of South Carolina was only more candid than the others in expressing that lack of enthusiasm. What is the emergency? He demanded as early as 1843. I have great faith, he acknowledged, in the power of representative principle to extend the sphere of government, but he continued that he could not understand the mad rush into a distant, empty valley. What are we to gain? 1. That attitude became more general after Polk won the election. At the same time, moreover, Southerners turned away from the easy land policy favored by Westerners and Northerners. For his part, the president, concerned more to acquire California, and increasingly worried about consolidating American control of Texas, privately offered to compromise with England over Oregon as early as June 1845. He would have needed a cyclone cellar if the British had accepted. For Northerners and Westerners were demanding all of Oregon as the necessary condition of prosperity and virtue. They had created the psychological spirit of manifest expansion for freedom that John L. O'Sullivan expressed so eloquently in the July 1845 issue of the Democratic Review. American expansion was justified, he cried, for the development of the great experiment of liberty and federated self-government. Representative Alexander Duncan of Ohio phrased it more succinctly and practically. Personal liberty is incompatible with a crowded population, he explained, and added that it was also necessary to preserve the spirit of enterprise in the marketplace. Without expansion, monopolies would destroy liberty itself too. Many Westerners viewed Oregon as necessary in order to open Asia as a market for their increasing agricultural surpluses. That concern was understandable, though the solution was more than a bit fanciful. The export of crude and manufactured foodstuffs had jumped from $13 million in 1830 to $21 million in 1840, and by 1845 the surplus was climbing even more rapidly. 3 And between 1846 and 1850 the exports of wheat, corn, and pork accounted for about 25%. 88. Of all American exports. Senator Sidney Breese of Illinois, who had voted to annex Texas, bluntly termed Oregon essential as the only vent westward for the vast surplus of the rich lands of the Mississippi Basin to the shores of Asia. 4. Representative Charles Gerard Ingersoll of Pennsylvania agreed that Oregon involved more than a mere matter of land. Given Oregon, the commercial enterprise and the wealth of the world will centralize within our limits. 5. Some of that Eastern concern came from manufacturing and shipping interests, but Representative Hannibal Hamlin of Maine made it clear that the business groups understood the importance of agriculture. The West, he explained, may be the granary not only of our own country, but, give it an outlet, the granary of the world. He also included the South, for it could sell its cotton to Asians after it had been processed in the mills of New England. 6 Westerners took the lead, moreover, in pointing out how control of Oregon was the crucial factor in overturning British commercial supremacy. It is the inch of ground, explained Representative Andrew Kennedy of Indiana, upon which we can place a fulcrum, giving us the lever by which to overturn the world of British commerce. Pausing to unscramble his principles of mechanics, he then noted that the lever already existed in the form of American agricultural surpluses. 7 Others were more explicit in tying that argument to the 1844 bargain within the Democratic Party. Representative Orlando R. Ficklin of Illinois, for example, argued that Britain would back down rather than fight over Oregon because it must obtain from us our cotton and provisions aid. Easterners agreed with the analysis, though they stressed it less. 9 Beyond winning possession of the best ports, the immediate difficulty in implementing that strategy of economic supremacy involved the lack of any effective transportation system linking the Mississippi with the coast. A rising politician of the West, Representative Stephen Arnold Douglas of Illinois, argued that, regardless of a solution to that problem, the best strategy was to organize trade along the north-south axis provided by the Mississippi. It was not at all coincidental that such a program promised to satisfy his local constituents and attract Southern support for his presidential ambitions. Thus, while Douglas was strong for taking all of Oregon, he opposed building a Pacific Railroad until the pioneers from Chicago to Oregon had become commercial farmers with surplus production to export. 10 The fervor for Oregon undoubtedly contributed to Polk's decision to take a strong position on the issue in his annual message of December 2, 1845. He coupled a claim to all of Oregon with a bold reassertion of the Monroe Doctrine. The United States cannot in silence permit any European influence on the North American continent. 89. And should any such interference be attempted, will be ready to resist it at any and all hazards. 6 weeks later, on January 13, 1846, he moved American troops to the Rio Grande River after Mexico refused to recognize that boundary and cede California in return for a few $1 million. Despite those dramatic words and the portentous action, which seemed to recommit the administration to the promises of the 1844 campaign, the president was momentarily overshadowed by his Secretary of the Treasury, the expansionist Robert James Walker of Mississippi. Walker's annual report, filed the day after Polk revived the Monroe Doctrine, provoked a long and revealing debate over the importance of lowering the tariff in order to penetrate and dominate overseas markets for agricultural surpluses. He was determined to win that campaign and made an impressive appeal to the Western farm businessmen to supply the necessary votes. It is highly probable, moreover, that Walker was operating on an assumption held by the inner circle of the administration that there would be war over Texas and California. That made it necessary, despite Polk's militant rhetoric, to compromise with Great Britain over Oregon to avoid the grave risks of a two-front war growing out of English aid to Mexico. And the best, if not the only, way to accomplish that delicate maneuver was through the simultaneous manipulation of the growing British sentiment for free trade in agricultural produce and the Western concern to find a market for surplus foodstuffs. The British openly discussed their role in such an operation during the debate over repealing the Corn Laws, and it seems most unlikely that American leaders overlooked that strategy. And, since Polk offered to compromise on Oregon as early as June 1845, there is good reason to doubt that he ever intended to fight for an Oregon boundary at 54°40'. In any event, the President and the British acted within that framework once Walker's report entered the public arena. 11 The Secretary of the Treasury came on stage bowing to his fellow Southerners. Cotton exports were the great basis of our foreign exchange. He then concentrated on the Northerners and Westerners who produced surplus foodstuffs. Agriculture is our chief employment. And if not depressed by the tariff, would be most profitable. If we reduce our tariff, he announced, incidentally revealing his awareness of the debate over the Corn Laws in England, the party opposed to the Corn Laws of England would soon prevail, and admit all our agricultural products at all times freely. The home market is wholly inadequate, he concluded, warning that the farmers must have the foreign market, or a large surplus accompanied by a great depression in prices, must be the result. 12. Walker prepared his argument with great care, and much of the work was invested in extensive and detailed questionnaires dispatched 90. Throughout the country. In particular, the answers to his circular number 2 provided considerable evidence that agricultural businessmen were turning away from high tariffs. The response of a New York farmer was perhaps atypical in long-range perception and stylish composition, but it represented a widely shared analysis. Any tariff that lies against the trade of a nation, lies against the nation itself. Can there be a home market for all our produce? He continued, and answered with an eerie preview of what ultimately occurred long after he was in his grave. In very truth, when enough have been driven into manufacturing to make a home market for all our produce, they would be numerous enough to manufacture 2 or 3 times as much as this country could consume, and the surplus would have to find a foreign market. Can that system be American? He asked rhetorically, in a direct slap at Henry Clay, which shackles trade and denies to us the markets of the world. No, he thundered, there is nothing about it which partakes of the freedom which we associate with the name of America. 13. Such confident militance was the product of tradition reinforced by experience and analysis. The agitation for freer trade had been accelerated, for example, by the popularization of Smith's Wealth of Nations by the French political economist Jean-Baptiste Say. He argued that the markets of the world could absorb any and all such surpluses. And the attack on the tariff had been vigorously sustained by such Americans as John McVicker of Columbia University, and William Cullen Bryant of the New York Evening Post. The appeal of the campaign immediately provoked renewed opposition from protectionist Easterners, even though they had to admit that the export of foodstuffs was an important item in our commerce. 14. The agricultural concern for the British market clearly helped Polk outflank the Westerners who continued to demand all of the Oregon Territory. By the time the Congress voted on April 23, 1846, to terminate the old agreement with Britain for the joint occupation of Oregon, the militants had lost important support in their own region as well as among Southerners and Easterners. 2 days later, on April 25, they suffered a mortal blow and never regained the initiative. Mexican and American forces clashed north of the Rio Grande. Polk had decided on war before news of the skirmish reached Washington during the evening of May 9, and he promptly asked the Congress to make the formal declaration on May 11, charging that Mexico had shed American blood upon the American soil. The vote was overwhelming, 174 to 14 in the House, and 40 to 2 in the Senate. If judged on a short-term basis, the next 3 developments can be viewed as victories for Polk's expansionist strategy. First, on June 15, 1846, the Senate ratified a compromise settlement with Great Britain. 91. That fixed the Oregon boundary at 49 degrees north latitude, several hundred miles south of the line sought by the Western militants. Second, the Western concern with export markets produced the votes to pass a bill that lowered the tariff. Agriculture had withered, explained one spokesman, because the farmer cannot find a good market for his surplus produce. And that analysis carried the battle. How is agriculture to be protected? Asked Representative John Francis Collin of New York. His answer was simple and prophetic of the outlook that would come to dominate the thinking of the farm businessmen. Give them but a fair field in the markets of the world. Another congressman preferred to attack protection. The home market argument was a gross absurdity. If we do not find a foreign market, he concluded, the farmer would be undone. 15 Southerners often stress the relationship between overseas economic expansion and freedom. The expansive energies and enlarging products of our agriculturalists, explained one of them, demand the markets of the world. and Representative John Henry Harmanson of Louisiana prophesied that Americans would carry peace and comfort to every man's door. With surplus farm produce in one hand and a Bible in the other, Americans would soon boast that they ruled the waves. Assuming unusual ambidextrousness, he concluded that the fate of nations will be in their hands. 16 Westerners tended to take the reform for granted and emphasized the economics. They judged the home market argument preposterous. America would have to construct unbroken lines of workshops and factories before their inmates could consume the grain and other provisions raised by the farmers. Representative William Watson Wick of Indiana and Senator Breeze of Illinois wholly agreed, "We in the West want the world's wide market. A mere 10 counties in Illinois could supply all the home market. We want a foreign market for our produce, which is now rotting in our granaries." 17. When it came time to vote, the West and the South cast a total of 88 votes for the lower rates of the Walker Tariff of July 30, 1846. Polk's third victory came in the defeat of Mexico. That triumph not only validated the Rio Grande as the Texas border on the south, an objective that at one time mistakenly appeared to be the principal cause and purpose of the conflict, but extended the territorial empire of the United States to the California coast. Including Texas, the war added 1,193,061 square miles and gave America several excellent harbors on the Pacific. The president's successes carried a very high price tag, however, and the full extent of the cost began to become apparent even before the Mexicans surrendered. Instead of easing the tension between northern and southern expansionists, the war extended and intensified their differences. The anger of those who wanted all the Oregon Territory was not appeased. 92. By the prospect or the reality of gains in the Southwest, or by the seizure of California. The final decision to compromise the Oregon boundary was made after the declaration of war against Mexico, and the protest filed during that debate by Senator Lewis Cass of Michigan pointed to the deeper divisions of the future. "We are seeking," he warned, "a doubtful good at the certainty of a great sacrifice." 18. The attacks rapidly grew more embittered. Representative Brady Preston Gentry of Tennessee charged Polk and his Southern allies with insincerity and double-dealing. The same accusation came from Representative John Smith Chipman of Michigan. After reviewing the understanding and commitment on Oregon that had been reached prior to Polk's nomination, and then carried through the campaign of 1844, he delivered a wholesale indictment. But lo! All at once the administration party dropped from 54 degrees 40 minutes and deserted en masse. 19. That sense of the betrayal of a solemn agreement involving primary interests was a significant element in the developing division over control of the Trans-Mississippi Empire. It reinforced and extended the more generalized anti-slavery feeling in the Northwest. That movement was far broader than the abolitionist crusade, and was concerned only secondarily with freeing the black slave. The anti-slavery groups were determined to prevent Southerners from dominating the economic development of the Western territories, and from using that base to monopolize political power in the national government. From an early date, moreover, such Westerners feared the consequences of any compromise over the Trans-Mississippi region. Representative John Alexander McClernand of Illinois warned in January 1847 that the Northwestern farmer was already denied independent access to the Gulf of Mexico. The vast commercial power of the Gulf was concentrated within the borders of slave states, and it had been prodigiously augmented by the annexation of Texas. The danger was very real, he explained, because extension and expansion is the condition of our political existence, and must continue to be from the adaptation of our free institutions. When we cease to extend, we will cease to be, what we are now, a united and ascendant people. 20. That ominous reading of the expansionist theory of American welfare gained substance with the approval of the Wilmot Proviso by the House of Representatives on August 8, 1846, and again on February 15, 1847. That measure, which called for the prohibition of slavery from any territory acquired from Mexico, was backed by anti-Polk Democrats, abolitionists, and anti-slavery Northerners. The issue now presented, explained Representative David Wilmot of Pennsylvania, is not whether slavery shall exist unmolested where it now is, but whether it shall be carried to new and distant regions, now free. I ask not that slavery be abolished, he continued. I demand that this government preserve the integrity of free territory against the aggression. 93. Scions of slavery. Pointing out that the Louisiana Territory had gone to slavery by account of 8 states to 1, he angrily concluded that the whole of Texas has been given up to slavery. An empire larger than France. Shall we give up free territory? Never, sir, never, until we ourselves are fit to be slaves. 21. The tension created by that challenge was temporarily eased by the failure of the Senate to agree to the proviso, and by the mounting enthusiasm among various groups of Northerners and Westerners for taking all of Mexico. Some became convinced that slavery could not be imposed upon that society. Others overrode their fears about slavery with the logic of economic gain. And still others, excited by the emotional fervor of the war, wanted to punish the Mexicans. 22 But the treaty of peace negotiated by Nicholas Trist cut the ground from under the campaign, and the die-hard Oregon men were the only ones to vote against ratification. That momentary hiatus in the conflicts between Southern and Western expansionists, and between the abolitionists and the Southern militants, might have been nurtured into a long-term compromise that might in turn have created conditions leading to the gradual and peaceful demise of slavery. One strategy for accomplishing that objective called for promptly extending the old Missouri Compromise line of 36 degrees 30 minutes westward to the Pacific coast, or to the eastern border of the California Territory. Quick, decisive agreement on the proposal might have squashed the incipient struggle for control of the Trans-Mississippi Empire. That approach had been discussed ever since 1820, but it was not pushed seriously until after the battle had been reopened. The other possibility involved extending and deepening the economic and political ties between the South and the West. That might have led to the confinement and gradual decline of slavery through a mutual agreement arising out of a developing sense of common interest and purpose. There was a great deal of enthusiastic talk about constructing the economic foundations for that kind of an interregional alliance just before and during the Mexican War, and it continued for a time after the conflict ended. Much of the interest grew out of the existing trade relationships between the two regions, and the related and rising pressure for internal improvements west of the Appalachian Mountains. Such agitation is easily understood, for that area received only $6 billion for water transportation projects between 1780 and I-860.23. Pointing to the needs of the vast and constantly increasing trade of the region, Senator Breese of Illinois submitted a typical petition on March 15, 1844, praying for adequate appropriations for the improvement of the navigation of the Mississippi River, and the lakes. 24. And a year later a meeting of Southerners at Memphis agreed on the need for direct cooperation to secure better transportation connect. 94. Now is the time to meet our Western friends, to set the ball in motion that must bring the valley to the south. 25. Senator Douglas of Illinois became the leading advocate of such a north-south axis, and his strategy was designed to make the Mississippi Valley the controlling center of world trade. That would stimulate and encourage all the branches of industry, and afford more protection to all American interests than all the protective tariffs that the ingenuity of man ever devised. 26. He won considerable support in the Northwest, moreover, as well as among Southerners. 27. His persistent efforts to obtain major government assistance were successful in 1850, when he secured congressional approval of the first subsidy in the form of a grant of public lands to aid the construction of a north-south railroad. By the time the Illinois Central Railroad began promoting settlement and initiating construction, however, the battle was all but lost. Even the Mobile and New Orleans Railroad, which began building a line north to St. Louis in 1849, was too late. Two principal reasons explain the failure to establish a firm alliance between the West and the South. One involved the reopening of the battle for control of the Trans-Mississippi West. And once again Oregon provided the spark that touched off the first cannonade. But this time it was the Southerners, rather than the Westerners, who felt betrayed by Polk. That was their reaction when he approved the anti-slavery territorial government in Oregon. Then Northerners revived the Wilmot Proviso and made it a major issue in the election of 1848. That combination of events rapidly destroyed the earlier Southern concern to woo the West. The region increasingly concentrated on defending and advancing a far narrower conception of its interests. The second factor was economic, and involved the rapidly growing ties between the metropolis and the northwestern agricultural businessmen. The network of northern canals and railroads linking the east and the northwest created a new trading pattern that pulled the surplus-producing food farmers away from the south. At the same time, moreover, Southern transportation leaders concentrated their efforts on integrating their section on an east-west axis along the Gulf, rather than on reaching out to the northwest. That placed Southern commercial and shipping interests under an increasing disadvantage in the struggle to control the flow of the rising surplus of the Western farmers. And that trade became steadily more vital because the South itself provided a market for proportionately less and less of the Western surplus. The dynamic combination of increasing population, improving technology, and rising demand explains the boom in the Western production and processing of foodstuffs. Almost all the principal agricultural implements became available before 1860. The steel and chilled 95. Iron plows and the horse rake were in general use, and seed drills, corn planters, disc harrows, and cultivators, along with mowers, reapers, and threshing machines, were put into the fields as rapidly as they could be afforded and obtained. By the mid-1850s, for that matter, the major manufacturers like John Deere, Walter A. Wood, and Cyrus McCormick were turning to the overseas market to absorb their surpluses. 28 The increase in production was continuous and its effect was cumulative. The wheat surplus that Westerners harvested and shipped out of their region doubled in the 5 years between 1839 and 1844. It jumped another 300% by 1853. Flour traffic climbed from 800,000 barrels in 1839 to 3 million barrels in 1853. And corn shot upward by 800%. Finally, pork shipments moved from 300,000 barrels in 1839 to 1.5 million barrels in 1853. 29 Those statistics, and the activity that produced them, provided the basis for the growing concern, and the increasingly expansive rhetoric, about foreign markets. Most of those surpluses were taken by domestic consumers, but though the percentage sent abroad climbed erratically, it nevertheless rose steadily. 30 Perhaps even more significantly, the farm businessmen who produced the surplus began emphasizing the overseas market before it became a major factor in their operations. And while the precise date can be debated, it is clear that the Western farmer became structurally involved with the export market no later than the early 1850s. 31 The pattern was apparent to Senator Douglas in 1851, and he confidently anticipated the day when we shall be able to regulate the prices of grain, provisions, and cotton in the world marketplace. That would give the United States the power to compel the governments of Europe to keep the peace. 32. Such enthusiasm was so widespread that it affected even the wool growers. The editors of the Prairie Farmer, for example, maintained a steady flow of reports during 1847 about the efforts of that group to find foreign markets. They were a bit slow, for 3 years earlier the editors of the New York Evening Post expressed confidence that the United States would soon become in a few years a larger producer and exporter of wool than any other nation. 33. That particular boom never materialized, but in 1851 the farmers of California did begin exporting flour. Australia was a significant market by 1853, and shipments were being made to Mexico, Central America, Chile, the Pacific Islands, and China by the end of the decade. Those far western farmers and millers even penetrated the British market. It was a portentous shift in trade flows, for during the 1840s California had imported flour from both Australia and Chile. The primary exporters of food, however, were centered along the Ohio and Mississippi rivers. Cincinnati became the meatpacking center of the nation by 1840, and was also a major contender in the Pro. 96. Production of flour. 34 But Chicago, and even Wisconsin and Minnesota, were beginning to challenge that supremacy. The wheat farmers of Wisconsin, for example, enjoyed a period of the greatest prosperity beginning in 1853. 35 Even before that, in 1851 a rising young economist named David A. Wells had begun to promote Milwaukee flour in the London market. 36 And flour was commercially produced at the Falls of St. Anthony, where the great St. Paul and Minneapolis mills later arose, only 2 years later. 37 In some ways, however, the meat packers of Ohio and Illinois provided the clearest outline of the future. Cleveland and Chicago meat exporters seem to have been the first to try shipping via the St. Lawrence River, even though the Cincinnati processors dominated the trade. 38 The Boston and Albany Railroad experimented with refrigerated shipments as early as 1842, but that technique did not become successful until after Chicago giants like Philip Danforth Armour and Nelson Morris established themselves at the end of the 1850s. They ultimately bought many of their cattle from the High Plains ranges that were first established during the late 1840s. 39 Such meat exports, especially those of pork products, led Russia to fear for its own agriculture during the 1850s, and prompted it to initiate a system of restrictions that became much tougher and more general throughout Europe in later years. The steady shift in the flow of those Western surpluses away from moving to or through the South, to going to or through the East, was unmistakable by 1853. Almost no wheat ever went south, the highest share was 8% in 1849, and that dropped to 1% in 1853. The South handled 53% of Western flour in 1839, but the business declined rapidly to 31% by 1844, and had eased down to 28% by 1853. At the outset of the period of transition, the South enjoyed a virtual monopoly in Western corn, taking 98%. The drastic loss occurred between 1844 and 1849, when the figure skidded to 40%. It slipped a bit more, to 37%, by 1853. The South did hold its own in pork, sliding only from 69% in 1839 to 58% in 1853.40. Senator Douglas recognized the shift, and realized that he needed to support the west-to-east routes as well as his project for the Mississippi Valley. Among other reasons, he could not hope to maintain and improve his position of national leadership if he lost his power base in Illinois, and his constituency was increasingly interested in shipping surpluses via the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence. The great and growing interest in navigation, he acknowledged, is too important to be overlooked or disregarded. 41. Railroad leaders clearly understood the situation and pushed hard to capture all the Western trade. They often proved talented enough to combine an intra-industry analysis of their position with an appeal to the farmers. Take Illinois in 1850, ran one such discussion. She produced a surplus of more 97 than 40 million bushels of wheat and corn. In New York this surplus would have been worth $40 million. In Illinois it did not net the producers more than $12 million. This difference is due to the charges for transportation alone. Illinois turns her vast resources to small account, for the want of more and better avenue to market. 42. The farmers recognized and understood their needs without reading essays in the railroad trade journals. They knew they could have exported far more than they did. For example, during 1845, 1847, when bad harvests throughout Western Europe and in Britain created an ideal opportunity to penetrate those markets. 43 They responded by supplying capital for railroad construction in various ways, in many places even accepting railroad stock for mortgages on their farms. That attitude and behavior were encouraged by the railroad leaders who recognized the importance of the farmers. John W. Brooks, superintendent of the Michigan Central Railroad, for example, acknowledged the interrelationship very directly as early as June 1848. The railroads, to be successful over the long run, had to promote the welfare and prosperity of the agricultural businessmen, upon whose very prosperity rests the whole value of our enterprise. 44. The developing connection with the East did not, however, end the traditional antagonisms between the metropolis and the country. For one thing, Southerners kept warning the Westerners, on the basis of their own experience, of the dangers in dealing with the Northeast. 45 That was hardly necessary. Western meat packers knew they were dependent on Eastern capital, and did not like the relationship. Very often, indeed, the metropolis was bluntly referred to as the place where the capital which controls produce is concentrated. 46. And, despite the preemption law of 1841, Eastern speculators continued to take good profits in the land market. 47 Tension of a different kind was created by the rising productivity of the Westerners. Their power in the marketplace posed an ever more difficult challenge to farm businessmen in the East, who could not compete effectively against the better soil and vast acreages. The resulting decline did not become serious until late in the 1850s, when the rivalry between railroads for the Western surpluses produced a significant drop in freight rates. 48 At that juncture, however, other issues temporarily intervened to prevent a major confrontation. But the Easterners had begun to sense that they had no way of altering the unfavorable natural conditions, or of reversing the structural changes that caused their troubles and suffering. That recognition of reality did not immediately move them to help the Westerners, however, and they were not enthusiastic supporters of the efforts during the 1850s to provide free land in the West. 49 Representative Thomas James Duncan. 98. Fuller of Maine, for example, damned the proposed Homestead Bill of 1852 as unconstitutional, partial, and unjust. And his colleague Representative Israel Washburn, Jr., added that he would vote against it unless Maine was given a similar subsidy. 50 Another congressman, Timothy Jenkins of New York, spoke more bluntly about the economic factors. He placed the stamp of condemnation upon the bill because it would not help Eastern agriculture. Those farmers needed a profitable home market, he argued, not more surpluses from the West that would drive prices down even further. 51 When the vote came, on May 12, 1852, the East cast the great bulk of the 56 nays. The Northwest was almost solid for the bill. And enough Easterners agreed with Representatives Charles Skelton of New Jersey and Henry Dunning Moore of Pennsylvania, to help raise the final tally to 107 yeas. Both men argued that the settlement of the West served a double function: it was a safety valve for the discontented, and it stimulated the economy. 52 The measure was not approved by the Senate, however, and the Westerners waited another decade for the kind of a subsidy that had already been made to the Illinois Central Railroad. Northeastern farmers were not wholly critical or negative. They supported other positive measures at the local, regional, and national levels. New Hampshire, for example, created a state commission to regulate railroads as early as 1844. Some farmers began to diversify their agriculture in order to improve their position in the growing urban markets. And another group, the dairy farmers, joined the Western campaign to penetrate foreign markets. 53 Easterners were also affected, at least to some degree, by the spirit and psychology of self-consciousness that permeated the agricultural press of the period. 54 They likewise participated in the general movement to create agricultural clubs and societies. Whether formed on a national scale, like the American Shorthorn Association and the United States Agricultural Society, or organized on a state basis, like the Indiana Horticultural Society and the Wisconsin Agricultural Society, such groups, which totaled 621 by 1849, helped ease some of the conflicts of interest. So did the effort to gain independent departmental status for agriculture within the federal government. That campaign became self-sustaining after 1849, as the problem of the surpluses evoked permanent concern. Representative Jeremiah Orford of New York, an erstwhile farmer, explained in 1852 that the proposal enjoyed his entire approbation because agriculture formed the basis of our commercial and manufacturing prosperity. "I plead before this House," he cried, "the cause of farmers generally." 55. His efforts were in vain. The farm businessmen waited 30-5 years for cabinet representation. 99. Easterners were also responding to the nationalistic and expansionist ideas of politicians like William H. Seward of New York. He made many direct appeals stressing the value of territorial expansion for free farmers, and the primary importance of a strong agricultural base in winning world leadership for the United States. Seward's conviction that America had a divine purpose to spread democracy was also satisfying, and he often combined those arguments very persuasively. "Let us cultivate and improve ourselves," he exhorted a group of Vermont farmers in 1853, "and so save and impart to the world the elements of a new and happy renovation." 56. Seward astutely realized that America's economic expansion would ultimately involve industrial surpluses to a greater degree than farm produce, but he also understood the immediate and rising importance of agricultural exports. His argument of October 1849 for a transcontinental railroad system, for example, stressed its value in opening new large and increasing markets for our surplus meat and bread. He added that such an expansion of trade would do much to weaken Britain's economic supremacy. It would shake the pretensions of the English by making it clear that the foundations of their dominion were about to crumble. The tension between Eastern and Western farmers was pushed into the background, though not permanently resolved, by the rising opposition to Southern demands to extend the slave labor system into the Trans-Mississippi Territory. That increasingly bitter confrontation over the Western Empire was the single most important immediate cause of the Civil War. Western and Southern agricultural businessmen rapidly came to view control of that land as a necessary condition of their present and future welfare. They considered it the crucial determinant of political power, as well as of economic prosperity. That estimate of the role of territorial expansion created the hothouse psychological environment that became so congenital after 1844 to the groups that decreed immediate and final solutions. The Northerners who demanded abolition now, and their Southern counterparts who insisted on secession now, unquestionably intensified the conflict. But the war came over the extension of slavery, not over the abolition of slavery, and that issue was defined and joined by market-minded agriculturalists rather than by moral crusaders. The marketplace political economy of the Northern farmers did integrate political and social freedom with economic liberty in a tight causal relationship. That was, indeed, the image and explanation of the world that defined control of the Trans-Mississippi West as the decisive determinant of their well-being and security. But the overwhelming majority of them applied that philosophy to themselves first and primarily, and only secondarily and incidentally if at all. 100. To the black men of the country. They opposed the extension of the slave labor political economy not because they were concerned to free the slave, but because they were resolved to maintain their own freedom and improve their own welfare. They reacted negatively, therefore, to the strategy of compromise offered after 1853 by Senator Douglas. His popular sovereignty plan, in reality a proposal to fight the issue in each territory, rapidly lost whatever initial backing it gained as the violent struggle in and for Kansas revealed the determined willfulness of both protagonists. Northern farm opposition to Southern projects to expand into Cuba, Mexico, or Central America further intensified the anger and militance of both sides. Whatever their differences with each other, Northeastern and Northwestern agriculturalists moved rapidly after 1854 toward an agreement on the sentiments shortly expressed by the Nebraska City People's Press. Paraphrasing what they called the typical Southern attitude, the editors charged that region with ruthless, single-minded selfishness. "We care nothing about you or your rights, all we desire is to extend the area of slave territory." 57. The conflict over territory was reinforced and accentuated, moreover, by the rising Western concern with overseas markets. Much of that development was a product of the economic fluctuations of the 1850s. Even the first news of a war in Europe served to raise hopes of expanded exports. "We shall be required to supply all Europe with bread," shouted the New York Herald in response to the Crimean War. 58. Some observers, including Seward, saw that conflict as a preview of a future struggle between the United States and Russia for world power. That was the great event which looms in the next 20 or 25 years. 59. In the meantime, however, Metropolitan Ob. Servers joined the farmers in welcoming the increased demand for foodstuffs. 60 But the war did not solve the problem of the surpluses, and the late 1850s offered no picture of booming expansion. The export of crude and processed foods jumped from $35.6 million in 1853 to peaks of $81.9 million in 1856 and $79.8 million in 1857, but then slumped to $42.6 million in 1859. 61 And despite that short boom, the rate of growth for the whole economy did not begin to rise until after 1858. 62 Yet agriculture employed almost 60% of all working adults and supplied more than 80% of the exports that were extremely important to the growth of the entire economy. 63 Small wonder that the Westerners increased their demands for help from the government in getting better prices. 64 The concern with markets reached a new intensity as the southern states began to secede after the election of Abraham Lincoln as a minority president. The common interest of all in the Ohio Valley was 101. In finding outside the valley a market for their surplus products and in receiving from the outside those things not produced within. 65. It is enough to say, announced the Cincinnati Daily Gazette, that the Valley of the Mississippi must be under one government, cost what it may. There is no alternative. 66. A bit to the north, in Michigan, Senator Zachariah Chandler was more bombastic. "We own that river," he thundered, "we bought and paid for it, and by the Eternal, we are going to keep it. We will make it a desert again before we let you steal it from us." 67. On to the west, in Illinois, Senator Douglas was just as emphatic. "We can never acknowledge the right of a state to secede and cut us off from the ocean and the world, without our consent." 68. He amplified that analysis in major speeches at Bel Air, Ohio, and Springfield, Illinois. "The war," he explained, "is a war of self-defense upon our part, in defense of those rights of freedom of trade, commerce, transit, and intercourse from the center to the circumference of our great continent." 69. And still further west, in Iowa, there were hard times in Cass County. The rebels closed the river. 70. Such reactions made it clear that the post-1840 shift in trade flows away from New Orleans and other southern centers was not so complete as to make Westerners indifferent to the disruption of that market system. The flour milling industry that had developed in St. Louis on the basis of Western wheat surpluses, for example, was deeply concerned with access to the markets of the world. The city had 22 mills in 1850, and by 1862 its 35 mills ground about 1.3 billion pounds of flour. 71 Not all of that enormous production went down the river, either to markets in the South or to be exported to foreign markets, but enough of it did to make secession a very serious economic crisis. As for the Southern market itself, even those scholars who discount it admit that it absorbed at least 20% of Western production. 72 That is hardly, as one such student maintains, a matter of limited importance even in the abstract, and it was most certainly not practically insignificant to the Westerners at the time. And much of the produce shipped to New Orleans was re-exported. For flour, the figure was 75%, for bacon, 40%, and for pork, 25%, and those shares involved the farmers of Ohio, Michigan, Illinois, and other western states. 73 Whatever the precise percentages of the trade to and through the South, moreover, the commerce was deranged by the outbreak of the Civil War. That played a major role in creating an amount of distress that was unprecedented in the North. 74 Business failures reached 5,935 in 1861, with losses passing $175 million. But the crisis also greatly disturbed the market for hogs and other agricultural products, and brought great distress in 1861 and 1862 to northern farmers. 75 and 102. As commodity prices stagnated or moved downward until mid-1862, railroad freight rates jumped upward. The agricultural businessmen suffered severely. The crisis was so deep near the end of 1862 that President Lincoln feared he would lose the support of the farmers. 76 And with good reason. The November elections produced strong Democratic contingents in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and Wisconsin. His response was a long, closely reasoned argument designed to prove to the Western farmers that they could neither compromise with the South nor let it go its own way in peace. "The West has no seacoast," he explained in his annual message of December 1862. "Separate our common country into two nations, as designed by the present rebellion, and every man of this great interior region is thereby cut off from some one or more of the outlets. These outlets are indispensable to the well-being of the people." 77. Lincoln was magnificently skilled with logic and words, but it can be doubted that those alone would have satisfied the farmers. They were saved from further immediate troubles, however, by 3 successive crop failures in Great Britain, and lesser troubles in France. Grain farmers, hog raisers, and cattlemen, and even cheese makers, entered a boom that lasted throughout the war. 78 That prosperity, and the demand that caused it, contributed significantly to the consolidation, extension, and improvement of northern agriculture. But the most important consequences appeared in other phases of agricultural development. The dramatic recovery through exports across the winter of 1862 to 1863 served to convince northern farmers, and especially those in the West, of the necessity of foreign markets. It firmly shifted their emphasis from territorial acquisition to overseas market expansion, and transformed Adam Smith's theory about market expansion into an inescapable reality. That outlook guided their actions to an ever-intensifying degree during the remainder of the 19th century. At the same time, moreover, the export boom created a sense of vast American power that became an assumption underlying the thought of farm businessmen. Metropolitan leaders were also affected by the new sense of destiny. Other nations, boomed the American Railroad Journal, were now more or less dependent on American food surpluses. But the farmers did not need to wait for the message from the city. "Food exports," cried the Commissioner of Agriculture in 1862, "will enable the United States to command the precious metals and the respect, if not the fear, of mankind." 79. The fear and the related antagonism came sooner than the respect. The cheesemakers provoked opposition and resistance in Great Britain within 2 years. Not only were the American dairymen threatening to dominate the market, but they were in such a hurry to do so that they were export. 103. Adulterated cheese. The confrontation over those issues produced the American Dairymen's Association, and also offered a preview of future efforts to block the triumph of American meat and grain exports. 80 In an important sense, of course, the conflict over cheese was a classic example of what Smith meant when he wrote about the tension and antagonism between the metropolis and the country. For Great Britain was the metropolis, and America was the granary and slaughterhouse, of the developed and developing part of the economic world. And in many ways, moreover, the American metropolis was a part of the British metropolis. The episode also provided a portentous preview of how the American agricultural businessman, himself a domestic colonial within Smith's system, would function as an imperial expansionist in his relationship with farmers of other countries. The wartime prosperity did postpone 2 major confrontations between the American metropolis and the American farmer. But the Commissioner of Agriculture's reference to commanding the precious metals of the world pointed toward a struggle over the monetary system, and that battle was joined within 15 years. The other fight was foreseen far more explicitly by a shrewd observer of the political economy named Henry Varnum Poor. He warned in 1861 that the cost of transportation would for years, if not generations to come, become the most engrossing topic of public concern. 81. He was proved a prophet in less than a decade. 4. In truth, the old plantation system was re-established with the store account taking the place of the overseer's whip, the sheriff performing the duties of the antebellum patter roller, and the exploitation of men still furnishing the source of profits. William Best Heseltine, The South in American History. The only criterion by which to determine the importance and prosperity of any country is the amount and value of its exports over and above its imports. Governor of Alabama Robert M. Patton, 1867. How many cares there are, I think the farmers have a large share. Judson M. Hatch to Mary Margall, 1865. We believe that this country has been run quite long enough under the direction of New England. We fetch and carry, and bark, and roll over, and fight other dogs precisely as and when we are bidden by our New England master. Chicago Times, November 16, 1865. Free trade with all the markets of the world is the true theory of government. Representative Daniel W. Voorhees of Indiana, 1866. In the traitorous section of Northern politics, it is consistent for Americans to advocate and plot with foreigners British free trade. New York Tribune, April 3, 1866. It is not the question of ability to produce, but it is the question of facility and cheapness of transportation which must be solved before we can monopolize the markets of the world. Central Committee of the River Improvement Convention, St. Louis, 1867. Politics are more than boiling. George M. Reynolds to Luman H. Weller, 1867. Recent enemies share a similar fate and in rising anger confront the metropolis. T. J. L. The vast majority of northern agricultural businessmen did not consider the Civil War a glorious crusade to free the slaves. The farmers accepted that result of the war as it occurred, and generally approved the subsequent attempt to extend civil rights to the freed black man. And a few congressmen from western states, most notably Representatives George Washington Julian of Indiana and James Falconer Wilson of Iowa, were leading militants in the radical wing of the Republican Party. But the northern farmer never centered his attention on the black man. He was primarily involved with his own interests and problems with the struggle over policy in the North rather than with the battle over the reconstruction of the defeated South. As a result, the Westerners became increasingly anti-metropolitan and less concerned to continue punishing or changing Southerners. Like most people in the aftermath of a bloody Civil War, they did respond to emotional references to the former enemy, and to warnings about the need to prevent the South from re-establishing what they considered its antebellum predominance in the national government. In a remarkably short time, however, the northern farmers began to view their recent enemies as potential if not actual allies against the power and the policies of the metropolis. Westerners were never fully satisfied, even during the war, with the results of their bargain with Northeastern Republicans. The post-war depression intensified their demands for more direct rewards, and at the same time aroused greater opposition to legislation that 107. 108. Favored the metropolis. The first battle erupted in 1866 over another attempt to increase the tariff. The Westerners reopened the old struggle for lower rates that they and the Southerners had waged between 1842 and 1860. Their central argument was unchanged: decrease the tariff in order to win larger export markets. The same logic, reinforced by the desire to win higher profits in the market that existed, carried the agricultural businessmen into a growing assault on the railroads, and into a militant demand to improve alternate shipping routes. Within 4 years, moreover, the farmers of both sections united as members of the Patrons of Husbandry, an organization dedicated to advancing the economic and other interests of agriculture. Southern farmers were of course more directly and deeply involved with the consequences of freeing the slaves. Their prejudices generated increasingly intense resistance to the radical Republican effort to elevate the former slave to a more equal and truly independent position in the marketplace. But racism was by no means the only cause of Southern opposition to Northern policies. The defeated Confederates were deeply concerned to prevent the victorious metropolis from using its political and economic power to institutionalize the South as a domestic colony for the indefinite future. Unhappily, the Southerners won their battle against the freed black man and lost their fight against political and economic vassalage. Everyone would have gained immeasurably if the results had been reversed. And it can be and has been argued that the victory over the former slaves did much to cause the other defeat. Unfortunately, however, the logic of that analysis is not as strong as its morality. For the metropolis might well have maintained its superior position even if the slave had become an equal in reality as well as in legal rhetoric. Certainly it did so in its relationship with northern agriculture, and the Southerners were far poorer and weaker. The South diversified its agriculture under the pressure of the war, producing vastly more wheat, corn, and potatoes. 1 And some Southerners argued desperately that the only hope for salvation after their defeat was in sustaining and extending that kind of multi-crop production. 2 But the devastation left few options. Bad weather and crop failures in 1865 and 1867 reduced those even further. The number of horses declined 29%, cows, 32%, and swine, 35%. The value of agricultural implements, along with that of the land itself, fell almost 50%. The South after its surrender was a land of poverty and one of America's colonies. 3. Those pressures, reinforced by Northern and European demand for cotton, pushed the region back into its old reliance on that one crop. Under the new conditions, however, the merchant and the storekeeper replaced the slave-owning planter as master of the system. But the dynamics did not change, at least in the economic sense. In truth, the 109. Old plantation system was re-established with the store account taking the place of the overseer's whip, the sheriff performing the duties of the antebellum patter roller / and the exploitation of men still furnishing the source of profits for. And the merchants demanded that cotton, more cotton, and almost cotton alone should be grown. 5. The crop lien system originated in the need for credit and was consolidated by laws passed as early as 1866 that gave the landlords a lien upon the crops of their tenants for such stock, farming utensils, and provisions, furnished such tenants, for the purpose of making their crops. 6. The Southern economy became a vast pawn shop involving more than 80% of the cotton growers, proprietors, and tenants. Each year, reported one anguished Southerner, the plunge into debt is deeper. The struggle is woebegone. Cares are many, smiles are few, and the comforts of life are scantier. 7. The biggest fraud of earth, snarled a Mississippi editor, is agriculture. No wonder Cain killed his brother. He was a tiller of the earth. Agriculture would demoralize a saint. 8. Even a planter from the same state judged the system to be based on extortion, genteel swindling, legitimate larceny, under which Negro and poor white men of the country made nothing. 9. But as the report of the Commissioner of Agriculture made clear, the planter was no longer master, he had become the pigeon to be plucked. 10. Cotton became a curse leading to the enslavement of the South. 11. The system did promote the revival of the production of cotton, but that only intensified the problem of an increasing surplus driving prices even lower. The high market of 1,865 dropped by 2/3 in 1866, and slipped to 24.9 cents per pound in 1866. Land policies offered little or no relief because they generally operated to prevent the average farmer from breaking free of the lien system, or from diversifying his crops. 12 As a result, Southerners rapidly concentrated their efforts on 3 other strategies for improving their position. One of those involved a partnership between the planters and other Southern businessmen to create a rough cotton textile manufacturing industry located in the South and controlled by Southerners. That was a matter of prime necessity in the minds of leaders like James Dunwoody Brownson Debo of New Orleans and Governor Robert M. Patton of Alabama. It would enable the South to save the money that it had heretofore paid away to the North and Europe, and thus hasten the day of financial independence. Even more important, it would raise Southern exports of cotton, which was the only criterion by which to determine the importance and prosperity of any country. The happy result would be the end of the domestic colonialism that degraded Southerners to a condition worse and more intolerable than that of hewers of wood and drawers of water. 13. 110. The realization of that grand vision took many years, much agitation, and great effort, but the activity of the late 1860s was far from insignificant. Many of the South's pre-war total of 160 mills had been destroyed or otherwise closed during the conflict, and it seemed almost fantasy in 1866 to discuss controlling export markets. but Southern mills had entered the foreign business before the Civil War, and one of them, the Graniteville firm of South Carolina, re-entered the national market in 1866. The West Point Manufacturing Company of the Chattahoochee River Valley of eastern Alabama provided a still more significant example. Local businessmen and planters launched the firm in 1866, and were soon selling cotton duck on the far western frontier. Similar reconstructions and innovations in Georgia and North Carolina restored approximately two-thirds of the South's pre-war spindles to production by 1868. 14 Northerners immediately recognized the challenge. Edward T. Atkinson, a major leader of the New England textile industry, realized that the rough textile men of the South would not be so concerned about the high tariffs favored by metropolitan companies producing finished goods that competed with British cloth. The Southerners would stand instead with the agricultural businessmen who wanted to lower the tariff in order to penetrate export markets. The proper response, Atkinson initially concluded, called for an effort to discourage the Southern industry while standing firm with other metropolitan manufacturers against a resurgence of Southern power that would lower the tariff. And, for a time, that effort was successful. But the second Southern strategy to improve conditions called for a general effort to lower the tariff, and it promised good results through direct cooperation with Western farmers against the metropolis. The approach was predicated on a direct campaign to improve the South's position in the world commodity marketplace. Mississippi planters organized themselves for that purpose in 1865, and immediately launched a more general agitation that later created the Southern Cotton Growers Association. A complementary effort was headed by William M. Burwell of the New Orleans Chamber of Commerce, who also edited Debo's Review. Burwell concentrated on improving the Mississippi River and re-establishing the flow of export surpluses from the South, and the Northwest and West, through New Orleans. He quickly found an ally in Lewis J. Higbee, a flour miller who had extracted a fortune from his wartime operations in Milwaukee and St. Louis. He arrived in New Orleans in 1868, just as Burwell and others were making their first overtures to the Illinois Central Railroad. 15 Their campaign did not immediately revive the pre-war pattern of trade along the Mississippi, but it was the beginning of an effort that ultimately produced important gains for Northerners as well as Southerners. 111. Burwell recognized, as did other men who understood agricultural reality, that the transportation problem was derivative rather than primary. Improved transportation was necessary and desirable in order to lower costs, and thereby increase the net earnings of the farmer, but the vital determinant of prosperity was expanded markets. Had the markets been large and the prices high, transportation would not so quickly have become a central issue. Burwell made the point simply and directly: the rising production of Southern and Western farmers would require a market abroad. 16. He was particularly concerned because he expected European countries to protect themselves against the economic power of American agricultural businessmen. That analysis turned him toward alternate markets in Latin America and toward new policies, such as reciprocity treaties, that were calculated to win control of those markets. 17 The immediate political objective, of course, was to revive and strengthen the pre-war efforts to build an alliance with Western farmers. And that need defined the Third Southern strategy for re-establishing the region in the national political economy. Such a coalition was mandatory not only to change the tariff system, but also to win more money from the federal government for the Mississippi and the port of New Orleans, and for internal improvements throughout the South. Southerners had reason to be optimistic about the possibilities for such a partnership, moreover, because Western farmers grew increasingly restive after the end of the war. Much of their dissatisfaction was generated by unfavorable changes in economic conditions. Despite the severe wartime inflation, the combination of exports and war orders enabled many Northern farmers to enjoy vigorous prosperity through the latter part of the conflict. 18 It has been an excellent year, reported one experienced Western observer at the end of 1864. 19 And that estimate was accepted by many others, who added that mortgages have been paid, farm buildings erected, permanent improvements accomplished, farm implements and machinery obtained. 20. All seemed well, more than half the people were on the land, Yet less than half the land was occupied. Other indicators reinforced that optimistic analysis. Not only did the production of mowing machines increase by 250% between 1861 and 1865, but the farmers purchased some 250,000 reapers and mowers. 21 Such mechanization helped the individual agricultural businessman, and facilitated the organization of mammoth farms of as much as 11,000 acres. 22 The boom in livestock raising, coupled with the network of railroads terminating in Chicago, prompted a decision at the end of 1864 to build the huge Union stockyards in that city. The opening on December 25, 1865, documented the demise of Cincinnati as the packing center of the nation. 23 It was also a fitting 112 symbol of the marketplace philosophy honored by such energetic giants as Nelson Morris and Philip Armour. Yet other developments verified the earlier warning of Representative Daniel Woolsey Voorhees of Indiana. The high feverish flush of wartime prosperity, he brooded in 1863, was not the genial warmth of health. It was instead the fierce hectic glow of destructive consumption. 24. The evidence in New England was particularly discouraging. Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts lost 10,999 farms and 424,656 acres of improved land during the war. Vermont was producing no more than a bushel and a peck of breadstuffs for each of its citizens, only enough to feed the state for 37 days. The farmers of Maine, New Hampshire, and Connecticut supplied enough for 10 days. And production in Massachusetts was so low that its people could have had bread for less than 3 meals on one day. 25 Western competition was becoming so powerful that it revived an old homily. The only place that's growin's the cemetery. 26. The situation was serious enough for the Commissioner of Agriculture to resort to humor. The boys are leaving the farms, and the girls are following the boys. 27. And even New York farmers, in many respects the strongest and most prosperous in the nation, began to feel the pinch. One result was a rising anger against Illinois wheat growers as well as toward the railroads that facilitated the competition. 28 The antagonism was not great enough, however, to block cooperation among northern farmers in the face of a serious danger to livestock growers. A severe cattle plague struck Europe and England in 1865, and the threat to American herds provoked a common effort to secure immediate government assistance. Petitions about the very alarming situation poured into Washington from almost every state, and agricultural spokesmen demanded immediate consideration of an embargo when the Congress convened in December 1865. State Department officials added their warning that a perfect despotism should be exercised along our seaboard and borders. 29. The campaign was effective. Laws passed in December 1865 and March 1866 banned all imports of animals and hides until the danger had passed. Westerners faced their own special and increasingly serious troubles. Pioneers in Dakota saw their fields stripped bare by grasshoppers in 1863 and 1864. An early frost struck Minnesota in 1866, ruining much of the crop and necessitating emergency relief measures. That year the grasshoppers caused heavy losses in Kansas. Westerners were also hurt by the drop in pork prices and the fall in exports. Much of that difficulty was caused by the outbreak of trichinosis in Germany during 1864 and 1865. The resulting scare, combined with production problems in the United States, created sustained concern until exports recovered after 1870. 30 other depressing factors did not produce such dramatic events. 113. But they hurt the farmers just as seriously. Most damaging was the general drop in demand caused by the end of the war and the continued recovery of European agriculture. One farmer warned would-be homesteaders that the frontier was not a jolly place at the moment. If a man values society, he commented in a letter to the country gentleman, he would not like to live here for the present. 31 Another expressed his anguish in a private note, how many cares there are, I think farmers have a large share. 32. Perhaps the most telling commentary came from men who were trying to sell agricultural implements. One was stoic, somewhat disappointed about getting money. Another simply asked the company for help, "Please send me $75, I cannot collect enough to bear expenses." The manufacturer, not surprisingly, increased his pressure on government officials to help expand foreign markets. 33 Many observers, both then and during later periods of economic duress, criticized the farmer for complaining about his condition, and usually added that he did not understand the economic system. In their view, the farm businessmen were either ignorant or irrational or both. Such judgments have often been delivered, moreover, in a style and tone that implied that the farmers should have quietly accepted the setbacks as natural phenomena, and as an inevitable part of the process of industrialization in a free marketplace economy. The demand for the farmers to be passive, resigned, and noble laborers in the cause of progress has always come from the metropolis. It is best understood as an example of sophisticated special pleading and urban provincialism. The charge that the farmers were unusually irrational has no basis in theory or fact. They exhibited typical human foibles and weaknesses or neuroses, but nothing that set them apart as a group particularly prone to paranoia or other psychological disturbances. For that matter, as became apparent during the fight over the tariff in 1866, it was the metropolitans who first used the theory of conspiracy in trying to deal with agricultural opposition to their policies. The assertion that the farmers were ignorant of the workings of the marketplace political economy is simply false. An illuminating example of their understanding was provided by the editors of The Prairie Farmer in connection with the post-war downturn. They explained the general uneasiness of the farmers in 1866 as the result of a general stagnation of the economy. 34 That evaluation is verified by the reports of metropolitan observers of the time, as well as by modern economists. Thorpe's Business Annals, for example, characterized the years after the war as follows: 1865, boom, recession, 1866, mild depression, 1867, depression. 35. More than a century later, Robert A. Gordon and Abraham Abramovich supported that crude report through their more advanced and so 114. Sophisticated methods. Gordon described the fluctuations of the business cycle as moving from a peak in April 1865 to a trough in December 1867. Then came a brief recovery till June 1869, followed by a sharp decline till December 1870. The subsequent gains continued until October 1873, when a major depression struck the economy. It lasted until March 1879. 36 Abramovich relied on an even more subtle indicator, the rate of growth of the economy. That reached a high point in the first quarter of 1864, and then declined steadily until it hit bottom exactly 10 years later. 37 Given those evaluations, the term general stagnation does not appear ignorant or irrational. As they had been earlier, and would be again, the agricultural businessmen in 1866 were astute observers of the economic reality that provoked them to complain and agitate. The difficulties generated by the malfunctioning of the marketplace political economy acted, furthermore, to intensify other problems and antagonisms. Some of those took an economic form, others did not, but almost all of them were related to the rising dissatisfaction with the relationship between the metropolis and the country. The Northern coalition of city and farm that had first confronted the South with a policy of containment, and then defeated the defiant Confederacy, began to unravel even as General William Tecumseh Sherman ripped through Georgia. For that matter, the strong Democratic vote in the elections of 1862 indicated that the alliance had never been put together with a cross-stitch. And the accelerating commercialization of agriculture deepened the Western farmer's awareness and understanding of his inferior position. Whatever their view of the laws when they had been passed, and that had often been favorable, the agriculturalists rather quickly concluded that the legislation produced by the wartime Union Congress had in practice balanced out in favor of the metropolis. The only unequivocal gain for the farmers, and it could be banked only in the long future, came through the law of July 2, 1862, which opened the way to establish agricultural and mechanical colleges with capital provided by land grants. That commitment, very largely the result of a long and often lonely battle by Jonathan B. Turner of Illinois, promised intellectual and social rewards as well as marketplace profits. Such was considerably less true of the Homestead Act of May 20, 1862. That legislation had been agitated for a generation, and was afterward uncritically acclaimed by many Americans for at least the proverbial 10. It offered title to a quarter section of land to any man who would occupy it for 5 years and make a token payment. The law might have worked, and thereby produced important consequences for American society, if it had been passed sometime between 1785 and 1825, when the expansionist theory of American history and the logic of the safety valve were first formulated and AC 115. Sept. Coming when it did, however, it was much like the civil rights legislation of the mid-20th century, too late, too vague, too weak, and too incidental. The best land was gone, the rules were too easily evaded, the enforcement was too feeble, and it offered little or nothing to help the farmers already operating as commercial entrepreneurs struggling to survive in the marketplace. 38 The agriculturalists quickly recognized those weaknesses, just as they spotted the feebleness of the Department of Agriculture established in May 1862. The campaign for such action, as the House Committee of Agriculture noted, had been carried on more or less for the last 20 years, but it seems doubtful that it would even then have been successful if it had not been for the serious depression that hit the farmers in 1861. The committee report made it clear that a primary objective was to expand exports, and the debate followed that line of analysis. 39 Food exports keep the balance of trade in our favor, explained Senator Joseph Albert Wright of Indiana, in a typical plea for support from the metropolis. 40 But Wright accurately anticipated that Eastern opponents would try to sabotage the effort and produce a mere shadow of a department. Even President Lincoln pointed to that danger in his letter supporting the measure. He noted that agriculture was the primary source of national prosperity, and wryly observed that eulogistic language produced no profits, as the homely proverb says, soft words butter no parsnips. While lawmakers have spoken very pleasant and truthful words about farming and its interests, the President continued, they have done very little for this interest. Agriculture, clad in homespun, was generally elbowed aside by capital, attired in $10 Yorkshire 41. Lincoln's support may have been crucial. Senator Lafayette Sabina Foster of Connecticut led the metropolitan attack on the legislation, protesting against a fancy Bureau of Agriculture. The amendment he proposed would have gutted the bill. The defense was managed by Senator James Fowler Simmons, who had been a member of the Rhode Island Agricultural Society for 40 years. The battle was very close, and Foster's amendment was defeated only on a tie vote. Finally, after what Simmons accurately described as a great deal of trouble, the law was passed on May 10, 1862. 42 The metropolitan opposition angered the farm businessmen, and the experience contributed to their increasingly skeptical attitude toward their alliance with the city. So did the practical effects of much of the other wartime legislation. The Revenue Law of July 1, 1862, for example, did tax the high metropolitan incomes, but it also contained excise levies that hurt the farmer because they raised consumer prices. In a similar way, the farmers gained some benefits from the inflationary legal tender acts of February 25, 1863, and June 3, 1864, but those 116 measures operated primarily to increase the concentration of financial power in the metropolis. Connecticut held more of the authorized $300 million banknotes than Kentucky, Tennessee, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, and Kansas. That was impressive, to be sure, but Massachusetts did even better, it controlled more than the West and the South combined. Western agriculturalists increasingly concluded that the tariff laws filled the tills of the metropolis in a similar manner. The first bill, passed February 20, 1861, was generally moderate. It raised individual rates from 5 to 10%, and that resulted in an average duty of approximately 30%. But the subsequent legislation of 1861, 1862, and 1864 boosted existing schedules, and added levies on consumer items such as coffee, tea, and sugar. Those changes pushed the general rate to 47%. Farm businessmen had accepted the early laws as part of the bargain with the Northeast as a quid pro quo, say, for the Homestead Act. But the later increases rapidly generated opposition after the surrender of the Confederacy. The argument that the high rates were necessary to help finance the war no longer applied, and the economic difficulties revived the concern to lower tariffs as a way of expanding exports. Some farmers bluntly called the tariff a subsidy to the manufacturers, and the assistance given to the Union Pacific Railroad intensified such criticism. The agriculturalists were not misled by the rhetoric about free benefits. They knew from personal experience that they paid most of the taxes that financed such federal internal improvements, and also contributed much other capital for railroad construction through local and state governments. The law of July 1, 1862, for example, gave the Union Pacific 6,500 acres for every mile of track. 2 years later the subsidy was doubled. The failure to appropriate comparable sums for other internal improvements dramatized the special treatment of the railroad and aggravated the resentment. By the end of the war, as the farmer knew, the railroads, so largely financed by the citizen, were nevertheless controlled by, and for the benefit of, a small group of metropolitan capitalists. The money to move the crops, most of which went to the transportation and commercial entrepreneurs, was likewise managed by Eastern financiers. And they used their superior political power within the Republican Party to set national monetary policy. They made it clear as early as 1866 that a deflationary policy would be adopted. In their view, at any rate, the gold standard was sacred. The greenbacks would be retired, therefore, even if that decreased the operating capital available to the smaller entrepreneur. The man who had been wealthy enough to lend money to the Union in 1860 and 1861 would receive his just reward for financing freedom, and the metropolis would retain its control of the economic system. 117. One group of Americans launched a campaign to keep the greenbacks in circulation and even increase the supply. The farmers were not prominent in that movement, and their absence has often been interpreted as meaning either that they were so prosperous as to be indifferent to the problem, or so ignorant as not to understand the issue. Both explanations are mistaken. First, the agricultural businessmen concentrated their efforts on other proposals considered more important in reforming the marketplace and improving their immediate economic position. Second, and despite that emphasis on other measures, the farmers did exert pressure that was effective in preventing the greenbacks from being withdrawn from circulation. The Southerners hoarded specie, and the Westerners worked through the two major parties. The farmers were further disgruntled over the failure to admit more territories as states. President Lincoln found it convenient to welcome one on the eve of two successive elections, Kansas in 1861 and West Virginia in 1863, and Nevada gained recognition in 1864 as part of the effort to ensure ratification of the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery. But no Western territories were raised to statehood to celebrate the triumph over the Confederacy, or to honor that region's contribution to the victory. And the belated admission of Nebraska in 1867 served more to intensify the agitation than to satisfy the demand for recognition. With considerable reason, Westerners viewed territorial government as a system of quasi-colonial rule by the metropolis. The traditional anger against that inferior position in the political economy was aggravated by the statistics on contributions to the war effort. Illinois, for example, had a population of 1,711,000. It supplied 259,000 enlistments to defeat the Confederacy. But Massachusetts, a center of abolitionist activity, with only slightly fewer people, provided merely 146,000 soldiers to free the slaves. The New Englanders did manage, however, to find enough politicians to dominate all but a few Senate committees. All those considerations, from the tardiness and weaknesses of the Homestead Act to the distribution of committee chairmanships, contributed to the eruption of agricultural unrest as the economy turned downward at the end of the war. The storm had in truth been brewing for 5 years, ever since the Chicago Times had warned after the election of 1860 that the Northwest will not submit to be a vassal to New England 43. And it gathered increasing power as the Westerners began to conclude in 1862 that New England is really now our ruler and master. To her we are tributary 44. When the turbulence struck at the end of the war, even the first thunderclaps were awesome. "We believe," cried the Chicago Times, "that this country has been run quite long enough under the direction of 118. New England. We fetch and carry, and bark, and roll over, and fight other dogs precisely as and when we are bidden by our New England master 45. Nor was the discontent restricted to Westerners. A New Jersey farmer warned that the American metropolis was content with its role as a junior partner in the British Empire, and therefore the agricultural businessmen had to weaken or defeat London in order to break their colonial chains at home. He called for organized political action to control the metropolis and adopt a vigorously independent foreign policy. Otherwise the farmers would remain virtually slaves to capital and capitalists. 46. One group of Illinois farmers, no doubt encouraged by the editors of the Chicago Tribune and the Chicago Times, held such a protest meeting in December 1865. The Tribune rapidly took the lead in attacking the metropolis, and in urging Westerners to demand more equitable treatment from the Congress as well as in the marketplace. 47 Iowa farmers were particularly aroused by the policies of the absentee owners of the railroads, and by the way profits on many businesses were drained eastward to the metropolis. 48 After destroying our great highway to the markets of the world through the Mississippi, roared Henry Clay Dean of Iowa, New England drove us into her market to be robbed by her carriers on the way. The East now holds the West in her hand with a deadly grasp. 49. The same attitude appeared in other Western states, and in territories like Dakota. 50 The feeling of farmers that they were caught in a colonial or neo-colonial position was not the product of distorted perception or fantasy. The president of the New York State Agricultural Society concluded on the basis of a careful study that the agricultural businessmen were the key to the operation of the entire economy, and accurately predicted that they would provide the wealth to pay the national debt. 51 But while agriculture employed 53.1% of the working population in 1869, and produced 53% of the nation's output, the farmers received only 31.5% of the total income. 52 As for earning capacity in foreign markets, the exports of animal tallow and butter alone matched those of iron and steel. 53 It was not surprising, therefore, that Western leaders like Dean urged the farmers to demand the negotiation and ratification of reciprocity treaties that would encourage even greater exports of agricultural produce. That was the way to end the robberies and oppress ions of the tariff in the domestic marketplace while expanding the overseas market. 54 Dean was one among many. The first wave of the developing agricultural assault against the metropolis was launched in response to the effort to raise the tariff even higher. The agricultural labor of the land, charged Representative Daniel Woolsey Voorhees of Indiana on January 9, is driven to the counters of the most gigantic monopoly ever sanctioned by law. Free trade with all the markets of the 119 world, he declared, is the true theory of government, and demanded that it be honored in order to exp.md exports. 55 That argument was repeated endlessly during the months that followed. Many farmers and agricultural representatives considered the new duties so extreme as to affect seriously the saleability of their products in foreign markets. 56. Representative John Adam Casson of Iowa, one of the states that led the fight, provided a revealing glimpse of how the attack on the tariff was rapidly integrated with the battle for cheaper transportation. Everything, he explained, revolved around the necessity of larger foreign markets. Thus it was vital to lower the rates on iron rails. The great burden of the West is that it costs so much to get articles to market that it leaves almost nothing as a profit. 57. A lower tariff would reduce freight charges on the railroads and simultaneously encourage the exporters of the rails to import more agricultural surpluses. Representative James Falconer Wilson of Iowa was willing to give fair and reasonable protection to metropolitan manufacturers, but he warned them that a farmer be damned policy would drive the West into free trade ideas. 58. The agriculturalists of at least half the Trans-Mississippi region solidly opposed the bill, and they were supported by their compatriots in Illinois and Indiana. 59. And the McCormick Company, likewise interested in overseas markets for its surplus implements, added its voice to the outcry. Agricultural implement makers can defy the world, asserted the leaders of the firm. All we ask is to be left untrammeled by onerous or special taxation. 60. The editors of the Chicago Tribune delivered a blunt lecture to metropolitan policy makers. We tell these gentlemen that they are traveling to destruction as fast as they can go. They are cutting open the goose to get all the golden eggs at once. They are legislating the government funds into their pockets too rapidly for the permanence of the system. 61. Some Easterners saw the danger. The practical control of our political affairs, admitted the Commercial and Financial Chronicle, is destined at no distant date to pass into the hands of the Western people. 62. One group of Republicans proposed to meet that challenge by controlling the vote of the South. In a selfish point of view, one of them explained candidly, free suffrage to the blacks is desirable. Without their support, the long train of evils sure to follow is fearful to contemplate. Such as a great reduction of the tariff. 63. Other metropolitan leaders took a broader view of the problem and counseled compromise. They understood the risks in trying to win the political battle with a straight power play in the South, and recognized the grave economic consequences of damaging agriculture. If matters are not regulated and on a fairer and juster principle, admonished one, the West will be badly injured before 5 years. 64. And if that happened, warned the New York Chamber of Commerce. 120. The farm businessmen would soon become so restive that they could not be controlled. The chamber also favored restraint on the tariff in order to avoid closing the foreign markets that were vital to agriculture. 65. That argument was also stressed by Secretary of the Treasury Hugh McCulloch. He clearly understood that his program to withdraw TIJA greenbacks and return to a specie standard depended upon achieving a favorable balance of trade. And that could be done only by maintaining and increasing agricultural exports. The tariff should be so framed, he explained, as to encourage exports and enlarge our commerce with foreign nations, so that balances may be in our favor, and the interest, and in due time the principal, of our foreign debt may be paid by our surplus productions. 66. Working with David A. Wells, who had moved on from agricultural journalism to become Commissioner of the Revenue, Secretary McCulloch tried to maneuver a mildly reformist tariff bill through the Congress. Wells had once been a strong high-tariff man, but, as he privately explained in 1866, he had changed my ideas respecting tariffs and protection very much. 67. The two men won some support from Northern textile leaders who had modified their original stand on the issue. Those manufacturers felt that lower rates might prevent Southerners from becoming effective competitors. Such help was not enough. The McCulloch-Wells effort failed. 68. The protectionists were too strong in the House of Representatives. The high tariff forces won their victory on the strength of three factors. The crucial element was the enforced absence of Southern representatives. Those votes, added to the Western opposition, would have produced a far more moderate law. The second consideration was the strong, sustained interest group pressure exerted by metropolitan manufacturers, and the success of one such group in striking a marketplace bargain with an important block of farmers. The determined, highly organized effort by the protectionists kept their ranks intact at the same time they divided the opposition. The key man in cracking the agriculturalists was John L. Hayes, a woolen textile leader who in 1865 organized the National Association of Wool Manufacturers. His strategy was subtle and effective because he avoided going to the Congress as a manufacturing lobby that could be discounted as a private raiding party on the Treasury. Instead, Hayes maneuvered for a deal with organizations of wool growers like the Ohio Wool Growers Association that had appeared across the country from Vermont to Illinois. "Our objective," he explained to other manufacturers, "is to convince the farmers of the West, who will inevitably control the legislature of this country, of the absolute identity of our interests." Hayes was not quite that persuasive during a meeting with the sheep. He 121 farmers in Syracuse during December 1865, but he was effective enough to arrange a very significant quid pro quo. The farmers were promised support for a high tariff on raw wool in return for throwing their weight behind a rate on woolen goods that would enable the manufacturers to pay the increased domestic price and still make a profit in competition with imports. 69 On that basis, Hayes and the wool growers appealed to the Congress as a broad coalition that fairly represented the harmony of interests between the town and the country. They were influential enough to win vital votes from representatives from Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, and Illinois. 70 Though his efforts were important, Hayes was not solely responsible for the crucial split among Westerners. His campaign benefited enormously from the extensive propaganda barrage that Henry C. Carey and others laid down against the low-tariff forces. That was the third source of protectionist power. It was also the first bombardment in a long metropolitan campaign that vilified low-tariff advocates as traitorous conspirators in the pay of Great Britain, as traitorous allies of the evil South, or sometimes, more generously, as merely ignorant sodbusters duped by such villains. Carey's strategy for winning converts to protection was based less on tight economic logic than upon an emotional appeal to defeat Great Britain and win supremacy in the markets of the world. His major polemic of 1865 was a nationalistic handbook on the way to outdo England without fighting her. The instructions were simple: raise the tariff and increase the money supply. That program would gain and keep possession of foreign markets. Not, of course, for the farmer, but Carey assured the agricultural businessmen that they would be rewarded with a vast and ever-expanding home market. By concentrating on that market, moreover, the farmer would be freed from worrying about the oppressive tax of transportation. 71. One of Carey's associates, Treasury Department official William Elder, developed a more sophisticated argument to win the Westerners. He appealed to the widespread consciousness of being a colonial in one's own country, and to the equally general concern with export markets. The Western states, he admitted, were Anglo-Saxon colonies. But the only way to break out of that inferior, dependent position was by adopting a policy based on the protective tariff. That would create a great home market, and also generate industrial progress in the West itself. Elder knew, however, that the farm businessmen criticized the home market argument because, even in theory, it offered few immediate benefits. He met the issue frontally, agreeing that the farmer needed foreign markets until the country became fully industrialized. His answer was to preempt the markets of Latin America. The time has come, the necessity is upon us, our security and prosperity demand. 122. The extension of the Monroe Doctrine to the commerce of the continent. 72. Elder's combination of candor and expansionism may well have been more effective in persuading some farmers to stay with the tariff than Carey's cruder approach. 73. It also is possible that Elder was the innovator who created the hybrid tariff policy, by mixing protection with market expansion, that James Gillespie Blaine later refined and used so effectively to keep the Western farmers in the Republican Party. For the most part, however, the metropolitan protectionists relied in 1866 on Carey's conspiracy argument. The situation was critical, he warned, because the low-tariff advocates were guided by British agents. Unless stopped, they would make the country little more than a mere puppet in the hands of foreign traders. 74. That specter of evil men destroying the Commonwealth was invoked by many high-tariff leaders. In the traitorous section of Northern politics, screamed the New York Tribune, it is consistent for Americans to advocate and plot with foreigners British free trade. 75. I hope, Senator Benjamin Franklin Wade of Ohio observed in horror, "We shall not be gulled by the song of free trade from across the ocean. Take no counsel of your enemies is the first lesson of War 76. Edward B. Ward, a Detroit iron master, carried the battle directly to the Wisconsin State Agricultural Society. The man who supports free trade, he admonished the members, is an enemy to the country, and to the good of the Northwest. 77. And the message was dispatched everywhere in pamphlets with titles that carried the warning, "Protection not British Free Trade, and the American Policy its Benefits to the West." The campaign probably confused a good number of agricultural businessmen, even if it did not convince them of the wisdom of protection. Those who did become true believers recited the Catechism as well as Carey. "British Gold," announced the Wyandotte, Kansas, Gazette, "is operating to secure American legislation for British interests." 78. The more general result was a weakening of confidence among low-tariff forces. "If there is any question upon which we of the West are hopelessly adrift and unsettled," concluded the Emporia News, "it is that of a protective tariff." 79. The West was strong enough, however, to block a final vote in the Congress before the elections of 1866. Metropolitan Republicans were shrewd enough to avoid any serious discussion of the tariff during the campaign. They concentrated instead on refighting the Civil War, issuing dire warnings about the subversive dangers of voting Democratic, and making attacks on the character and policies of President Andrew Johnson. Johnson himself was harried, perplexed, and on the defensive about the issues of Reconstruction and the changes in American society. Neither he nor other Democratic leaders rallied the farm. 123. ERS around the tariff issue, and the Republicans overran both the House of Representatives and the Senate. The protectionists shortly passed the bill raising tariff rates. The farmers were neither indifferent nor resigned, but they had been defeated in the election and had lost their momentum. They were also distracted, at least for a time, by the resurgent radical campaign to change the South in ways that would make it more nearly a modern marketplace society. And, at the same time, the farmers were briefly encouraged by the spurt in European purchases that raised prices and increased exports. 80 The impact of the boomlet that began in 1867 was enlarged beyond its true import by the intense export consciousness that existed among almost all farmers. Senator John Brooks Henderson of Missouri provided an excellent statement of that attitude in July 1866, "We want a market for our wheat, we want a market for our corn, we want a market for the thousands of agricultural productions that we have in the West for which we can get no markets in this country." 81. Local leaders sang the same song. "The first need," judged the Junction City Weekly Union, "is for a market for the surplus products." 82. Cheesemakers admitted they enjoyed a large export trade that controlled the British market, and even included sales to China, but they insisted that something must be done in opening up new markets. 83. John Deere and Cyrus McCormick were engaged in a bitter contest to win supremacy in agricultural implement markets from Europe through Latin America to Asia. And while they benefited from increased exports in 1866, the wheat farmers were worried about the dangerous rivalry of Russia, and the harsh truth that Liverpool prices regulate our markets. 84. Some Minneapolis leaders were so export-oriented that they were looking beyond control of the world's flour market to winning supremacy in cotton textiles. For teas and raw silks, and the productions of that ancient, still dreaming Asiatic world, we will exchange our cotton fabrics. 85. The millers themselves, however, were more intensely concerned about competition from rivals in Milwaukee and California for the existing markets. 86. They created the Minneapolis Millers Association in 1867 in order to improve their bargaining power and capture a larger share of the exports. Similar organizations were arising among cattlemen, as with the Colorado Stock Growers Association formed in 1867. That agricultural business, based on marketing grass and grain in what came to be called the condensed form, was being established from Texas to Montana. 87. Porteous B. Weir of Iowa provided a good example of how men carried the export orientation from one kind of farming to another. He made his first fortune by exporting prairie chickens during the Civil War, then shifted to exporting buffalo robes, next became 124. An export broker in wheat, and finally turned to exporting live cattle. That business was not large in 1867, 1868, but the foundations were being secured. Nelson Morris of Chicago, for example, exported some live cattle and dressed beef. And John B. Sutherland and William Davis of Detroit vied for the best patent for transporting refrigerated meat on railroads. Davis won, and his ice houses on wheels carried most of the slaughtered beef during the next decade. 88 Agricultural conditions unquestionably improved during 1867 and 1868, but the extent of the gains has often been exaggerated. Statistics after the experience often blur the perception of reality. Wisconsin farmers, for example, entered a serious recession in 1867. A wheat grower from another Midwestern state tried to save the commission by ordering a reaper direct from the McCormick factory. And the upturn failed to solve the problems that St. Louis leaders faced in trying to recover their pre-war position in the export trade. 89 The Chicago Board of Trade, moreover, was far more impressed with the underlying weaknesses in the economy than by the irregular improvement. 90 So was John W. Stokes, acting Commissioner of Agriculture. He made a direct appeal to the rural voters to correct the evil of exorbitant transportation costs, and called on the Congress to appropriate much larger sums for internal improvements. 91 The farmers needed no prompting from Washington. They had turned away from the tariff issue and were again concentrating on the demand for more and cheaper transportation. Chicago and New York groups had tried unsuccessfully in 1863 to induce the Congress to enlarge the Erie Canal for ocean-going vessels as part of an effort to make all nations pay tribute, and bow before the scepter of our commerce. 92. Joined by supporters in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, the Illinois farmers returned to the battle after 1865. All the top wheat-producing states joined the agitation within 2 years. 93 The Wisconsin legislature wanted various canals, while Representative Ignatius Donnelly of Minnesota concentrated on regulating the railroads, which he considered as important to that country as population. The Minnesota legislature, however, wanted improvements on the Mississippi River, which in its view is now and ever will be and remain the great regulator and moderator of fare and freights of the rails. 94 Such agitation quickly produced a major transportation convention in Dubuque, Iowa. No general question of governmental policy, observed a Senate committee, occupies at this time so prominent a place in the thoughts of the people. And at Dubuque the farmers and merchants discussed the best way to win control of the markets of the world. They wanted better transportation to control the price of breadstuffs in the very center of the world's trade. 95. One transportation leader, John B. Garrett of the Baltimore and 125 Ohio Railroad, had committed himself to that general strategy as a way of surviving the bitter competition among the rails. Operating as a virtual dictator after taking charge of the firm in 1858, Garrett immediately moved at the end of the war to double-track his lines to the west and to acquire rights of way into St. Louis and Chicago. 96 His objective was to raise profits by giving the western farmers the shortest and cheapest outlet to the ocean. 97. Arguing that exports were the key to the prosperity of Baltimore itself, he responded favorably to the anxiety of Cincinnati leaders to have the cattle business controlled by those two cities. 98 He also acted to provide direct shipping services from Baltimore to Liverpool. The first freighter sailed September 30, 1865, and the traffic proved great enough to add 4 more steamers by the spring of 1869. As a result, Garrett arranged to quote the farmers a through rate from western cities to Liverpool. 99 Garrett next moved to deepen the Baltimore ship channel and to expand flour exports to Latin America. He won strong support from J. Cook of the Northern Pacific Railroad. "I have always considered Baltimore," Cook explained, "as a natural outlet of the vast northwestern trade now being rapidly developed." 100. Garrett generated enough pressure to win a $400,000 appropriation from the Congress, and while the dredging was underway he supplied the capital to build elevators capable of holding 2 million bushels of wheat at dockside. If more railroad leaders had displayed Garrett's willingness to pursue metropolitan interests in a way that accommodated the needs of agricultural businessmen, then much of the anger and opposition of the farmers might very well have been allayed. Such was not the case, however, particularly at the end of the 1860s, and the campaign for better and more equitable transportation grew increasingly militant and bitter. "You cripple the Great West," charged Senator Henderson. 101 The report of the Central Committee of the Great River Improvement Convention held in St. Louis in February 1867 not only amplified that accusation, but in doing so clarified the intimate relationship between the export orientation of the farmers and their concern with transportation. "If the West can only export from the abundance of its surplus," explained the committee, "and its ability to undersell, it can monopolize the markets of the world, and have a balance on the world's counter in our favor to raise our credit and pay our debts. It is not the question of ability to produce, but it is the question of facility and cheapness of transportation," the members emphasized, "which must be solved before we can monopolize the markets of the world. This valley is entitled to the cheapest possible transportation," the convention declared, calling on the Congress for immediate and massive assistance. 102 Combined with the similar campaign for railroad regulation, which produced state commissions in Ohio, 126, and Massachusetts, the battle for improved water navigation produced a major confrontation between the metropolis and the neocolonial agrarians. The moderate, spotty, and short-lived economic upturn did not modify the intensity of the antagonism. As many observers commented, politics are more than boiling. 103. More fuel was being gathered for the fire by the leaders who were organizing farmers throughout the country. A typical report told of an enthusiastic farmers' club and a flourishing agricultural society being formed in the same state. 104 The movement that rapidly united the agricultural resistance to the metropolis, however, and focused its energies, grew out of the efforts of Oliver Hudson Kelley of the Department of Agriculture. His tour of the South, undertaken at the instance of President Johnson, convinced him that the farmers of that section, particularly, needed sustained encouragement and help in order to improve their condition. Aided by William Saunders and a few other government officials, Kelley founded the Patrons of Husbandry on December 4, 1867. Southern farmers responded to Kelley's initiative, and to the talented and dedicated leadership of men like David Wyatt, John T. Jones, and Putnam Israel Darden, but Westerners provided most of the early support that established the Grange as an effective organization. They also made it a national force to be reckoned with by the metropolis. 4. Contrary to much that has been written about the Grange, it functioned from the outset as an instrument of policy-conscious farm businessmen in all parts of the country. The minutes of a local chapter in Alabama, for example, record that the members agreed to discuss at each meeting such subjects as would be most important to us for the advancement of our social, agricultural, and financial, as well for the improvement of our literary attainments. A few years later, reviewing the activities of his organization, Master Albert B. Smedley of the Iowa Grange made the point even more bluntly. There can be no doubt but that this order will largely influence legislation. 105. Although they were defeated on the tariff and transportation issues, therefore, and while some of them benefited from the short period of uneven economic improvement that began in 1867, the farmers nevertheless maintained and intensified their pressure on the metropolis. They sustained the campaign to improve their position in the marketplace as it existed, and to guarantee their long-term prosperity by enlarging the marketplace. Their general unrest, and their continued stress on exports, increasingly affected the thinking and the policies of the metropolis. Moreover, even before the Grange and other organizations exerted direct influence on the legislative process. The failure of the modest upturn of 1867 to arrest the farm agitation, for example, strengthened the concern among metropolitan interests that the greenbacks were being withdrawn from circula. 127. Shin too rapidly. A majority of congressmen concluded by February 4, 1868, that Secretary McCulloch's deflationary policy was dangerous enough either on economic or on political grounds to call a halt. They ordered him to stop the process, leaving more than $300 million of the notes in circulation. The Republicans also indicated their awareness of the agricultural ferment by equivocating on the tariff during the presidential campaign of 1868. They were not at all hesitant, however, in reminding the farmers that both of the party's top candidates, Ulysses Simpson Grant and Schuyler Colfax, were Westerners. And regardless of the extent to which metropolitan leaders of the party understood the point, Grant had absorbed at least one of the principal ideas of his Illinois environment. Perhaps his pre-war identification with the Democratic Party, and in particular with Senator Douglas, explained the matter, but in any event he promptly revealed that he understood and supported the farm demand for larger overseas markets. His persistent advocacy of that policy helped them increase their influence during the next few years. Neither he nor they, however, won any major gains for agriculture. 5. I'm out of money and where the next cornmeal is coming from I don't yet know. Buffalo is very scarce now and hard to get. I find it uphill business without money. I have turned pretty mean. Mrs. L. A. Ives of Kansas, October 1, 1872. The East wants to consolidate capital and nationalize and centralize everything, and the Union Pacific Railroad is the great lever by which to do this in the West. Oliver P. Mason to J. Sterling Morton, February 6, 1868. Our form of government is adapted to civilized man everywhere. Great as we are yet in the day of small things. Destiny is to grasp the commerce of all the seas and sway the scepter of the world. Representative Ignatius Donnelly of Minnesota, July 1, 1868. Our diplomacy will be rescued from the subservient tone by which we have so often been humiliated. And we will see of our flag and our sovereignty over insular or continental possessions. Representative James Gillespie Blaine of Maine, December 10, 1868. Too large a part of the value of productions is consumed in the cost of getting them to a point where the exchanges are made. As is well known, the markets of England fix the price at which nearly all the productions of our country are sold, whether for export or consumption in our own country. James M. Richards, President of the Chicago Board of Trade, April 1869. The great obstacle in the way of our more rapid commercial development is the enormous cost of transportation from the west to the seaboard. Commercial and Financial Chronicle, November 20, 1869. Go among the farmers of the West. The hours of toil are lengthening, labor is poorly rewarded, with a ceaseless struggle to keep poverty away from their doors. Representative Samuel Scott Marshall of Illinois, March 29, 1870. Railways are hereby declared public highways. And the General Assembly shall pass laws establishing reasonable maximum rates of charges. Illinois Constitution of 1870. Am simply a tenant on my own farm. I am not consulted as to the share of my crop which transportation companies may require to lay the surplus in a market. Railroads are now not only national but international. Proceedings of the Iowa State Agricultural Society, January 1873. Cheap transportation is vital to our prosperity. Proceedings of the Bloomington, Illinois Farmers' Convention, January 1873. Let the North, especially New England, beware. The South and West will not forever be content to pay tribute to the North. Lynchburg, Virginian, April 11, 1873. Economic troubles intensify existing difficulties and generate a rising demand for larger markets and cheaper transportation. W. Yen H. Hadever. The gains that some farmers enjoyed during the brief revival that began in 1867, the downturn that came in 1869 inflicted increasing pain and suffering on all agricultural businessmen. They responded with rising anger, and greater determination to win the reforms and new programs they considered vital to their welfare. Grange membership climbed steadily in every section, and the efforts of that organization were reinforced by the activities of other farm groups. The result was a nationwide campaign for expanded markets, improved and regulated transportation, and a more equitable and effective monetary system. The farmers won some victories. Various states passed laws, or created commissions, designed to protect the farm businessmen against unfair and harmful railroad practices. The Congress appropriated a bit more money for internal improvements, slowed the retirement of the greenbacks, lowered the tariff a mite, and ultimately undertook a serious investigation of the transportation problem. From a long-range point of view, however, the most important gains came in the deepened awareness and self-consciousness among the farmers, and in the inception of a new attitude among some metropolitan leaders. The latter not only recognized the seriousness of the agricultural unrest, but they began to respond to the market expansionist argument that the farmers had been advocating for more than a generation. That was a portentous change, though it initially involved only a minority in the metropolis. It established 132. Modem American Empire 133. The influence of the agricultural majority, and it pointed toward the ultimate acceptance of their strategy of marketplace expansion as the policy of the nation. In the short run, however, the battles that the farmers won between 1868 and 1874 did little if anything to improve their position in the political economy. The metropolis retained effective control of the economic system and the policy-making process, and the economy itself continued its downward slide toward the massive depression of 1873 to 1879. It is important to realize, in discussing those bad years, that the farmer recognized, and generally accepted, the inherent difficulties of his particular kind of business operation. If anything, he was too understanding and enduring. Certainly he complained little if at all when the marketplace rewarded him with anything close to a reasonable profit. And even during the depressions, he could distinguish between the usual woes of the world and the special pains of the marketplace, as one farmer typically did in 1869, explaining that a neighbor's problems were Freudian rather than Smithian. He accused her of flirting with some younger men in this neighborhood. He said he was drowning sorrow with whiskey. 1. A different tone emerged when one's labor produced no purchase to hold one's own as a commercial entrepreneur, let alone leverage for improvement. Then the days were as long as weeks, and the months as years. From gathering buffalo chips at dawn to sharpening plows at midnight, the life properly provoked men to angry complaint, and women to tears and psychic terrors. Even so, the saving controls of insight and self-awareness generally held firm. As with Mrs. L. A. Ives of Kansas. "We are all well at present," she wrote a friend after 3 years of the agricultural depression, "and able to eat our rations of Johnny cake, for we have nothing else to eat. I am out of money, and where the next cornmeal is coming from I don't yet know. Buffalo is very scarce now and hard to get. Point 1. Find it uphill business without money. I have turned pretty mean too." Or as with a Minnesota man who suffered hail and prairie fires in addition to low prices. "I have been trying to live on my place, and with sickness and bad luck in crops have well nigh run out of everything," he finally wrote the governor in 1871. "I have been sick for months, and my wife is not well from exposure and hunger, and I thought that there was no other way than to ask you to help me. If I can't get the money I shall lose my place after livin' from hand to mouth for 3 years on the frontier." 3. Such were the personal documents, the reality behind the growing public agitation. From the South, Debo's Review reported on the unanimous hostility to the monopolies of Eastern capital and transportation. 4. In the East, the American agriculturalists said bluntly that times are hard. 5. Even the Philadelphia Press recognized the 134 crisis. The farmer gets 1/2 of the price he received for his wheat 2 years ago, but he must pay nearly the same for what he buys. 6. Midwesterners made the same reports. Financial pressure, altogether ruined many men. Almost a panic, hopelessly in debt, need relief. Something should be done. A ceaseless struggle to keep poverty away from their doors, ruined farmers, bankrupt everybody in these small towns. 7. Our farmers, the manager of a Nebraska firm warned the McCormicks, are certainly in a deplorable condition. 8. And the editors of the Prairie Farmer summarized the general feeling with the judgment that a crisis in our affairs is approaching and danger threatens. 9. The farm businessmen were not mollified by being told by metropolitan leaders that they were deluded. 10. Or by the speculators who saw the crisis as a marvelous opportunity to get good land. 11. Nor was it enough for farm wives to read learned papers proving that agricultural businessmen needed culture as much as their urban counterparts. One argued persuasively, for example, that an appreciation of color could even be important in the work routine. A great railroad catastrophe may be the result of a locomotive engineer not having an eye for color. 12. The issue in the minds of her audience, however, was the great agricultural catastrophe caused by the failure of the railroad managers to develop an eye for the primary interest of the political economy. Some regions, of course, fared better than others. After the best land in Iowa had been taken, for example, the forces that ultimately produced the Great Dakota Boom created an early period of profitable investment. The St. Paul and Pacific Railroad and the Northern Pacific Line reached the Red River. A future giant of the rails, James Jerome Hill, inaugurated steamboat service on that river, a federal land office was opened, and a stagecoach line was established. Many farmers shared the excited confidence of the Dakota Territorial Legislature. Here is a place for a man to rebuild his fortune again, here there need be no destitute, for all that will work there is abundance. 13. But thousands left soon after they had come, and the lasting gains were delayed at least a decade. 14. Many in Kansas enjoyed a period of relatively good years. Crops were generally good, and livestock raising developed enough by 1870 for Armour, Plankinton Company to build a meatpacking plant in Kansas City. 15. The first big grain elevator, with a capacity of 100,000 bushels, was constructed a year later. But the prosperity was not sufficient to transform commercial agriculture into a gay adventure. The frontier was such a desolate place, recalled one pioneer, that the tears came in my eyes. We never could see a neighbor's light in the evening. Nor were the profits large enough to provide many improvements. Houses were unplastered and heated only by R. 135. Cook stove 16. And the livestock farmers were a minority because that kind of diversification required capital that most of the new settlers did not have. The majority shared the feelings of the Girard Press. We are tired of this system of corn, without hogs or cattle to eat it up. Corn. 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 Bought. 17. While it is clear that the agricultural sector of the capitalist economy revealed such variations, therefore, too much can be made of those differences. Not only were the farm businessmen faring badly as a group, and organizing to improve their situation, but some metropolitan leaders recognized the need to respond to that reality. The election of 1868 dramatized that point, for Grant's popular majority was barely more than 300,000 of a total of 5,715,000 votes. As they considered the implications of that narrow margin, Eastern spokesmen could not avoid the continuing agrarian protest. Iowa politicians made it clear, for example, that the transportation issue had generated political forces that would not disappear after the inauguration of Grant. 18. And Representative Cadwallader Col. Den Washburn of Wisconsin, a staunch ally of metropolitan interests, had attacked the railroads as part of his effort to keep the farmers in line during the campaign. 19. One Metropolitan Observer bluntly explained the root cause of the trouble. The East wants to consolidate capital and nationalize and centralize everything, and the Union Pacific Railroad is the great lever by which to do this in the West. 20. The truth of the charge provoked an executive of the road, Grenville Mellon Dodge, to a burst of sectional anger that overrode his business loyalties. Like all roads, he exploded, the Union Pacific was managed 1,000 miles away, the mere plaything for Wall Street, to be set up or down as a circus. 21. Throughout the presidential campaign, moreover, the farmers stressed the export issue. 22. They maintained that pressure without interruption. The Louisville Board of Trade, for example, was only one of many groups that warned the metropolis during the winter of 1868 to 1869 that cheap transportation is not only a necessity to the West, but equally demanded by the best interests of the whole country. 23. And the farmers greeted President Grant with more of the same as he moved into the White House. Henry C. Wheeler of Illinois issued a bold call for an April convention to deal with the excessive rates of transportation that denied rural businessmen any margin of profit. The meeting produced a strong resolution demanding that our legal rights to transportation and markets ought to be clearly set forth and defined. 24. The Kansas farmer agreed, and urged agricultural businessmen to speak in tones of thunder and win their share of government aid. 25. The message was already being heard by the more sensitive metropolitan representatives, however, as the new president of the 136 Chicago Board of Trade revealed on taking office. The farmer was in serious trouble, James M. Richards explained, because too large a part of the value of his productions is consumed in the cost of getting them to a point where the exchanges are made. As is well known, the markets of England fix the price at which nearly all the productions of our country are sold, whether for export or consumption in our own country. 26. Such truths were indeed well known to the agriculturalists, and the knowledge had much to do with their increasingly strong anti-British nationalism, as well as their agitation for larger markets and transportation reforms. 3 metropolitan Republican leaders took the lead in responding to those emotions and demands. The prophet of the group was outgoing Secretary of State Seward, who first tried to harness the expansionism of the West to his own imperial purposes during the late 1840s and the 1850s. The others were New England politicians, Representative James Gillespie Blaine of Maine and Senator Charles Sumner of Massachusetts. A fourth key figure was incoming President Grant, who quickly revealed an understanding of the farm concern with new markets and displayed a willingness to act on that program. And, like Seward, Grant argued that various Caribbean islands were worth the effort involved in acquiring them. Both men faced similar difficulties. The nation was preoccupied with the problems and the opportunities of the post-war era, and even men who were generally favorable to expansion divided over specific projects. Blaine offered a good illustration of that pattern, for he opposed some imperial proposals. He did reveal as early as March 1865, however, that he understood the role of commodity exports in the operation of the American economy. He therefore fought measures like the short-lived export tax on cotton on the grounds that they delayed re-establishing the American monopoly of this article in the markets of the world. That was among the most desirable objects for the whole country that can possibly be obtained. 27. Blaine also felt that a policy favorable to the cotton interests would help the Republicans build a solid political base in the South. His commercial expansionism gave him a rapport with the farm businessmen that most other metropolitan leaders gained only much later. That market expansionism was at least as important, moreover, in generating and sustaining Blaine's anti-British posture and policies as the political strategy of attacking the British to win the votes of Irish immigrants in the eastern cities. Blaine seriously intended, from an early date, to win economic supremacy of the world for the United States. Sumner appealed to agricultural antagonism toward Britain for purposes that had little to do with economic expansion. Sumner was not flatly opposed to American expansion, but he was primarily con. 137. Concerned with other issues, freeing and helping the black man, punishing Southerners who had supported the Confederacy, establishing the Republican Party as the dominant political power in the South, and fostering manufacturers and other urban economic interests in the North. The crucial factor in his decision to support Seward's bid to buy Alaska in 1867 was very probably his abiding anger at Britain for aiding the Confederacy. He always considered that the American Revolution made England an interloper in the Western Hemisphere, and Britain's actions during the Civil War intensified that opposition. He was also affected, as a Massachusetts man, by the Secretary's enthusiastic argument about trade with Asia and by the activity of his constituents in that commerce. 28 His powerful speech clearly helped produce the overwhelming Senate vote in favor of annexation. 29 Neither nay came from an agricultural region. Seward and the Senate expansionists did encounter resistance in the House of Representatives from congressmen of the West, as well as from men of the metropolis. Representative Jehu Baker of Illinois, for example, agreed with the editors of the New York Times that America had enough territory at the present time. As Baker's phrasing indicates, however, most of the Westerners hedged their opposition. The Times said simply that the problems of Reconstruction claimed first priority. 30 But Baker displayed the kind of ideological and economic logic that ultimately carried many who fought the purchase of Alaska into open support for expansion. He admitted, even in 1867, 1868, that he accepted the validity of the traditional arguments governing the growth of the Republic. For the moment, however, the United States possessed a fair-sized empire in the relatively unexploited Trans-Mississippi West, and he feared that raw, shallow, and heedless greed would subvert necessary expansion in the future. After a period of development, he concluded, Americans could again extend their frontiers. 31. Many other Westerners projected the same principles to a different conclusion. Representative William Mungan of Ohio vigorously approved acquiring Alaska because it would enable the United States to cage the British lion on the Pacific coast. 32. Perhaps the most significant Western argument for annexation was made by Representative Ignatius Donnelly of Minnesota, shortly to become a leader of the Grange and a militant advocate of the agricultural cause throughout the remainder of the century. His vigorous speech on July 1, 1868, contained the central ideological and economic themes that were even then creating a powerful force for nationalistic expansion among the farmers of the country. Donnelly acknowledged that the time was not ripe for expansion because of the nation's domestic preoccupations, but immediately. 138. Asserted that perfect timing was not the issue. The question had to be viewed in a broader light. His illumination revealed that the acquisition of Alaska was one of the necessary steps in the expansion of our institutions and nationality. Our form of government is adapted, he explained, to civilized man everywhere. Thus the annexation of Alaska would seal the doom of the aristocratic and autocratic British in North America and hence weaken them generally. But that was not all. Great as we are, Donnelly promised, we are yet in the day of small things. America's true destiny is to grasp the commerce of all the seas and sway the scepter of the world. That process would of course bring the nation face to face with the 400 millions of the Chinese Empire and with the other vast populations of India and Japan. Let us then, he cried, while perfecting our institutions, not refuse to expand our boundaries. 33. Having offered expansion for reform, for territory, and for markets, Donnelly relinquished the floor to those who chose to stress but one of the objectives. A good many Westerners emphasized the markets. Representative Greenberry Rahm of Illinois wanted Alaska in order to speed the process of becoming the leading commercial nation of Earth, controlling the whole of the rich trade of the East. 34. So did Representative James Augustus Johnson of California. 35 Others, like Representative Rufus Payne Spalding of Ohio, wanted to concentrate first on establishing American predominance in the Western Hemisphere. 36 Perhaps Representatives Hiram Price and William Loweridge of Iowa best revealed the tension among the agricultural spokesmen. The latter complained bitterly of the way the metropolis made decisions committing the nation and then asked the majority to pay the cost. 37 Price was even more critical, and stressed the need for direct and immediate help in improving the position of the farmer in the existing world marketplace. He thought it would be better to use the $7.2 million for the purpose of removing obstructions in the Mississippi River, thus improving navigation and commerce, and enabling breadstuffs to be transported cheaply from the west to the seaboard. 38. When the vote was taken, however, on July 14, 1868, neither Price nor Loweridge said nay. But the Westerners who did so emphasized the points those two men had raised, rather than any basic opposition to expansion. 39 Westerners raised more objections to Seward's later attempt to buy the Danish West Indies. The decision on that issue also came in the House, in response to a resolution offered by Cadwallader Washburn of Wisconsin. The episode revealed two important features of all congressional voting records. One was that the geographic home of the spokesman did not necessarily define his outlook. The other was that agricultural businessmen were perfectly capable of discriminating between 139 proposals that offered them meaningful benefits and those that did not. Washburn nicely illustrated both points. He largely identified with the metropolis on economic and political issues until the flour industry turned to overseas markets to maintain its profits. And, after that, he and other spokesmen of that processing business concentrated on the markets most rewarding to them. Neither of those conditions applied, however, in connection with acquiring the Virgin Islands. Hence Washburn moved to block the action by committing the House to the following proposition, that, in the present financial condition of the country, any further purchases of territory are inexpedient, and this House will hold itself under no obligation to vote money to pay for any such purchases unless there is greater necessity for the same than now exists. 40. The emphasis on peculiar and particular circumstances and the loopholes in that motion left the issue of expansion per se wide open for future discussion and a different decision. Those considerations no doubt contributed to the vote 93-43 in favor, as did the anger of men like Lowridge against metropolitan leaders who presumed on their power. Even so, more than half the votes against Washburn's resolution were cast by Western spokesmen, and less than half the yeas came from such men. 41 The cross-currents and eddies that characterized agricultural attitudes and actions on specific foreign policy issues between 1865 and 1868 continued to be present after the election of 1868. But the farmers, along with some metropolitan leaders, nevertheless continued to create persistent movement toward a policy emphasizing overseas market expansion. Much of the backing and filling of the immediate post-war period can be explained, for that matter, by the failure of national leaders to offer choices that spoke to the existing agricultural emphasis on such expansion. The farmers made their objectives known, but little was done to devise policies appropriate to those goals. Blaine recognized the situation, and quickly tried to use the change in administrations to create a new feeling about foreign policy. The election of Grant, he argued on December 10, 1868, offered the country an opportunity to deal with the present and the future instead of continuing to concentrate so heavily on the past. The issues of the Civil War and Reconstruction were being handled in a satisfactory manner, he argued, and hence the time had come to step forth boldly in world affairs. Our diplomacy will be rescued from the subservient tone of recent years, he asserted, and the nation would proceed with the extension of our flag and our sovereignty over insular or continental possessions. 42. Sumner was more immediately effective, however, in focusing the new economic nationalism and the traditional anti-British sentiment among agriculturalists on the demand that London pay Exton 140 civ damages for its aid to the Confederacy. His extremist speech of April 13, 1869, suggested that the bill came to $2,125 billion, and offered to settle for a deed to Canada. The agricultural support for Standing Firm undoubtedly strengthened the position of American negotiators in the talks that began during the summer. But there was far more than Civil War emotionalism behind the agrarian opposition to Britain. The farmers had come to focus on Liverpool's control of commodity prices as a major barrier to their market expansionism. Some of them, moreover, Easterners as well as Westerners, wanted the fertile land of Canada. And a steadily increasing number of grain producers were determined to stop the importation of Canadian wheat under the Reciprocity Treaty of 1854. The issue of Canadian competition arose before Grant was inaugurated, and some Republican leaders thought it would be possible to satisfy the farmers and gain other objectives by persuading the Canadians to improve transportation on the St. Lawrence River in return for renewing the treaty. That strategy appealed to metropolitan leaders who understood the importance of agricultural exports, who anticipated a growing Canadian market for urban products, and who recognized the need to meet the demand for cheaper transportation. The great obstacle in the way of our more rapid commercial development is the enormous cost of transportation from the west to the seaboard, explained the Commercial and Financial Chronicle. The fullest competition between the railroads and canals of both countries is the best possible means by which to obtain control of the European markets as an outlet for our surplus products. 43. Western farm businessmen quickly counterattacked. Commissioner of Agriculture Horace Capron immediately entered a vigorous protest against renewing the treaty. He could not see the justice of subjecting farmers to a direct and ruinous competition. He also revealed the intensity of anti-metropolitan feeling among the farmers when he accused the pro-treaty forces of using agriculture as a pawn to win benefits for the fishing interest. 44. When that objection did not settle the matter, Capron and Western congressmen increased their pressure. Led by Representative James Abram Garfield of Ohio, they used the dispute as a platform for demanding relief from the distress of the West, arising from a lack of cheap transportation. 45. The force of the campaign, though it was negative, was effective. The treaty was not renewed. The effort also increased the Grant administration's concern with finding overseas markets for the farmers, and pushed it toward dealing with the transportation issue in a more direct fashion. The president's responsiveness to the expansionism of the farm businessmen, and his understanding of the importance of agricultural exports, have been generally overlooked in the concentration on his 141 personal weaknesses and mistakes, and on the scandals during his tenure in office. But Grant's awareness of the issue was clearly reinforced by the advice and pressure of associates like Secretary of War John H. Rawlins, who had given strong support to the expansionist programs advanced by Senator Douglas, and pushed the same policies in his relationship with Grant. 46. The president wasted no time in speaking to the issue, discussing the problem in his first annual message in December 1869. Rising competition from other agricultural suppliers posed a serious challenge. Self-interest, if not self-preservation, teaches us also the necessity of looking to other markets for the sale of our surplus. Our neighbors south of us, and China and Japan, should receive our special attention. 47. Agricultural businessmen agreed, but concentrated first on reducing the tariff as a way of expanding exports. The struggle was a continuation of the Battle of 1866, and revolved around the same protagonists. Commissioner of the Revenue Wells, undoubtedly influenced by his study and discussions in England during 1867, advanced a strong case for reduction and reform in his report for 1868. For his earlier opponents, Henry Carey, Representative Kelly of Pennsylvania, and Horace Greeley of the New York Tribune, jumped eagerly back into the pit. Kelly struck first, tying Wells to the evil Southerners who preferred having their ships and workshops on the other side of the Atlantic in order to keep America as Great Britain's chief commercial dependency. 49. Then Carey fired a salvo in the Tribune on May 23, 1869. Greeley moved in with heavy support on June 8, making the formal charge that Wells, and other low-tariff or free trade men, were directly or indirectly paid by British money supplied by bankers like the House of Baring. British gold was the fountainhead of the danger. The Wells report of 1868 was bought and paid for by foreign interests. Knowingly and willfully, the metropolis conjured up thoughts of greedy English merchants profiting at the expense of the American yeoman. 50. Such vilification continued to be a primary characteristic of the metropolitan campaign against agricultural tariff reformers for the next 30 years. Driven on by the increasingly difficult economic conditions, the farmers nevertheless maintained their pressure for tariff reduction. Under the leadership of Horace White, the Chicago Tribune returned the fire of Greeley. Representative Ignatius Donnelly of Minnesota began a re-examination of his support for the high tariff and shortly reversed his position. 51. And Norman J. Coleman, the increasingly influential editor of a Missouri newspaper for agricultural businessmen, opened a sustained attack on the tariff. Reared in a tradition of farm leadership in Otsego County, New York, he returned to that active 142. In St. Louis after trying law and politics in Kentucky and Indiana. He became an experimental farmer and served on the Missouri State Board of Agriculture before transforming the feeble valley farmer into the vigorous and exciting Coleman's rural world. His weekly assault on the protectionists had by 1868, 1869 become a significant factor in the national debate over the tariff. Such efforts not only helped counter the heavy spending of metropolitan high-tariff advocates like James M. Swank of the iron and steel industry, who distributed tons of propaganda throughout the West, but they also encouraged Wells and other low-tariff men. 52 Wells fought back with a major analysis and evaluation of the American political economy in his 1869 report, and concluded with a militant call to reduce the tariff as a means of acquiring vital overseas markets. He was deeply concerned about two characteristics he observed in the economy. One was the tendency of affairs in the United States toward an inequitable distribution of the annual surplus of production over expenditure, and to impair the power of the masses to accumulate property and better their condition. Speaking more bluntly, he restated the proposition, the poor of the United States under the existing system tend to grow poorer. 53. His second major worry was the propensity of American capitalism to stagnate. There are many circumstances which seem to indicate with certainty that the present accumulation of new capital in the United States is at a much slower rate than it ought to be. Stagnation was in truth even more dangerous than the term implied. For not to increase is to retrograde. 5 asterisk. Combined with the inherent monetary problems of the system, the signs of stagnation and the grossly uneven distribution of wealth were infusing a spirit of discontent among many groups in the country. 55 Wells based his program for recovery and future development upon the sustained expansion of exports. He used agriculture as the example to illustrate his analysis and to explain the need for fiscal and tariff reform. The surplus, if disposed of at all, must find a market in foreign countries. But the value of the surplus for exportation is much less than it would be were the currency brought to a specie standard and taxation reduced and equalized, and to this extent the American agriculturalist is placed at a disadvantage with his foreign competitor, from the very outset. 56. While he was concerned about agricultural exports, and clearly transferred that principle of marketplace dynamics to the entire economy, Wells was more interested in the future expansion of metropolitan, industrial exports. His immediate objective was effective competition with Great Britain for control of the Latin-American market in manufactured goods. 57 And for those 143 reasons he argued that the ability to export, which the farmers had already demonstrated, was a true test of the ability or inability profitably to produce for the domestic market. 58. That opened the way for his attack on the high tariff schedules. The existing average duty of 47%, he boldly concluded, was excessive and unnecessary, and opposed alike to the highest interests of civilization and humanity, as well as to the proper and healthy growth of all domestic commerce and industry. 59 The reduction of the tariff would help open new markets and lower the cost of domestic production and consumption. 60. That would make American products more competitive in the world marketplace, and the resulting rise in exports would help ease domestic discontent. The leaders of the protectionist bloc struck back with a venomous campaign. Kelly first accused Wells of advocating and supporting the interests of England. 61. Carey then moved to counter the low tariff sentiment among Western farmers and other Republicans with a new pamphlet, Review of the Farmer's Question, as exhibited in the recent report of the Honorable D. A. Wells. By that time Kelly had used his power in the House of Representatives to have the Committee on Manufactures investigate and evaluate the report by Wells. The protectionists who controlled the committee promptly announced that the report appeared to have been written in the interests of foreign producers and manufacturers. 62. The strategy that had worked so well in 1866, however, was not successful in 1870. The farmers were better organized, and even more deeply oriented toward exports. And the continuing economic difficulties increased the momentum created by those developments. Their anger at Britain as the overlord of the world marketplace was transferred to metropolitans whose policies and actions abetted that power, rather than to men like Wells who wanted to lower the tariff as a way of expanding exports. The tariff debate thus played an important part in the process that transformed the British from a traditional and general opponent into a specific and immediate enemy. Like rabbits, growled an Iowa Granger, we are the prey of hawks by day and owls and foxes by night. We have the power, we must use it. The farmers have got the lines, why don't they drive? 63. The governor of Iowa felt the hot wind of that anger, as did his colleagues in Minnesota and Wisconsin. The Minnesota wheat and flour men were so concerned about new markets that they began agitating along with the West Coast farmers for action to open the China market. The three governors shortly journeyed to Washington to make sure that the Congress and the White House received the message. 64 Representative William Steele Holman of Indiana responded to such pressures by offering a resolution declaring that the policy of granting subsidies in public lands to railroads and other corporations 144 ought to be discontinued, and directing the executive to reserve the remaining public lands for the exclusive purpose of securing homesteads to actual settlers. 65. Others stressed the strategy of disciplining the railroads by improving and using water transportation routes. 66. All such agitation intensified as the market, despite a brief speculative flurry in June, became depressed to an unusual extent. 67. The protectionists confronted one particular disadvantage in 1870 that they had not faced in 1866, 1867. President Grant, unlike his predecessor, responded to the agricultural campaign for markets. His concern to revive our drooping merchant marine was tied to that objective. 68. So was his determined bid to annex Santo Domingo. And one of the main speakers at a huge New York rally, John Fitch, emphasized the large market for Western food surpluses and rough cotton textiles from the South that would be created by taking the island. 69. Grant did not rely on newspaper interviews and agents, however, in advancing that cause. The island, he told the Congress, will become a large consumer of the products of northern farms. Deeply concerned to reverse the balance of trade against us, he argued that annexation would have the effect of largely increasing our exports. 70. Secretary of State Fish wholly agreed with the analysis, and added Cuba to the list of markets to be engrossed, even though he disagreed with the need to annex the islands to control their markets. 71. Fish won that tactical dispute, but not before the Westerners made it clear that they remained determinedly loyal to their traditional ideal of expanding freedom as they expanded the marketplace. That became apparent in the long debate over recognizing the rebels who raised the flag of revolution against Spanish control of Cuba. In a cameo preview of what would happen between 1895 and 1899, the agricultural businessmen confronted in 1869, 1870 the vital questions of whether overseas reform and overseas market expansion necessitated and justified war. If in 1870 the Cuban rebels had been as strong, and the economic involvement of American farmers as extensive, as became the case in 1898, moreover, the result might have been the same: a crucial role for the farmers in a decision for war. Such was not the case, even though it was a Westerner, Representative John Alexander Logan of Illinois, who tried to commit the Congress to a policy of extending the rebels the same advantages of intercourse and trade with the United States as enjoyed by Spain. His efforts failed, but the vote was close enough to indicate the seriousness of the agricultural concern with the expansion of the American marketplace political economy. For a shift of merely 13 votes would have resulted in the Houses recognizing the rebels and carrying the United States and Spain toward the confrontation that ultimately came a generation later. 72 Given the agitation over Santo Domingo and Cuba, and the con. 145. Current attacks on the railroads, the resolution of the dispute over the tariff was almost anticlimactic. But the agricultural businessmen did win minor reductions in the law of July 14, 1870, that affected more than 100 items. The gains were too small even to satisfy some metropolitan reformers, however, let alone the farmers, and the issue hurt the Republicans in the fall elections. So did the campaign for cheaper transportation. One of the major rallies on that question occurred in Cincinnati during October, where spokesmen from the South and West joined forces. The two groups did reveal differences. One bloc of Southerners was primarily concerned to revive the ocean trade of the Atlantic cities with Europe, while other Southerners and most Westerners concentrated on the railroad issue. But all agreed that the subject of cheap and safe transportation was paramount to all others, that the farmers needed new and larger markets, and that the problem was national in scope. It is alone to Congress we can look for relief. 73. Additional groups became involved, moreover, as farmers began to buy hogs and range cattle and fatten them on corn. Some giant operators, like those ensconced in lonely splendor in great Rococo mansions on 12,000-acre estates in the Kankakee and Wabash valleys of Indiana, had been following that trail to wealth since the 1850s. 74. The average feeder never accumulated that kind of profit or power, but he did swell the pressure for market expansion and railroad reform. It was corn, of course, that was being exported, even though the form had been changed. "For what is a hog?" exclaimed one enthusiast in 1870, "but 15 or 20 bushels of corn on 4 legs." 75. The convergence of agricultural complaints against the metropolis also manifested itself in the growth of the Grange movement in states like Iowa and Minnesota. The key organizer in Iowa was William D. Wilson, and the effort in Missouri was given an important boost when Coleman began to support the Grange in his widely circulated Rural World. The single most significant statement of the Western attitude, however, was made by an exceptionally talented young Minnesota Republican named Cushman Kellogg Davis. His major speech of 1870, in which he discussed the rise and nature of metropolitan power in terms of modern feudalism, was one of those classic performances that produced an instant response and a long-term effect. Unless that power was checked, he warned, the trust or corporation would quickly dominate the life of the American majority, just as the Baron earlier ruled the European serf. The tariff and transportation problems were symptoms of a new system, and the citizen had to control the new center of power as well as deal with its specific actions. As for the leaders of his own Republican Party, Davis warned them that they would go under unless they responded to the just demands of the majority. 76. 146. The analysis won such a generally favorable response that, as Davis later noted, it shortly made him governor of Minnesota. The conservatives who initially dismissed the analogy with feudalism as rank radicalism reconsidered even before that development, for Davis had given exceptional expression to a common feeling and attitude. It was the same outlook that guided the farmers of Illinois in their battle to control the railroads for the general welfare. Their first victory in 1867, which forced railroads to load grain from independent elevators, led on to the constitutional revisions of 1870. Railways, the new instrument of government stated simply, are hereby declared public highways. And the General Assembly shall, from time to time, pass laws establishing reasonable maximum rates of charges for the transportation of passengers and freight. That explicit charge to act was extended, moreover, to provide legislation to correct abuses and to prevent unjust discrimination and extortion in the rates of freights and passenger tariffs. 77. Other states, other leaders, and other techniques. In Indiana, for example, a young judge named Walter Quinton Gresham shortly revealed his understanding of the same point made by Davis. The episode involved a case in which the law seemed to block any relief for the farmers of the Wabash Valley. "Well, in this instance we will have to flex her a little," Gresham noted wryly. "To do otherwise would fail of doing justice, and it may save the receiver and the court great inconvenience and trouble, for otherwise those Wabash farmers are liable to take up a part of this railroad and throw it into the Wabash River." 78. Some metropolitan spokesmen also recognized the increasing gravity of the situation. One group, the merchants of the New York Commercial Union, did so largely because the railroads were threatening their business operations. "Our mission is to inaugurate, in its fullest sense, cheap transportation from the Mississippi to the sea." 79. That outlook soon produced effective short-run collaboration between the merchants and the farm businessmen, but it did not meet the agricultural demand for more markets. William Elder dramatized that need in a new pamphlet, The American Farmers' Markets at Home and Abroad, and others hoped that the increased purchases resulting from European wars would solve their problem. 80 The Republicans nevertheless lost ground in the elections of 1870. And whatever his weaknesses, not excluding a reputedly overdeveloped taste for good whiskey, President Grant promptly offered evidence that they did not blind him to essential aspects of economic and political reality. His annual message of December 5, 1870, was filled with direct and indirect proposals for dealing with the clear and present danger of the agricultural anger and unrest. He first reiterated his argument that Santo Domingo should be annexed because of its 147 value as a market for farm surpluses, and because that trade would help rebuild the merchant marine, which would in turn facilitate even more market expansion. Then he made a strong bid to assert leadership of the campaign for better transportation, and tried to prod metropolitan spokesmen into more effective action. The whole nation is interested in securing cheap transportation from the agricultural states of the West to the Atlantic seaboard. The need was great not only because the time had come to ensure the farmers a greater return for their labor, but because exports were essential to generate recovery from the depressed economic conditions. Nor, finally, had Grant missed the significance of Representative Holman's resolution about saving the soil itself for homesteaders. The president came down hard on the need to protect the interests of the man who actually settled and worked the land. His sensitivity was impressive, and his concern justified. For the Montana Territorial Legislature, acting before the next election, passed a law prohibiting any alien from obtaining any title, interest, or possessory or other right to any place or mine or claim. 81. Holman and the Montana legislators, in responding to specific demands concerning immediate problems, had taken some of the first and largely unknowing steps in the development of a general argument about the importance of the frontier in American history. And the president furthered that process by adding the prestige of his office to the proposition that free land was a crucial factor in the welfare of the country. Grant's performance in December 1870 represented more than rhetoric and gestures. Representative Blaine, who recognized the seriousness of the problems at least 2 years earlier, began to concentrate on holding the Westerners in the Republican Party. Other metropolitans listened more attentively to the agricultural businessmen and simultaneously maneuvered to block a new alliance between the South and the West within the resurgent Democratic Party. Such increasing concern was exceedingly relevant because the farmers were in the process of deepening their self-consciousness and strengthening the power of their organizations. The Commissioner of Agriculture forcefully reminded the metropolis, for example, that agriculture provided the basis for all economic development. Then he quoted Adam Smith on the vital role of market expansion in the health of agriculture and made it clear that wheat and flour required larger exports. One of the important elements in such improvement, he added, was the need for the peaceful command of the seas. That was necessary to economic independence. 82. As an illustration of what could be done, he pointed to the use of palace stock cars on the Pennsylvania Railroad, which shipped 172 head of cattle from St. Louis to New York in a mere 96 hours. 83 More than 148 times that many were exported in 1870 by men like Nelson Morris, and that trade had earlier involved 3 important groups in the agricultural sector of the economy. One was composed of the processors who opened the Kansas City stockyards in 1871 to handle Western cattle. Another involved the men who were rapidly exploiting the techniques of exporting dressed beef on refrigerator cars and ships. The Easterners of the Fulton Street Market in New York may have been the first to try the new method. Then came George H. Hammond of Detroit, who used the Davis pattern refrigerator. 84. But the key man was Gustavus Franklin Swift of Chicago, who worked with a Boston engineer to perfect the various designs. They turned the corner in 1870 to 1871, and Swift thereafter devoted increasing amounts of his vast energy and shrewdness to expanding the market for chilled beef. On the western ranges, however, 1871 was the year of the bad medicine. The cattlemen lost much of their capital, and by April 15 had organized to command influence in securing cheap rates of freight. 85. One of the early leaders was John A. Campbell, first territorial governor of Wyoming, who became president of the Wyoming Stock Growers Association. Perhaps nothing illustrated the Western integration of economics and politics quite as well as Camel's decision to convene his stockmen's group in a joint session with the Second Territorial Legislature. 86 The stockmen and the processors had their own particular quarrels with the railroads concerning the handling of live cattle and the servicing of the refrigerator cars, and those arguments reinforced the existing campaign to lower rates and end discrimination. That kind of agreement on railroad problems also blunted the antagonism between flour processors and grain farmers, and created an ambivalence among the farmers that remained an important feature of their attitude throughout the remainder of the 19th century. The same considerations periodically divided other Western businessmen who generally supported metropolitan interests and policies. The St. Paul Daily Press, for example, thought it absolute nonsense even to consider taking land back from the railroads. That would give a man land to farm but deny him access to the market, set before him a Barmecide feast of empty dishes. 87. But the editor of the Green Bay, Wisconsin, Advocate sided with the farmers. The evil, he warned, is a deplorable one. I am not unfriendly to any railroad in the state, on the contrary count myself as one of their best friends, but it is degrading to the good name of the state that they shall own, body and breeches, every legislature, one after the other. 88. The farmers themselves recognized the value of the railroads in opening new country, and generally welcomed the efforts of men like Jay Cooke, who launched a major developmental campaign in Min. 149. 1870. But their increasingly intense concern with markets overrode that consideration. The result, as John A. Milliken told the Ohio State Agricultural Society meeting in January 1872, was that all people were complaining, to some extent, of great hardships, of unjust discriminations, and ruinous rates of charges, imposed by railroad companies. The corporations, which drew at least 60% of their freight from the farm economy, nevertheless followed policies that greatly impair the chance to turn a profit from agriculture. 89 The legislatures of Iowa, Kansas, and Nebraska responded to the ferment and pressure with resolutions calling on Congress to act on the transportation issue. Given such aid, cereals and other agricultural products of the western states can at once command the provision markets of Western Europe, from which they are now excluded in consequence of the excessive cost of transportation. 90. The agitation that produced such official action was typified by the joint meeting during May 1872 of 16 Kansas farm clubs. 91 Tennessee farmers, operating through an agricultural and mechanics association, held a similar congress in Nashville. The agricultural businessmen of Illinois, riding the momentum generated by their victories in 1870 and 1871, and called into convention by the Farmers Club of Avon, organized the Illinois State Farmers Association in October 1872. As Commissioner of Agriculture Frederick Watts commented, in his peculiarly tortured effort to be right, the farmers have been brought to discover that there is work for them to do outside the precincts of the farm. Such widespread local activity, moreover, supplied much of the energy that was rapidly focused in and by the Grange movement. In some states, such as Mississippi, the Grange concentrated on local problems. But even in those cases, which included Alabama and Arkansas, the effort increased the awareness of broader issues and that affected the political dynamics of the entire country. 92 The Grange came to be viewed, moreover, as an organization defined by the activities of its more militant branches in the West. 2 years after the first chapter was organized, for example, the Minnesota Grange pushed through a law defining railroads as public highways, and requiring them to observe reasonable maximum rates and fares. The campaign in Illinois was coordinated by Stephen J. Hurlbut, Alan C. Fuller, and Jesse S. Heildrup, who had been active since the crisis of 1865. 1866. 9. And in Iowa, which boasted more than half the nation's Grange chapters by April 1872, the key men were Dudley W. Adams and William D. Wilson. As in Illinois, the earlier farm organizations in Iowa prepared the way for Grange influence on railroad legislation. The first effort had been made in 1866, but the Senate rejected a bill approved by the House. The process was repeated twice during the next 4 years, and the issue created so much antagonism. 150. That both major parties supported regulation in their platforms. The Senate remained adamant, killing 3 more attempts in 1872, and at that point the House might well have abandoned the struggle if it had not been for the determination of the Grange. In Iowa as elsewhere, however, the agricultural need and demand for cheap transportation were so intense and widespread that the defeat served primarily to deepen the anger and strengthen the movement. 94 Key Republican leaders recognized the danger and accurately concluded that the farm businessmen posed a greater threat to the Grant administration than the challenge generated by party reformers like Carl Schurz and B. Gratz Brown of Missouri. Men like Blaine understood that farmers were primarily concerned with markets and transportation, with their neocolonial position in dealings with the metropolis, and with obtaining more aid from the federal government. As a party leader in Indiana told Blaine, the election battle in the West would be hard-fought and bitter, and added that they needed him very much. 95. Grant and Fish also moved to ease the crisis. Fish made certain, for example, that the treaty settlement of the Civil War claims against Great Britain included a provision granting American commerce unrestricted use of the St. Lawrence River. On another front, the President issued a special executive order on March 31, 1871, requiring all officers of the territorial governments to obtain permission before leaving their posts. The rising absenteeism among such men, many of whom were Easterners, provoked justifiable anger, Grant noted, and he expected the gentlemen who hold those offices to stay in their respective territories and to attend strictly to their duties. 96. The efforts to push trade expansion, meanwhile, ranged from Washington to Latin America and on to the far reaches of the Pacific. California exporters and shippers, typified by Edward Wakeman of the Great American Land and Steamship Company, worked persistently to consolidate American influence in Samoa. That island was of vital importance to their plans to control the whole commerce of the Pacific. 97. The Grant administration responded by ordering Commodore Richard W. Meade to sail for Samoa at the earliest possible moment. In a narrow sense, that extremely effective pressure was commercial rather than agricultural, but much of the substance of the trade was provided by the wheat and flour surpluses of the West Coast. Westerners also scored some gains in the Congress. The appropriation for internal improvements was increased, and the tariff on manufactured goods was reduced another 10%. The liberal Republicans and Democrats, by contrast, nominated one of the major leaders of the protectionist movement to oppose Grant in the election of 1872. Their candidate, Greeley of the New York Tribune, had a record that might at another time have served as a basis for attracting Western support. He had agitated for homestead legislation, for example, and 151. Tried in 1872 to capitalize on that earlier campaign by backing the new effort to reserve the public domain for bona fide settlers. But Greeley was accurately viewed by the agriculturalists as primarily a metropolitan leader. His approach to the homestead issue had been far more that of the Easterner concerned about labor unrest, and in any event his high tariff views subverted his position on the land question in 1872. For at that moment, at any rate, the farmers were far more concerned with markets and transportation than with land policy. Even the question of civil service reform appeared largely as a metropolitan issue. The farm businessmen would very probably have been delighted with a spoils system that rewarded farmers rather than metropolitan machine politicians. Given the choice that was offered, Westerners voted strongly for Grant and Republican congressmen. While they slipped a bit in the Senate, the Republicans padded their margin in the House. Grant and other Republican leaders were astute enough to realize, however, that continued positive action would be required to consolidate the victory. If they failed, the Grange and other agricultural organizations might well lead the farmers into a working alliance with the Democratic Party. The president immediately moved to deal with the problem by stressing the transportation issue, bluntly asking the Congress in December 1872 to facilitate the more certain and cheaper transportation of the constantly increasing surplus of Western and Southern products to the Atlantic seaboard. 98. The concern and pressure were effective. Minnesota Senator William Windom, who sympathized with the needs of the farmers and processors, and understood the power of the Grange at first hand, promptly introduced a resolution expressing grave concern over the transportation crisis. That led to the creation of a select committee on transportation routes to the seaboard, which quickly became known as the Windom Committee because of the senator's vital role in determining its approach and guiding its energetic collection of evidence. So far as the farm businessmen were concerned, and regardless of whether or not they testified before the committee, the facts were already clear. President Grant voiced at least the spirit of their attitude in his inaugural remarks on March 7, 1873, long before the Windom Committee issued its report. The need, he emphasized, was for the construction of cheap routes of transit throughout the land, to the end that the products of all may find a market. 99. The President, along with the metropolitan leaders to whom he directed his remarks, was promptly reminded that words were not enough. Let the North, especially New England, beware, warned the Lynchburg Virginian, whose editors saw the mounting campaign for better transportation as a movement that could reunite the West. 152. And the South and restore the Democrats to power. The South and West will not forever be content to pay tribute to the North, and the day of their enfranchisement and deliverance from a commercial thraldom which they have too long endured, draws nigh. 100. The metropolitan spokesmen who understood the situation added their weight to the movement. The means and cost of transportation, urged the Secretary of the Chicago Board of Trade, constitute a subject worthy of the most earnest consideration, for upon its issue depends the prosperity of the whole country. 101. The climax of agricultural agitation between the election and Grant's second inauguration came at the great convention held at Bloomington, Illinois, on January 15 and 16, 1873. It justly attracted national attention and concern, and clearly affected the thinking of politicians throughout the country. The tone was set by a dirt farmer whose pithy remarks delighted the delegates. Mr. Bishop, of Kane, the recorder noted, wanted present relief. He was tired of working 15 hours a day. 102. Lawrence D. Whiting, temporary chairman of the meeting, agreed that longer and harder hours of labor did not help the farmer. Cheap transportation, he thundered, is vital to our prosperity. Government must be involved in the matter, for poverty, if not actual bankruptcy, stares the farmer in the face. 103. Many of the delegates spoke angrily of the colonial position of agricultural businessmen. We today are sold, soul and body, cried one farmer named Phoenix, in bonds to Europe, and if not there, to our cities. James Shaw echoed that charge with a reference to the classic danger of imperium in imperio no. 4. William C. Flagg, president of the Illinois State Farmers Association, pointed out that Adam Smith and John Stuart Mill denounced the practice of allowing natural monopolies, such as roads, canals, and railways, to be controlled by private interests. They were part of the very structure of the marketplace, and therefore had to serve all businessmen. 105. That kind of anger and analysis and discussion lead unanimously and enthusiastically to the adoption of 3 major resolutions. First, all corporations are subject to regulation by law. Second, cheap transportation is of vital interest to the West. And, finally, the government should provide improvements to connect the vast interior river system with the ocean commerce. 106. Such sentiments were not limited to Illinois. Coleman of Missouri offered the same explanations and proposals. So did the Kansas State Board of Agriculture. 107. John Scott, president of the Iowa Board of Agriculture, spoke even more bluntly. The time to trudge and the time to drudge are in the past. The so-called market, he added, is but the sport of bulls that toss and bears that squeeze. And Governor Cyrus Clay Carpenter caught the entire issue in one short sentence. Railroads are now not only national but international. Hiram S. 153. Hyatt then cited chapter and verse from Adam Smith to document that truth. 108 Further to the west, the California State Agricultural Society offered the same arguments, and reached identical policy recommendations. 109 Despite their serious and increasing difficulties, and their inability to win any major reforms, the farmers of all sections were in a stronger position as President Grant started his second term than they had been during the brief and uneven economic upturn of 1867 to 1869. They had analyzed the causes of their unhappy condition and produced relevant proposals to improve their position. And the increasing self-consciousness and determination created by that sustained effort contributed greatly to their ability to organize for political action. In the short run, however, they proved unable to move metropolitan leaders to act in behalf of agriculture. The men of the East who held policy-making power were far more concerned with making sure that the marketplace power of the agricultural businessmen was used in behalf of the city's conception of the national interest. 6. The people continue to manifest a lively determination to keep pushing things. Joseph H. Osborne to E. R. Shankland, July 29, 1873. The balance of our public domain should be kept forever sacred to actual settlers. Local centers of trade cannot meet all the necessities. Hence arises the demand for cheap and speedy transportation. Resolution, and remarks by John Davis, Kansas Farmers State Convention, April 1873. Transportation is indispensable to agricultural prosperity. President of the California Grange, April 1873. These men are hurt, or believe they are. They are justly anxious to mend their present condition and to prevent the depreciation of their property. Railroad Gazette, August 16, 1873. As far as the price of crops is controlled by distant markets, all the profits and even the very existence of agriculture depend upon the rate charged for transporting its products. William M. Grosvenor, Atlantic Monthly, November 1873. What we want is a restoration of industry, a diminution of importations and an increase of export. These we are not likely to have as long as a vast volume of irredeemable currency is kept in circulation. Secretary of the Treasury Hugh McCulloch to Horace Greeley, June 13, 1866. To encourage American commerce with Mexico and with South America and Asiatic nations. Senator Edwin Dennison Morgan of New York, Minority Report on a Bill to Demonetize Silver, 1868. With the contest for final peaceful supremacy in the affairs of the world. The ability of a country to maintain specie payments is due largely to the condition of its foreign trade. Every measure which increases or improves the channels of transportation between the seaboard and the cotton and grain growing regions of the country, or lessens the cost of freight, adds something to our capacity to compete successfully in the markets of the world. Secretary of the Treasury George S. Boutwell, Annual Report, 1872. Believed that would be a very grave and serious peril to our country. It would place us in a position to demonetize gold and adopt silver as the GLE standard to detach ourselves from the great commercial nations of the world and join the inferior nations. Senator John Sherman of Ohio, remarks in 1893 defending the demonetization of silver in 1873. We can never have permanent prosperity until a specie basis is reached, and that cannot be reached and maintained until our exports, exclusive of gold, pay for our imports. President Ulysses Simpson Grant, December 1, 1873. While the country concentrates on markets and transportation, the metropolis manipulates the monetary system. JLML he rolling agrarian campaign for cheap transportation steadily increased its momentum throughout 1873. The farmers were gaining broad support for transportation improvements and reforms by the time the failure of Jay Cooke in September triggered the severe panic of 1873 that carried the gravely weakened economy into a massive depression. That collapse of American capitalism had a paradoxical effect on the battle for railroad regulation. It helped the farm businessmen win reforms from state legislatures, but it deepened the resistance to such legislation at the national level, particularly in the Senate, and it intensified metropolitan concern with monetary policy as a crucial factor in providing relief and generating recovery. That change of focus shortly produced an outburst of agricultural anger against the fundamental alteration in monetary policy that a small group of men carried through, while most of the country, and particularly the agricultural majority, was concentrating on the transportation problem. Their action, which demonetized silver, created an issue that ultimately displaced the question of transportation in the public arena and provided a new idiom for debating the ways and means of market expansion. For that matter, the principal figures in the maneuvers that demonetized silver were concerned with that very objective. They wanted to be sure that agricultural exports would underwrite the kind of a system that the metropolis preferred and dominated. 158. Modem American Empire 159. But the battle between the metropolis and the country had been raging since at least the 1790s, and the demonetization of silver changed only the form, not the substance of that struggle. Stephen Smith, writing in 1873 to offer grains for the grangers, discussed the long conflict in terms of America's wars for independence. The War of 1812, he explained, was fought and won against the monopoly exercised by England on the high seas. And the Grange campaign was being waged for commercial freedom won. The agricultural strategy revealed some of the features of an enveloping guerrilla movement, as William C. Flagg of the Illinois State Farmers Association explained to Senator Windom. A good many farm leaders felt it was tactically effective, for example, not to join the Grange. "I am not a granger, technically speaking," Flagg commented. He, and others like him, remained free to help organize operations such as the famous Illinois Farmers' Declaration of Independence of July 4, 1873, which the Grange then endorsed. Point 2. All agreed, of course, that the customers for the farm surpluses were over yonder, and that transportation should be cheap. 3. The Minnesota Grange, ever more influenced by the dynamism of Donnelly, moved effectively to make the railroad issue a major factor in the state elections of 1873. 4. Iowa Grangers were even more successful. They spoke to the issue in terms of the production in our state which must find a market abroad, and demanded speedy improvement of waterways and a government-owned, double-tracked rail line to the seaboard served by state-owned feeder spurs. Having learned that they could expect no quarter from the metropolis or its spokesman in the West, they combined forces in 1873 with an anti-monopoly party to elect a total of 120 members to the Iowa General Assembly. 5. Joseph Horatio Osborne of Wisconsin was a vital figure in the Western drive for markets and cheap transportation. Settling in Wisconsin in 1844, he quickly became a successful farmer merchant and then a powerful agitator for the Grange. His analysis was clear and his approach was militant. Transportation improvements were so obviously necessary that he directed much of his attention and energy to forcing the metropolis to provide transshipment facilities on the seaboard. The failure of the government to act would be nothing more nor less than a subsidy to the railroad companies. 6. Hence he concentrated on coordinating Midwestern Grange activity and creating a concentrated movement that would force the Congress to act. He was encouraged by the gains that had been made by mid-1873, and told a friend that he was mildly optimistic because the people continued to manifest a lively determination to keep pushing things. The leader of the California Grange exhorted his followers and all other agricultural businessmen to go into the markets of the world. 160. And compete with all the world with your surplus products. That strategy made cheap transportation indispensable to agricultural prosperity. 8. A bit to the north, the committee resolutions of the Oregon Grange demanded improvement of the Willamette and Columbia rivers because transporting the surplus was of almost vital importance to the farmers of Oregon. 9. As it was in Illinois and Iowa, so it was in the far west. Other farm organizations were equally concerned with the grain market. Free trade and farmers' rights, cried the Oakland, California, Farmers Club on August 23, are what we seek. Such constant emphasis on the market for agricultural surpluses steadily heightened the agrarian awareness of British economic power. Very few of the farm businessmen even bothered, unless they were making a particular point, to note that Liverpool and London controlled the world's commodity markets. That knowledge was largely taken for granted by 1873. The significant development of that time involved the beginning of resistance to British investment in American agriculture, railroads, and government securities. Englishmen first learned of such opportunities in agriculture through the pages of the North British Agriculturalist and the Mark Lane Express. The interest was so great, and so often uncritical, that the editors of the latter journal indulged themselves in some sarcasm in the idiom of a cost accounting balance sheet. Every time a cow moves her tail to switch a fly, they solemnly warned, she exerts a force of 3 pounds. In the course of the summer a single cow wastes 5 million pounds of energy. 11. Such flummery did not break the spirit of the empire, or deter the Englishmen with surplus capital. Such men easily reassured themselves, as did the one who soberly concluded that nothing, short of violence or special legislation, can prevent the plains from continuing to be forever, the feeding ground of the world. 12. American farm businessmen also accepted that estimate of their future, and for precisely that reason grew ever more fretful about British penetration of the system. They were not so much worried in 1873 about money that would directly influence policy decisions as they were upset by capital that controlled marketplace operations. The reaction against specific firms like the Scottish American Investment Company, the Rathbones of Liverpool, and the Fowler Brothers, Limited, and the more general concern about the dramatic jump in total investment between 1870 and 1874, more than 250%, generated the early opposition that blossomed into a massive protest movement. 13. Another indication of similar things to come was offered by the Nebraska State Journal. It reported that some farmers were combining attacks on the feebleness of the Department of Agriculture with their assault on the railroads. 14. And so they were, but the campaign for a more powerful advocate in the cabinet did not gain general sup. 161. Port for another decade. The Chicago Tribune was closer to the mark. Its excellent survey of Illinois farm clubs revealed that the agricultural businessmen were beginning to integrate all the arguments they had developed since the end of the Civil War. Low tariffs would open new markets, force the railroads to lower their rates to those markets, and cut the cost of consumer goods. 15. Kansas farmers were coalescing in a similar manner. They sought a union of heads and hands to win more equitable relations in the exchange of our labor. One kind of American, cried a typical speaker, lives in the city and sells for a living, and the other lives in the country and produces for an existence. 16. The major state convention held in Topeka on April 26 to 27, 1873, was one result of such growing unity and determination. The leaders were angry and impatient. Farmers ought to be taken out behind the horse shed for action like the blind horse in the treadmill. Governor Charles Robinson told the group that he would not give one fig for the future of agriculture unless the farmers organized and won their rights. The tough rhetoric reinforced existing emotions. The resolutions began with a call to control the market so that agriculturalists would obtain the cost of production, and a reasonable profit. Then came a demand to protect the public domain so that land would be kept forever sacred to actual settlers. The climax was a proposal to regulate railroad rates by state and national legislative action, and, if need be, to construct national highways at the expense of the government. 17. Similar meetings and identical demands characterized the summer of 1873. The New York Farmers and Producers Convention of May defined the duty of the hour as controlling the cost of transportation so that our almost limitless surplus finds foreign markets at rates to compete with the world. 18. Then came the meeting of the National Agricultural Congress, which had been organized in 1872. William J. Jackson of Tennessee demanded a voice in affairs for the farm businessmen. The farmer understood that he and the railroads hinged on each other, but it was time for equity. The South Carolina delegation insisted on action to reduce the present extreme rates of railway and maritime transportation. and, working in conjunction with others from Minnesota, California, Vermont, Ohio, and Illinois, the Southerners produced a final report that defined cheap transportation as a national necessity. Then, pointing to the Belgian example, they recommended railways and trunk lines built by the state and run at fixed, uniform, and cheap rates if all other efforts failed. 19 That proposal, along with the identical demands of other farm groups in Iowa and Kansas, make it clear that the idea of a federal railroad line to serve as a standard of judgment enjoyed wide support long before it was projected by the Alliance and populist movements. It is likewise apparent that the farmers were fully aware of develop. 162 The O of S of the ments in other countries that were relevant to their operations in the United States. And it is equally unmistakable that the agricultural businessmen formulated their demand for a national railway system in the idiom of Adam Smith rather than within the framework provided by Karl Marx. The concept was not one of socialist nationalization, but one derived from the Smithian principle that the structural framework of the marketplace had to be regulated or controlled by the government in order to guarantee every capitalist an equitable opportunity to operate in that marketplace. The farmers were simply applying Smith's argument against mercantilist joint stock companies to the railroad corporations of their own time. Another group of Southerners meeting in Atlanta, for example, likewise warned that the transportation crisis was causing grave trouble. But if cheap rates were provided, then our exports would be doubled. And the balance of trade would be in our favor. 20. Still another Illinois meeting gave farmer Charles Boone an opportunity to ridicule those who said there was no need for a surplus. The way, he began, was not to produce a surplus that would need transportation. It costs so much to eat the surplus that it would be cheaper not to produce the surplus. He produced a surplus because he was in debt. He wanted light on this point. He was an overproducer because he wanted to get out of debt. But when he produced the extra quantity, they depressed the prices and kept him in debt still. One delegate responded with the explanation that part of the trouble arose because Boone had a competitor in Russia. 21. That argument was also advanced by some metropolitan leaders. Samuel B. Ruggles of the New York Central Railroad and New York Chamber of Commerce, for example, sounded as though he had studied with William Seward. Russia and America were the great competitors, the only dramatis personae in this game. His analysis was noteworthy because it illustrated the way that the agricultural thrust for foreign markets was beginning to redefine the security perimeters of the United States and transform old friends into new enemies. 22 Others, like Thomas Rimmer, a major metropolitan exporter of American grain, viewed the problem in a narrower light. They stressed the need to match the extraordinary effort that the Russians are making for improving their transportation. 23. Most of the men who identified with the metropolis took that approach. In the West and South, of course, such leaders were ambivalent. They were urban businessmen with important economic ties to Eastern capital, and psychological commitments to city life and to the status quo, yet they understood that much of their operation depended on the agrarian businessman and the overseas markets for his rising surpluses. And they admitted, at least in their intimate discourse. D. 163. Zions, that Eastern entrepreneurs set limits on them as well as on the farmers. One of the best illustrations of the resulting tension was provided by the flour milling industry of Minneapolis, which began fighting for export markets and hence low-cost transportation as early as 1870. 24 William Drew Washburn explained the matter to his brother at least as early as May 1869. We have got to have other RR connections or we are gone up. 25. Technology rapidly complicated the problem. Hungarian millers evolved a system of using porcelain rollers to grind a finer grade flour during the middle years of the century, but the development meant little to Americans until Red River Valley farmers began to harvest crops of hard wheat. Until that time the soft wheat of Kansas dominated the domestic scene, and also appeared to be the key to penetrating the Asian market. Then, just after Charles A. Pillsbury entered the Minneapolis milling arena in 1869, two small Minnesota operators devised a way of grinding spring wheat. The key man in adapting and perfecting their process was George H. Christian. Washburn quickly made Christian a partner, and that combination of shrewd entrepreneurs, together with Pillsbury, rapidly transformed the flour industry. In our first year of new process milling, Christian once recalled, our mills made a net profit of 50 cents per barrel, in the second, $1, the third year, $2, and in the fourth year, we made $4.50 per barrel 26. The short-run boom in profits did not solve the basic market problem, however, because Pillsbury and Washburn steadily expanded their production. Like their rivals in Kansas City, therefore, the Minneapolis millers added their weight to the campaign for bigger markets and better transportation. While the Kansas City Board of Trade agreed with the farmers of the region that the Mississippi River ought to be improved, it also made a strong appeal for a good harbor at Galveston, Texas. That would facilitate the export of Missouri River Valley farm surpluses via rail connections. Such a system would make it possible to export flour to West India and South American markets. 27. St. Louis businessmen understandably stressed the Mississippi waterway. They considered it vital to overcome the great difficulty in the way of moving the surplus cereals of this valley to the foreign markets of the world. 28. The New Orleans Group, led by Burwell and Joseph H. Oglesby, his successor as president of the Chamber of Commerce, argued that deepening the river and the ship channel would give the farmer another 8 to 10 cents per bushel. Oglesby insisted that was the best, if not the only, way to provide the farmer with an adequate return for his labor. Burwell carried the analysis further, pointing out that the diplomatic impediments blocking exports were even greater than the physical difficulties. He demanded a concerted effort to negotiate. 164. Reciprocal trade treaties in order to penetrate and develop alternate markets in Latin America. 29 Most Eastern metropolitan spokesmen were much slower to recognize either the economic or the political aspects of the crisis. The editors of The Nation spoke for that majority when they condemned a Wisconsin law establishing reasonable railroad rates as spoliation as flagrant as any ever proposed by Karl Marx. 30. But a significant minority understood the necessity for reform, if only on purely economic grounds, and opened a counterattack within the metropolis. Charles Francis Adams of Massachusetts was the most prestigious figure in that group, and he called for direct government intervention into the marketplace to maintain competition and guarantee adequate service. The editors of the Railroad Gazette flatly denied the nation's charge of communism among the agricultural businessmen. These men are hurt, or believe they are, and are justly anxious to mend their present condition and to prevent the depreciation of their property. Like Adams and other perceptive metropolitans, the Gazette recognized that the farmers were first and fundamentally men of the marketplace. There is no question, they pointed out, as to the importance of the cost of transportation. A reduction in the price of transportation would benefit them still more when prices are high. 31. The industrial age agreed, and attacked the sleek and well-fed partisan who did not like to have his personal comfort interfered with by a lot of rusty farmers. 32. William M. Grosvenor further strengthened the metropolitan reform effort with a long and candid review of the agricultural unrest in the Atlantic Monthly. The farmers have got angry, he explained, because they grew weary of complaining in vain. Then he provided a classically direct analysis of why the agrarians were so aroused about cheap freight rates. Distant markets control in a great degree the price of the whole crop, and therefore all the profits and even the very existence of agriculture depend upon the rate charged for transporting its products. The surplus was sure to increase, he concluded, and hence America had to act or risk grave harm to a vital element in its economic prosperity. 33 Then came the report and recommendations of the Windham Committee. The danger was great because American cereals and cotton were being challenged by Russian, Indian, and other competitors in a market that was dominated by Great Britain. 34 There were three alternatives. The nation could await the creation of a metropolitan market large enough to absorb a steadily rising surplus. It could try to re-establish the pre-Civil War pattern of selling northern and western food surpluses to the South, enlarging that old domestic market by having the Southerners concentrate exclusively on cotton, tobacco. 165. and other such crops. 35 Or it could meet the crisis by overcoming Russian and Indian competition in the European market while simultaneously undertaking a program of market expansion in other areas of the world. 36 The committee fondled the dream of recreating the antebellum internal trade pattern, and then came down hard for the export solution. That decision led on to three policies. Transportation rates had to be lowered because they had not declined as rapidly as the prices paid for agricultural commodities. 37 Russia's system of internal improvements had to be matched or surpassed, or else that nation will be able to drive us from the markets of the world. That would happen unless wiser counsels shall guide our statesmanship than have hitherto prevailed. 38 And new markets had to be opened. Every cent unnecessarily added to the cost of transportation, the committee warned in conclusion, is to that extent a protection to the cotton planters of India and the food producers of Russia, against the farmers of the West and the cotton planters of the South. If we would assure our imperiled position in the markets of the world, reinstate our credit abroad, restore confidence and prosperity at home, and provide for a return to specie payment, let us develop our unequaled resources and stimulate our industries by a judicious system of internal improvements. 39 The Wyndham Report stands as one of the key documents of late 19th century American history. It represented a deep commitment by the agricultural majority, and a significant segment of the metropolitan minority, to the proposition that American welfare depended on overseas markets. Even Senator Roscoe Conkling of New York accepted the analysis, questioning only the power of the Congress to undertake all the necessary projects. Perhaps even more significantly, the Wyndham Report formalized the process whereby the nations that blocked or challenged America's market expansion were defined as primary threats to American prosperity and freedom. And the farmer, as much a businessman as his metropolitan opponent in the domestic marketplace, had played the vital role in creating the reality that generated that conception of the world, and in developing the ideas for dealing with the specific problems. President Grant summarized the evolving outlook very neatly in his message of December 1873, "We can never have permanent prosperity until a specie basis is reached, and that specie basis cannot be reached and secured until our exports, exclusive of gold, pay for our imports." 40. A small group of shrewd and able men, well informed, determined, and crucially placed in the decision-making process, had concluded years before that the three key words in Grant's analysis, exports, specie, and gold, had to be reduced to one: gold. And during the years that the vast number of their countrymen were preoccupied 166 pied with the questions of markets and transportation, they so reduced them. In their own minds, at any rate, their collusion was sanctified by the certainty that they were taking a correct and necessary step, and by the majority's commitment to the objectives of expanded exports and world economic supremacy. The metropolitan strategy for paying for the war while avoiding an inflation that would favor debtors over creditors was always predicated upon the earning power of the debtors, the exports provided by the farmers. "What we want," explained Secretary of the Treasury McCulloch, "is a restoration of industry, a diminution of importation and an increase of export. These we are not likely to have as long as a vast volume of irredeemable currency is kept in circulation." 41. For McCulloch and others, however, the value of the exports hinged wholly on the monetary system used by Great Britain because it dominated the world commodity market. That meant gold monometallism, and hence the United States had to maintain itself on the gold standard to avoid what McCulloch called the central danger of ruinous indebtedness to Europe. 42. The first attempt to guarantee American integration into the gold system grew out of the efforts of two small groups of metropolitan leaders who agreed there was no other way to handle the problem. Samuel Ruggles, the New York operator who worried about Russian competition in world commodity markets, entertained the grandiose idea of unifying all the monetary systems of the world as part of creating one market. He was the American delegate to the International Statistical Conferences of 1855 and 1863 that tried to accomplish that objective on the basis of the gold and the metric standards. The Latin Union monetary agreement signed by France, Belgium, Switzerland, and Italy in December 1865 increased the hopes of success despite the formal French preference for a bimetallist system including silver as well as gold. For some of the French experts favored gold monometallism, and it seemed possible that they would be able to change the policy of their government. 43 The other group was centered in the government around Secretary McCulloch. One of his subordinates, James Pollock, director of the Philadelphia Mint, became concerned about new discoveries of silver reported in October 1865. 44 He and others feared that any great increase in production would lower the price of silver and have the effect of removing America from the gold standard. McCulloch shortly secured a special appropriation from the Congress to finance further investigations in the West. His agent verified the vast works of the chief silver companies of Nevada. 45. By that time Ruggles had re-entered the discussion along with several new protagonists. Edward Atkinson and David Wells became involved, along with Representative Samuel Hooper, a wealthy 167 merchant from Massachusetts, Representative John Adam Casson, a Republican politician from Iowa who pushed export expansion, and Senator John Sherman of Ohio, a major power in the orthodox wing of the Republican Party. The crucial man inside the Treasury Department was Henry R. Linderman. He left his job as chief clerk of the Philadelphia Mint in 1864 to become a banker and broker, but the developing crisis prompted McCulloch to entice him back into the government as director of the Mint. The group first moved to secure a congressional commitment to participate in the International Monetary Conference scheduled to be held during the Paris Exposition of 1867. Casson handled the campaign in the House of Representatives, stressing the need for an agreement on universal coinage. 46 Aided by strong pressure from the New York State Chamber of Commerce, as well as the support of Casson and Sherman, Ruggles was chosen as the chief American delegate. 47 His grand conception of the operation was the creation of a golden chain binding in one common monetary civilization the outspread lands and waters of Europe. 48 As that rhetoric suggests, and notwithstanding his business experience and marketplace interests, Ruggles entertained a somewhat romantic vision of a universal system embracing all forms of measurement. Sherman and Casson, who planned their European vacations to coincide with the monetary conference scheduled for June 1867, were more concerned with what they viewed as a specific threat posed by the new supplies of silver. 49 That was certainly the case, moreover, with Linderman and McCulloch, who argued that the gold standard was crucial as long as Britain refused to accept bimetallism. That possibility appeared remote after William S. Jevons of England warned publicly in May 1867 that the increased production of silver posed a direct and serious danger. Since explicit evidence is lacking, it is possible that Ruggles missed that quasi-official alert sounded in the London Economist on the eve of the Paris discussions. The question is largely incidental, however, in view of his existing commitment to gold monometallism. In any event, he asked Casson and Sherman to help swing the Paris conference to gold. Sherman, who certainly did know the British position through his discussion with London bankers, promptly supplied Ruggles with a letter designed to reassure the delegates that the United States would support such a decision. I feel sure that Congress will adopt any practical measure that will secure to the commercial world a uniform standard of value and exchange. 50. The effort failed, however, and the Paris conference adjourned without creating a new international system. That left the British astride the world commodity markets under the terms of the traditional relationships, and sent Sherman, Linderman, and McCulloch into Ur. 168. Gent. Sustained discussions. Linderman argued simply, bluntly, and convincingly that the United States had at all costs to define its monetary system in terms of British gold monometallism. That meant dropping silver. The value of gold monometallism was proved, as least to his satisfaction, by British economic supremacy, and the necessity of gold monometallism was established by the reliance of the United States on agricultural exports. His proposal was for using silver only for subsidiary purposes. 51. Secretary McCulloch agreed, and added strong recommendations for market expansion. 52 Sherman carried his share of the load by introducing a bill on January 6, 1868, that was designed to drop the silver dollar from the American coinage system and limit the acceptance of silver as legal tender to a maximum of $10. The intent was to demonetize silver. 53 The political strategy, moreover, was based on avoiding a direct confrontation with any group, from silver miners through agricultural spokesmen to urban businessmen, who moved to open a full public debate on the proposal. That danger quickly appeared, however, in the spring of 1868. Senator Edwin Denison Morgan of New York spotted the intention to create a single standard, exclusively of gold, and opposed it on the grounds that such action would weaken the American drive to become the dominant economic power in the world marketplace. He wanted silver retained to expand markets in Latin America and Asia, and demanded further popular discussion. 54. Then the Toledo Board of Trade filed a protest. That was enough for Sherman, Linderman, and McCulloch. The bill was withdrawn from further Senate consideration on June 9, 1868. 55 The subsequent change in administrations, the abortive effort by Gould and Fisk to corner the gold market, and Western and Southern anger over metropolitan control of the money supply delayed the effort to demonetize silver for almost 2 years. A particularly sensitive observer might have been alerted, however, by the first report of Secretary of the Treasury George S. Boutwell in December 1869. He raised the central issue of the balance of payments, for example, and then pointed out that the problem of returning to a specie basis depended upon American exports and the nation's financial relation to third countries. Not only was his entire argument based on exports, but he used the flour industry to illustrate the analysis. 56 The agricultural resistance to the deflationary contraction of the greenbacks, and to metropolitan financial dominance, nevertheless indicated the wisdom of further delay. It requires a deal of coaxing and large promises, charged Senator Timothy Otis Howe of Wisconsin in a typical outburst, to persuade the money of New England to visit the valley of the Mississippi. Once a year, he continued with increasing emotion, the East talks benignly about sending money to the 169 West to move our crop, they say. But, sir, do you know of any constitutional reason why the West should not have such banking facilities at home, as would enable her to send her own crop to market? 57. The gold men became increasingly concerned about silver during the winter of 1869 to 1870, however, and Boutwell submitted their draft law to the Congress on April 25, 1870. It was a gold monometalist bill that dropped the silver dollar and limited the legal tender use of silver to $1. Senator Sherman delayed action on the floor of the Senate for almost a year, until January 9 to 10, 1871, while debate over financial matters in the House became less central and acrimonious. Then he presented the anti-silver bill as a piece of routine monetary legislation and described it in wholly misleading terms. It does not adopt any new principles. He did not mention the demonetization of silver. Under those conditions, and accepted on those terms, the bill was passed 36 to 14. The House of Representatives was in no hurry to act, however, and the bill waited a year in committee. It finally appeared for debate on January 9, 1872, but sharp differences over the use of nickel sent it back for reconsideration. The next discussion, on April 9, produced a pointed question from Representative Clarkson Potter of New York. He did not understand the need to change existing provisions concerning silver. Representative Kelly of Pennsylvania answered with vague charges that the silver bullion interests were engaged in a conspiracy to push unwanted silver on the Treasury. 58 That was as close as anyone ever came to talking about the central fears that motivated Linderman, Boutwell, and Sherman. And they became steadily more concerned as Germany demonetized silver on December 4, 1871, and as Norway, Sweden, and the Netherlands likewise changed to gold monometallism during 1872. But no action was taken by the House before adjournment. Senator Sherman's discussions of the crisis with Linderman were amplified by his talks with August Belmont and two representatives of the Rothschild financial empire during a long trip through the West in July 1872. The party traveled in Belmont's private railroad car and pointedly inspected the Comstock silver mine that symbolized the threat to the gold system that they valued so strongly. 59 Secretary Boutwell then reopened the campaign in his annual report for 1872. Agricultural exports were the key to America's economic health, and hence moving the crops was crucial. But so was a monetary system that would strengthen the United States in the contest for final peaceful supremacy in the affairs of the world. And, recognizing the power of the agricultural businessmen who were demanding action on the railways and waterways, Boutwell concluded with an appeal to improve the 170 channels of transportation between the seaboard and cotton and grain-growing regions of the country. 60. The aroused national debate over transportation clearly served to distract attention from the bill demonetizing silver when Sherman reintroduced it in the Senate in January 1872. The legislation, as well as Sherman's mode of operation, indicated that the gold men had become very careful as a result of their encounters with Morgan and Potter. The bill created a special silver dollar for trading with China and other silver-using countries, and that in itself served to create the impression that nothing fundamental was being changed, as well as speaking to the concern for increased exports. Sherman's technique was very subtle and disarming, moreover, as when he made a special point of explaining that small silver coins were being changed a bit to conform with the 5-franc piece used by the Latin Union. Combined with the concern over railroads and waterways, those considerations go far to explain the Senate's routine approval of the bill on February 12, 1873. Linderman and the others could relax, at least for the moment. Silver had been demonetized. Sherman, Boutwell, and Linderman later explained that their tiny group acted because they believed that continuing the coinage of silver would be a very grave and serious peril to our country. It would place us, Sherman argued, in a position to demonetize gold and adopt silver as the single standard, to detach ourselves from the great commercial nations of the world and join the inferior nations. 61. That is very probably the most accurate short explanation of their behavior that can be written. By neglecting it, or discounting it, almost all accounts of demonetization miss the vital emphasis that the protagonists of gold placed on exports. They considered agricultural exports the key to their entire monetary system. And in overlooking that factor, the standard interpretations likewise fail to show how the general and vigorous discussion of the transportation issue itself tied directly to the export problem served as a screen behind which a tiny group of metropolitan leaders carried through the demonetization of silver. Finally, the oversight produces a similar failure to recognize that the subsequent campaign to remonetize silver stressed the central role of silver in expanding agricultural exports. Important as it is, however, Sherman's account of demonetization is seriously incomplete. It says nothing about the collusion and disingenuousness of the tiny group of metropolitan leaders who carried through the action. It omits any recognition that the policy seriously favored creditors over debtors. And it ignores, in the righteous certainty of its belief in gold monometallism, the distinct probability that a silver standard would certainly have moderated or eliminated deflationary tendencies, and also have moderated and might have eliminated deflation in the world at large. It would, in short, have 171 been preferable to gold. 62. Those were the issues, moreover, along with the central matter of expanding overseas markets, that increasingly aroused the agricultural businessmen as the Panic of 1873 became the Grave Depression of the 1870s. Their concern with those questions, from minority metropolitan control of the farm majority to the vital importance of transportation in controlling the markets of the world, generated a massive upwelling of unrest even as the gold monometallists won their objective. The first results were a Democratic triumph in the House of Representatives and a major effort to use the power of the national government to reform and regulate the railroads, and to improve the waterways of the country. As that campaign failed in the face of Senate opposition, and as the Depression grew ever more severe, the debate turned back toward the monetary question. Then both issues were temporarily obscured by the excitement over a massive boom in food exports. Fortuitous though it was, that export bonanza exerted a major effect on American history. For, combined with the frightening impact of the Depression itself, it convinced key metropolitan leaders as well as the majority of agriculturalists that overseas economic expansion provided the answer to their specific and general problems. Tradition, immediate experience, and theoretical argument were thereby transformed into the kind of assumptions and beliefs that guide individuals and move nations. 7. It is a notorious fact that the cultivation of the soil in this country is not remunerative. Senator John Brown Gordon of Georgia, 1874. The agricultural community has unquestioned and grievous wrongs to complain of. Cyrus McCormick, 1874. Have eat the last crust of bread and don't know where the next is coming from. E.L. Ives of Kansas, 1875. The East has as much hold on us now as we can afford to let her have. Nebraska State Journal, 1874. The fact soon became prominent that how to sell crops was fully as knotty a question as how to grow them. The solution of this problem soon became a leading idea in the order. Transportation of farm products to market is also an outgrowth of and properly a part of the same question. Dudley W. Adams of Iowa, worthy master of the National Grange, 1874. After protection unequaled for half a generation, the home market has not come to us, but is as far as ever removed from the fields of agriculture. Representative William Rawls Morrison of Illinois, 1876. The grave questions growing out of the various relations of the producing to the transportation interests of the country, are necessarily of commanding importance. Our leading productions are bulky in their nature and to be made remunerative must have cheap and easy access to the markets of the world. Governor of Minnesota J.S. Pillsbury, 1876. To a very great extent the prosperity of this country is dependent upon the quantity and price of its crops. Railroad Gazette, 1873. In a word, we have more of every kind of factory than any healthy home consumption can keep running on full time. We are almost able successfully to compete in the markets of the world. Commercial and Financial Chronicle, 1875. Those who are in favor of an exclusive gold standard use the example of England. Cincinnati Commercial, 1876. We have it in our power now to force the remonetization of silver as coin. Representative William Addison Phillips of Kansas, 1876. A massive depression intensifies and extends the movement for overseas market expansion. Americans had never experienced a depression as disruptive, painful, and prolonged as the collapse of the 1870s. Farm businessmen suffered particularly because their troubles had started almost 5 years before the Panic of September 1873. The ensuing crisis verified and deepened their existing antagonisms toward the metropolis, reinforced their commitment to the policy of market expansion, and intensified their efforts to improve and reform the transportation and monetary systems. Their rising militancy and strength, along with a similar growth of urban protest, might well have produced significant changes in the United States if a fortuitous boom in agricultural exports had not saved them and also provided the thrust that ensured recovery from the terrible depression. Even before the export bonanza, however, the cumulative power of the agricultural pressure for policies to improve the farmer's position in the overseas marketplace significantly affected the thinking of the metropolitan minority. Influential industrial entrepreneurs and leading Eastern politicians, deeply troubled by the Depression and its social consequences, began to adapt, and agitate the arguments that their agrarian counterparts had been advancing for more than a decade. Even the disagreement over the monetary system began to revolve around the question of whether silver or gold would do more to enlarge the foreign market. By the eve of the election of 1876, both the embattled Republicans and resurgent Democrats had been significantly influenced by the demands for overseas economic expansion. 175. 176. The failure of American capitalism that contributed so fundamentally to those developments came as part of the long decline in the rate of growth of the American economy that began during the second quarter of 1864. The two downturns in the business cycle that came in April 1865 and June 1869, and which affected agricultural businessmen so extensively, were followed by the massive contraction that began in October 1873 and lasted 65 months until March 1879. 1. The yearly description in Thorpe's business annals became a grimly monotonous refrain depression. 2. The break came at the end of a period of overextension, instability, and cumulative reverses. Though they increased the market for agricultural surpluses, for example, the Austro-Prussian and Franco-Prussian wars also weakened the financial structure and forced Europeans to sell American securities. The major fires in Boston and Chicago caused huge capital losses at the same time they shook the finances of insurance companies. Then routine difficulties in marketing the farm crop in 1873 added additional pressure. The first significant failure closed the New York Warehouse and Security Company, which was deeply involved in financing the Missouri, Kansas, and Texas Railroad. Kenyon, Cox, and Company went next, and that collapse weakened the Canada Southern Railway. Then, on September 19, 1873, as if to dramatize forever the intimate relationship between agriculture and the rest of the economy, J. Cook and Company closed its doors. The failure was directly related to Cook's overextension in trying to drive the Northern Pacific deep into the Red River Valley region of Minnesota and Dakota. The ensuing panic, which began on the following Black Friday, was brought under control by mid-October, but the economy continued to plunge downward. The wholesale price index of all commodities, for example, dropped from 81 in 1874 to 58.8 in 1879. Business failures climbed steadily from more than 5,000 in 1873 to about 9,000 in 1876 and 1877, and then topped 10,000 in 1878. And unemployment, which reached 6.7% in 1874, probably doubled by 1876. 300s of thousands of men roamed the country, scrounging a meager living off the land as they searched for work. In some cases the wives and children left behind were hired at disgracefully low wages and thereby disemployed other men. As for those who still had jobs, many of them, as with the men in the Standard Oil plant near Cleveland in 1877, were paid as little as 30 cents a day. The countless strikes and outbreaks of violence provoked the use of existing state and federal troops and generated a wide movement among owners and managers to create private militias and to strengthen the government forces by building armories and providing for permanently increased enlistments. 4 Those dramatic and disturbing events won many of the headlines in the metropolitan press, but more than half the working population was still engaged in agriculture. 5 Their difficulties can be dramatized. 177. By reviewing the steady rise in the acreage open to the cultivation of wheat, and in the crops taken from that land. In the year of the panic, farm businessmen cultivated 29 million acres and cropped 368.3 million bushels of grain. 5 years later, at the depth of the crisis, the acreage had increased to 38.5 million while production had jumped to 504.4 million bushels, and when recovery finally came, in 1879, the figures were 39.8 million acres and 549.2 million bushels. 6 Gauged in production indices, food and related agricultural goods moved from 42 in 1872 to 47 in 1875, and on to 53 in 1879. 7 The cotton producers pushed their output from 3.93 million bales in 1872 to 5.76 million bales in 1879. 8 And the index of tobacco production jumped from 31 in 1872 to 42 in 1879.9. Such major increases, combined with the fall in prices, intensified the already great emphasis on markets and transportation. Some observers remained hopeful through 1874 that agricultural exports would save the farmer and even slow or halt the decline of the entire economy. Overseas sales of wheat and flour spurted sharply in 1873 after a drop in 1872 and repeated the gain even more dramatically in 1874. The value of all food exports also moved upward, from $169 million to $233 million. But then food sales in 1875 fell back to $189 million. The great boom was 3 years away, even though agricultural exports continued to account for more than 75% of all American exports, and to contribute more than 5% of the gross national product. 10 Faced with present troubles, and unaware of the coming bonanza, farm businessmen pressed hard for legislation to improve transportation, for action to expand their markets, and for a re-examination and revision of the monetary system. The Commissioner of Agriculture read the signs correctly in December 1873, warning that exports were going to receive even more attention because of their importance in affording a market for our surplus products. 11. It is a notorious fact, summarized Senator John Brown Gordon of Georgia, that the cultivation of the soil in this country is not remunerative. 12. Such poverty I never saw among any people, added Frank J. Whiteock of Alabama, and that stark comment accurately summarized the plight of most Southerners. 13. Henley James, worthy master of the Indiana Grange, devoted his annual message to a candid review of the troubles in that state. 14. The agents of the McCormick Company reported similar distress in Illinois. George A. Wiley admitted that he had a good many machines left on hand, for example, and similar letters undoubtedly prompted Cyrus McCormick to advise the Illinois Democratic Central Committee that the agricultural community has unquestioned and grievous wrongs to complain of. 15. Similar reports came from company representatives in Iowa. One of them, an established salesman, regretfully admitted that he could not order any more machines. The work seems to drag because he 178. Could find no reasonable prospect. 16. The Depression dealt another and crushing blow to the cooperative enterprises of the Grange in Illinois, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Minnesota. 17. One Minnesota farmer commented that wheat is becoming king, and through its alliance with high transportation a tyrant. 18. And a farm wife in Nebraska sadly explained the situation in that state. Trade is dull, and some people are blue, and are almost giving away the land that has been given to them. 19. Ben Graycroft, another McCormick representative, described conditions in Missouri by reporting on the bankruptcies of his fellow agents. 20. Even the Kansas City Times admitted that the men and women called farmers the producing classes by the anti-monopolist are from year to year growing poorer and poorer. 21. One of the agricultural businessmen provided a typically more direct report. I have eat the last crust of bread, he wrote a friend, and don't know where the next is coming from. I expected to rough it, he added a bit later, but if it ain't a little more than I expected. Whiskey, Hind seen a drop in a year. 22. The cattlemen, who were stunned by the panic and ensuing collapse, chose Kansas City for their mass meeting of September 1873 that led to the organization of the Livestockmen's National Association. The first imports of live cattle into Scotland by Henry Bell no doubt encouraged the fortunate exporter, but the sale did not change the general outlook for the cattle industry. One of the men on the range recalled that the failures made him feel like he was attending a funeral of friends daily. 23. And a bit further to the west, in Wyoming, the need for export markets soon prompted the cattlemen of that territory to organize themselves as a powerful pressure group. West Coast farmers, acting through the Grange, likewise agitated for a system of marketing their surplus. Norman W. Garelson spoke for many of the agricultural businessmen of Washington and California, as well as for his colleagues in Oregon, when he attacked the quasi-monopolistic and inefficient firms that controlled that phase of marketing. 24. Such men, as well as those in other sections, wholly agreed with David C. Cloud's judgment in Monopolies and the People. Our shores are washed by oceans, which afford us highways, over which we can avail ourselves of the markets of the world. Our Great Lakes furnish us an outlet for the surplus product of the Great West 25. The Depression, accentuating conditions that were already difficult, deepened the conviction among farm businessmen that they could improve their lot if only they organized to demand and obtain effective action. A large number of farmers, however, suffered additional woes caused by the assaults of nature that made it difficult for them to concentrate their energies on the problems of the marketplace. Having endured 179. A season characterized by hot winds and baking sun, Kansans were literally swarmed under by grasshoppers. The western half of the state, where few men had capital reserves, was hit the hardest. A Soane farmer explained, the combination of the grasshopper raid and the foreclosure of a mortgage left him utterly helpless. 26. The citizens of the state quickly abandoned their battle to force the government to extend belligerent rights to the Cuban revolutionaries and launched a campaign for relief. 27. They were vigorously supported by neighbors in Nebraska who also endured great distress from the combination of the Depression and grasshoppers. Conditions became so severe that the percentage of people requiring aid in various parts of the state started at 20% and ran as high as 90%. 28. President Grant responded by distributing surplus army clothes from depots in Omaha and Leavenworth. It was pitiable in most instances, reported one army officer, upon entering the poor huts to see women and children crouched shivering around their dull fires in the midst of a cloud of pulverized snow driven in upon them by the storm. 29. The Army also acted in the Dakotas, Iowa, Colorado, and Minnesota. Governor Cushman Kellogg Davis and the Grange helped as they could in Minnesota, where 28 counties were severely affected by the greedy insects. 30. But resources were limited. We voted unanimously to give all that we had, noted the master of the Northfield Grange, for the relief of our suffering brothers, and then added sadly that the treasury contained $12. 31. Davis supplied what he could through state agencies, but much of the extreme need and suffering went unrelieved. Davis used the grasshopper crisis to dramatize the more general breakdown of the marketplace. Complaints are universal, he noted, and were not limited to the plague of grasshoppers. The underlying troubles were caused by capital, corporate and confederated, seeking its private interests through statutory means, and profaning every department of government in the effort. The railroads were the worst offenders. The expense of moving products has become the great expense of life, and it is the only disbursement over which he who pays can exercise no control whatever. The evil is a public one, affecting every citizen. 32. And so it was, and so it did, agreed delegates to the 1874 meeting of the Vermont Grange. The railroads alarmed and antagonized them for different reasons, such as the role they played in the structural decline of New England agriculture due to the competition from Western farmers, but the Vermont Grangers nevertheless shared the general desire for lower and more equitable rates and for larger markets. 33. The Depression deepened the listless and despondent spirit created by the less dramatic but persistent troubles of the post-war years. One farmer in Maine estimated, on the basis of his own inquiries, 180, that the average income of New England farmers stood at 3% of their investment and $20 per month for the man's labor, after deducting farm expenses. That was sufficient to live from the farm instead of the store, but not enough to change conditions that weaken the courage. The situation is not the temporary result of hard times, observed the Rutland Herald and Globe. It is a permanent change in our civilization that was inevitable the moment that the railroads reached the uttermost parts of the West and solved the problem of quick and cheap transportation to the east of agricultural products. 34. Southerners also knew the pain of special hardships, and the weakening of the will caused by constant difficulties. Your houses are going to decay, dilapidation spreading all around, thundered William W. Land, worthy master of the Texas Grange, in an effort to rouse the pride of his fellow farmers. 35. Others sought relief from their unprecedented suffering through attacks on the unreliability and unfaithfulness of the freed black man. 36. But most of the Southern whites who blamed the black man also demanded governmental aid in the form of state departments of agriculture, and federal action to provide relief from the taxes of Reconstruction, increased internal improvements, and market expansion. Georgia created the first such Department of Agriculture in 1874, but Tennessee and North Carolina quickly followed the example. 37 The broader demand for vigorous overseas market expansion was brilliantly stated by Colonel Bushrod W. Froebel of Atlanta. "Our export trade has been so depleted," he exclaimed in December 1873, "that the balance of trade is annually against us." He called for an Isthmian canal to help the West and the South grasp the grain trade of Western Europe, and the cotton market of the world. "The protection required by agricultural businessmen," he retorted to the high tariff men, "is the ability to become the active and successful competitors in the markets of the world." Cotton was a crucial export, but he argued militantly that food controls the value of all manufactured articles. And, by its cheap transportation, the Pennsylvania miner may drop his iron on the toes of Scotland and Wales, and the Western farmer crowd his flour and corn under the nose of the Russian grain dealer. Cheap transportation, he concluded, was the key to the pride and glory of the world. 38. Similar problems confronted the Western agriculturalists, who gained some benefits from a local boom that began during the depths of the Depression. That growth was generated, in an ironic way, by the collapse of J. Cook that triggered the panic. Cook was forced to close his doors because he had overinvested in the Northern Pacific Railroad and related efforts to develop the Red River Valley in the Dakota Territory. To meet its obligations, the company began using the land it owned to retire its debts and honor its securities. George W. Cass, Precy. 181. Dent of the Road, was one of the first to benefit from that policy, and he and others shortly launched a major campaign to attract immigrants to Dakota and thereby transform their losses into profits. The determining move may have been made by John L. Grandlin, who held a Cook note for $88,600. He combined forces with Oliver Dalrymple to begin breaking and planting huge acreages that soon came to be known as Bonanza Farms. Dalrymple quickly took charge of additional large tracts secured by other investors. The Northern Pacific sold 483,141 acres between September 30, 1873, and September 29, 1875, but a tiny group of 23 people acquired 63% of the total, and the best land was soon gone. Within 2 years Dalrymple had established a corporate system of factory-style agriculture. His gangs of wage laborers, who had no stake or commitment as agricultural businessmen, operated a vast array of equipment that included 26 plows for breaking the virgin land, 40 plows for backsetting, 21 seeders, 60 harrows, 30 self-binding harvesters, and 5 steam threshers. 39 Such operations posed serious competitive problems for the individual farm businessmen, and extended and dramatized the kind of absentee control by metropolitan interests that had long engendered antagonism among the men who committed themselves and their families to building an agricultural society. Despite their efforts, the metropolis ran the show. In the Dakota Territory, for example, the first governor was typically appointed from an eastern state. And, not unusually, John A. Burbank of Indiana spent his first 4 years attempting to expand his personal business investments. 40. The system of factory farming also generated major economic and social consequences that deeply affected the men and women who were struggling to settle the region as agricultural businessmen. The scale and efficiency of such techniques rapidly enlarged the surplus, which in turn influenced prices and increased market difficulties. And, because it was conceived and operated solely as a technique of exploiting the land in a narrow economic sense, the corporate organization of agriculture delayed and distorted the social development of the area. For neither the owners, nor the operators, nor the wage laborers involved themselves as citizens. They literally left the country as soon as they discharged their particular responsibilities. The land was largely empty even though it returned profits to the owners. The pattern that began to develop in the Dakotas during the Depression of the 1870s thus provides the clearest example of the colonial position of agriculture that produced such persistent anger among farmers throughout the country. For that matter, even the Bonanza wheat men encountered some of the difficulties inherent in the position of the smaller farm business. 182. Men. They also had to deal with the Minneapolis Millers Association that dominated the northern grain market, and with the problems of a market system so largely structured by exports whose prices were set in Liverpool and London. One of the best accounts of the power of the Millers Association was provided by George D. Rogers, an Easterner who arrived in Minneapolis in 1873 with the intention of becoming a grain broker. He was forced to transfer his wheat by shovel before he convinced the association that he would not surrender. 41 The Bonanza men enjoyed more leverage than Rogers, and most certainly more than the individual farm businessman, but they could not manipulate the marketplace over any extended period. As a result, they ultimately became involved in the more general campaign to deal with the problems of transportation and exports. Despite their emphasis on those questions, the farmers did manifest some concern with the monetary system at the outset of the Depression. "We can't help believing," commented the Clinton age, "that the agricultural interests of the West will be improved by an increase of the currency." 42. But a good many agricultural businessmen believed that the various proposals to end the Depression by juggling the money supply were based on a fallacy. 43. They were not, in any event, primarily responsible for the pressure that forced the government to release $26 million in greenbacks between September 20, 1873, and January 15, 1874, and prompted it a bit later to accept a figure of $382 million for total circulation. Nor were they outraged, as they would be in later years, when the Secretary of the Treasury contracted in July 1874 for a loan of $45 million through a group of financiers including the Rothschilds of London. The farmers probably gave more attention, during 1873 and 1874, to the tariff question than to the money issue. That was the estimate of Cyrus McCormick, for example, as he groped for a strategy to maintain the goodwill of the farm businessmen even though he refused to cut prices as sharply as rival implement manufacturers. 44 Coleman also emphasized the tariff in his editorials for the Rural World. The arguments were traditional. Members of the Kansas Farmers Cooperative Association resolved that salt and lumber shall be placed on the free list, and that there shall be made a material reduction in the duty on iron. The objectives were to lower the prices of consumer goods and weaken the claim of the railroads that high freight rates were caused by unavoidable construction costs. California wheat producers made the same kind of argument for lowering or repealing the import duty on the jute sacks used for shipping their surpluses. The Grange and the state legislature petitioned the Congress for such action as a way of expanding exports by cutting the price. The legislature also demanded the negotiation and ratification of a treaty of reciprocity with Mexico in order to enlarge the 183 foreign market. That kind of aid, along with the construction of an Isthmian canal and the regulation of railroads to provide cheap transportation would give California farmers and other export interests a profitable competitive position in the markets of the world. 45. A speaker at the 1874 meeting of the Nebraska State Agricultural Society likewise stressed the connection between low schedules and enlarged exports, and called for a major campaign against metropolitan high-tariff forces. 46 The protectionists became concerned about the agitation and counterattacked with a special pamphlet. The author, one of the writers employed by the American Iron and Steel Association, used the soft sell approach. It was safe to say that something is wrong, that a screw is loose in the body politic somewhere, he admitted, but promised that higher rates would set things right in short order. 47 The Nebraska State Journal countered that protectionism was one of the reasons farmers ought to revolt against their colonial position. The East has as much hold on us now as we can afford to let her have. 48. But the main theme of the initial agrarian reaction to the panic and depression of the 1870s involved a determined effort to better the farmer's position in the existing marketplace, and to expand his exports, by improving and regulating the transportation system. That campaign climaxed the long battle initiated in the mid-1860s and given great momentum by the agricultural downturn in 1869 and by the activities and the report of the Windham Committee. The movement was national in scope, and offered 4 major programs to solve the problem. That breadth and diversity provided great strength, but in all probability also generated the divisions that explain the failure to effect any major reforms or structural changes. The general weakness was typified by the divided effort of the Grange, which by 1874 had emerged as the dominant agricultural organization. 49 Whatever its rhetoric about being primarily a fraternal, educational, and social institution, the Grange consciously and purposefully tried to function as a marketplace entrepreneur and political pressure group. Its founder proclaimed that each Grange is of itself a board of trade, and the state and national bodies did their best to honor that injunction. 50 As the Ohio Grange explained, we are bound together by a common interest in the prosperity of our agricultural pursuits, a prosperity the members defined as being tied directly to the markets of the world. 51. No one could have made the point any clearer than Dudley W. Adams of Iowa did in his 1874 address as worthy master of the National Grange. One of the first and most proper subjects for discussion, he recalled in reviewing the early meetings, was how to make two blades of grass grow where one grew before. During those discussions, the fact soon became prominent that how to sell crops was fully as 184. Not a question as how to grow them. The solution of this problem soon became a leading idea in the order. Transportation of farm products to market is also an outgrowth of and properly a part of the same question. The delegates agreed, and adopted as part of the Declaration of Purposes a demand for all facilities for transporting cheaply to the seaboard, or between home producers and consumers, all the productions of our country. 52. One Grange approach involved the effort in such states as Illinois, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Minnesota to secure regulatory legislation. The Iowa Grange insisted that the state possessed the power, under the principles of the common law, to fix rates. Unless there is a radical change in the cost of transporting the surplus to Liverpool, A.B. Smedley explained, we shall be shut out of those markets. 53. The movement mustered enough political strength, moreover, to secure the passage of a railroad act that fixed maximum rates for 4 classes of freight. 54 And it appeared, after the law was upheld by the United States Circuit Court, that the control would be effective. Even as the bill was passed, however, it became apparent that other Grangers favored different approaches. James Horatio Osborne of Wisconsin became the leader of a campaign to create a major waterway system from the Great Lakes via the Fox, Wisconsin, and Mississippi rivers to New Orleans. That route was termed the natural outlet of this region to the European markets in the call for a major strategy session to assemble at Keokuk, Iowa, in October 1873. As worthy master of the Wisconsin Grange, Osborne sought to develop the magic touch of systematic business organization, and to that end cultivated ties with Horace K. Thurber and other leaders of the New York Cheap Transportation Association, which was composed largely of merchants. Osborne was politically shrewd enough, moreover, to maneuver an appointment in 1874 as chairman of the Wisconsin State Railroad Commission established under the Granger-influenced Potter Law. 55 Such experience, including unsuccessful efforts to influence Representative Felita Sawyer of Wisconsin, who held a powerful position as chairman of the House Commerce Committee, led Osborne to be skeptical of the effectiveness of state regulatory legislation. As chairman of the Keokuk meeting, therefore, he devised a strategy to hold all congressmen and senators to strict, real, and actual responsibility. 56. The convention would organize a sustained, coordinated effort by all state Granges to focus irresistible pressure on the Congress. Osborne won the support of Missouri and most other states along the Mississippi, but the Indiana and Iowa Granges refused to commit their strength exclusively to the waterway solution. They argued cogently that the power of the railroads had to be confronted directly on the national level. 185. Osborne lost his bid for leadership when the National Grange declined to endorse his project for the Fox and Wisconsin rivers. Instead, Smedley moved into the key position. He was not opposed to improving the Mississippi route, but pointed out that farm businessmen would still have to control the railroads to prevent them from defeating that strategy by manipulating rates on their east-west routes. Along with Governor Carpenter of Iowa, Smedley understood that the railroad problem was not only national but international and concluded at an early date that state regulation would never be effective in reaching the markets of the world as seems to be demanded in the present and must become a necessity at no distant day. 57. His program contained 5 proposals for action by the federal government. First, it should improve and maintain navigation on the Mississippi and construct major port facilities at the mouth of the river. Second, it should pass regulatory legislation to maintain railroad freight rates at a level based on a reasonable profit over costs. Third, to guide the determination of those costs, and at the same time provide a truly national highway, it should construct a double-track railway from the Missouri River to the Atlantic seaboard. Fourth, as an additional lever to keep the railroads honest, it should build a ship canal around Niagara Falls and thereby provide ocean freight rates from the Great Lakes to Liverpool. Finally, the executive department should initiate policies designed to restore our foreign commerce to its former condition of efficiency. Smedley dismissed the cost of such a program as a pittance compared with the benefits conferred on the manufacturers and other metropolitan interests by the high tariff system. 58 In making his analysis and developing his proposals, Smedley relied extensively on the proceedings of the Windom Committee. And he wholly agreed with Senator Windham's basic premise: cheapen transportation between the interior and the seaboard, and our producers will command the markets of Western Europe. 59. Both men feared rising Russian competition, and they wanted to hold the advantage through a broad program of internal improvements and other aid that would match the assistance being supplied by the Tsarist government. Smedley offered almost every significant transportation proposal advocated by farm businessmen between 1870 and 1900. If his grand plan had been undertaken as national policy in 1875 to 1877, moreover, it would have produced significant improvements in the position and the condition of American farmers. The one major idea that Smedley bypassed, and the fourth plan that gained support in 1873 to 1874, called for agricultural businessmen to market their surpluses through their own direct trade organizations. That approach won support from Chicago to Kansas City and St. Louis, and from New Orleans eastward through the South. 186. The project was the creature of a coalition that included the English Cooperative Union, various state granges in the United States, and businessmen of both countries. The most important figure was Thomas Worrell, an Englishman who settled in New Orleans after the Civil War and devised the plan as a way of expanding exports while using the Mississippi River to check the railroads. Worrell first secured British support during the winter of 1873 to 1874 and then launched his campaign in the United States through the Mississippi Valley Trading Society of London. He appealed directly to the colonial consciousness of Western and Southern farmers, offering his plan as a way to break their thraldom to the great cities and money power of the New England states. The argument was effective. London was attempting, fumed one Southern spokesman, to regulate the commerce and consequently the value of money, and of labor and property, in all the other countries having commercial intercourse with her. 60. The Georgia Grange chartered its chapter of the Direct Trade Union in February 1874 as a way of ending the farmer's position as a hewer of wood and drawer of water, and grangers in Alabama, Virginia, and the Carolinas soon added their support. 61 Worrell also attracted many other Western and Southern businessmen who wanted to increase their leverage against the metropolis. Cyrus McCormick, for example, headed the Chicago chapter of the Mississippi Valley Trading Company, which gained support from Philip Armour, the Chicago Board of Trade, and some leaders of the Illinois Central Railroad. They spoke the same language about commercial tribute paid to the East, and entertained the same desire to expand exports. Chicago and the Northwest, explained the Chicago Times, seek more direct commercial relations with Europe. Merchants and processors in Kansas City also backed the movement. 62 The direct trade agitation undoubtedly increased the intensity and momentum of the effort to improve transportation and enlarge exports. But it also distracted its supporters from the drive to pass federal legislation. That campaign moved toward a climax between December 1873 and the opening of the 43rd Congress on March 4, 1874. Encouraged by many Midwestern and Eastern merchants, who had their own complaints against the railroads, the agricultural businessmen steadily increased their pressure on the metropolis and the government. The Grant administration was neither indifferent nor unsympathetic, if only because the election of 1870 had demonstrated that farm discontent could help the Democrats win control of the House of Representatives. But many members of the executive branch, including the president, were personally concerned about the crisis in agriculture. Lucius Fairchild of Wisconsin, for example, who served as American consul in Liverpool, understood the situation and added his weight to the effort. The price obtained for wheat in our western 187 states is controlled by the prices here, he explained to one correspondent, and pointed out that the cheaper we can get it to the Atlantic the better we can control the market. 63. Others, like Secretary of the Treasury William A. Richardson, approached the problem as metropolitan leaders concerned with the functioning of the political economy, and with a concern to re-establish specie payments and maintain the gold standard. Nothing, he asserted in December 1873, except a sound financial system, is more important to the welfare of the country than that of turning and retaining the balance of trade in favor of the United States, by a healthy stimulation of the agricultural and manufacturing industry of the country, the reduction in the cost of production and of transportation. And no legislation should be neglected. And he added that the administration had already offered every facility to help the tobacco growers enlarge their exports. 64 The agriculturalists applied most of their pressure on the Congress, realizing that the professions of the Grant administration could never be tested until metropolitan resistance had been overcome and the desired legislation enacted. The Iowa Assembly led off on February 2, 1874, with a militant complaint against the onerous and oppressive taxation levied by railroads and a demand for a law to stop unjust charges or discrimination. 65. Minnesota then filed a special plea for cheap transportation to help Minneapolis control the grain trade of the Red River Valley, and to prevent the British acting through Canada from dominating the economy of that region. That danger made the issue of national importance. Then Missouri launched its effort to channel federal efforts into Mississippi River improvement. Representative Erastus Wells emphasized the absolute necessity for cheap and permanent methods of transporting the surplus products of the West to markets, and warned the metropolis against discounting the urgency of the crisis. The metropolis could delay action, he admitted, but that would produce evil effects reaching far beyond the immediate rewards of inaction. The best solution, he concluded, was to create competitive water routes that would force the railroads to lower rates and stop discriminating. 66 The Missouri State Legislature formalized the Wells Program and added a directive to the governor to coordinate his efforts with the executives of Illinois, Iowa, Kansas, Nebraska, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. Additional pressure came from flour millers, grain dealers, and other entrepreneurs in Kansas City. Led by Robert T. Van Horn, who wanted to break metropolitan control over transportation and free Americans from the commercial thraldom of Europe, the members of the Kansas City Board of Trade devised their own variation of the Mississippi Valley Plan. They proposed a rail connection south through 188 Houston to Galveston, where a major port would be developed through government aid. That would give Midwesterners control of the markets of Central and South America. 67 Wisconsin agriculturalists generally supported the Missouri emphasis on improving the Mississippi. That would go far. The state legislature resolved on March 12, 1874, toward solving the vexed question of transportation. But the members also favored a ship canal around Niagara Falls to improve the route to the European markets. The vital consideration was to do something without delay, for Westerners were tired of paying taxes and receiving in return but a scanty part of the vast annual appropriation for internal improvements. Lest there be any misunderstanding, the assemblyman made it clear that farmers were demanding cheaper and more adequate means for moving the surplus. State legislators in Illinois, who were experienced in such matters, warned that the question of cheap transportation is agitating the people of the Northwest to an extent that has never before been equaled. Early action was imperative to prevent unjust charges or discrimination, and to provide at an early day such cheap means of transporting the surplus products of the Great West as will be remunerative to the producer. And soon thereafter, one Illinois leader, Representative Stephen Augustus Hurlbut, helped bring the issue before the Congress. He acted as a member of the Committee on Railways and Canals, submitting a long report on the wisdom of constructing a double-track freight railway from New York to Council Bluffs, Iowa, with branches terminating in St. Louis and Chicago. 68 The system was presented as the best response to the two developments that threatened to disrupt the American economy by driving the farmer from the British commodity market. First, the increased production and improved transportation systems in Russia and other East European countries posed a mortal challenge to American agriculture. By reducing the existing unnecessary and oppressive charge for transportation, however, the control of the foreign market will pass into the hands of the United States, and we shall be no longer dependent upon Russia and Austria to regulate the price of our crops and the value of our land. 69. The second factor was the inability to meet the threat either by relying on the leadership of the railroad corporations or through state or federal regulation. The situation would be eased by improvements in the water transportation systems from St. Paul to the Gulf of Mexico, and from the Great Lakes to the Atlantic, but the essential remedy was a new railroad for freight only. Built with reduced and uniform grades, and depending for profits upon largely increased business, such a railway would enable American farm businessmen to reach and control the foreign market by a cheap and reasonable route at a fair price. 70. 189. Those who backed the government railroad solution, including Grange and other groups in Missouri, Michigan, and Indiana, as well in Iowa and Illinois, offered several arguments for their plan. Those who distrusted governmental intervention in the marketplace, or accepted it skeptically, reasoned that the effort would be more successful if it involved the operation of one enterprise rather than an attempt to regulate many corporations. Others concluded that the public would be better and more cheaply served under the governmental than under the corporate system. And others, like Representative Hurlbut, argued simply that the double-track system provided the only pragmatically effective way to deal with all the problems. 71 If the Illinois forces had united behind Hurlbut's proposal, they might have taken the initiative from the Iowans who had been organized so effectively by Smedley and other Grange leaders. But many Illinois congressmen favored improving the Ohio and Mississippi River system, and others opposed federal action. As a result, the Congress dealt with the transportation system in terms of the regulatory bill sponsored by Representative George Washington McCrary of Iowa, chairman of the Committee on Railroads and Canals. He was particularly concerned about the ability of individual railroad corporations to manipulate classification rules, rates, and services, and deeply troubled by their awesome power when organized as pools or trusts. Along with other Iowa spokesmen, McCrary generally supported any proposal to provide better and cheaper transportation for agricultural businessmen. But he argued cogently, as did his colleague Representative James Wilson, that the railroads would continue to carry much of the farm surplus regardless of any improvements in the waterway system. Railroad regulation was therefore essential, and the federal government had to take the responsibility. Many states would not act, some might well favor the corporations, and, even if all did act in behalf of the public, the lack of uniformity would cause confusion and ineffectiveness. 72 Wilson offered the most compelling argument for regulation. The existing railway system was irrational, he pointed out, having been built on an ad hoc basis as part of the shift in trade routes caused by the Civil War. The broad objective was to organize and control the resulting mess by building a double-track freight line direct to the Atlantic, connecting the existing lines to improved water routes, and regulating the integrated system thereby created. That would cut costs, increase efficiency, decrease extortion and discrimination, and prevent American farmers from being shut out of the markets of the world. Otherwise, the Russians would soon be selling wheat in Boston. 73. The logic of the McCrary bill persuaded a large number of spokesmen from the Midwest and other agricultural regions, winning votes in 190. Georgia, Alabama, Florida, the Carolinas, Arkansas, and Mississippi, as well as in Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, and California. 3 factors account for its defeat. One was the routine political maneuvering by Democrats anxious to recover their control of the House in the coming elections. That element can be weighted too heavily, however, because many Democrats voted against the McCrary bill as representatives of the metropolis rather than as political strategists. That split between the metropolis and the country was noted at the time by many advocates of transportation legislation. Representative Richard Parks Bland, a Missouri Democrat, raised the issue because he became increasingly angry over the failure to obtain metropolitan support. The people of the West and Northwest took up arms in the late Civil War, he lashed out, more than all else, for the purpose of forever securing to themselves free navigation of the Mississippi River and its tributaries, that their produce might find easy, cheap, and ready transportation to the markets of the globe. 74. Bland was warning the leaders of his own party, as well as the Republicans, that the metropolis was taking a grave risk in persistently overriding the agricultural majority. 75 Bland and other advocates of solving the transportation market problem by improving the Mississippi and other river systems nevertheless voted against the McCrary bill on the grounds that water routes were cheaper, that such an alternate network was necessary to provide economic enforcement for any regulatory program, and that the railroads would never supply adequate service for the Missouri Valley and the lower Mississippi region. Some of those men added the argument that metropolitan interests would emasculate any railroad commission, and a few admitted that they wanted particular benefits for their own district or state that were not provided by the McCrary bill. Those opponents, who ranged from Wisconsin to Texas, and from Ohio and Kentucky to Oregon, withheld crucial votes during the final showdown over regulatory legislation. 76 It would be easy to conclude that the farm businessmen defeated themselves, but the evidence does not support that facile analysis. For, in a simple political sense, a victory in the House would have been aborted by metropolitan power in the Senate. And, in the substantive realm, the proponents of the waterway system presented a powerful case for the crucial importance of creating an efficient alternative to the railroads. Furthermore, the defeat did not destroy the momentum of the movement. Indeed, the intensity of the debate, along with the seriousness of the problem and its political implications, prompted President Grant to make a special appeal for legislation to increase the facilities of transportation from the grain-growing states of the West to the seaboard. 77. That pressure did not produce an immediate victory, but it did encourage a realignment of metropolitan modem American Empire 191 Republicans, and that ultimately led to the passage of an important measure for improving the Mississippi River. That proposal was largely the work of James B. Eads, a perceptive engineer who gained early fame by bridging the Mississippi at St. Louis. He reasoned that jetties constructed to narrow the river would generate enough velocity to scour the sandbars that caused so many difficulties for commercial freight shipments. Eads was also persistent and persuasive, convincing businessmen from St. Louis to New Orleans, as well as agriculturalists and politicians of the region. Representative John Bullock Clark, Jr., of Missouri made a blunt appeal for support from the metropolis during the debate over the project that developed after the defeat of the McCrary bill. Let me entreat you to do a tardy act of justice to the suffering South and West. We now come before you asking that we be paid back for all those years of toil. 78. The congressional elections of 1874 sounded a stronger trumpet. The Democrats again won control of the House, 169 to 109, and gained 10 seats in the Senate. That outcome strengthened the position of Republicans like Blaine, who had warned about agricultural unrest, and Senator George Frisbee Hoar of Massachusetts, who supported the Eads Plan. 79 President Grant and Secretary of the Treasury Benjamin H. Bristow responded by reasserting the vital importance of acting to expand agricultural exports. 80 More significantly, the Republican-dominated Senate approved the Eads Plan for the Mississippi on February 18, 1874, before the new Democratic members could claim any of the credit. The work began in April and proceeded rapidly and effectively. Once the Democrats arrived, moreover, they awarded the southern states a larger share of the appropriations for internal improvements. Michigan and Wisconsin had received more than the entire South had in 1872, but the 1875 bill gave that region 24% of the total. Such changes prompted Republican leaders like Rutherford Burchard Hayes of Ohio, Zachariah Chandler of Michigan, and John Y. Calhoun of Illinois, who could read a political omen before many others even saw it, to begin bidding for the assistance of Blaine in 1876. 81 Their concern was warranted, for Blaine understood the temper of the agricultural businessmen and realized that the metropolis had to devise a program that would meet their needs. He recognized, for example, the importance of changing a trade expansion measure like the old Reciprocity Treaty with Canada that funneled most of its benefits to the metropolis. And nothing occurred between 1874 and the elections of 1876 to decrease the Republican Party's need for such leaders. It is useless at present to discuss the depressed state of agriculture, commented the worthy master of one southern grange, for this is painfully evident to every member of the order. Conditions con. 192. Continued to be deplorable, and that sustained a mood of general despondency. 82. We are poor, added Kansas farmers, and endure a great amount of suffering and destitution. The theme in Illinois was the gradual impoverishment. Ohio agriculturalists protested the vagrancy and want that had become a crying evil in the country. Oregonians reported a year of severe trial. And the grasshopper plague continued in such severity that the governors of Minnesota, Nebraska, Kansas, Iowa, Missouri, and the Dakota Territory agreed in 1876 to make a united demand for federal relief. 83 The Grange had failed to effect any general or sustained improvements in the position of the farmer by 1876, and it lost members with increasing rapidity. The cooperative ventures succumbed to lack of capital, inexperienced leadership, limited potential, and the tough competition in the marketplace. They were nothing but private enterprises, as an Illinois granger pointed out in a candid analysis of the collapse. It only places us upon a level with the usual competition in trade, and subjects our inexperienced agents to all the petty annoyances of adepts in the business. 84. In the broader sense, moreover, Grange leaders lost control of the early growth and failed to organize and focus their strength on one national program. And the limited effectiveness of the state railway legislation, followed by the defeat of the McCrary proposal, discouraged some farmers and turned others toward more traditional political activity. What we want, commented one farmer in a letter to the editor, is practical profit. For in most instances a Western granger's heart and pocket are synonymous. 85. Profits were elusive, however, for reasons that Charles Francis Adams, a major metropolitan leader, explained in 1875, the railroads indeed involved a case of absentee ownership, with all that those words imply. And to drive home the point, Adams then compared the Western farm businessmen to the Indian population under the British East India Company. 86 For their part, the delegates to the meeting of the American Board of Transportation and Commerce emphasized that the railroads held the key to prosperity. It is only necessary for us to supply the means of exporting our grain, bacon, tobacco, cotton, oil, and other products, at prices which will enable us to sell those products to other countries. 87. Despite the inability to win a major victory, neither the campaign by the Grange nor other efforts collapsed like a lean-to in a prairie thunderstorm. A group of New York farm businessmen organized themselves as an alliance during the winter of 1875 to 1876. The chief object, recalled the first president, was to effect legislation in the interest of the agriculturalist. 88. Almost simultaneously, the Southern Farmers Alliance was formed by Texans to enforce the law and fight the large ranchers and land monopolists. And still another group, generally more conservative, created the Farmers' National Congress during an 1875 meeting in Atlanta. 193. The Grange invested much of its attention and energy during 1875 and 1876 in the campaign for direct trade with Europe, and that decision contributed to later weakness. The National Executive Board approved Worrell F.'s plan, but he then divided his effort by organizing the American Cooperative Union and opening membership to non-grangers. That angered national grange leaders, but many southern granges continued to support the plan. Their efforts had helped define railroads as public highways, and the companies as common carriers, in the new Alabama Constitution of 1875, and they were seriously upset by the Southern Railway and Steamship Association organized in 1875 by Albert Fink. 89 Worrell made a strong effort to retain Granger support, arguing that the Mississippi Valley finds itself in a state of commercial dependency with a leech at every pore. Direct trade would reward the farm businessman with independence in his own land and a handsome profit. But if your bowels so yearn for New York and New England that you are determined to deal with them, he continued, then submit 90. The National Grange had no more intention of submitting to Worrell than to New York, however, and the leaders withdrew from the Mississippi Valley Trading Company to make their own arrangements for exporting to British cooperatives. That effort continued through 1876, but never produced the desired results. 91 The persistent concern with export markets did, however, sustain the opposition to the tariff. Westerners and Southerners almost defeated a House bill in March 1875 that raised rates to an average level of 43%, and the pressure of farm businessmen made it clear that the old reciprocity treaty with Canada would not be renewed. At the very moment when the nation's true policy and financial necessities impatiently demand an expansion of exports, warned one typical group of petitioners, it was foolhardy to follow a policy calculated to destroy our agricultural markets. Farm businessmen were not against reciprocity per se, they demanded only that it be employed in behalf of their interests. That approach often led to short-run disagreements between different groups of farmers, just as metropolitan businessmen differed in their estimate of what would produce profits. Thus Northern and Southern agriculturalists initially split over the 1875 reciprocity treaty with Hawaii. Sugar and rice producers opposed the move even though it opened the island market to grain and meat farmers. A compromise was finally arranged, however, and agricultural operators became increasingly favorable to the reciprocity strategy as a way of penetrating and controlling markets. Illinois representatives carried much of the general battle against protectionism. In 1870, recalled Representative Horatio Chapin Burchard, I affirmed that the high tariff had failed and would fail to give a market for our surpluses. After protection unequaled for 1v for the KOOTS of the half a generation, William Rawls Morrison added, in a move to establish the issue for the coming election, the home market has not come to us, but it is as far as ever removed from the fields of agriculture. 92. Such direct attacks on the weakest part of the high tariff argument prompted metropolitan protectionists to revive their charge that reduction was proposed, not by members of Congress for the benefit of this country and its inhabitants, but by adherents of other nations for the benefit of foreigners. 93. The rising concern about the tariff was caused by three factors that were operative throughout the country. The most important element was the growing consensus in support of the export argument that the farm businessmen had been agitating with increasing militance for more than a decade. But that was directly related to the other two, the persisting need for markets, and the way that existing exports verified the market expansion thesis and intensified the demand for more overseas sales. The great Kansas wheat crops of 1875 and 1876, for example, dramatized the necessity for markets in a region that had suffered enormously from the Depression. 94 Similar surpluses troubled the flour industry in Minneapolis, but the railroads raised rates so high as to virtually prohibit exportation from the West. 95. The industry's leading spokesman in government, Governor James S. Pillsbury, responded with blunt talk about the grave questions growing out of the various relations of the producing to the transportation interests of the country. His inaugural address of January 7, 1876, provided a revealing example of how, despite their differences and conflicts, the producers and processors of agricultural surpluses shared crucial assumptions and favored similar policies. Agriculture is the primary source of wealth, he reminded the railroads and other metropolitan giants, because of that underlying need for food. The agricultural businessmen and the milling businessmen had a common interest in cheap and easy access to the markets of the world, and the state was a trustee with responsibility for ensuring that both parties received their just returns. 96 In a similar way, many farmers driven out of wheat were counting on exports to underwrite their shift to dairy operations. 97 Far to the west, fruit growers in California were beginning to manifest a similar concern with foreign markets. 98 But the most significant new development involved the rapid expansion of meat production and exports. "We cannot grow too much corn," proclaimed John Sterling Morton of Nebraska. "No matter what corn may be worth in the market. Corn transmitted to beef, pork or mutton will always pay the husbandman a handsome and satisfying profit." 99. That optimism proved unjustified, and Morton's inability to cope with the consequences cost him dearly as Secretary of Agriculture between 1893 and 1897, but in 1876 it appeared as little more than understandable overstatement. 195. 4. Exploiting the work of innovators such as Eastman, cattle kings like John Dean Gillette of Illinois and packers like Swift moved quickly to dominate the British beef market. Even Queen Victoria judged Yankee cattle very good, and exports jumped from 1,095 weight in 1874 to 144,336 in 1876. 10 degrees. Nor was that all. Midwestern swine growers benefited from an immense enlargement of exportation, and West Coast producers were penetrating the South American and Asian markets. 101 And, as with the grain farmer and the miller, the livestock men found allies among the shoe manufacturers. They were beginning to view the export market as of national importance. 102. The same pattern was emerging in the South, where cotton growers were finding common purpose with the region's manufacturers of rough textiles for export. As their production returned to the highest pre-war level, the cotton men saw the textile mill campaign as one of their chief hopes for the future. Southern mills had exported to various markets before the Civil War, and the industry initiated a vigorous and effective revival. 103 Some of the firms had penetrated the far western market with sheetings and drills prior to the Depression. 104 Such successes generated a campaign, which quickly adopted the slogan of "Bring the cotton mills to the cotton fields," to expand production. The economic objectives were integrated with the desire to restore the social cohesion of Southern society, and the urge to reassert Southern political influence in the national government. Capital was sought and obtained from cotton farmers as well as city businessmen, and the effort brought the two elements of the industry closer together. The push for overseas markets became the central theme of the joint effort. The mill building program was interrupted but not terminated by the panic. The Piedmont Manufacturing Company of South Carolina, for example, was forced to delay operations until 1875, and other projects suffered similar setbacks. 105 But the striking success of existing mills sustained the movement. Hardly a Southern mill, noted Bradstreet's, failed to declare a dividend throughout the Depression, and some returns ranged as high as 16%. 106 Then, as the new mills began producing, the Southern owners dramatically increased their overseas sales. Exports averaged about $3 million from 1871 to 1875, then jumped more than 300% for the years 1876 to 1881. 107 Northern textile men, who dominated the business as part of the general metropolitan control of industrial development, viewed Southern gains as a factor that compounded their existing difficulties. Production must either be decreased or our own circle of consumers enlarged, they judged at the end of 1874, we cannot accept the former alternative. 108. The analysis quickly led to action. New York merchants representing a group of Fall River manufacturers opened an effort to penetrate the British market in 1875, and Edward Atkinson, the politically conscious leader of the Northerners, launched a major campaign. 196. Pain to meet the emergency by expanding exports to Europe, Latin America, and Asia. 109 Atkinson and other Northern owners were generally slower to commit themselves permanently to the overseas market, however, than the Southerners. They also lagged behind the implement firms. Many of the leading agricultural machinery manufacturers, Walter A. Wood, Frank D. Osborne, and Deere as well as McCormick, were actively campaigning for foreign markets as their production outran the capacity of the depression-ridden farmers to purchase such equipment. 110 Even more significantly, agricultural exports were affecting the general as well as the specific thought and policy of the railroads. Garrett of the Baltimore and Ohio gleefully predicted during 1873 and 1874 that his commitment to farm exports would save his road from the Depression and transform Baltimore into the Liverpool of America. 111. Even when overseas sales declined, and his rivals launched a ruthless rate war, he relied on the export argument to defend himself against attacks from his financial backers. Increased exports will aid our railroad interests, he maintained, and I hope create a material improvement in business during the approaching autumn and winter. 112. The same thesis guided others in the industry. To a very great extent, the Railroad Gazette explained, the prosperity of this country is dependent upon the quantity and price of its crops. For, with the exception of petroleum, these are the only things of which we produce a surplus. When the farmers are prosperous, when they have large amounts of cotton, grain, and cattle to sell, and the foreign demand is sufficient to make the prices high, then usually other business is prosperous. The railroads are especially affected by the condition of agriculture, for the products of the soil form the largest part of their traffic. 113. Related manufacturers began to apply that classical Smithian analysis to their own operations as the Depression deepened. The Baldwin Locomotive Works, for example, immediately felt the pinch of the railroad decline. The firm was producing about 500 locomotives a year on the eve of the panic, but in the first quarter of 1874 the rate of production nosedived to 140 per year. Nor was it merely that exports became desirable, production would have tumbled to 46 per year without overseas orders. Other manufacturers understood the situation. Foreign trade, announced the Bulletin of the American Iron and Steel Association in June 1874, is what we most need. 114. The industry was soon speaking openly of overproduction, and that approach began to be generalized to the entire metropolitan sector of the economy. In a word, concluded the Commercial and Financial Chronicle, we have more of every kind of factory than any healthy home consumption can keep running on full time. The present dull trade and depression in prices point to the markets of the 197 world as the way to obtain quick relief for our languishing industries. We shall have to compete boldly and skillfully, added the Iron Age. 115. But the future had already become the present. For the French and the British reported in surprise and fear that some American firms were even then beginning to display those characteristics in Africa as well as in Asia. 116 Members of the Grant administration, who had stressed exports since 1869, gave official sanction to the overproduction thesis, arguing that exports prevented the Depression from becoming even more terrible and calling for the further expansion of overseas markets. 117 They also approved the admission of Colorado as a state, a move clearly designed to increase Republican votes in the coming presidential election of 1876 by pacifying some of the anti-metropolitan feeling among agricultural businessmen. Colorado citizens were happy to end their neocolonial position in the political side of the political economy. We celebrate our emancipation, but they were far from satisfied with government policy concerning cattle and silver. 118 The Grant administration was not willing to go so far in support of expanding exports as to remonetize silver. Neither was the majority of other metropolitan leaders. Yet several factors combined to reopen the issue that the small group of gold advocates thought they had settled in 1873. The continuing severity of the Depression and the related monetary problems prevented the question from being neglected or forgotten. The agitation for more greenbacks likewise focused attention on the currency question, as did the constant discussion of specie resumption. As a result, growing numbers of people became aware that silver had been demonetized in 1873, and the men who began to campaign for remonetization rapidly extended and focused that awareness throughout the country. From the beginning, moreover, the Silverites enjoyed important sources of strength. The coalition drew support from all geographic sections of the country. Its members were guided by a general theory of economic development as well as driven by specific economic interests, and it included metropolitan leaders as well as many agricultural businessmen. All those elements became apparent in 1875 as the issue re-entered the arena of public debate. Some of the earliest calls for action came from the Midwest. "Bring us back to the solid foundation of gold and silver," demanded the St. Louis Republican, warning that the failure to do so would cause serious trouble. 119 A diagnostician in Wisconsin reported ominously that "our currency patient is sick. The fact is patent that the East is both a sponge and a lemon squeezer, and that the West is the lemon, a large share of the juices of which is being absorbed by the sponge." 120. As a sensitive and ambitious politician, as well as one who believed that remonetization would solve the problems of the farmer and the 198th nation, Representative Bland of Missouri moved quickly to establish himself as the leader of the silver forces in the Mississippi and Missouri River valleys. His dedication, energy, and talent rapidly enabled him to use that regional strength as a base for national influence. Two spokesmen of the mining industry, and of Western business interest in general, proved as passionately indefatigable as Bland. One was Senator William Morris Stewart of Nevada, a lawyer-politician who owned and operated silver mines. He knew personally, as well as generally, the results of demonetization. Nevada's economy slumped badly, and much of its population moved elsewhere, after demonetization. As a master over judges, juries, and opponents, whose place in the Republican Party was based on his close relationship with Lincoln, Stewart possessed power and influence, and he used them for silver. 121 The other far western leader was Henry Moore Teller, another Republican who based his career on serving as an advocate for the territories of the neocolonial West. He became one of Colorado's first senators, and campaigned for silver as a friend of the cattle growers, as well as an ally of the miners. Southerners became concerned about silver because of its role in financing British cotton production in India, and as a result of their desire to penetrate the markets of silver using countries. 122 The influence of the first argument was greatly extended when John R. Dodge, the statistician of the Department of Agriculture, carefully explained it in a public document. And, by using British wheat operations in India as his example, Dodge further reinforced the relevance of the issue for northern and western farm businessmen. He recounted the way an English wheat importer began his maneuvers by having 833 pounds of silver bullion coined into 10,000 Indian rupees. Because India used silver money, that operation rewarded the Englishman with 1,000 pounds of purchasing power. The difference, 167 pounds, paid the transportation costs on the grain to Liverpool, and added considerably to the margin of profit. 123. It also gave the Englishman the capacity to undersell American wheat and thereby cut exports from Illinois, Kansas, or Minnesota. The general argument about the damage of demonetization won a metropolitan hearing, moreover, from economist Henry Clay. Gold monometallism tied the United States so closely to Great Britain, he protested in 1875, that America was being recolonized. High tariffs and a nationalistic money policy were the keys to financial independence. 124. Such agitation from so many sources had a prompt effect. President Grant took official notice of the mounting pressure in his annual message of December 1875, but defended gold as the only standard that would prevent Americans from laboring as hewers of wood and drawers of water. The seriousness of the issue then prompted Blaine to present a formal statement of the case for gold. 199. He began with a candid admission that the United States was suffering from prostration in business. Then he explained why the proposal to print more greenbacks, and similar plans, failed to provide a workable remedy. American prosperity depended on agricultural exports, and those, because of England's power and policy, were inevitably and peremptorily subjected to the gold standard when sold. Hence the only satisfactory policy was specie based on gold. Blaine went on, however, to transform the routine case for gold into a nationalistic cry for world marketplace supremacy. Give us the same basis of currency that our great competitors of the British Empire enjoy, he promised, and we will, within the lifetime of those now living, float a larger tonnage under the American flag. 125. Blaine provided a clear statement of the argument that gold men who favored overseas economic expansion would use throughout the remainder of the 19th century. He proposed to win world marketplace supremacy by overpowering Britain within the gold system. The logic was sound, and the spirit militant, but neither persuaded the Silverites. Metropolitan Silverites found in Francis Amasa Walker, first president of the American Economic Association and president of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, a leader of unimpeachable credentials and brilliant intellect. The advocacy of such men prompted the Boston Globe and the New York Graphic to launch discussions of remonetization as early as March 1876. Shortly thereafter, even the editors of the Bankers magazine opened their pages to Metropolitan Silver men. The support became so general, indeed, that the New York State Chamber of Commerce petitioned the government on May 4, 1876, to call an international conference to negotiate a bimetallist agreement remonetizing silver. 126 The Silver Coalition launched its first attack in the Congress on June 3, 1876, when Bland, working with Representative Kelly of Pennsylvania, introduced a bill to remonetize silver on an unlimited basis at the ratio of 16:1. Senator John Percival Jones of Nevada had sounded the bugle in a soaring speech on April 24 and 25, "Beware foreign influence. We refuse to be led up and downhill." Then, having thrown the alien agent argument back in the face of the high-tariff metropolitans, Jones countered Blaine's call to expand exports through gold monometallism. World trade supremacy would come instead through the remonetization of silver. 127 Those who are in favor of an exclusive gold standard, agreed the Cincinnati Commercial used the example of England. 128. And it soon became clear, as the debate progressed, that the issue of silver remonetization was serving as a catalyst to crystallize many of the assumptions, attitudes, and arguments that the majority of agricultural businessmen had developed in their campaign for marketplace expansion. The crucial part of the process involved the projection of agriculture's 200. Power and primacy within the American political economy to an identical position in the world marketplace. The farmers had concluded, as the worthy master of the Michigan Grange phrased it, that the United States was a nation of exhaustless resources and power. 129. "We have it in our power now," announced Representative William Addison Phillips of Kansas, "to force the remonetization of silver as coin." 130. Metropolitan Silverites echoed the theme almost to the word. "We are masters of the situation," exclaimed Kelly of Pennsylvania, and Representative Nathaniel Prentice Banks of Massachusetts, struggling to revive his sagging career by presenting himself as a liberal Republican, compared the battle for silver to the war for independence. 131 The second traditional argument of agricultural businessmen that flowed into the ideology of silver was the necessity of using such power in behalf of market expansion. "The growth and extension of our commerce was essential," reiterated Representative George Willard of Michigan, and explained once again how remonetization would enlarge exports. 132 Representative Joseph Gurney Cannon of Illinois offered one of the most succinct statements of that reasoning, pointing out that silver bullion sent to the United States to be coined into dollars would be spent to buy the surpluses of American grain, cotton, and meat and even manufactured goods that were at the root of the Depression. 133 But Willard added another element that had long been used by farm businessmen as an additional argument for expansion, the moral necessity of enlarging the marketplace in a way that also extended freedom. "Let us not take the side of greedy England and grasping Germany," he sermonized. 134 That theme, so implicit in the analogy with the war for independence, supplied a self-honing philosophical cutting edge to the opposition to Great Britain and the domestic metropolitans who supported its policies. The integration of the arguments from power, economic necessity, and moral imperative created a swelling current that carried the Silverites through a predictable analysis. Those who opposed remonetization were either ignorant, self-seeking, or timid. and the weight of agricultural experience, in dealing with the financiers as well as the railroads, and the politicians as well as the land speculators, which reinforced Adam Smith's division of the political economy into the powerful metropolitan few and the weaker country majority, moved them on to the conclusion that the self-seeking and therefore timid metropolitan minority was responsible for the failure to remonetize silver. This little mischievous law repealing the legal tender quality of silver dollars, thundered Representative Greenberry Lafayette Ford of Illinois, was stolen through Congress, as I believe, by being hidden in the body of a long bill professing only to modify the coinage. 201. Laws 135. The reality of what had happened between 1869 and 1873 bore more than enough correspondence with that analysis to make it clear that the agriculturalists and other Silverites were not evading the real world by creating paranoid fantasies. The charge was also close enough to the mark, particularly as presented by men like Ford and Bland, to provoke a disingenuous rebuttal from one of the men who had helped manage the campaign for demonetization. Representative Casson first tried to counter the silver assault with a vigorous presentation of the expansionist argument for gold. Given his knowledge, and his established position as a Midwestern advocate of enlarging the marketplace, he proved a strong spokesman. The gold standard was essential, he stressed, to ensure payment of the farmers of the West for their surplus products sent to Europe. 136. But he was finally stung by Bland's charge that silver had been demonetized through the maneuvers of a tiny group of men, and he responded with an elaborate and emotional denial that there had been any conspiracy. 137. Casson was smooth and open enough to have won acquittal on a formal charge of conspiracy, but the issue involved making fundamental public policy rather than committing a criminal act. And in that context his argument not only begged the central question, but his candor revealed more about its own limitations than about the subject. He told enough to deepen the skepticism of his opponents but not enough to allay their doubts. No one, however, not even Senator Sherman, could have met the challenge more effectively. For the only alternative to the strategy employed by Casson was to resort to the truth, arguing simply that silver had been demonetized because gold monometallism was thought to be in the best interests of the political economy. But that would have thrown the issue back into the public arena defined simply as a question of analysis and judgment. To do that was to risk creating in an election year an outraged and irresistible groundswell for the free coinage of silver. The gold men recognized that danger, and confident they were acting in the best interests of the nation, chose concealment as the means necessary for preserving the virtue and the prosperity of the political economy. John W. Foster of Ohio, a major Republican leader who later advised Benjamin Harrison on monetary policy, and served the party in many capacities related to foreign policy, summarized the situation with commendable candor. The paralyzed condition of business and industry, the multitude of people out of employment, and the consequent dissatisfaction and desire for some change of policy posed the most delicate and difficult crisis that metropolitan leaders had faced since the Civil War. 138 For the majority of agricultural businessmen was not simply challenging the entrenched metropolitan Republicans, it was also establishing great influence within. 202. The resurgent Democratic Party. Abetted by the depression that the metropolis had been unable to prevent or control, the farmers had forced the transportation issue into the national arena, and had generated an impressive movement for overseas market expansion that had begun to attract significant metropolitan support. And the eruption of the silver agitation on the eve of a potentially explosive election had created an emotional fervor that affected the campaign for expansion, the battle for remonetization, and the struggle to break the power of the metropolis. The resin-filled tinder had been assembled, the atmosphere was crackling hot and dry, and sparks were being struck throughout the country. Small wonder that men oscillated between violence and caution. The Republicans nominated the stately respectable Rutherford Burchard Hayes of Ohio and prepared to use force to control the vote in the South just as they had used it against strikers in the metropolis. The Democrats selected Samuel J. Tilden, a conservative New York lawyer, and prepared to use force to prevent the black man from electing another Republican. Had it not been for the great boom in agricultural exports that developed even as the embattled rulers of the nation compromised the victory of Tilden into the inauguration of Hayes, it seems very possible that their political arrangement would have proved incapable of containing the explosive forces of social change. But the export bonanza turned the agricultural majority away from its embittered confrontation with the metropolitan minority, and at the same time turned it and a metropolitan plurality toward a policy of active overseas economic expansion. The exports that prevented domestic upheaval became the exports that required an imperial foreign policy. 8. The vast resources of our country need an outlet, as we have recognized so disastrously during the past 5 years. Production is greater than our home demands, and unless an outlet is found for this excess we must still continue to feel the depressing effects. Secretary of State William M. Evarts, August 1877. The prosperity, nay the very existence of our agricultural population depend upon our export trade. August Belmont to John Sherman, November 18, 1877. The people have been hewers of wood and drawers of water to Eastern capitalists and foreign bondholders long enough. The time has come for a new order of things. Sedalia, Missouri, Daily Bazoo, June 14, 1877. As our manufacturing capacity largely exceeds the wants of home consumption, we shall either have to curtail the same by shutting up a great many establishments, or we shall have to create a fresh outlet through export. Iron Age, July 1877. The farmer's bonanza, more than all other combined, has been the means of restoring activity to our workshops, liveliness to all kinds of business, and prosperity to the land. Rural New Yorker, November 15, 1879. We did not duly regard the first intimations of danger. In the meantime, however, American agricultural production has assumed so extensive proportions, and the American products have so fully established themselves in the markets of Western Europe, that the Americans have learned to know the advantages of so great an amount of exports. He that does not wish to step back and be crushed, must keep up. Quiescence and romance are disappearing from the world. How will the overburdened bear up in this cruel racetrack? American competition is the greatest economic event of modern times. Alexander Pease, Austrian official. The land so scoffed at by the witty, so discredited by the wise, produces the cereal that leads and controls the exports traffic of our country. Philadelphia Inquirer, 1878. Many an old clodhopper, rude of speech, has found out that he could talk, rise to a point of order, and venture a few remarks. Raleigh Farmer and Mechanic, 1878. We are now diligently hunting up other markets. Rural New Yorker, June 1879. The bloody shirt can no longer win hegemony for the Republican Party. We must find and use issues which are more applicable to the needs of the voters. John Logan to John Sherman, July 19, 1879. The farmers of the Republic will control its destiny. James G. Blaine, September 1878. It is to the abundance of agricultural production, as compared with our home consumption, and the largely increased and highly profitable market abroad which we have enjoyed in recent years, that we are mainly indebted for our present prosperity as a people. We must look for its continued maintenance to the same substantial resource. President Rutherford B. Hayes, December 1, 1879. An export bonanza turns America toward imperialism. B. Both presidential candidates in the election of 1876 were affected by the intensified agitation for market expansion, and by the related campaigns for transportation reforms and the remonetization of silver. Samuel Tilden and Rutherford Hayes were alike in being intelligent observers of the political economy, as well as receptive and ambitious politicians. Hayes was less provincial, however, because he possessed a greater knowledge of the agricultural majority and was more open to its outlook and mood. He identified with the metropolis and dealt with the problems of the system from that perspective, but he did so with a broader understanding of the nature and importance of agriculture. The difference between the two men was nicely illustrated by the scope of their proposals for expanding overseas markets. Tilden was not unaware that agriculture was vitally important in New York, nor was he ignorant of the more general troubles affecting farmers. He had been one of the barn burners, the radical and reform wing of the Democratic Party in the 1840s, and supported Polk in the election of 1844. Even his extremely lucrative law practice as counsel for railroad corporations served to acquaint him with agricultural economics and farm politics. And he served as governor of New York during the grave difficulties of the Depression. But Tilden did not move until 1878 to deal directly with the national market problem of the agricultural businessmen. Then he persuaded Representative Abram Stevens Hewitt of New York, an Iron Manu 206. 207. F. Acturer, who became a market expansionist, to introduce a bill appropriating $100,000 to open foreign markets for corn. 1 Tilden might well have done more as president, but he gave few indications that he shared the relatively broad approach manifested by Hayes. The importance of enlarging our foreign trade, the president declared, cannot be overestimated. Export expansion was crucial for the revival of the depressed industries of the country, and especially for the agricultural industry, upon which the prosperity of our people so largely depends too. It was not mere rhetoric. 3 months before his inauguration, Hayes noted in his diary that he had decided to appoint William Maxwell Evarts as Secretary of State, and that decision was highly indicative of his outlook. 3. It also disturbed many Republicans. It was the kind of an act that provokes visceral comments on the politics of choosing a cabinet. For the good Lord's sake, blurted one associate, do keep peace in the family and give every fellow a stick of candy to keep him still. 4. Some, like Blaine, disliked the choice because they feared Evarts would be too acquiescent in dealing with the South, a view derived at least in part from his able defense of President Andrew Johnson during the impeachment trial. Others reacted against Evarts' high opinion of himself. He thought he was a clever fellow, or against his great wealth. And at least one, Representative James Abram Garfield, discounted him because he was so full of theory and his own cogitation that he reaches no practical conclusions. 5. Garfield was correct about the theory and the cogitation, but mistaken about the pragmatic results. Evarts had gained diplomatic experience during and just after the Civil War, and had revealed himself as a quiet but determined nationalist. He had also become familiar with the arguments and anger of agricultural businessmen concerning the importance of cheap transportation during his service as counsel for railroad corporations fighting regulatory legislation in Wisconsin. Such experiences undoubtedly helped push Evarts to the conclusion that expanded exports provided the key to prosperity and social peace. The vast resources of our country need an outlet, he matter-of-factly told the nation. There could be no end to the Depression until some comprehensible policy be adopted to disenthrall the contracted sphere of American trade. His choice of metaphor revealed the underlying current of his thought. It is for us to enter into the harvest field and reap it. 6. Hayes and Evarts first had to deal with the effort to remonetize silver, however, and that problem required serious attention for more than a year. But the power of the Silverites increased the administration's concern with economic expansion and underscored the need to appease the farm businessmen. And the President and the Secretary of State, who outlined their strategy for enlarging exports even as they 208 began to maneuver against the forces demanding free silver, increasingly concentrated on the policy they preferred. In an ironic way, however, those efforts were overlooked or discounted as the great agricultural export bonanza carried the country out of the Depression. Exports of all foods reached $216 million in 1875, and in that year all agricultural exports accounted for 78% of total American exports and supplied about 6% of the gross national product. Overseas sales of cotton textiles, dominated by the rough uncolored cloth produced in southern mills, stood at $4,071,882. Then came the rapid expansion generated by bad weather, diseases, and war in Europe. Food sales moved to $271 million in 1877, when agricultural exports provided 6.8% of the gross national product. The next year food exports jumped to $352 million. In 3 years, considering wheat alone, American farmers opened 5 million acres and produced 135.9 million additional bushels of grain. The figure for the next 11 quarters, through September 1881, exhilarated Americans and staggered Europeans. Food sales reached their highest point during the second quarter of 1880, when exports were moving abroad at an annual rate of $520.4 million. The yearly totals were $1,879, $392 million, $1,880, $488 million, and $1,881, $409 million. Wheat acreage increased to 40.96 million in 1881, and production peaked at 549.7 million bushels in 1879. The share of the gross national product supplied directly by agricultural exports averaged more than 7% for those 3 years, and the farm share of all exports hit peaks of 79.8, 84.3, and 83.5%. Tobacco exports also increased, and raw cotton sales moved from $2.89 million in 1876 to $3.21 million in 1877, $3.25 million in 1878, and reached $4.38 million in 1880. The exports of uncolored cottons tripled between 1875 and 1878, when they topped $7 million, and they averaged more than $6 million during the next 3 years. All cotton textile exports climbed from $4.07 million in 1875 to $13.57 million in 1881. 7 From the outset, but over the long run as well as for the moment, the bonanza exerted many kinds of direct and indirect influences on American foreign policy. Having long been described as crucial by agricultural businessmen, and more recently by a growing number of metropolitan leaders, the overseas market dramatically fulfilled the theory and the expectations. That consolidated the agriculturalists' commitment to the negative connotation of the export analysis as well as to its positive denotation. Once recovery had been ensured through exports, it was necessary to open ever larger markets in order to prevent a major decline as well as to sustain the momentum of prosperity and extend its benefits. There was no end to the need for bigger markets. The boom had a similar effect on metropolitan leaders. It convinced many of the specific and general importance of the export market. Even those who operated solely in the domestic market, or 209, remained skeptical of the general validity of the export argument, were forced to confront the political power wielded by farm businessmen who had been confirmed in their commitment to overseas markets. Those effects of the bonanza were reinforced by its more explicit consequences abroad and at home. The impact of the massive outpouring of American agricultural exports shook the foundations of the political economies of Western Europe, and caused serious reverberations in Russia and India. The political and social consequences, which dramatized and exacerbated the economic dislocations, prompted immediate and extensive countermeasures. American pork products were restricted or prohibited by almost every Western European country, and the British closed their market for range stock imported to be fed for market. The English also moved to expand their production of cotton and wheat in India, and the Russians extended their program of internal storage and transportation improvements designed to strengthen their competitive position. Those developments made it clear that the operation, as well as the theory and the faith, of marketplace expansion involved other peoples and powers who would have to be confronted and overcome if American expansion was to be continued. In a strange but not illogical manner, Adam Smith's analysis of marketplace capitalism and his prescription for maintaining its health were proved largely correct. The members of an agricultural majority of a political economy graced by unusual resources could be imperial expansionists in their relationship with weaker agricultural businessmen in other nations while remaining neocolonial inferiors in their relationship with their domestic metropolis. And they could do so, moreover, while their own financial and industrial overloads remained weaker than the metropolitan sector of other political economies. The classical example of that somewhat complicated combination was provided by the United States and Britain. American agricultural exports staggered English and Scottish farmers, and disrupted the English flour industry, while rough cotton textiles exported by Southern mills simultaneously posed a serious challenge to British control of the China market. At the same time, however, the financial leadership of the United States relied on its connections with British capital, and Wall Street followed the monetary policy initiatives of the city in London. Indeed, that was precisely one of the issues that prompted American agriculturalists to demand leaders who would militantly assert and use American power to achieve economic independence and win world marketplace supremacy. The farmers displayed similar antagonism toward American industrialists because of their general alliance with the financiers. Some of those 210 touring interests, such as petroleum, locomotives, and hardware, were beginning to challenge the British in foreign markets, but in any overall calculation for the 1870s and 1880s the American industrial sector remained inferior. A number of agricultural spokesmen recognized that the relationship was shifting, however, and began during the late 1870s to appeal to the industrialists to join them against the financiers. For all such reasons, therefore, the export boom, even as it did so much to end the Depression, provoked many demands for vigorous government action. Farmers agitated for countermeasures against European restrictions blocking American food exports, for policies to counteract British efforts in India, for concerted probes to find and penetrate new markets, and for congressional legislation to strengthen agriculture's competitive position in all markets. Still another factor connected with the boom served to intensify those campaigns. The bonanza did not solve all the problems of all the farmers. Even in Smith's model of capitalism, market expansion was a dynamic, not a static, phenomenon. The general welfare could not be achieved, even in theory, until all economic activity producing a surplus was integrated into one free marketplace. Furthermore, past errors and mistakes could not be overcome instantaneously. Those realities of the theory were easily observable, moreover, in the agricultural sector of the American political economy. Many farmers continued to suffer serious economic hardship and related social and personal difficulties. Such men and women swelled the ranks of those who agitated to sustain and extend the boom, and they added great militancy and determination to the movement. That kind of reinforcing action was partially responsible for the show of Democratic strength in the congressional elections of 1878, and for the revival of the silver issue in 1879, shortly after a compromise seemed to have eased most of that tension. And, in a similar way, the failure of the boom to provide enough for everybody also increased the concern of metropolitan leaders during the political campaigns of 1880. President Hayes and Secretary of State Evarts were sensitized to such pressure as they took office in March 1877, and they moved rapidly to deal with the crisis through market expansion. Evarts understood and acknowledged the inequities that generated so much of the unrest. Capital's excessive share of a people's industry and enterprise, in the shape of interest and rent, cannot longer be endured. He likewise appreciated that agricultural exports supplied the crucial element in the functioning of the American economy. 9 Evarts had generalized and projected that analysis, moreover, as his strategy for conducting American foreign policy. President Hayes supported him without significant reservation. 211. The vast resources of our country need an outlet, Evarts declared, as we have recognized so disastrously during the past 5 years. Production is greater than our home demands, and unless an outlet is found for this excess we must still continue to feel the depressing effects. The significance of the analysis was underscored, moreover, by the Secretary's decision to announce it at the outset of a long interview he gave to the Northwestern Miller. 10 It is the duty of the government, Evarts then continued, to protect all classes, not only the manufacturers, but the agriculturalists and miners. Hence the diplomatic objective was the development of a market for American trade in American products. To further extend markets for our products. Evarts was so deeply impressed by the significance and power of agricultural exports, however, that he overestimated their strength. They cannot be duplicated by any other country, he argued, and concluded that they must go on increasing with the increasing consumptive power of Europe. 11. Agricultural businessmen held the same faith in the power of their surpluses, but they did not share the Secretary's optimism that the expansion of the market could be taken for granted. That difference provides a crystalline example of how serious conflicts arise between men who have reached broad agreement on a fundamental principle. Assuming that agricultural exports would continue to underwrite the functioning of the economy, Evarts assigned a higher priority to the tactical problem of expanding manufactured exports. That led him to emphasize the penetration of Latin America, and to announce that nothing should be left undone that will tend to extend our trade in Asia. 12 His assumption, as the British understood at the time, was that increased industrial exports, added to the agricultural export base, would relieve the present fearful stagnation of trade. 13. Some Western spokesmen, failing to notice the stress on manufactures, welcomed the Secretary's vigorous call for overseas market expansion with unqualified praise. "Your efforts, to advance the commercial interests of our country," wrote one, "deserve the thanks of the whole people, especially the Mississippi Valley." 14. There were others, however, who quickly recognized the need to spur the Secretary's concern with agriculture. If that were done, the editors of the St. Louis Evening Dispatch anticipated quick and final victory. The commercial international war that England has so successfully waged with the regions of the earth is soon to culminate in her displacement as the controlling commercial power. Commercial supremacy would be seized by the United States. But they were careful to warn Western agricultural businessmen that they would have to grasp the situation and exert sustained pressure upon the government to aid in extending our export trade. 15. Still another group that caught the Secretary's stress on expanding manufactured exports also understood his willingness at least. 212. For the present to acquiesce in Britain's financial supremacy. Those men quickly supplied the kind of pressure advocated by the Evening Dispatch. Many chose the silver issue as the point of their attack, and that placed Evarts and Hayes on the defensive. Such was the case even though Evarts did not share the blanket opposition to the remonetization of silver manifested by so many metropolitan leaders. He did point out that Great Britain was banker to the world, however, even though he did not relish that truth, and argued that the United States did not possess enough financial strength to create its own monetary system including silver. 16 But, unlike other metropolitan spokesmen, Evarts worked for remonetization through international agreement as a sound and highly desirable objective. He did not merely mouth the idea as a maneuver to bamboozle the silver forces. He was confident that America's growing economic power could be used to force Britain, Germany, and France to negotiate such a settlement. The Secretary was thus caught in a ripping crossfire between the advocates of free silver and the metropolitans who had no intention of supporting his efforts to resolve the crisis. He did exert some influence, nevertheless, in the Battle of 1878 that produced compromise legislation. Representative Bland and other Silverites enjoyed a strong position after the election of 1876, for the basic democratic strength of 143 votes in the House of Representatives was augmented by sympathizers among the 140 Republican members. Many Missouri Republicans, for example, thought remonetization would prove highly beneficial by providing an impetus to trade. 17. Other Westerners considered silver the main issue because it was connected with other primary questions. As one editor summarized that attitude, silver symbolized the battle of the farmer versus the bondholder and the foreign influences of the British and Western European metropolis. Remonetization would go far toward restoring the debt-burdened West to something like equal footing with the East. The people had long enough been hewers of wood and drawers of water to Eastern capitalists. The time has come for a new order of things. The same editor also argued that remonetization would strengthen the demand for our industries abroad. 18 and others explained how Britain's refusal to agree to international bimetallism ensured gold monometallism. 19 Iowa farmers read the silver argument in James S. Clarkson's Des Moines Register, which also criticized the railroad corporations. 20 Perhaps the Northwestern Miller, however, was the most influential advocate of silver in the north-central states. Its reporters and editors pushed the issue as early as July 1877, when they explained how British operators used demonetization to undercut American exports with Indian cotton and wheat. 21 The editors also concluded, after a long investigation, that Senator Sherman and others had deliberately 213 killed silver in the United States. 22 The movement in the upper Mississippi region also gained the support of the increasingly influential Donnelly. 23 In a broader sense, however, Chicago was the center of Western agitation for silver. As in Missouri and other states, Republicans like Senator David Davis and Representative Thomas Foster Tipton owed their victories in 1876 to support from agricultural businessmen who favored remonetization. 24 Many Chicago businessmen shared those views. McCormick wanted silver to help expand exports to Asia, and at one rally not less than 3 judges made speeches supporting silver. 25 Even the Chicago Board of Trade demanded strong action to secure an international agreement. 26 Similar support came from the Cincinnati Chamber of Commerce, while the Ohio State Legislature, charging that demonetization had been engineered for the benefit of bondholders of this and foreign countries, demanded free coinage. 27 Republican leaders of that state were deeply troubled by the split in their party, which pushed otherwise promising young leaders like Representative William McKinley, Jr., to the ragged edge of free silver. 28 Small wonder that Wendell Phillips warned that a high percentage of Westerners wanted silver, and concluded they might lash out at both major parties if it was not adopted. 29 As Harper's Weekly pointed out, however, the desire for the remonetization of silver was almost universal. 30 Southern Silverites, such as the editors of Southern Planter and Farmer, argued that silver would open new markets in Asia and terminate the ugly reliance on foreign capital. 31 Even the gold men admitted that a majority of the people favor the measure, though they argued that Southerners were less excited than Westerners. 32 The strength of the popular support, combined with the effect of the Depression, led such staunch goldbugs as the editors of the Augusta Chronicle and Constitutionalist to advise compromise. Hunger will go through stone walls, they warned, and men who see themselves bankrupt, not by their own fault, but by the fault of the government and the greed of capitalists, are in great danger of listening to rash counsel. 33 Even more significantly, the majority members of the Silver Commission established by the House of Representatives, who were not noted for poverty or impetuousness, also recommended remonetization. The report revolved around the crucial importance of agricultural exports in paying the foreign debts of the United States. The single gold standard controlled by Great Britain would sooner rather than later be disastrous to the entire agricultural interest. A return to silver, however, would have a direct influence in raising the prices of our exported products. It would also help expand markets in Latin America and Asia, and that was necessary because the West 214 nations of Europe seem to be naturally our commercial rivals. Such was strikingly apparent in the struggle to market industrial surpluses, which the Silverites considered important to the general prosperity of the country. For all such reasons, 3 of the 5 majority members recommended remonetization, whatever the future policy of Europe may be. 34 The majority report on silver, like the Windham Committee's study of the transportation problem, created a coherent ideology from the multiplicity of arguments that had been advanced by many individuals and groups during a long period of intellectual gestation and dialogue. Even the minority dissenters contributed to that effect, for they accepted the vital role of exports. Former Secretary of the Treasury Boutwell, for example, argued that market expansion depended on using the monetary system accepted by other commercial nations. London is the financial center of the world, he reasserted, and hence the unilateral remonetization of silver would leave us in a less favorable condition to compete with Great Britain for commercial and financial supremacy. 35 Despite the opposition of such expansionist metropolitans, Bland ran his free silver bill through the House on November 5, 1877, by the overwhelming vote of 163 to 34. Administration leaders knew they might also lose in the Senate. So also did many financiers. Men like Blaine were in a particularly difficult position. They wanted the expansion but either accepted the tactical argument for gold or feared for their political backing from metropolitan giants if they voted for free silver, or both. The latter was Blaine's reaction, and he applied all his talents to the difficult task of opposing unilateral remonetization while holding his wide support among Western agriculturalists. His major effort was a revealing amalgam of economic nationalism, constitutional hair-splitting, and regretful admissions of weakness. Great Britain, Germany, and France were the troublemakers who caused the crisis because of their desire to block American supremacy. But the Congress had no legitimate power to demonetize anything, so technically the issue was not money but constitutional law. Yet it was difficult to devise a way that unilateral remonetization would be effective as an advance movement to coerce Great Britain and other gold powers. 36 The effort carried Blaine across his political tightrope, but it did not contribute very much to a resolution of the crisis. That was handled by others like Senator William Boyd Allison of Iowa, Secretary of State Evarts, and the metropolitan financiers who pressed for some kind of accommodation. Allison not only knew the power of the Silverites, but he welcomed the chance to outshine Blaine before the Western agriculturalists. Evarts pushed his bimetallist views inside the cabinet. And bankers like Seligman and Belmont applied their muscle. 215. On Secretary of the Treasury Sherman. 37 The result was a compromise authorizing the coinage of between $2 million and $4 million of silver every month, and giving Evarts a warrant to call an international conference to negotiate general remonetization. That easily passed the Senate, 48 to 21, and moved through the House by an even larger margin, 196 to 71. President Hayes declined to risk broaching the sanctity of gold, even in the name of market expansion, and vetoed the law. To no avail. Enough otherwise regular Republicans, like McKinley of Ohio, spurned the metropolitan calls to duty and overrode Hayes by the same large margins. 38 The momentum of the Silverites might have produced even more favorable legislation if the export boom, and the active diplomacy of Evarts and Hayes, had not reinforced the psychological pause that came with victory and at the same time created the feeling that prosperity was on the way. The agriculturalists continued to benefit from their silver effort, however, because it strengthened an export orientation among many metropolitans and prompted them to continue agitating for market expansion. Some of those men, emphasizing the value of expansion to turn the public thought from our unhappy internal affairs, urged Hayes to exploit the trouble with Mexico over border raids. One was particularly blunt: war would furnish immediate employment to thousands now starving for bread. 39. The president fully shared the desire for prosperity and social peace, but he had no intention of trying to achieve them through war with Mexico. He counted instead on market expansion to revive the economy, and to prevent the decline of the Republican Party into a sectional fraction. 40 Many export expansionists shared the administration's concern to avoid war. Senator John Tyler Morgan of Alabama, just beginning his long and vigorous career as an imperial leader, advised restraint in order to win a reciprocity treaty enlarging the Mexican market for raw cotton and rough cotton textiles, and to secure rights for a southern railroad to the Pacific that would help open markets in Asia. Similar arguments were advanced by groups in Chicago, St. Louis, Milwaukee, and Cincinnati, and the same kind of pressure came from New York and California. 41 Mexican leaders astutely encouraged such appeals, and thereby helped Hayes and Evarts control the tension, by removing all tariffs on flour and grain. The administration was also strengthened by increasing metropolitan pressure for market expansion. David Wells appealed directly to those leaders through the North American Review. Enlarged markets in foreign countries are the first national necessity of the hour, and until they are obtained, there are no good times ahead, and no full and profitable employment. 42. The 216. Editors of Iron Age not only agreed with Wells, but reported that his view was shared by many industrialists. At no previous time within the recollection of the present generation of businessmen has it been so universally acknowledged that we should stimulate our exports. 43. Public and private action verified those statements. The National Board of Trade, spurred on by A.C. Raymond of Detroit, resolved in favor of export expansion. The Associated Industries of America, headed by Henry Carey, urged the same policy. Other individuals and firms wrote directly to Hayes and Evarts. And Howard Lockwood launched a publication devoted exclusively to news of foreign markets and efforts to expand exports. 44 Hayes responded sympathetically to such advice and pressure, as did Evarts, and their successful efforts to conclude a commercial treaty with Samoa were guided by that outlook. 45 Such growing metropolitan acceptance of the export argument remains secondary in importance, however, to the pressure from agricultural businessmen. Not only was the former derivative of the latter, but farm surpluses began to move in anticipation of the Russo-Turkish War. The Turkish War is a terrible thing for Turks and people who buy flour, Washburn wrote a friend, but he acted quickly to exploit the opportunity. 46 Financial leaders were immediately encouraged because they keyed their analysis of the economy to agricultural exports, and because they tied farm unrest to the Depression. The prosperity, nay the very existence of our agricultural population, August Belmont wrote Secretary of the Treasury Sherman, depend upon our export trade. He expected the war to generate recovery and guarantee a return to specie payments. 47 Perhaps the editors of the Chicago Tribune provided the best example of the deep roots of the marketplace outlook. They explain the war itself as the result of Russia's need for a more convenient waterway to Western markets in order to remain competitive with American surpluses. 48 As the American farmer pointed out, however, the war was not the only, and certainly not the most significant, cause of the boom. The United States had become the granary of the world, and that power cannot fail to make prices remunerative, and the general business of the country to improve. 49. Other observers, such as the editors of the Augusta, Georgia, Chronicle and Constitutionalist, recognized that terrible conditions in Europe played the crucial role in creating the market for the vast American surpluses. The short crop in Europe has increased American exports, they concluded, and provided a good review of the broken and unsettled weather that reduced crops and facilitated disease. 50 The French had felt the impact of American wheat exports as early as 1872, and the European decline continued until the end. 217. Of the decade. We are in the midst of the most extended and severe agricultural distress, judged the London Economist in 1879, which has prevailed in this country for perhaps 20 years. The same old story over again, agreed an English farmer, low temperature, flooding downpours, no sunshine, no ripening, crops late. The outlook is at present gloomy and unpredictable. 51. Many American agriculturalists expressed sympathy for the European farm businessmen, but the concern did not mitigate their own joy and confidence. The boom made many American farmers feel very comfortable. 52. One agricultural businessman in Illinois happily recalled that the export bonanza lifted mortgages and discharged obligations that saved thousands of farmers from bankruptcy. 53. Similar results occurred in many parts of the country, and the gains in agriculture generated an increasingly extensive recovery in transportation, industry, and finance. 54 Perhaps nothing reveals the rebirth of spirit as well as the happy candor of a young man writing his grandmother, I sparked the girls regularly. 55. Midwestern wheat men gained additional rewards from the major export campaign launched by the Minneapolis flour industry. Part of the incitement of that effort documents the export orientation of agricultural businessmen in other sections, for Washburn and Pillsbury were concerned about the overseas sales by millers in California, Kansas, New York, and Virginia. 56 Those efforts underscored the problem, the combination of the Depression and increased production turned all millers overseas. Washburn made his first sally to penetrate European markets in 1874 to 1875 with the idea of finding a market for the flour produced by his huge mill. The lack of success intensified the need. "We must make the market," commented one farm editor. 57 Many millers agreed in principle, but were reluctant to act after the first failure. Washburn again took the initiative by dispatching William H. Dunwoody to overcome British resistance. Dunwoody lacked Washburn's exceptional enthusiasm for the project, but he was an unusually devoted and able troubleshooter, and he returned with the orders. 58 Washburn's commitment was typified by his reaction to a major mill explosion on May 2, 1878, just as he was beginning to reach for overseas sales of 100,000 barrels per year. Instead of retrenching, he moved immediately to expand production, and announced that Minnesota mills would shortly dominate the world market. 59 He no doubt meant that Washburn mills would spread eagle the field, and they shortly did so by winning the gold, silver, and bronze medals at the Millers International Exhibition of 1880. Wheat farmers were by no means alone in benefiting from the export boom. The steadily increasing demand for dried fruit from California, for example, paid significant profits in fiscal 1876 to 1877 and promised to become even more important. 60 Cheesemakers. 218. In eastern farming areas, as well as those in western states like Illinois and Wisconsin, were particularly pleased with their increasing sales to Great Britain and the continent, for the overseas market was crucial to their long effort to revive that specialized agricultural business. 61 And the tremendous exports of livestock provided related benefits to the corn producers, just as it gained from the similar rise in leather and shoe sales. 62 The export of meat products almost doubled between 1872 and 1877, and reached $134 million in 1881. 63 Pork from Armour and other firms was eaten in every European country, and the tireless efforts of Swift opened a vast market in refrigerated beef. All for business all of the time, as he was characterized by a close associate, Swift made more than 20 trips to England and Europe to establish the trade. A born expansionist, he talked about the issue constantly, and more than one dinner guest finished the evening almost drowsing in his chair from an overdose of exporting. Swift made no apologies. "I've got it on my mind." 64. So did other processors and manufacturers closely associated with the agricultural sector of the economy. Cyrus McCormick understood that the export boom could be exploited abroad as well as at home, and launched a major effort to convince the Europeans that they could recover their competitive position by increasing their efficiency with his implements. He anticipated the struggle, his daughter reported, and quite naturally is eager to be in the midst of it. He feels that this may be his last great international fight, and he wants a fair field and no favor. 65. That classic statement of the central principle of the free marketplace first became a rallying cry of the American overseas push, then a demand to be won from other nations, and finally the official policy of the United States. Railroad leaders like Stuyvesant Fish of the Illinois Central came to agitate for a foreign policy based on that axiom, along with populist leaders from Kansas, Georgia, and California. For Fish, like other railroad executives, understood the vital importance of agricultural exports to the transportation industry. Following the advice of William H. Osborne, Fish committed the Illinois Central to the export market to meet the Depression crisis. Osborne cut costs and moved rapidly to extend the IC to New Orleans. The strategy proved valid, and traffic over the Southern Division increased 300% by 1880. Reporting that the decision proved to be the salvation of the property, Fish then launched a campaign to transform New Orleans into a major port. 66 A similar outlook and policy guided the Baltimore and Ohio through its troubles. 67 President Garrett shared the view that the 219 Russo-Turkish War would prove beneficial because the rise in exports could not fail to restore activity and profits in many classes of business. 68. The bitter struggle to control the rising export shipments, reinforced by the more personal machinations of men like Cornelius Vanderbilt, led to a rate war that forced Garrett to cut wages by 10% in July 1877. That touched off the violent strikes that President Hayes finally controlled with federal troops. Garrett remained committed to the export trade, however, and a year later reported happily that the good crops of the past year have produced improved results with our railways. And he launched a sustained effort to create a European market for corn in a bid to enlarge profits even further. 69 The continuing depression steadily increased Southern interest and involvement in textile exports. For one thing, the producers of raw cotton and unmanufactured tobacco did not reap unusual profits from the export boom. The value of tobacco exports fluctuated between $20 million in 1871 and $16 million in 1880, with highs in 1873 and 1877. Cotton fared somewhat better, but failed to enjoy any upward surge that matched food exports. But the desire of all Southerners to break free of their colonial bonds to the metropolis also did much to generate enthusiasm for the mill-building movement. "It is my dream," cried Governor of Georgia Alexander H. Stephens in 1878, "to see in every valley a cotton factory to convert the raw material of the neighborhood into fabrics which shall warm the limbs of Japanese and Chinese." 70. In more euphoric moments, some Southerners even considered bringing the black man into the movement by building mills with capital gathered from the freedmen at $25 per investment. 71 Such proposals unfortunately remained good intentions. The industry generated its boom with white capital, white foremen, and white policy makers. The black man was allowed to supply capital in the form of labor, of course, but his stock was strictly non-voting. His benefits were marginal and limited. Such was also true for many white cotton growers, but they could identify with the enterprise more easily, and did become increasingly involved in the rising campaign for export markets. Those sales mushroomed from 12 million yards in 1873 to 111 million yards in 1877, and Southern mills shortly displaced British firms in the Shanghai Amoy market for drills, tea cloths, and sheetings. 72 The profits were reliable and significant, typified by the Augusta factory's ability to pay a regular dividend of 8%. 73. Such success in the midst of the Depression attracted increasingly fretful attention from Northern mill owners, and they intensified their own activities in the overseas market. Southern operators, the Northerners concluded, enjoyed a much 220 more hopeful condition than any other portion of the country because of their great emphasis on exports. 74 The mills along the Merrimack River from Lawrence to Manchester, and northward along the coast, responded with vigorous efforts to revive their earlier trade in rough cottons. And the mills that produced medium and fine goods assigned vastly increased attention to foreign sales. As George Atkinson advised his brother Edward, there was a great market for cotton and woolen fabrics in Asia. Export merchants like Horace B. Gifflin of New York played a key role in the movement, which was headed by the Pepperell Company. 75 As the German consul in St. Louis advised his government at the end of 1878, the agricultural export boom dramatized the advantages of an expanded foreign trade for all sectors of the economy. The involvement, he concluded, has now become general. 76. The agricultural businessmen were exuberant and confident. They were also more insistent in demanding rewards appropriate to their crucial role in saving the political economy. "We are rapidly gaining control of this trade," reported the statistician of the Department of Agriculture, and suggested that the result might be a social revolution. 77. The editors of the Rural New Yorker, crowing about the eminently successful year in 1879, asserted flatly that the farmer, more than all others combined, has been the means of restoring activity to our workshops, liveliness to all kinds of business, and prosperity to the land. Thomas P. James, Georgia's Commissioner of Agriculture, agreed, "The activities of farm businessmen lie at the very foundation of our prosperity." The president of Purdue University added his learned judgment, "Agriculture underlies and sustains all other interests, and is the foundation of all business enterprise and wealth." And a federal official carried the argument far enough to define cheese exports as a matter of national importance. 78. Such confidence and pride were not surprising, particularly when so many metropolitan leaders accepted the broad analysis and adapted it to their own operations. Young Jacob Schiff, just beginning his distinguished financial career with Kuhn, Loeb and Company in 1875, quickly came to rely on crop conditions as the determining factor in making his decisions. 79 That was hardly surprising. August Belmont and Secretary of the Treasury Sherman followed the same approach. And President Hayes announced his concurrence. Agriculture is of primary importance and reiterated it much in the vein of the rural New Yorker. There was no question of the preponderance of the agricultural over any other interest in the United States. 80. Other metropolitans stressed the crucial importance of agricultural exports in turning the trade balance in favor of the United States. A. 221. Particularly perceptive one went on to warn, however, that strenuous efforts would be required to maintain the powerful position in world markets attained during the export boom. 81 In a similar way, the editors of the Philadelphia Inquirer spoke bluntly about the provincial arrogance of many metropolitans. The time had come to stop indulging oneself in thin wit at the expense of the farm businessman. For the land so scoffed at by the witty, so discredited by the wise, produces the cereal that leads and controls the export traffic of our country. The prosperity and welfare of a very large proportion of our people at home are intimately connected with the raising and marketing of this wheat. 82. Both warnings were verified almost immediately. More was done to push the nation toward imperial expansion, however, than to curb the thin wit of the metropolis. The rise of serious apprehension in the midst of celebration was caused by two factors: the failure of the boom to improve the welfare of all agricultural businessmen, and the European efforts to control, even terminate, the outward economic thrust of the United States. Both developments generated prompt and sustained campaigns to improve domestic economic operations related to overseas expansion, and to use the power of the federal government to hold and enlarge foreign markets. Some of the troubles were due to the forces of nature. The continued grasshopper plague, for example, destroyed established farm businessmen as well as new investors hoping to harvest their first crop. Both were left destitute, or almost so. 83. Other farmers hurt themselves by overexpansion and careless methods, and by ignoring warnings from their own leaders that business principles had to be honored with increasing care and attention. 84 But the primary causes of the continuing protests grew out of the operation of the marketplace per se, and the power of the metropolis. The boom was based on the coincidence of tremendous American surpluses and poor supply in Europe. Prosperity was certain to be weakened as European agriculture revived. American grain and meat, warned the rural New Yorker at the outset of 1879, can be put down in England at lower figures than those at which they can be produced at home, so that the farmer's occupation is in danger. 85. Such marketplace dynamics intensified the troubles of those who had yet to benefit from the boom. We are growing poorer and poorer, reported such farmers, even as their colleagues paid off their mortgages and bought more land or new machinery. 86 Even the editors of the Commercial and Financial Chronicle realized that the depression, which they compared to a retreating army on a terrible march, was continuing to claim human victims. We need a more practicable statesmanship, concluded William M. Lang, worthy master of the Texas Grange, one which regards the government of the state as an instrumentality for the promotion of the general welfare of the citizens. 87. 222.